Chapter 1. Traversing the Dragon Ball World. The Dragon Ball World. Earth. Oh my goodness. Is that not the bald-headed character Nappa from the Dragon Ball universe? And is that not the protagonist's son, Goku, chasing after him? Why are they both coming towards me? Have I really crossed over into the Dragon Ball world? Sumu gazed in astonishment at the two figures hurtling towards him. Gohan quickly dodged. Krillin shouted loudly, believing that Son Gohan was paralyzed by the overwhelming aura of his adversary. After all, Gohan had only trained with Piccolo for a year, and encountering such a formidable opponent on his first battle was daunting. Vegeta, arms crossed, observed the unfolding scene with a slight smirk playing on his lips. Kakarot's son had lived a life of such comfort on Earth that he was repeatedly terrified by this very scenario. Just moments ago, when that Namekian was annihilated by Nappa, he had shown considerable strength. Why had he suddenly turned into a quivering coward? Suddenly, a powerful surge of memories flooded Sumu's mind. He finally understood that he had indeed traversed into the Dragon Ball world and had taken on the form of the young Son Gohan. Sumu was originally a chef from another Earth, standing at 6 feet tall with delicate features. One night, while working a night shift at a hotel, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he found that his soul had merged with that of young Gohan. Their souls had unexpectedly fused, meaning they were now indistinguishable from one another. In essence, he had been granted a second chance at life, and his current name was Son Gohan. Sumu had always been a diehard fan of Dragon Ball. He admired Son Goku's indomitable spirit, his relentless drive to surpass even the most talented warriors like Vegeta, rising from a low-class fighter to greatness. And now, he had transmigrated into Gohan's body, with Son Goku as his father. While he indeed held a fondness for Goku, this narrative was quite absurd. "Gohan, there's no time, Kaioken!" Son Goku shouted anxiously, as Nappa was merely 5 or 6 meters away from Gohan and Krillin. Without hesitation, he activated the Kaioken, exponentially increasing his speed, and delivered a powerful blow to Nappa's spine. He then swiftly moved, supporting the severely injured Nappa with one hand and tossing him toward Vegeta. What? Kakarot's power level just skyrocketed above 8,000 in an instant. Vegeta's scouter registered a dramatic increase in battle power, then quickly returned to normal, leaving him astonished as he stared at Kakarot. A wicked smile creeping onto his face. This was becoming increasingly amusing. The scouter merely clouded my judgment. The battle power of Earthlings and Kakarot could fluctuate at will. He promptly removed the scouter from his ear and crushed it in his hand. A year ago, Kakarot's power level was barely in the hundreds, only able to team up with that Namekian to defeat Raditz. Now he had effortlessly dispatched Nappa, who possessed a power level of 5,000. How had he trained so effectively? "Gohan, are you alright?" Son Goku looked down affectionately at his son, concerned. Just moments ago, Nappa was intent on attacking Gohan and Krillin, and in a critical moment, he had unleashed the Kaioken. A single devastating punch had shattered Nappa's spine, fearing that the adversary might harm his son and brother Krillin once more. The sacrifices made on Earth were far too great, with Piccolo and others perishing to protect it. He would not allow such tragedies to repeat. "You scare me to death just now. Thank goodness you arrived in time. Goku, otherwise, Gohan would have been in grave danger," Krillin said, patting his chest to calm himself. He noticed that Gohan appeared to be momentarily stunned by Nappa's presence. Approaching, he grasped Gohan's arm reassuringly, saying, "Gohan, it's all right now with your father here. We're safe." After all, Gohan was still just a child, and the intensity of this battle was overwhelming. "Dad, Uncle Krillin, I'm fine," Gohan replied, surprised to find that calling out Dad felt entirely natural. The merging of Sumu and Gohan's souls made it as if he had awakened memories from past life. Presently, the narrative of Dragon Ball had reached the point where Yamcha and the others were being slain by the invading Saiyan Nappa. Piccolo had also sacrificed himself to protect Gohan, and both Earth Dragon Balls and the Guardian had vanished. Just when Gohan and Krillin's lives hung in the balance, Sumu's soul had crossed over into Gohan's body. As Son Goku battled Nappa, Vegeta recognized that Nappa was no match for his opponent. Vegeta ordered Nappa to withdraw from the fight, intending to take matters into his own hands. However, in a fit of rage, Nappa sought to attack Gohan and Krillin once more. Goku would not allow him to act so brazenly in his presence, decisively stepping in to incapacitate him. Thus, Sumu witnessed the scene of the bald-headed Nappa and Son Goku charging towards him. Sumu surveyed the characters of the Dragon Ball world, noting their resemblance to those in the anime. As he scrutinized the proud Vegeta and the diminutive Krillin, a mechanical, synthesized voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully activating the attribute acquisition system. This system allows for the collection of battle power and skill attributes dropped by foes. A system? The ancients do not deceive indeed. It is an essential asset for any transmigrator. A golden finger, Sumu felt elated. Vegeta, save me. The severely injured Nappa weakly extended his hand towards Vegeta, pleading desperately. He had never anticipated that after being struck by Kakarot, he would be unable to rise. Nappa, I have no use for worthless allies, Vegeta remarked with a sinister smile. He spun Nappa around in a full circle before launching him into the air, gathering a massive energy wave to pursue him. Vegeta, you'll die a miserable death. I will haunt you as a ghost. A scream filled with rage and despair echoed through the air. Nappa could hardly believe that after being subservient to Vegeta all this time, he would meet such a fate. He had survived Kakarot's onslaught, only to perish at the hands of his ally. How ironic. The energy wave swiftly engulfed Nappa's body, leaving one less Saiyan in the universe. Ding! 100 battle power attributes detected ahead. Do you wish to acquire? The mechanical, synthesized voice of the system rang in Gohan's mind. He was overwhelmed with excitement as he glanced towards Vegeta's feet. Indeed, he saw an attribute drop, visible only to him. The bald-headed Nappa had finally met his demise at the hands of the proud Vegeta. It seemed that the direction of the Dragon Ball narrative had not altered due to his transmigration. Acquire. Gohan joyously thought to himself. The attributes surged into his body, and he felt his strength increase. This system was truly extraordinary. He had just gained 100 points in battle power. Chapter 2. Acquiring the Kaioken attribute. You would kill your own ally? Do you possess no humanity? Son Goku rebuked Vegeta, his expression one of outrage. He could not fathom the Saiyan's cold-heartedness, willing to eliminate even his brothers and friends. Ha ha! Kakarot, you are merely a clay Buddha crossing the river, yet you still concern yourself with others? Vegeta regarded Goku as if he were a fool. Even if you could obliterate Nappa, there was no way you could defeat me. I am the Prince of the Saiyans, a prodigious warrior, Vegeta. This is not a suitable place for battle. Those with courage should follow me. After speaking, Goku glanced at Krillin and then soared into the sky in the opposite direction. He had believed that his training under King Kai had brought him to his peak strength. However, upon encountering Vegeta, he found his confidence wavering. Vegeta's aura was overwhelmingly powerful, and Goku doubted his ability to triumph over him. He prepared for the worst-case scenario, a mutual destruction. If Gohan and Krillin were present on the battlefield, they might distract him, hence his choice of battleground. Krillin and Goku were indeed good friends, able to discern each other's thoughts with a mere glance. Goku's decision to distance himself for battle was born of concern for Gohan's safety. Kakarot, it makes no difference where we fight, the outcome will be the same. Do you think I would be foolish enough to allow you to seize the opportunity for mutual destruction like that weakling Raditz? Vegeta confidently pursued Goku, brimming with self-assurance. As the Prince of the Saiyans, a genius warrior, he found it laughable that a low-class fighter would dare challenge him, truly unaware of the danger he was courting now. On this earth, only Kakarot stands as a worthy rival to himself, fully aware that the other will undoubtedly fight with all his might. Vegeta's immense pride leaves him unrestrained, merely considering his opponent a lowly warrior. In the midst of his joy at acquiring the system, Gohan scarcely has time to further explore its functionalities. Seeing both Vegeta and Goku ascend into the sky, Gohan, having just tasted a hint of victory, cannot afford to waste this splendid opportunity to seize combat power attributes. Whoosh! With a swift motion, Gohan follows in the direction of Goku and Vegeta. Gohan, come back quickly. Krillin, witnessing the scene, anxiously pursues them. Earlier, Goku had entrusted him with the responsibility of watching over Gohan, intending to prevent their distraction while he dealt with the Saiyan, Vegeta. Krillin is acutely aware of his own limitations, recognizing that his current strength is insufficient to offer any assistance. By the time Gohan and Krillin arrive, Goku and Vegeta are already locked in combat. They perch atop a hill, observing the fierce battle below. Both warriors' combat power has just barely surpassed 1,000, rendering their movements nearly imperceptible to Gohan and Krillin. All they hear are the resounding clashes of power echoing through the sky. Shockwaves from their blows dent the ground, causing small hills to collapse in an instant. The battlefield bears witness to utter devastation. Ding! Attributes of the Kaioken are dropping ahead 50 combat power attributes, 100 combat power attributes. A mechanical voice incessantly rings in Gohan's mind. He gazes at the sky, where combat power attributes rain down like droplets, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Is it true that the greater the ultimate move, the more substantial the combat power attributes that fall? Kaioken? Combat power attributes? All of it must be collected. Gohan exclaims with fervor. If even a Kaioken can drop, the system is truly remarkable. Combat power and Kaioken attributes surge into Gohan's body like a relentless stream of tadpoles. His combat power continues to escalate and escalate. The Kaioken is a secret technique that instantaneously amplifies one's combat power. A twofold Kaioken doubles one's strength, while a threefold Kaioken triples it. This pattern continues, with multiple folds directly translating into proportional increases in combat power. In the Dragon Ball anime, Goku displayed remarkable prowess on Namek thanks to the Kaioken. He once battled the cosmic tyrant Frieza using a 20-fold Kaioken. That battle was nothing short of brutal. The fight between Vegeta and Goku mirrors the anime, as both unleash their full strength from the outset. After a few rounds of testing, Goku finds himself on the defensive, quickly concluding that the only way to defeat Vegeta is through swift resolution. From the very beginning, Goku employs his utmost limit, activating the threefold Kaioken. A crimson aura envelopes him, propelling his combat power to 15,000, while Vegeta stands at 12,000. Thus, Goku, utilizing the threefold Kaioken, gains the upper hand against Vegeta. However, Vegeta's extensive experience battling on foreign planets has endowed him with formidable resilience and tenacity. Even though Goku's threefold Kaioken grants him a significant advantage, swiftly defeating his opponent proves to be an unrealistic aspiration. Damn it, how can Kakarot's combat power surpass mine? I am the Prince of Saiyans, the mightiest warrior in the universe. I shall not be bested by a lowly fighter. Beaten and bruised, Vegeta's pride is severely wounded. His eyes bloodshot, his expression twisted in rage, he unleashes his full power, charging at Kakarot with fists and feet flying. Goku denies Vegeta any opportunity for retaliation, masterfully wielding the threefold Kaioken, leaving Vegeta struggling to keep pace with both his strength and speed. Seizing the moment, Goku delivers a punch that sends Vegeta soaring into the air, rapidly pursuing him and unleashing a barrage of punches like a machine gun. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike lands upon Vegeta, culminating in a devastating blow that sends him crashing into a hillside. The hill crumbles as Vegeta's body pierces through it, rocks and earth cascading down, effectively entombing him. Goku gradually descends to the ground, breathing heavily as the crimson aura dissipates. He resolves to conserve his strength, realizing the necessity of withdrawing the threefold Kaioken. As he retracts the Kaioken, Goku stumbles back a few steps, a wave of soreness washing over him. It appears that utilizing the threefold Kaioken was indeed a strain, and Goku shakes his head with a wry smile. With every punch exchanged in battle, combat power attributes scatter across the ground, now strewn everywhere. All must be collected. Gohan watches in awe, realizing that he is truly on the verge of unlocking extraordinary potential. The attributes of combat power converged towards him like a flowing river, gradually merging into his very being. Within a few breaths, all the combat power attributes on the ground assimilated into his limbs and bones. He accessed his personal attribute interface. Suddenly, a virtual screen appeared before Son Wukong, visible only to him. Host, Son Wukong race. Saiyan system space. 100 cubic meter special ability. None skills. Flight technique. Key perception and manipulation. Magic flash. Energy wave. Kaioken transformation. None combat power. 10,000. Chapter 3. The Pinnacle Showdown. A collision of energy waves on the battlefield. Boom! The hill was instantly obliterated into powder by the white aura erupting from Vegeta, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Enraged, he soared into the sky, condensing a massive energy sphere in his hands. His most formidable technique. Damn it, Kakarot! I never imagined that a low-class warrior like you could challenge a superior warrior and draw blood from me. This earth has no reason to exist alongside you. This is my strongest technique. You cannot withstand it, that if you dare to evade, the earth will be utterly annihilated. Vegeta was consumed by rage, unable to accept that a low-class warrior could injure a superior warrior to such an extent. His immense pride compelled him to obliterate both Kakarot and the earth. You lunatic! Are you out of your mind? Triple Kaioken's Kamehameha wave. Son Wukong, witnessing Vegeta's immense energy, gritted his teeth and cursed. The earth could not possibly endure such a tremendous energy wave. If he evaded, it would be instantly shattered. It was clear that Vegeta was forcing him into a direct confrontation. In an instant, Son Wukong activated the Triple Kaioken and assumed the Kamehameha pose, placing his hands at his waist to gather energy. Immediately, debris from the ground began to levitate in the air. Both combatants placed their fates upon this technique as the energy waves wildly accumulated. Damn it, the Saiyans have truly gone mad. How can the earth withstand such a powerful energy wave? Wukong, you must hold on. Krillin trembled in fear at the sight of Vegeta's colossal energy, placing all his hopes on Wukong's Kamehameha wave. The fate of the earth hinged on this energy clash. If Wukong lost, the earth would cease to exist. He clenched his fists, fervently praying. Ding! A Kamehameha wave has fallen ahead. Will you collect it? A combat power attribute of 100 has fallen. Collect them all! The emotions of Krillin and Son Gohan formed a stark contrast. Haha! At that moment, Son Gohan felt an overwhelming urge to laugh as the system's notification tones echoed in his mind. In the battle between Son Wukong and Vegeta, the greatest victor was himself. Thanks to their selfless contributions, he now reaped the benefits of the Kaioken, Kamehameha wave, and an endless stream of combat power. Vegeta unleashed the colossal energy wave from his hands. Son Wukong, unwilling to cower, retaliated with his Kamehameha wave. Boom! The two massive energy waves collided, generating a terrifying shockwave that ripped through the ground. Surrounding hills crumbled in an instant. And even the onlooker, Yachirobe, was blown away. He had been silently observing the battle. Impossible. This is my strongest technique. You cannot possibly withstand it. Vegeta was utterly incredulous that his ultimate move could be countered by Kakarot. He unleashed his power frantically, the final flash slowly bearing down on the Kamehameha wave. Wukong, you must hold on. If you lose, the earth is finished. Krillin clenched his fists tightly, cold sweat trickling from his palms. In this clash, Son Wukong was clearly at a disadvantage. Son Gohan remained expressionless, yet turmoil surged within him. The notification sound from the system echoed in his mind as he realized that the collision of energy waves between Wukong and Vegeta was causing 100 combat power attributes to plummet. On North Kai's planet, the North Kai, who had been closely monitoring the battle, felt an intense anxiety. The Saiyans were indeed a race of warriors. Their strength and physical prowess were terrifying. Yet was there truly no way out? The Triple Kaioken was already Wukong's limit. The North Kai observed that even with the Triple Kaioken, Wukong's Kamehameha wave could not overpower the Saiyan. He clenched his fists tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. If Wukong lost, the earth would no longer exist. If Wukong continued to amplify the Kaioken, his body would not withstand the overwhelming force. There is no other choice. My body must endure. Quadruple Kaioken. Son Wukong understood that prolonging this stalemate would be detrimental. His body could not endure the prolonged drain. With gritted teeth, he escalated the Kaioken to 4 times, a searing pain coursing through his body, contorting his features into a grimace. The energy of the Kamehameha wave surged, forcefully pushing back the final flash. What? This is my strongest technique. How can Kakarot's power still surpass mine? I'm the mightiest Saiyan warrior, Vegeta exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Filled with dread, he could not withstand the onslaught of Kakarot's energy wave. The force sent him soaring into the sky, piercing through the clouds. With all his might, Vegeta finally descended from the energy wave. The Kamehameha wave continued its trajectory towards the Earth's atmosphere. But how could I lose to a low-class warrior? This is unacceptable. I refuse to be defeated. I will transform into a great ape and crush Kakarot. Vegeta's expression twisted into a grotesque snarl. He rapidly scanned the sky in search of the moon. He had deliberately chosen to invade Earth during the full moon, planning to annihilate all its inhabitants. Piccolo destroyed the moon to prevent Son Gohan from transforming into a great ape. Saiyan, your efforts are futile. Far away on North Kai's planet, the Kai understood Vegeta's intentions. He was seeking to transform. Are Saiyans truly monsters? How can they withstand this? Krillin, watching the battle unfold, couldn't help but scoff at Vegeta's resilience. System, collect the combat power attributes. Son Gohan's eyes sparkled as he beheld the multitude of combat power attributes scattered across the ground. They flowed towards him like a gentle stream, surging into his body. The combat power attributes on the screen skyrocketed. After a few breaths, he sensed that the accumulation had ceased. Upon closer inspection, he gasped. His combat power had reached 30,000. Wukong. I never expected you to conceal such power. That battle was truly terrifying. Yachirobe, appearing from nowhere like a character from an anime, showered praise upon Son Wukong. Wukong made it clear that the Saiyan was still alive and urged him to flee quickly, for he had exhausted himself with his ultimate technique and could no longer protect him. Upon hearing this, Yachirobe wished him well and dashed away. Damn it, Kakarot, do you think that destroying the moon will prevent me from transforming? How ridiculous! Although it has cost me some of my combat power, it matters not. Vegeta searched the sky for the moon, but found nothing. He slowly descended in front of Son Wukong, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Transform? Son Wukong looked perplexed, unaware of what Vegeta was implying. Has his mind been broken? Kakarot, you cannot possibly be unaware that Saiyans transform into great apes upon seeing a full moon, unlocking our latent powers. Our tails are the key to our transformation. You must now regret having lost yours. Ha ha! When we transform into great apes, our combat power multiplies tenfold. Vegeta, upon noticing that Goku was devoid of his tail, exclaimed with palpable excitement, the eye in his hand. He concentrated a brilliant white energy, which swiftly took form before he hurled it into the sky. Chapter 4. Goku's Shock Earth. Arise, Moon. The energy Vegeta cast into the air instantaneously transformed into a full moon. After conjuring the moon, his aura plummeted, and he began to breathe heavily. Yet, Vegeta wore a satisfied smile, reveling in the sight of the energy he had manifested as the moon. Oh no! The Saiyan had just created a moon, intending to transform into a gigantic ape that moment. Krillin also comprehended the gravity of the situation. Staring in astonishment at the luminous orb above, he had never anticipated that a Saiyan could possess such terrifying capabilities. Even fabricating the moon, for it was during the World Martial Arts Tournament that Goku had transformed into an ape upon witnessing a full moon, losing all rationality and wreaking havoc with an exceedingly ferocious demeanor. It was only after Master Roshi destroyed the moon that Goku reverted to his human form. King Kai's planet. What? A Saiyan can create a moon. King Kai, who had been observing the battle, was utterly flabbergasted. He slumped to the ground, muttering incessantly, "It's over. This time, Earth is doomed." Goku, having utilized the Kaioken technique at 4 times its normal strength, was already at the brink of exhaustion. Even if the Saiyan refrained from transforming into a giant ape, Goku had no chance of victory. Should Vegeta choose to transform now, his power would surge tenfold. There would be no one left on Earth capable of opposing him. Thus, the chances of Earth's survival dwindled to nothing. King Kai sat despondently on the ground, having foreseen the impending fate of Earth. What? Full moon? Giant ape? Suddenly, Goku appeared to recollect something. He became momentarily frozen in place, tears streaming down his face. Goku, when the moon is full, do not venture outside, for monstrous beings resembling giant apes will emerge. They are exceedingly ferocious, causing destruction everywhere, encountering one spells disaster. You must remember what your grandfather once told you. The words of Grandpa Gohan echoed in Goku's mind as he recalled his grandfather's final warnings. Grandpa, I'm sorry that if I perish this time, I shall come to apologize to you. Upon hearing Vegeta's proclamation, Goku finally grasped the entire truth. It turned out that his grandfather had withheld this information until his dying breath. The giant ape was, in fact, the very form he had assumed upon witnessing the full moon, which led to Gohan's demise. His grandfather had feared that if he learned the truth, he would be forever ensnared in guilt and self-reproach, hence kept the truth from him. Ha, Kakarot, have you begun to panic and talk to yourself even before I transform? Vegeta smugly taunted, gazing at Goku with triumph. He then turned his attention toward the moon. Feeling his heart race as the tail at his backside began to stir with fervor, shaking uncontrollably. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of his heartbeat grew increasingly rapid. Vegeta's form expanded like a hill, revealing sharp fangs as he swiftly transformed into a giant ape. How can this be? A giant ape? Goku observed the entirety of Vegeta's transformation, his jaw agape in disbelief. Once transformed, Vegeta emanated an aura of sheer terror. His only hope lay in the spirit bomb he had learned from King Kai. However, gathering energy required considerable time, and given his forced usage of the Kaioken technique, Goku was utterly drained. Fate now lay in the hands of destiny. How do you feel now about having no tail? Vegeta reveled in Goku's stunned expression, his heart brimming with joy at the thought of annihilating Kakarot and the people of Earth. Vegeta, I shall test your strength. Suddenly, Gohan's figure vanished, only to reappear before Goku in the next instant. Krillin, witnessing Gohan's sudden appearance, rubbed his eyes vigorously. Convinced he was mistaken, he instinctively glanced at the spot where Gohan had stood, but there was no trace of him. What should I do? Although Krillin sensed the overwhelming power radiating from Vegeta in his ape form, surpassing even Goku's strength, what could he possibly do? Should he charge in a battle like Gohan? I must remain calm and devise a way to assist the two Saiyans. Yes, an unexpected strike to sever the Saiyan's tail. Krillin quickly formulated a plan, flying near Vegeta while concentrating on a thin layer of energy, preparing his signature move, the Keyblade. Ding! A Keyblade has been dropped ahead. Oh, you wish to pick it up? Gohan's mind suddenly echoed with the system's prompt, realizing that Krillin was unleashing his ultimate technique, Ki Blade. Yes, pick it up. His attribute panel now displayed the Keyblade. This technique, created by Krillin, was frequently seen in Dragon Ball, with many attempting to emulate in the anime. Krillin had almost severed Frieza's tail with the Keyblade on Namek, showcasing its tremendous power. Gohan, hurry! Before Goku could finish a sentence, he was rendered speechless. Gohan's energy was surging at an astounding rate. Earlier, while focusing on Vegeta, he had overlooked the presence of others on the battlefield. Had it not been for the unexpected arrival of Yajirobe, he might not have noticed. Now, with his son Gohan emerging, he gazed in astonishment. Is this truly my son? Gohan radiated a powerful aura, as if awakening a slumbering beast within. Father, trust me. Gohan exuded an unwavering confidence, his gaze sharp as if a fierce predator had awakened from its slumber. Earth is in your hands, Gohan. Goku nodded, giving his son a reassuring look before rapidly departing the battlefield. Sensing the immense energy, he understood that Gohan's strength had far surpassed his own. Moreover, having forcibly employed the fourfold Kaioken, he lacked the strength to continue fighting. Haha, Kakarot, you truly are a wonderful father, leaving this little brat here to face me. Have you lost your mind? Vegeta, witnessing Goku's retreat, refrained from intervening and taunted him with glee. Knowing that Kakarot's son was present, he remained vigilant, aware that Krillin would not be far behind. Die, Saiyan! Krillin hurled the Keyblade forcefully at Vegeta, fully aware that should it strike, Vegeta would be cleaved in two. Chapter 5. Gohan takes action, astonishing all childish tricks. Did you think I wouldn't notice you? Vegeta, in his giant ape form, leaped powerfully to evade the Keyblade's assault, turning to regard Krillin with disdain. Krillin, upon hearing this, instinctively took several steps back, his heart gripped by terror, trembling uncontrollably. I never imagined Gohan's strength had far surpassed mine. Goku approached Krillin, enduring intense pain, yet wearing a proud expression. He realized that Gohan's combat prowess may have indeed eclipsed his own. Is this truly Gohan? It appears that Piccolo possesses remarkable foresight, as he has finally unleashed the immense power residing within him. As Krillin observed Goku approach his side, the dread within him gradually subsided. Simultaneously, he noted the overwhelming surge of energy emanating from Gohan, akin to a vast ocean. His heart began to settle, and the two ascended from the battlefield, taking refuge atop a hill to survey the scene below. Reflecting on Piccolo's words, they realized the necessity of harnessing the formidable power within Gohan to triumph over the Saiyans. It seems Piccolo's decision was indeed sagacious. Kakarot, you hold your son in far too high regard. I shall crush his bones to dust. Vegeta, witnessing Kakarot leave the battlefield to his son, felt no ire, for he was on the verge of exterminating all life on Earth. This was the very purpose of his invasion during the full moon. Although the moon of this planet had been obliterated by humanity, it did not hinder his transformation into a great ape. Boom! The sky darkened with ominous clouds, and thunder roared as if heralding the apocalypse. The ground trembled, and the hills began to crumble. That a wave of energy erupted from Gohan, radiating outward from his center like a tempest, causing the earth to tremble and nearby hills and debris to be annihilated. How can this be? This little brat, Vegeta, now in his great ape form, was pushed back a step by the force of the energy wave. He stood in stunned disbelief. How could Kakarot's son possess such strength? Goku and Krillin shared expressions of incredulity. This was the extraordinary power Piccolo had spoken of, hidden within Gohan all along. Could this be a result of the fusion of Saiyan and Earthling blood? This power surpassed anything Goku had exhibited. Moments it was astonishing to discover that Goku's son harbored such immense potential. Far away on King Kai's planet, the king himself marveled at Gohan's revealed fighting prowess. Saiyans truly are monstrous beings. Who would have thought such a diminutive figure could conceal such vast power? It seems that the Namekian Piccolo indeed possesses foresight after training this lad for a year. Has this power finally awakened? Now, everyone believed that Gohan had awakened the power within him. In mere moments, the Earth returned to its previous state, and Gohan elevated his strength to 30,000, brimming with power. He yearned to experience the thrill that such might could bring. This was his first battle since arriving in this world. Arrogance surged within him as he declared, I am the mightiest Saiyan. Vegeta, witnessing Kakarot's son unleash his power, was astounded by the spectacle. Enraged, he hurled his colossal fist at Gohan, intent on obliterating him, dismissing the notion that despite his strength, he was still but a child. Triple Kaioken! Gohan, undeterred, countered with his own triple Kaioken, his entire being enveloped in crimson energy. He unleashed a punch, the two fists starkly contrasting against one another. Bang! A powerful shockwave radiated outward, yet Gohan remained rooted in place. Conversely, the formidable great ape Vegeta was pushed back several steps by the force. Their clash was decisive, swiftly establishing a clear victor. Ding! A notification of a combat power attribute of 100 dropped before Gohan's mind. A delightful smile graced his lips. Incredible! The Kaioken! This boy's talent is truly monstrous. Observing Gohan mimic the Kaioken after watching Goku, Vegeta was staggered. What kind of prodigy has that Namekian trained? King Kai watched in awe as Gohan executed the Kaioken, his mouth agape in disbelief. Witnessing the Saiyan transform into a great ape and Gohan, empowered by the Kaioken, exchange blows, it was clear that Gohan held the upper hand. Hope rekindled within him for the Earth. If Gohan were to hear King Kai's thoughts, he would surely chuckle. Learn, that is impossible, that I merely acquired attributes with the aid of the system. How could such an extraordinary individual exist? That would be akin to cheating. Yet it seems this timeline does host such extraordinary beings. Majin Buu, who could learn a technique simply by observing it once and absorb the abilities and traits of those he devoured. Kyoken. Never did I imagine Gohan would master it. Goku, too, was taken aback. The Kaioken was something he had toiled for months under King Kai's instruction to perfect. He hadn't anticipated Gohan's training aptitude to be so exceptional, merely by watching me employ the Kaioken against Vegeta. Gohan had managed to learn it. Seeing his son's performance, Goku's heart finally found peace. This the ferocious power residing within Gohan. Truly remarkable. Piccolo, you are indeed an excellent teacher. Gohan's strength has now far surpassed my own. Impressive. Krillin, witnessing the clash between the great ape Vegeta and Gohan, felt a surge of exhilaration. Such a powerful beast was driven back several steps by a single punch. Gohan, give it your all. The Earth is entrusted to your protection. Ding, a combat power attribute of 300 dropped after their encounter. Gohan's mind echoed with the system's alerts, and a smile spread across his face. The greater the fighting power, the larger the attributes dropped. This was indeed the most substantial drop, yet no, it cannot be. After transforming into a great ape, my combat power has increased tenfold. Even if this is not my peak power, this little brat cannot possibly be my match. Vegeta glowered at Gohan. Transforming has augmented his strength to 10 times, indicating his power now stood at a staggering 60 or 70,000. How could he be pushed back by Kakarot's son with a single blow? Surely, it was due to my lack of stability. Unleashing a massive energy wave, he roared. Final flash. Gohan raised his hands above his head, executing Piccolo's signature move. The two unleashed their energy waves, which collided in an explosive clash. Boom! The ground instantly caved in as Vegeta was forced back by the colossal energy, leaving deep furrows in the earth. Collect. Gohan's mind was inundated with the system's notifications, as combat power attributes cascaded down like a torrential rain. The relentless influx of attributes surged into his being, igniting a euphoric thrill within him. It is impossible. How can you be this strong? Vegeta's face was a mask of disbelief. His power, amplified tenfold after transformation, was now being outmatched in this energy confrontation as he was being pushed back at an astonishing rate. And no matter how Vegeta exerted himself, the outcome remained unchanged. With a decisive maneuver, he narrowly evaded the energy wave propelled back by Gohan's attack. Boom! The final flash obliterated a distant mountain, sending a colossal mushroom cloud soaring into the sky. Chapter 6. 3 seconds of true manhood. Vegeta on the battlefield. Bang! 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 Gohan and the great ape Vegeta engaged in a fierce and unrelenting exchange, each strike resonating with palpable intensity. With each clash, combat power attributes fell like rain. The more they fought, the more Gohan reveled in his triumph, astonished by the abundance of attributes scattered across the ground. Were it not for the system's fallen attributes, he possessed the capability to dispatch Vegeta in an instant. It appears the combat power attributes drop at 100% rate. However, skill attributes do not seem to drop consistently, as Vegeta's earlier attack did not yield any attributes. How vexing! After transforming into a colossal gorilla, Vegeta's size rendered him akin to a moving target. His form was relentlessly assaulted by Gohan's attacks. Taste my move, Kame. Haim. Gohan initiated the signature Kamehameha stance, eager to test all the techniques acquired through the system. With the system's assistance, he had accumulated a staggering combat power of 30,000 HP while employing the Kaioken technique at 3 times its usual strength. His combat power surged to an astonishing 90,000. Thus, Vegeta had become nothing more than a training partner for Gohan. Kamehameha? When did Gohan learn that? Krillin and Goku exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily taken aback. However, upon reflection, they felt a sense of clarity. Given Gohan's extraordinary talent for cultivation, it was hardly surprising. Just moments ago, Gohan had unleashed the Kaioken. Now, executing the Kamehameha was surely within his grasp. Wave, the energy of Gohan's Kamehameha, had coalesced into a terrifying force. With both hands, he propelled the immense energy forward. It transformed into a colossal beam of light, hurtling towards his opponent. In no way. Not this move again. I must evade. Vegeta, upon witnessing the enormous energy beam, was filled with dread. He had already experienced Kakarot's devastating attack earlier, and now the energy from his son's technique was even greater. Vegeta dared not risk a direct confrontation. His life was at stake that he swiftly dodged the massive energy wave, which soared into the sky, piercing through the Earth's atmosphere and vanishing into the cosmos. Where do you think you're going? Take this. Seeing Vegeta successfully evade the Kamehameha, Gohan employed the prince's fighting style. He continuously gathered energy blasts in his hands, unleashing them upon the gorilla Vegeta like a relentless machine gun, causing the latter to wail in agony. Boom! The colossal gorilla Vegeta was soon enveloped in an ever-increasing cloud of dust, rendering him nearly invisible. Gohan ceased his assault, eager to try Krillin's spirit slash. He raised his right palm toward the heavens, and a thin layer of energy instantly unfurled. What? Spirit slash? Krillin observed Gohan in astonishment. A mix of surprise and delight flashing across his face that Gohan's talent was simply monstrous, managing to replicate Krillin's ultimate technique after only 2 viewings. The spirit slash had taken Krillin 3 years to perfect. As the dust settled, the disheveled gorilla Vegeta lay sprawled on the ground. Gasping for breath, he had never anticipated such a terrifying power lying dormant within Gohan. Even the Saiyan transformation into a gorilla was no match for him. The King Kai, witnessing Vegeta's loss of combat power, was left utterly astonished. This kid seems to be only 5 years old this year, and his strength has reached such a horrifying level. If he continues to cultivate at this rate, just how powerful will he become in the future? I can't wait to see how far this child will go. Gohan, show mercy. Such a worthy opponent should not perish on Earth. Goku's voice thundered from a distance. Goku, have you lost your mind? How can you ask Gohan to show mercy when Saiyans have killed so many on Earth, including Yamcha and Tien? Krillin shouted angrily at Goku. The losses Earth had suffered were too great. Even if the Saiyans died 1,000 times, it wouldn't suffice. Krillin, allow me this indulgence. I once thought my training in the King Kai's realm had reached its zenith, but after confronting Vegeta, I realized my strength pales in comparison. If he were to die now, it would be an immense loss, Goku said earnestly. The thrill of battling Vegeta ignited a fire within him, reminiscent of the blood coursing through his veins. The thought of Vegeta dying on Earth filled his heart with reluctance. Very well, Goku, you have earned the right to be indulgent. Not only are you strong, but now Gohan's power is even more terrifying. After hearing Goku's words, Krillin's anger dissipated. After all, given Goku's strength, he was indeed entitled to be reckless. He had saved Earth time, and again did I understand. Gohan nodded at the dude. He directed the spirit slash toward the gorilla's tail, swiftly severing it. Vegeta began to revert to his human form, having lost the strength to remain upright. Damn it, the strongest Saiyan warrior, have failed here on Earth. Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood. His voice weak and frail, he was now devoid of even the strength to stand. Struggling, he flipped over and painstakingly retrieved a remote control. Pressing a few buttons before collapsing back onto the ground, gasping for air. The spacecraft nearby received the signal and immediately activated, hurtling toward them. Vegeta, I hope to battle alongside you again in the future. Goku, having pushed himself to the limit with the fourfold Kaioken, felt his entire body ache as if it were about to split apart. He had gritted his teeth during the battle, but now that he relaxed, a wave of fatigue and pain washed over him, leaving him slightly unsteady. Goku, are you all right? Krillin rushed to support him, surprised by the extent of his exhaustion. Had Gohan not awakened that latent power within him, the consequences would have been dire. And I'm fine, but after using my ultimate move, I've completely drained my energy. Just help me down, Goku said with a goofy grin. Krillin draped Goku's arm over his shoulder as they made their way toward Vegeta. Collect everything. Gohan retracted the threefold Kaioken, witnessing the scattered combat power attributes on the ground, and gleefully gathered them. The attributes flowed into him like a stream, and after just a few moments, he noticed his personal combat power had reached 50,000. The system is incredible. After battling, my combat power has increased by 20,000 at Kakarot. I will not be grateful to you. Next time, I will definitely kill you. Vegeta weakly spat out a few harsh words upon seeing Goku's arrival. his body feeling as though it were no longer under his control. On an unknown planet in the universe, report, Lord Frieza, we intercepted a message from Vegeta transmitted from Earth. There exists a Dragon Ball on Namek that can grant wishes. The electric door opened, and a dog-headed alien entered, bowing respectfully to Frieza, who lounged on his throne, swirling a glass of red wine. Huh, Vegeta, I never expected you to bring me such good news. Prepare the troops. We depart for Namek in 3 days. That a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Frieza's eyes. He had long desired eternal life to dominate the universe. Regardless of the truth behind this information, he was determined to visit Namek. Chapter 7. The method to revive everyone on Earth amidst the battlefield. I look forward to our next battle, Goku said with a beaming smile. He and Vegeta were like rivals on a chessboard, relishing each other's indomitable spirit. In Vegeta, he saw a reflection of his former self. Recalling his fight against the Demon King Piccolo, it was that same unyielding spirit that ultimately led him to victory. Whoosh! At that moment, Vegeta's spacecraft descended before him. The hatch already ajar, he crawled slowly into the ship, and Goku and the others made no effort to stop him. You worthless trash, I won't forget this. When I return to Earth, I will kill every last one of you. Vegeta ascended the spacecraft, delivering a fierce remark that Krillin's lips twitched uncontrollably for a moment. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush over and drag the other down for a sound beating. Truly, good intentions often go unrewarded. After granting you mercy, you dare to contemplate revenge. The hatch slowly closed, and the spacecraft whisked him away from Earth. Shortly after Vegeta's departure, a jet aircraft descended upon the battlefield. Gohan, my poor Gohan, your mother has arrived. Master Roshi and others arrived on the jet. The moment Chi-Chi alighted, she rushed over and enveloped Gohan in her embrace, murmuring incessantly, I'm fine. Gohan struggled for a moment, but, unable to break free, surrendered to Chi-Chi's hold. This was his first experience of maternal love. In his previous life, he was an orphan. Now he gradually accepted the identity of Gohan in the Dragon Ball world. In this timeline, he had both a father and mother, along with a multitude of good friends. Chi-Chi. Goku is gravely injured. Do you not wish to check on him? Krillin interjected, defending his friend. The disparity in treatment between the two Saiyans was staggering. I care not. Had it not been for him, my Gohan would not have been embroiled in adult conflicts at such a tender age, Chi-Chi retorted without looking back. It had been a year since she last saw Goku and his son. Now, witnessing both of them safe and sound, a significant weight lifted from her heart. Yet, she harbored resentment, deliberately giving Goku the cold shoulder as a means to vent her inner discontent. If it were not for her husband, her son would not have faced such unfair treatment. Upon hearing Chi-Chi's words, Goku's lips twitched a few times, but he refrained from speaking. Had it not been for his demise, Gohan would likely not have left Chi-Chi's side. It was understandable for her to blame him, but had it not been for Gohan's assistance today, Earth might have been in peril. Goku, it's truly a relief to see you unharmed. Master Roshi and Bulma approached Goku simultaneously, inquiring after his well-being. Upon seeing that Goku and Krillin were alive, their eyes involuntarily grew moist. Grandpa, I'm sorry. The Saiyans have already fled. Goku explained, no matter. It is commendable that we managed to drive them away. Let us first take you to the hospital. The Senza beans are all gone, and the next batch will take at least a month to grow. Master Karen remarked with a smile. They were oblivious to Gohan's impressive display of power. Believing instead that Goku had driven the Saiyans away, I have thought of a way to resurrect everyone. After boarding the aircraft, Krillin noticed the heavy atmosphere and suddenly declared. Upon hearing this, Gohan realized that Krillin was implying they should journey to Namek to seek the Dragon Balls. He chose not to voice any further words. What, Krillin, have you thought of a feasible solution? Hurry and tell us. The group looked at Krillin with eager anticipation, their curiosity piqued by his statement. Bulma, let us first preserve the bodies of Yamcha, Ten, and Piccolo, and I will explain further. Krillin led everyone to the location where they had battled the vegetable warriors and collected the corpses of Yamcha, Ten, and Piccolo. Krillin, can you now divulge your plan? Bulma inquired impatiently. Now that Yamcha is her boyfriend, she was eager to learn what Krillin had in mind for resurrecting everyone. When Goku returned from King Kai's realm, Vegeta had mentioned that Piccolo was a Namekian, suggesting that his homeland must possess even more powerful Dragon Balls. Krillin recalled Vegeta's command for Nappa to eliminate Piccolo, hinting at the existence of Dragon Balls on Namek. Indeed, we could travel to Namek aboard the Saiyan spacecraft. Gohan interjected suddenly. Bulma was already extracting her computer to calculate the travel time from Earth to Namek. Gohan is correct. Look at this. It's the remote control for the Saiyan spacecraft. Krillin waved the remote in his hand, revealing his exuberance. Hooray, is it true? Let me examine it. Bulma exclaimed joyfully, her excitement akin to that of a child. If they could reach Namek and find the Dragon Balls, they could resurrect Yamcha and the others. West City Hospital, inpatient ward. In a room containing 3 hospital beds, everyone gathered to deliberate on who would embark on the journey to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. After their arrival at the hospital, the doctor had conducted examinations that Goku's injuries were severe, requiring him to remain in bed for 2 months. Master Karen had also indicated that the Senzu beans would take a month to grow. This implied that Goku would be bedridden for at least another month. What? Gohan possesses such formidable strength. Krillin recounted all of Gohan's heroic deeds. Only then did the others realize the extraordinary talent of Goku's son. They gazed at Gohan with a mixture of envy and admiration. Is this truly the power possessed by a child? Are Saiyans truly monsters? A 5-year-old harbors such terrifying potential. It seems that Piccolo the Demon King truly had an eye for talent, as he recognized the immense power within Gohan and brought it forth. After the astonishment subsided, the group began discussing who would journey to Namek to seek the Dragon Balls. All eyes turned toward Bulma. What? You want me to go to Namek to find the Dragon Balls? I am but a frail woman. Bulma exclaimed in shock, pointing to herself in disbelief. Although she yearned to go to Namek to resurrect Yamcha, the journey was treacherous and fraught with uncertainties, especially for someone as fragile as herself. What would happen if danger arose? Chapter 8. Chi-Chi's compromise West City. Hospital. Bulma, who else here can pilot a spacecraft besides you? Do not worry. I will protect you. Krillin replied nonchalantly. With Yamcha and the others having perished in battle, only he and Goku, along with Master Roshi and Yajirobe, still retained their fighting prowess. However, Goku was currently confined to a hospital bed. Master Roshi was elderly and needed to oversee Earth, and Yajirobe was a coward, thus leaving only himself and Gohan. Yet, knowing Chi-Chi's nature, she would never allow her son to leave. Gohan. Goku glanced at his son, hesitating to express his thoughts. His meaning was clear. He wished for Gohan to safeguard Bulma and Krillin. He recognized that Gohan's strength could bear this responsibility. All eyes turned to the bedridden Goku, then to Gohan. Goku, do not even think about it. I am resolute in not allowing my Gohan to venture to Namek on such a perilous quest. Having one individual like Piccolo is terrifying enough. To go to his homeland? Absolutely not. It is too frightening. Chi-Chi erupted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She understood her husband Goku's intentions. He wanted Gohan to accompany him to Namek to search for the Dragon Balls and revive the people of Earth. However, she was indifferent to whether the others could be resurrected or not. Had it not been for the Demon King Piccolo, she would not have gone an entire year without seeing her son. For a mother, all she desired was for her son Gohan to be safe and sound, free from any danger. Mother, I understand that you have my best interests at heart, hoping I will grow up to become a scholar. But have you considered that if Earth is destroyed by aliens, what purpose will there be in pursuing scholarship? The Saiyan invasion is merely the beginning. If everyone were to think like you, preventing their children from taking risks, who would protect Earth? Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wufan, spoke with heartfelt sincerity, expressing his wish for Chi-Chi to be free from sorrow. In truth, Chi-Chi was a woman of considerable misfortune. Since her marriage, she had devoted herself wholeheartedly to her family. With Sun Wukong perpetually engaged in battles, she had ceased to rely on him. Now, all her energy was directed towards her son, Sun Wufan. From a mother's perspective, her aspirations were not misplaced. She simply hoped that her son would grow up to become a scholar, ensuring a life devoid of hardship. The reason she refrained from allowing Sun Wufan to train was to prevent him from following in his father's footsteps. Embroiled in constant conflict with no promising future, The onlookers gaped in disbelief at Son Wufan's words. Could such profound sentiments truly emanate from a mere 5-year-old child? This past year spent training alongside Piccolo had indeed transformed him, earning him newfound respect from those around him. After a year apart, it was evident that he had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis, not only in terms of his combat prowess, but also in maturity of thought. He was undoubtedly the son of Sun Wukong, capable of grasping such profound concepts at such a tender age. This only served to highlight Piccolo's exceptional qualities as a mentor. I cannot concern myself with others. My only priority is your safety, Chi-Chi asserted firmly. Despite the absence of danger, she insisted that she and Bulma accompany him. After witnessing Sun Wufan's formidable strength, Krillin was eager for him to join them, as it would provide a sense of reassurance. However, observing Chi-Chi's protective nature, he resigned himself to the situation. "Mother, do you not often teach me the importance of responsibility?" Sun Wufan implored. "It was Uncle Piccolo who sacrificed himself to save me from the Saiyans. I must travel to Namek to find the Dragon Balls and resurrect him. Otherwise, my conscience will haunt me for a lifetime." Sun Wufan spoke with unwavering determination, fully aware that the journey to Namek was fraught with peril. He understood that if he did not embark on this quest, both Krillin and Bulma would inevitably meet a grim fate. Indeed, Chi-Chi, Wufan has matured. He possesses a sense of responsibility that you should be proud of. Bulma chimed in, encouraging Chi-Chi. She was taken aback by how young Sun Wufan was yet so willing to shoulder such weighty burdens. Memories flooded her of the first time Sun Wukong brought Sun Wufan to Kame House. Could this truly be the same child who once hid behind his father? Yes, Chi-Chi, you have heard of Wufan's strength. He can even defeat other Saiyans. There is no danger, Master Roshi added, advocating for Sun Wufan's involvement. Sun Wukong, lying in bed, nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, my son, one must always be grateful. It is not in vain that Piccolo devoted a year to your training, ultimately sacrificing himself to protect you. Now that you possess the ability, you must fulfill this responsibility and seek out the Dragon Balls to bring him back. Chi-Chi hesitated, acknowledging the validity of their arguments, yet her maternal instincts left her uneasy. After all, her child was merely 5 years old. Piccolo had indeed cared for him for a year and met his end saving Wufan from the Saiyans. "I promise, I will return safely," Sun Wufan assured, sensing Chi-Chi's wavering resolve as he embraced her leg. "Very well, I will allow it. But you must return safely and not neglect your studies." Chi-Chi relented, recognizing the importance of gratitude. She understood that Piccolo had died in the line of duty to save her son. Given that everyone believed the quest for the Dragon Balls on Namek was not perilous, she permitted her son to embark on this journey that a spherical, unidentified object, suspected to be an alien artifact, had been discovered just yesterday. Initially, there were two, but one had flown away, leaving the other under examination in the laboratory. The television in the hospital room was broadcasting live, with a host introducing the Saiyan spaceship. "Hee, I have finally deciphered the Saiyan remote control. I will summon the spaceship, and the laboratory staff will undoubtedly be astonished," Bulma declared as she inputted a series of codes into the remote. All eyes were glued to the screen. This was their hope for reaching Namek. Sun Wufan noticed Bulma's actions and attempted to intervene, but he was too late. As depicted in the anime, Bulma inadvertently activated the self-destruct mechanism, resulting in the spaceship's catastrophic explosion. With a resounding bang, the Saiyan spaceship erupted. "Bulma, you have activated the self-destruct sequence, shattering everyone's hopes," Master Roshi lamented upon witnessing the explosion. The group's spirits sank. Words eluded them. Chi-Chi, however, felt a surge of joy. Without the spaceship, her Wufan would not need to venture to Namek. Meanwhile, Sun Wufan contemplated that shortly, Bobo would appear at the window to inform them that the Supreme Kai also possessed a spaceship. Ahem, it was purely an accident. Bulma coughed awkwardly, attempting to mask her embarrassment. This shouldn't have happened. Where did it go wrong? She fretted. Now that the spaceship is gone, how will we reach Namek? Krillin despaired, with the sole means of transport to Namek now destroyed. Despair loomed that it's all your fault, Krillin, for picking up that garbage remote. Otherwise, the spaceship wouldn't have exploded, Bulma rebuked, her indignation palpable that Krillin's lips twitched in disbelief as he retorted, Bulma, Is this really the time for your accusations? Do you not feel any remorse? The group exchanged incredulous glances at Bulma's deflection, left speechless. You pressed buttons without fully understanding the device, and now the spaceship has exploded, yet you blame Krillin for finding the remote? Everyone was unsettled, but do not panic. I traveled here by spaceship when I was a child. Moreover, my brother Radit's spaceship still exists, albeit somewhat damaged by Wufan. Son Wukong recalled tales from his grandfather about locating his own spaceship in a spherical, unidentified object. Suddenly, all eyes turned to Son Wukong. Yes, why do we not think of this? We can modify our spaceship, Krillin exclaimed excitedly, feeling a renewed sense of hope. Hey everyone, I know where there's a ready-to-use spaceship. Just as the group felt uplifted by Wukong's revelation, a voice from the window drew their attention that a man resembling an Indian with signature deadpan eyes and fiery red lips stood there. Was it not the Supreme Kai's attendant? Bobo! Ah, how terrifying! Bulma gasped as she turned to see Bobo looming behind her, nearly toppling over in fright. Son Wufan smirked slightly. Indeed, this was Bobo, a perfect match for his animated counterpart. Do not be afraid. This is Mr. Bobo, who has always been by the Supreme Kai's side. Son Wukong reclined on his bed and introduced Bobo to everyone. None were privy to Bobo's origins. It had been mentioned by the celestial beings in the anime that he had previously served the last generation of deities. Following Son Wukong's introduction, the group's apprehensions dissipated. It turned out he was merely a servant of the celestial beings. Suddenly, a man of African descent stood by the window, with numerous onlookers gathered in the hospital. It was indeed newsworthy to witness someone who had lived for a century. At that moment, everyone noticed that the man was standing on a flying carpet. Mr. Bobo, is it true what you said about a spaceship? Where is it? Krillin, brimming with excitement, approached the window to inquire. The news he brought was simply astounding. Indeed, it is true. I cannot specify the location, but I can take you there. Who will join me? Bobo nodded affirmatively. He was aware of the place, but could not elucidate it in just a few sentences. However, he recognized the route, having been taken there by the celestial deity in the past. Bulma, you should accompany Mr. Bobo. Krillin turned to Bulma, knowing she was the only one capable of piloting a spaceship. Me? But Bobo looks like a villain. What if he tries to take advantage of me, being just a frail woman? Bulma gazed apprehensively at Bobo, unable to see him as anything but a threat. A vivid image flashed in her mind. What if this man took her to a deserted place and acted inappropriately? In such a scenario, even her loudest cries might go unheard. Bulma, I will go with you, Son Gohan said, recalling the Celestial Palace and the hyperbolic time chamber. Places of extraordinary training to IT was the perfect opportunity to enhance his abilities. With Gohan accompanying me, I feel reassured, Bulma exclaimed with delight. Knowing Gohan's strength ensured her safety. Gohan, be careful. Chi-Chi hesitated, wanting to keep her son close, as they had been apart for a year. Yet, she could not confine him, especially since Earth was no longer in peril. Son Wukong and the others each cautioned their sons to ensure everyone's safety. Let us depart. Await our good news. Bulma and Son Gohan leaped onto the flying carpet, and Bobo piloted it, vanishing from the crowd's sight. At the edge of the earth, in a frigid expanse, Bobo, where is this place? Why is it so cold? Bulma disembarked from the carpet, the frigid air prompting her to wrap her arms around herself in complaint. This is the edge of the earth, a place that has not seen sunlight for ages, which is why it is so cold. That I will show you the celestial deity's abode. I am unsure if it is a spaceship. Bobo led them over mountains and valleys towards the deity's residence. This was a place the deity visited periodically and occasionally brought Bobo along, so he expertly guided Son Gohan and Bulma to a structure resembling an insect. Gohan, don't you think the celestial abode resembles a dung beetle? Bulma remarked, observing the spaceship before her. It does bear some resemblance. Son Gohan, seeing a spaceship for the first time, noted the insect-like design, with 4 elongated pillars supporting the structure, which was covered in moss. Bulma, with her straightforward demeanor, often spoke her mind without hesitation. Why utter such distasteful words when she already knew? Is this truly a spaceship? It looks nothing like one. How do we open it? Bulma circled the peculiar structure, searching for an entrance. Chapter 10. The Celestial Spaceship. Piccolo, Bobo called out, and a section of the celestial abode descended. Each time they visited, the deity would enter, so Bobo had memorized the access code. Wow, it even responds to voice commands. The technology of these extraterrestrials is indeed advanced. Bulma exclaimed with admiration that if Earth's technology were as sophisticated as that of the aliens, they would have built their own spaceships long ago, eliminating the need to seek out extraterrestrial vessels. In short, Earth was still lagging behind. Bulma, spare your reflections. Let us enter, Son Gohan and Bobo urged as they hopped onto the descending section, extending their hands towards Bulma. Hearing them, she reached out, and Son Gohan pulled her up. Then, after calling out to Piccolo, Bobo activated a lift that brought them inside the structure, illuminating the interior with bright lights. Why is there nothing inside? Is this truly a spaceship? Fly. Show me your capabilities. Bulma gazed around the dilapidated interior, which was scarcely more than a house. There was only a chair and a control panel, and when she shouted a few commands at the control area, there was no response. It was likely that the spaceship was also voice-activated, but the language barrier posed a challenge. She recalled how the deity and Piccolo communicated using the Namekian language during their battles. Mr. Bobo, could you command a spaceship to fly near Jupiter using Namekian? Son Gohan, experiencing the spaceship for the first time, felt a sense of novelty. Coming from a world where the fastest mode of transportation was an airplane, he was eager to test the spaceship's speed. Bobo began chattering in a language neither of them could comprehend, and suddenly, the control panel lit up, responding in a flurry of Namekian. Incredible! It truly is voice-activated. What does it mean? Bulma's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Realizing Bobo could comprehend the Namekian tongue, IT means he understands, Bobo explained. Suddenly, the spaceship shot upwards in astonishing speed, causing the trio to brace themselves against the floor. After what felt like a brief moment, the vessel pierced through Earth's atmosphere, halting near Jupiter. The cosmos. How marvelous! Is this truly our homeland, Earth? Inside the spaceship, Bulma and the others rose, gazing in awe at the breathtaking sight before them, Earth appearing as a basketball in their view. This was Son Gohan's first experience in space, and he couldn't help but admire the scene and wonder. Yes, we've succeeded. This is indeed a spaceship. We can now travel to Namek to seek the Dragon Balls and revive the celestial deity. Bobo was overcome with joy, pulling out a white handkerchief to wipe the tears streaming down his face. He was simply ecstatic to have found the spaceship. However, the vessel was rather outdated, and its controls would require significant upgrades, likely taking around 10 days. After sharing their sentiments, Bulma turned to Bobo and Son Gohan. This spaceship is far too decrepit. It's empty inside, and I intend to transform it into a 2-bedroom apartment with a bathroom and other amenities. Certainly, we need to prepare. Please inform my parents that I will be training with Bobo, she added. Sun Wukong's son, Son Gohan, expressed that there were no issues, and he entrusted Bulma to inform his family of his whereabouts. Bulma, alongside her father, Dr. Brief, diligently worked on the research and modification of the spacecraft. After ensuring the ship and Bulma were sent back to the Capsule Corporation in West City, they bid farewell, and Bulma's family departed. Bobo, I wish to train with you for a while before heading to the sacred world of the Kai's hyperbolic time chamber, Son Gohan stated while seated on Bobo's flying carpet. The Bobo's power was unfathomable. As he was capable of battling Gotenks in the anime, that he pondered whether engaging in combat with Bobo would result in a greater loss of combat attributes. He aimed to utilize the upcoming 10 days to enhance his abilities once more. Although he had the system's assistance, he did not wish to squander the significant training talent that Son Gohan possessed. He recalled the Majin Buu saga in the anime, where the Elder Kaishin fully unlocked Son Gohan's potential, transforming him into the revered god of rice. It was evident that Gohan, without needing to transform, could defeat Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form, underscoring the extraordinary nature of his training aptitude. Having endured rigorous training under Piccolo's guidance since childhood, he had developed a strong work ethic that I am determined to become a formidable warrior in the Dragon Ball universe, to ascend to the status of the God of Rice. Super Saiyan 1, God of Science, Super Blue, Super Red. Very well, although Bobo is not fond of fighting, I shall grant you this request for the resurrection of the Kai. Should your strength increase, the chances of locating the Dragon Balls will also rise. Bobo quickly acquiesced to Son Gohan's request, despite not comprehending how Gohan had learned about the hyperbolic time chamber. However, such details were inconsequential. What mattered was the possibility of resurrecting the Kai in the sacred world of the Kais. The square was alive with the swift movements of two figures. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Son Gohan and Bobo. The air crackled with the control and manipulation of energy attributes. Energy attributes dropped. 10:50. The system's notification echoed continuously in Son Gohan's mind. Each collision between the two resulted in a cascade of energy attributes. The sight of energy attributes strewn across the ground filled Son Gohan with elation. This method of enhancement was simply magnificent. Their days were consumed by combat, with only meals and sleep interrupting their relentless training. Bobo proved to be an exceptional sparring partner, effortlessly enduring even the mightiest assaults from Son Goku. Showing no signs of fatigue. Collect it all. Son Gohan silently chanted, absorbing the energy attributes in his body. Dad, the shower room is separated here, and the restroom is arranged nearby, along with some speakers. Bulma, I believe this setup lacks aesthetics. We should suspend the speakers to free up more space. Meanwhile, far away in West City, Bulma and her father, Dr. Brief, immersed themselves in the design and construction of the spacecraft. They were not financially constrained and prioritized comfort in their work. Once they reached an agreement, they promptly began modifying and repairing the spacecraft. Chapter 11. Entering the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Time flew by. Days passed swiftly, and soon the 8th day arrived. Bulma and Dr. Brief had completed the construction of the spacecraft. For 8 days, Son Gohan and Bobo engaged in uninterrupted combat, aside from their meals and sleep. Son Gohan had effectively harvested Bobo's energy attributes. While Bobo generously imparted all of his skills and experiences to Gohan at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, Bobo said, Son Gohan, I have left ample food and water inside. The flow of time within the chamber differs from that of the outside world. Each individual can train for 2 years inside, equivalent to merely 2 days outside. Should you exceed 2 years and fail to exit, the door will close forever, and you will be trapped in that dimensional space. Bobo earnestly cautioned, having never spoken so much before. His concern for the resurrection of the Kai weighed heavily on him. I understand, and I will emerge on time, Son Gohan replied with a smile. He recalled the Majin Buu saga when Trunks and Goten fused to become Gotenks, attempting to confine Majin Buu within the hyperbolic time chamber. However, Majin Buu, utilizing his formidable power, forcibly broke through the chamber's space and escaped. Witnessing this, Gotenks followed suit, shattering the chamber's space to flee as well. This indicated that the hyperbolic time chamber was not solely a place for 2 years of training. With sufficient strength, one could transcend its confines. Even if the door vanished, all right, you may enter. I have ensured there is enough food and water inside. Bobo reassured, his worries finally alleviated. He placed all hope for the Kai's resurrection upon Son Gohan. Thank you, I shall enter now. With that, Son Gohan pushed open the door and stepped inside without looking back. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, everything was shrouded in white. The gravity was 10 times stronger than outside. Compounded by the harsh weather conditions, I shall first acclimate to the gravity here, Son Gohan resolved, utilizing his control over energy to compress his internal power. He began executing simple movements within the chamber, such as push-ups and sit-ups. He also practiced Piccolo's multiplication technique, summoning clones to engage in duels and accumulate energy attributes. Before long, Son Gohan had trained for a year and a half in the hyperbolic time chamber. His energy becoming formidable and profound, I should now be able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Right? With half a year remaining, I must strive to break through the Saiyan barrier. Only through rage can one transform into a Super Saiyan. How can I ignite that anger within me? He recalled how Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan on Namek after witnessing his dear friend Krillin's demise at Frieza's hands. The Dragon Ball lore spoke of Krillin's sacrifice invoking powerful magic. Son Gohan racked his brain for a way to incite his anger. Even contemplating self-harm, he flew into the air and attempted to plunge head first into the ground, yet still felt no anger. The only method left was to employ the technique taught by Vegeta to the 6th Universe Saiyan, Kaba, which involved directing all energy to the back to transform into a Super Saiyan. Son Gohan fervently concentrated his energy to his back. His hair stood on end, and his energy surged dramatically. His body's colors fluctuated between white and yellow, flickering in and out. His hair alternated between black and gold. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Break for me!" Boom! It felt as if something within him shattered. In an instant, Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, but before he could revel in his triumph, he reverted back to his normal state, having only sustained the transformation for a mere second. Ha ha ha! I never anticipated this method would prove effective. Son Gohan exclaimed joyfully, realizing the sheer terror of the power he had just experienced. Transforming into a Super Saiyan would grant him a 50-fold increase in combat power. Ha! Now that I am a Super Saiyan, I shall have no reservations when I go to Namek. The healing techniques of Din and the time-stopping abilities of Guldo, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Son Gohan's eyes. He had a clear purpose for his visit to Namek, to acquire the time attributes from Guldo and Din's healing techniques. The anime had mentioned that Din's healing methods rivaled those of Earth's senzu beans. While Guldo's time-stopping technique could freeze time for several seconds, he recalled the formidable assassin from the 6th universe, Hit, who possessed the ability to pause time for 0.5 seconds during battle, for skilled fighters. Even a mere 0.5 seconds could alter the outcome of a confrontation. In West City, at the headquarters of Capsule Corporation, on the field rests a spacecraft reminiscent of an insect. Where's Gohan? Has he forgotten that we are to embark today? Krillin glanced at the time, lamenting that it had been quite some time since he last saw Son Gohan, particularly after their last visit to the hospital. Where could that boy have wandered off to? Gohan, my dear Gohan, where are you? Mother has brought you books and school supplies. From a distance, one can hear Chi-Chi's excited voice. She arrived with a multitude of luggage. Mistakenly believing that Son Gohan had already arrived. Chi-Chi, allow me to assist you. Gohan has yet to arrive. Krillin approached the vehicle and began unloading the numerous bags, his lips involuntarily twitching. This is not a trip. Why so much luggage? Heavenly Temple. Host, Son Gohan race. Saiyan system space. 100 cubic special abilities. None skills. Instant transmission, key perception and manipulation. Solar flare, Kaioken, Kamehameha, key sword/transformation. Super Saiyan 1 battle power. 3. 000 the door to the hyperbolic time chamber slowly creaked open, and a young man emerged with a resolute face brimming with confidence. His battle power had reached 3 million. One must admit that Son Gohan's aptitude for cultivation was extraordinary. Gohan, it has been 2 days since we last met, and your transformation is nearly unrecognizable. Bu had been waiting at the entrance, and upon seeing Son Gohan, he could not help but blink in astonishment. The change was indeed monumental. The youthful roundness of Gohan's face had vanished, replaced by a chiseled visage, and his height had presumably reached 1.4 meters. Mr. Bu, it has been 2 years since I last saw you. After changing into a fresh set of clothes, Son Gohan playfully remarked upon noticing Bu waiting for him. Go ahead. The resurrection of the Dragon God rests upon you. Bu waved at Son Gohan. One could sense that Gohan's physique had undergone a remarkable transformation. Thank you for your care these past few days. I must take my leave now. Everyone is awaiting my departure. After speaking, Son Gohan took a running leap toward the direction of Korin Tower. As he passed by the residence of Master Roshi, he heard the old man bellow, "The hope of reviving everyone depends on you. Gohan, I will not let everyone down. Await our good news," Gohan declared, unleashing a wave of energy as he soared toward West City at an astonishing speed. Master Roshi, feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Gohan, could not help but nod in approval. Just how far could this boy push his limits? The Saiyan physiology was indeed extraordinary, harboring such formidable power within such a youthful form. Chapter 12. Frieza Corps Headquarters, West City. What is this surge of power? Gohan, while engaged in casual conversation, Krillin suddenly glanced skyward, sensing a formidable energy rapidly approaching. Could this possibly be Gohan's aura? How could it have grown so powerful in just 10 days? What? You mean Gohan is coming? Upon hearing Krillin's exclamation, Chi-Chi also turned her gaze upward. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing everyone to stagger slightly. When the wind subsided, a young man appeared before them. Wow, how swift! Just moments ago, I sensed this energy from afar, and now, in the blink of an eye, you stand before me. Are you Gohan? Among those present, Krillin had the keenest eyesight, quickly discerning the newcomer's features. The strong visage and stature were indeed not reminiscent of Son Gohan, yet the aura was unmistakable. Moreover, the young man sported a tail identical to the one Gohan had in his childhood. You are my Gohan. What on earth have you been through? How did your appearance change so drastically? A mother's intuition is profound. Chi-Chi recognized her son, whom she had not seen for 10 days, and with tears in her eyes, she approached Son Gohan. The baby fat had entirely vanished from his face, and his height had reached 1.4 meters, explaining why Krillin had failed to recognize him. This was a complete transformation. Mother, I have returned. After 2 years apart, Son Gohan embraced Chi-Chi warmly, cherishing the familial bond he had never experienced in his previous life. After hearing Chi-Chi's words, Krillin finally confirmed the identity of the young man before them. Wow, is that really Gohan? He looks incredibly handsome. Bulma, upon recognizing the newcomer, could not resist teasing to it was astonishing how much Son Gohan had changed in just 10 days, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. Bulma, your boyfriend is Yamcha, and besides, Gohan is still a child. Krillin, misinterpreting Bulma's remarks as a case of infatuation, felt compelled to remind her. Humph, Krillin, your mind is so filthy. Bulma rolled her eyes at Krillin, her disdain evident. You truly lack an appreciation for romance. Bulma, you two have grown increasingly beautiful. After a heartfelt exchange with his mother, Son Gohan playfully teased Bulma. As he observed everyone around him, Gohan felt a surge of joy. It was a stark contrast to the 2 years spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, where he had not spoken to anyone. Oh dear, it seems our Gohan has truly matured. His words are now so eloquent. Now that you have arrived, let us prepare for departure. What woman does not appreciate being told she is beautiful? Bulma was no exception. She promptly made her way to the spacecraft, calling out, Piccolo. A platform descended from the spacecraft's underside, allowing Krillin and the others to board. Gohan, remember to wash your hair tonight. I have prepared your schoolwork, and you must promise to study diligently. Chi-Chi expressed her concerns to Son Gohan. That I understand. Gohan waved goodbye. And as Bulma ascended the platform, she urged everyone to fasten their seatbelts. They proceeded to the spacecraft's control panel, issuing commands to set course for Namek. Frieza headquarters, Lord Chilled, Prince Vegeta's spacecraft has returned. A soldier from the Frieza Corps monitoring unit spotted a spacecraft approaching headquarters on the display. He promptly reported to the highest-ranking officer, Lord Chilled. Let us go and see if he is alive or dead. Chilled spoke with an icy detachment. Days prior, Vegeta's vessel had sent a distress signal, indicating he was gravely injured and required medical attention. After 10 days of travel, his ship had finally returned in the blink of an eye. Vegeta's spacecraft landed at Frieza's headquarters, and the doors slowly opened. Ha ha ha! My Prince Vegeta, look at you now, how the mighty have fallen. You were so arrogant before. How does it feel to be in such a state? Chilled and his subordinates were elated to see Vegeta unconscious and battered, his ship's emergency medical systems activating in response to his condition. Quickly, get Vegeta to the medical bay. The soldier, witnessing Vegeta's severe injuries and unconscious state, knew immediate treatment was imperative. Though Chilled harbored disdain for Vegeta's arrogance, he recognized that it was not yet the time to eliminate him. In the vastness of space, a streak of white light traversed the cosmos at high speed. As the view zoomed in, it revealed a spherical spacecraft carrying the gravely injured Vegeta from Earth. Ugh, how boring. I should have brought a cryo chamber with me, Bulma remarked, munching on snacks while watching a soap opera, her tone laced with sarcasm. Gohan, just how powerful are you? May I witness your strength? Krillin inquired, curiosity etched upon his face, eager to discover the true extent of Son Gohan's might. In this manner, one's heart may find a measure of tranquility. Very well, allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Sun Wufan gradually began to unleash his aura. Instantly, Krillin felt a formidable pressure descending upon him, and beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead. Suddenly, the spacecraft began to sway. Hey, what are you two doing? If you wish to spar, take it to the training room. This is space, after all. If something were to happen to the ship, we would be doomed, Bulma exclaimed, her voice filled with urgency. As the safety of the three of them hung in the balance, the thought of encountering a mishap in the vastness of space was too dreadful to contemplate. I apologize. I have been meticulously controlling my aura, Son Gohan said, compressing his energy until the ship ceased its trembling. His tone was slightly embarrassed. That pressure was truly terrifying. I almost lost my footing, Krillin remarked, patting his chest, his face etched with fear. Earlier, his heart had raced as if he had seen a ghost, trembling uncontrollably. Faced with such an overwhelming aura, even the simplest of movements felt laborious. Krillin, shall we seize the opportunity to train? A stronger ability will afford us greater safety later on. Son Gohan was acutely aware that their journey to Namek would bring them face to face with the cosmic tyrant Frieza. He hoped that Krillin could bolster his strength, thus providing them with added security. With a formidable ally like you, what do we have to fear? Krillin replied, a hint of pride gracing his expression. Having witnessed Gohan's strength, he felt a slight sense of reassurance, though he often reassured himself that this journey posed no real danger. The universe was rife with uncertainties. Then let us proceed to the training room for a spar. Son Gohan intended to utilize this time to accumulate some combat power attributes. Every little bit mattered. Upon hearing Krillin's suggestion, he couldn't help but smile. Such a person seemed devoid of the determination to grow stronger, always wanting to rely on others. Although Earthlings face considerable physical limitations, the prerequisite for improvement was the desire to become stronger. If one lacked that desire, how could others assist them? Chapter 13. All set to depart. Destination. Namek, all right. With that, the two made their way to the training room, and soon the sounds of combat echoed forth. What a pair of fools, Bulma remarked with exasperation. Those two have nothing else in their minds besides training and fighting. She resumed snacking, her gaze fixed on a soap opera, boredom evident in her demeanor. Ding, a drop of 10 combat power attributes detected ahead. Ding, a drop of combat power attributes 10. In the training room, the system notifications echoed ceaselessly in Son Wukong's mind. Collect it all, even the smallest morsel counts. A little accumulation can lead to substantial gains that we cannot afford to waste time during our journey through space. The combat power attributes flowed into Son Gohan like water, gradually enhancing his strength. Due to the urgency of their departure, Bulma had only equipped the spacecraft with some basic furnishings and did not construct a gravity chamber. Thus, the two were exceedingly cautious in their sparring. Keeping their power to a minimum, a careless strike could spell disaster for the spacecraft. Time flew by. 7 days swiftly passed. Apart from fighting, the two engaged in meditation. Meanwhile, Bulma spent her days either reading or engrossed in soap operas, finding the days exceedingly dull. Suddenly, the spacecraft was jolted, as if it were under attack. This is bad. We are under attack. Bulma rushed to the control room, her fingers dancing across the keyboard, inputting a flurry of commands. The display screen flickered to life, revealing a swarm of aircraft attacking them from outside the spacecraft. Bulma, hurry and retaliate, Krillin shouted, alarmed by the sight of the massive ship bearing down on them. If they were to be struck down, it could mean their demise in the depths of space. Son Gohan, observing the situation, seemed to have an epiphany. Come on, do you think I'm unaware? This spacecraft is far too old. Bulma's fingers continued to tap furiously at the keyboard, entering a cascade of commands. The spacecraft's weapons simultaneously fired, obliterating the attacking aircraft into mere fragments. What is happening? Why are they attacking us? Krillin queried, bewildered as he witnessed the destruction of the enemy vessels. Look, there's another spacecraft approaching that looks exactly like ours. It's going to collide with us, Bulma exclaimed, her face paling in terror. If the two vessels were to collide, the consequences would be catastrophic. Krillin trembled with fear, realizing they might perish in space before even reaching Namek, let alone finding the Dragon Balls to resurrect everyone. Bulma, Krillin, calm yourselves. The opposing spacecraft is merely our reflection. It won't actually collide with us, Son Gohan reassured, noticing the pallor of their faces that in the anime, Bulma, Krillin, and Son Gohan encountered a group of mysterious children in space. It seemed they were indeed the ones. Wufan, is what you say true? Bulma and Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished at the sight of the identical spacecraft. Could it really be as Wufan had described? Despite Son Wufan's explanations, as the two ships appeared to collide, Bulma shut her eyes in fear, unable to suppress her terrified screams. Bulma, it's all right, Krillin called out to the panicking Bulma. He surveyed his surroundings and realized their spacecraft had come to a halt. Wufan, your keen observation has proven invaluable. You immediately recognized that the opposing vessel was merely a reflection. Bulma, regaining her composure, commended Son Wufan. It appeared that having Wufan accompany them was indeed wise, despite his youth. He displayed remarkable diligence and keen perception that we should proceed cautiously within this enormous spacecraft. Under Son Wufan's heightened awareness, they sensed many weak energies around them, indicating a lack of combat power. The trio swiftly exited their spacecraft to find themselves aboard another vessel. The floor composed of steel. Anyone here? We bear no ill intent, Son Wufan declared loudly, not wishing to waste any more time. Suddenly, a group of children, no older than 11 or 12, approached them, guns in hand. Who are you? Why did you attack us? Bulma demanded, emboldened by Son Wufan's strength. Are you not minions of Frieza? One of the older children inquired, curiosity etched on his face upon noticing their lack of hostility. Frieza? I have never heard of such a person. We are merely en route to Namek. Krillin replied, curtly. A bunch of kids, launching attacks without understanding their identity, was a perilous undertaking. We are not affiliated with Frieza's army. You need not worry. We are merely passing through and intend to leave now, Son Wufan asserted, feeling it unnecessary to linger any longer. I apologize. The Frieza army is ruthless. They seized our planet and killed our parents. We feared you were part of their forces and acted in self-defense. We sincerely apologize. You may leave at once. The slightly older child, seemingly around 11 or 12 years of age, bashfully spoke up. He felt an intense sense of pressure emanating from Son Wukong and Krillin. Realizing that these two were certainly not ordinary individuals, that he sensed a similar aura from the members of Frieza's army. If they lacked the capability to decisively eliminate their adversaries, it could very well be their own lives that were at stake. Observing the relatively youthful appearances of the three, he concluded that their audacity to traverse the cosmos could only be attributed to a formidable strength. Having narrowly escaped, he dared not gamble the lives of his companions. He turned to his nearby friend and commanded, "Lead them to the ship's exit and let them depart." Son Wukong, Krillin, and Bulma said nothing further, simply returning to their spacecraft. After all, this was merely a misunderstanding, and clearing it up would suffice. The overhead hatch gradually opened as Bulma piloted the spaceship towards planet Namek. Chapter 14. Vegeta's Resurrection and Journey to Planet Namek due to Son Wukong's intervention. The narrative underwent a slight alteration. The children did not divulge the shortcut to planet Namek, and even if they had, they would not have taken that route. In the anime, they became ensnared in a spatial tunnel and fell onto a desolate planet, where two stranded extraterrestrials created illusions to lead them to the 7 Dragon Balls, ultimately seeking to commandeer their spacecraft and leave them stranded on the Forsaken World. Remarkable, with just a few words. Wukong resolved the situation. Krillin remarked with admiration. He had anticipated that explaining things to these young rascals would be futile, yet Wukong managed to rectify everything flawlessly. Indeed, Wukong, your time training with Piccolo has certainly matured you greatly. I recall when we first met, you were painfully shy, often hiding behind your father, Bulma reminisced. She recalled the moment a year prior when Son Goku brought Son Wukong to Kame House. Both Krillin and Bulma attributed Wukong's growth solely to Piccolo's training, never considering other influences. How unpredictable life is. One must inevitably grow. Son Wukong sighed, reflecting on how he had never imagined he would be transported to the Dragon Ball universe, a realm where strength reigns supreme, thus relinquishing any hope of living a normal life. Following this commotion, the trio returned to their previous activities. Bulma, to pass the time, resumed watching soap operas, while the others continued their training, with Son Wukong still absorbing the combat power Krillin provided. Far away at Frieza's headquarters. What? Frieza has already gone to planet Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. Vegeta had fully recovered from his injuries. Kaiatsu informed him that after overhearing their conversation on Earth, Frieza had set off for Namek in pursuit of the wish-granting orbs. Vegeta was now as restless as an ant on a hot skillet. Should Frieza acquire immortality, his own prospects for resurgence would be utterly obliterated. Vegeta, I understand your desire for the Dragon Balls, but they are coveted by Lord Frieza. If you attempt to seize them, it would be an outright betrayal, the consequences of which you cannot afford. Kaiatsu warned, relishing Vegeta's predicament. The Dragon Balls are mine, Vegeta declared defiantly as he dashed toward the spacecraft, snatching a nearby device from a passing soldier. He was determined to reach planet Namek swiftly. In a matter of moments, he boarded the spaceship, heading in the direction of Namek. Vegeta, how dare you openly betray Lord Frieza? I will not let you escape, Kaiatsu shouted as he entered another spacecraft to pursue Vegeta. Planet Namek. The environment here is breathtaking, inhabited by kind-hearted individuals who cherish peace, devoid of conflict and strife. This planet lacks night. 3 suns rise and set alternately, and there are only 90 days in a year. A day prior, Frieza's spacecraft landed on this serene world, shattering its tranquility. Upon arrival, they began a spree of destruction, slaughtering the inhabitants of various tribes and gathering the Dragon Balls, evidently seeking the orbs for themselves. The newcomers exuded multiple formidable auras, one of which was a particularly terrifying and malevolent presence. Just like Earth, planet Namek possesses 7 Dragon Balls. Gathering them all would summon the eternal dragon Purunga to grant wishes. Within a towering structure resides the Grand Elder of Namek, resembling Earth's Corinne Tower, easily recognizable from a distance. Grand Elder, what shall we do? The presence of our kin is rapidly fading, the foremost warrior of Namek. Nail anxiously implored, gazing at the Grand Elder, who sat in meditation upon his throne. In times of crisis, one must remain calm and believe in the existence of miracles. The Grand Elder replied softly, his eyes remaining closed and his breath faint. The 7 Dragon Balls were his creation. He stood taller than the average Namekian and was nearing the end of his life. Should the Grand Elder perish, the Dragon Balls would vanish with him. He clung to the hope of a miracle that could revive his people. Thank you for your wisdom, Grand Elder. Nail inhaled deeply, suppressing his agitation, wishing for the miracle the Grand Elder spoke of to manifest. In the vast expanse of the universe, an insect-like spacecraft approached a verdant planet. Estimated time of arrival at planet Namek, 10 minutes, the internal voice of the spacecraft announced. Wow, it's so beautiful. We've finally arrived at planet Namek. I feel like I'm suffocating, Bulma exclaimed as she stood, stretching and revealing her alluring figure. This truly Uncle Piccolo's homeland. Son Wukong pondered, gazing at the ever-enlarging Namekian landscape. A grand battle is about to commence. I look forward to your contributions. Dragon Balls, here I come. Krillin shouted excitedly, eager after spending a month aboard the spaceship, now that their destination lay before them. Son Wukong, witnessing the enthusiasm of his companions, couldn't he help but smile, becoming infected by their excitement. Soon, the spacecraft landed safely on planet Namek. The trio disembarked, inhaling the fresh air of the planet with expressions of pure bliss. I had no idea the air on Piccolo's planet would be so pristine. It feels utterly unpolluted. Bulma breathed deeply, feeling revitalized after a month aboard the spacecraft, which had been unbearably dull. Upon arrival, Son Wukong sensed several strong auras nearby, indicating that Frieza had indeed arrived on planet Namek before them. No wonder Lord Zarbon sent us to scout the situation. It turns out you 3 little brats have landed here. 2 members of Frieza's army approached, habitually pressing their ear devices to assess the combat power of the newcomers, which registered just over 1,000. Their arrival had immediately been detected by Frieza's sensors. Saiyan allies, why are there so many evil auras on this planet? One of them is even stronger than Vegeta. I wonder how much stronger it could be, Krillin mused, surprised to encounter a Saiyan ally on Namek. What a nuisance. Son Wukong had already sensed the 2 weak auras approaching and swiftly unleashed an energy blast, dispatching the 2 soldiers. There was no time to waste on them. Chapter 15. The Cosmic Emperor Frieza what? The Saiyans have allies. there exist individuals whose strength far surpasses that of Vegeta. The memories of the invasion of Earth by the Saiyans linger vividly, and should he have accomplices, what will become of Earth when they return to exact their vengeance? Yamcha and the others fell victim to the Saiyans. Had it not been for the hope of resurrecting them, she would never have traveled such a considerable distance to the planet Namek. Upon her arrival, she is greeted by the sight of those clad in Saiyan battle attire. Bulma seethes with rage, wishing nothing more than to flay them alive, especially now that a being even stronger than Vegeta has emerged. This aura feels eerily familiar. Could it be Vegeta? And there is another presence, equally as tempestuous, trailing closely behind him. Suddenly, Krillin gazes upward to witness two spaceships descending upon the planet. He instantly recognizes Vegeta's energy signature. Pay them no mind. They are but a pack of insignificant nuisances. Bulma, retrieve the Dragon Ball radar and ascertain the location of the Dragon Balls, declares Gohan with an air of authority. Even if Vegeta were here, he would be crushed beneath our might. The battle attire worn by the two suggests they are members of Frieza's army. What is the situation here? Has someone beaten us to the gathering of the Dragon Balls? Bulma examines the radar, noting 4 Dragon Balls congregated together. Remembering that Vegeta had recently arrived on this planet, she deduces that their allies must be collecting the Dragon Balls. She promptly uses her satellite phone to inform Master Roshi on Earth that they have safely arrived on Namek. Moreover, Vegeta and several of his allies are also present, accompanied by an immensely powerful aura. Earth, what? All of the Saiyans' accomplices have reached Namek, and now an exceedingly formidable presence has manifested. I must immediately notify Goku. After hanging up, Master Roshi hastens towards the hospital, eager to relay the developments on Namek to Goku. Though Gohan possesses remarkable strength, his youth still renders Master Roshi apprehensive about the safety of the trio. Half an hour later, Master Roshi appears in Goku's hospital room. That rascal Vegeta has actually ventured to Namek, and now an even more powerful energy is present there. Goku is taken aback by the rapid recovery of Vegeta, who has seemingly healed from his grievous injuries and journeyed to Namek. His comrades' powers exceed even his own. I can't wait to engage them again. Goku, the sins of beans have sprouted. King Kai instructed me to bring them all to you, announces Yajirobe, who stands at the doorway. It turns out that a month has passed, and the sins of beans are ready. Wonderful. Truly a stroke of fortune. Please hand them over to me, Goku exclaims urgently, having just received news from Bulma about the situation on Namek. Yajirobe's arrival feels like a timely blessing. You, of all people, are excited despite knowing you cannot match your opponents. Yajirobe scoffs, tossing a senzu bean to Goku from his pouch. This is the essence of the Saiyan bloodline. They find joy in battling formidable foes, as Master Roshi observes with newfound understanding. Goku has been training by his side since childhood, and it is clear he possesses an innate thirst for combat. Where does the Saiyans' prodigious combat prowess originate? It must be honed through countless battles. The last time Bulma's father visited him in the hospital, he had asked him to modify the spaceship he used to travel to Earth as a child. I shall now see if the spaceship has been repaired, Goku declares, snatching the senzu beans from Yajirobe's grasp and leaping out the window, summoning the flying Nimbus to fly to Bulma's residence. Goku has become a father, yet remains as impulsive as ever, Master Roshi remarks with a chuckle, shaking his head as he watches Goku depart. Bulma's home, headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, Goku exclaims, Uncle, is it true that the spaceship can really fly? Teach me how to operate it. I must reach Namek at once. He accelerates to his utmost speed, swiftly arriving at Bulma's abode, staring in astonishment at Bulma's father and the immense spaceship before him. Indeed, I have worked tirelessly day and night to restore it. We can depart immediately. Simply press this button, and we will arrive at Namek in 6 days, Bulma's father replies proudly, having personally restored the spacecraft. He explains all the operations and usage methods to Goku, ensuring that all necessary supplies, including the gravity chamber's instructions, are prepared. Uncle, you are incredible. Even the god ships take a month to reach Namek, yet yours can make it in just 6 days. Goku exclaims with admiration, ushering Bulma's father out of the spaceship. Whoosh! The colossal spaceship ascends into the sky, swiftly breaking through Earth's atmosphere and entering the cosmos. Goku experiences space for the first time. He finds the inky darkness of the void unremarkable and begins his training, subjecting himself to 20 times the normal gravitational force that on Namek. Frieza, accompanied by Zarbon and Dodoria, arrives at a village, herding the Namekians into the square, coercing them to surrender their Dragon Balls through intimidation. Where are the others? Is it not customary for your village to comprise 10 individuals? Why are only these frail and elderly present? Dodoria remarks with a smirk. He has pilfered the 4 Dragon Balls they possess along the way. Though he and Zarbon serve as Frieza's henchmen, Zarbon's power exceeds his own, thus he handles most of the trivial matters. You possess 4 Dragon Balls. The elders of the tribe were utterly astonished. From the hands of the adversary lay 4 Dragon Balls. This was irrefutable evidence that members of 4 tribes had met with a tragic fate, as each tribe guarded a single Dragon Ball, which was never to be entrusted to extraterrestrial beings. How could these aliens possibly know the number of inhabitants in their tribes? Meanwhile, Son Gohan and his companions, guided by the Dragon Radar, had also arrived at this tribe. Concealed on a nearby mountain, Son Gohan, Krillin, and Bulma suppressed their energy, lurking in the shadows to observe the unfolding events. Krillin, take Bulma and leave this place. I need to ascertain the situation here, Son Gohan instructed. He noticed an elderly Namekian accompanied by 2 children, one of whom was presumably Dendi in the anime. Den played a crucial role, using the Namekian language to make wishes to the eternal dragon, Purunga. Furthermore, both Dend and the Grand Elder possessed extraordinarily formidable abilities that Den's healing technique was akin to the function of the senzu beans. As long as there was breath left in a being, he could restore them. The Grand Elder, by merely placing his hands upon another's head, could read their memories and unlock their latent potential. Son Gohan intended to seize these extraordinary abilities for himself. Thus he dismissed Krillin and Bulma, believing that with his current combat prowess, no one would be able to pursue him if he chose to depart. Gohan, please be careful. Bulma and I will leave now. Krillin cautioned before taking Bulma away. He understood that their presence would only serve as a burden, and without hesitation, they departed. Shortly after their exit, several warriors from the Namekian tribe returned, leading to an immediate clash. Ding! 10 battle power attributes have dropped ahead. Ding! Another 10 battle power attributes have dropped. The system's notifications echoed incessantly in Son Gohan's mind. A slight smile graced his lips as the battle between the Namekians and Frieza's forces commenced, resulting in a continual drop of battle power attributes. Concurrently, in a distant location, Vegeta and Kaiotsu faced each other. Vegeta, I've long found you distasteful, but have been searching for an opportunity. Now that you dare to openly betray Lord Frieza, do not expect mercy from my hand, Kaiotsu proclaimed with a smug grin. Having long desired to eliminate Vegeta, but lacking a pretext, he laughed. Seizing the chance, he would not let it slip away. His ambition was to subdue Vegeta. Kaiotsu, you dare challenge me. Allow me to demonstrate the new skills I acquired on Earth, Vegeta retorted with a triumphant smirk, relishing the opportunity to flaunt his Earth-gained abilities and slap this fool in the face, unaware of his opponent's true strength. Haha, did you learn the art of fleeing while on Earth? Kaiotsu scoffed disdainfully. You boast without a shred of credibility. You returned from Earth battered and nearly lifeless. And now you dare to brag. This is a technique to control battle power. Open your eyes and witness how formidable my battle power is now, Vegeta defiantly declared, channeling all his energy to Kaiotsu's forehead glistened with cold sweat. His heart racing with fear as the readings from his scouter escalated. 15,000, 18,000, 20,000, 22,000, 23,000. Boom! The scouter at his ear could no longer withstand the immense power and exploded. What? Vegeta's battle power has reached 23,000, surpassing mine? Simultaneously, the scouter beside Zarbon, standing next to Frieza, also detonated. Impossible. Your scouter is outdated. It must be malfunctioning. Let me take a look, Dodoria said, pressing his scouter, which confirmed Vegeta's battle power at 23,000. The old adage rings true. Experience prevails. The Namekian elder had been keenly observing the battlefield. Upon hearing the aliens' conversation, he realized that their devices could reveal their locations and battle powers. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly destroyed all these instruments. Dodoria, now enraged, began slaughtering the adult Namekians, while the two frightened children retreated in terror. "Collect!" Son Gohan decisively commanded, gathering all the battle power attributes. He then unleashed his energy, vanishing from his location and reappearing beside Dodoria. Delivering a powerful kick that sent the brute crashing into a building, he swiftly scooped up the two children and fled the battlefield, knowing that now was not the time to confront Frieza directly. With the Namekian's destruction of Frieza's scouters, the ability to detect energy signatures was lost, rendering them oblivious to the true strength of their adversaries. The onlookers were left dumbfounded by Son Gohan's actions. Unaware that a hidden ally remained, Dodoria, regaining his footing from the wreckage, scanned the surroundings for any signs of the enemy. "Dodoria, what are you waiting for?" "Over there. Hurry and pursue," Frieza instructed, pointing towards the sky with a smile. The inhabitants of this planet possessed low battle power, leaving him devoid of the desire to engage. "Lord Frieza, we no longer have scouters. What should we do? Should we call for reinforcements?" Zarbon inquired, realizing that without the scouters, they were lost and could not locate the remaining two Dragon Balls. "Quickly summon the Ginyu Force, who are nearby, to deliver new scouters," Frieza commanded, fully aware of the scouter's significance. "Curse it! Let us see where you can run," Dodoria exclaimed. Noticing a distant black figure racing away, he immediately unleashed a torrent of white energy, pursuing the figure with all his might. Chapter 17. Krillin vs. Dodoria on the battlefield. "Vegeta, spare me and allow me to join your ranks. Together, we can defeat Zarbon and Dodoria." "I, too, despise Frieza," Kairatsu pleaded, his mind racing as he contemplated the implications of Vegeta's displayed power. "Kairatsu, your words are repulsive. Do you even believe what you say?" Vegeta advanced towards Kairatsu, who retreated in fear. A palpable aura of death enveloped Kairatsu, indicating that he had no choice but to fight for his life. "Lord Frieza," Kata shouted behind Vegeta. Instinctively, Vegeta glanced back, sensing the trap that you've fallen for my ploy. "Prepare to meet your end." Kairatsu grinned wickedly, launching a barrage of energy blasts towards Vegeta like a machine gun. The blasts erupted violently, creating a massive mushroom cloud that ascended into the sky, sending debris flying. Kairatsu reveled in his handiwork, believing that no matter how powerful Vegeta might be, he would be severely injured by this onslaught. "Fool, did you not realize that the rate of power increase also enhances speed?" "You have successfully provoked my wrath," Vegeta declared, having evaded the attack through rapid movement. Now standing behind Kairatsu with a cold, indifferent gaze, as if regarding a corpse. "No, it can't be," Kairatsu stammered, his spine chilling with fear as he retreated. Enveloped in a crimson aura, hastily ascending into the sky, he had no desire to remain in the presence of Vegeta's terrifying gaze. "Trying to escape? Let my fist be your answer." The silhouette of Vegeta abruptly materialized before Chio-E, delivering a punch the size of a sandbag directly into his abdomen. Chio-Yi's expression contorted in agony as he clasped his stomach, succumbing to a relentless wave of vomiting, his insides twisting as if in a knot. Vegeta, gathering a colossal surge of energy in his hands, instantaneously obliterated his adversary's body into mere dust. Gritting his teeth, he shifted his gaze toward another direction, sensing a familiar aura. Kakarot's son, Son Gohan. To encounter him once more on Namek was an unexpected twist, igniting a fierce blaze within him. "Once I collect all 7 Dragon Balls and attain eternal life, I will methodically eliminate this wretched group. For now, I must first locate a Dragon Ball and then pilfer the 5 from Frieza, especially since they currently lack a detector. Krillin, Bulma, I have returned." Son Gohan descended, cradling 2 small children. Right in front of the fleeing Krillin and Bulma, he exhibited no fear of the approaching Dodoria. "Wow, why are those Namekian children so adorable?" "What are your names?" Bulma inquired, kneeling down to stroke the heads of the children, but they recoiled in fright. "I am Dondi, and he is Donja." "Thank you," Dondi replied, the two looking nearly identical, albeit Dondi being slightly taller and less bashful. Donja, however, remained silent, too shy to utter a word. "Gohan, there's a powerful aura closing in from behind." Krylen's forehead glistened with cold sweat, acutely aware of the formidable presence approaching. What is happening? Could it be that Gohan has attracted unwanted attention? Ha! Why aren't you running? Dodoria swooped in. Casting a playful glance at Son Gohan and the others, he slowly descended and surveyed the group with a mischievous expression. Gohan, leave this to me. You keep an eye on them. Krylin stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Bulma and the others. Although he sensed Dodoria's overwhelming power, he could not hide behind the children. After all, he was older than Son Gohan. He was also eager to test the limits of his own strength. All right, it's your turn to shine. Son Gohan smiled faintly. Leading Bulma, Dandi, and Danjie to safety, he desired this very outcome, waiting patiently to absorb the attributes of their battle. You little bald head, today I shall demonstrate my might. Dodoria, unaware of Krylen's current strength due to the absence of a detector, assumed the diminutive fighter possessed little combat prowess and intended to toy with him. Come on, you big fat pig! Krylen, alert and determined to strike first, unleashed his full power of over 1,000, charging forward like a released arrow. His fists rained down upon Dodoria like a barrage of gunfire. Yet Dodoria effortlessly evaded every blow, no matter how swift Krylen's movements were. Ha ha! Pitiful human, enjoy my punch. As Dodoria's voice faded, his fist, resembling a sandbag, collided with Krylen's gut. Boom! Krylen instantly spewed a mouthful of blood, his body propelled like a cannonball, crashing through the hill that a notification rang in Son Gohan's mind as he absorbed the battle attribute. 50. Since the two began their confrontation, he watched with keen interest, standing by to collect combat attributes. Wasn't this delightful? Gohan, hurry and assist. Krylen seems unable to handle that fat pig. Bulma's face turned pale as she witnessed Krylen being felled by a single punch. In a panic, her fingers instinctively gripped Son Gohan's arm, her palms clammy with anxiety. The enemy's power was overwhelming. Yes, Gohan brother, you must help quickly, or Uncle Krylen will be killed. Dandi and Danjie echoed their fear, recalling the massacre of their kin. Fear not, I won't allow any harm to come to Krylen. Son Gohan assured them calmly, fully aware of his own capabilities and the purpose behind his actions. Damn it, I'll show you this move. Krylen, struggling to rise, wiped the blood from his lips. Knowing that his opponent was formidable and that regular attacks would not suffice, he swiftly unleashed a Kamehameha wave. Boom! The energy beam struck Dodoria, sending dust and debris flying. Little bald head, it's time to end this. As the smoke cleared, Dodoria emerged, grinning disdainfully at Krylen. Unimpressed by the latter's power, he gathered a massive energy ball, directing it toward Tang. As the colossal energy wave surged toward him, Krylen closed his eyes in despair, giving up so soon. The people of Earth are counting on us for revival. Suddenly, Son Gohan appeared before Krylen, deflecting the enormous energy blast with a flick of his wrist that Krylen's heart soared. He had nearly forgotten the presence of such a powerful ally in their midst. Chapter 18. Securing Healing Attributes Kid. Your combat power is impressive. You managed to deflect my energy blast. You're worth my effort. Dodoria regarded Son Gohan with newfound seriousness. Anyone capable of casually repelling his energy was undoubtedly formidable. Fat pig. Let us see how you handle my Kamehameha. Son Gohan expressed his disdain, assessing Dodoria's power at around 22,000, hardly concerning him that he adopted the stance to unleash his wave, gathering a tremendous energy within his palm. How dare you look down on me? I shall show you my true strength, Dodoria retaliated, accumulating his own power, unwilling to believe that such a small child could possess any significant strength. Both energy waves surged forth, colliding with a blinding brilliance that rendered the onlookers unable to see. Boom! The ground trembled, dust swirling as the Kamehameha wave surged forward, effortlessly overpowering Dodoria's energy. The energy wave engulfed Dodoria, and before he could comprehend, he was obliterated into nothingness by the Kamehameha. In his final moments, he remained bewildered, unable to fathom how he had perished at the hands of child. Ultimately, without a detector, he had no inkling of his opponent's true power, mistakenly believing the child to be of similar strength to Krylen. Collect, the battle attributes from the ground gravitated toward him, and as he observed his personal attribute panel, his combat power soared to 3 million. After emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber, he had only increased by 300,000. If Piccolo were to witness such a rapid ascent, he would surely choke on his disbelief that I have toiled for years to achieve a combat power of 1,000, and yet you complain it's insufficient. Why not ascend to the heavens? As the blinding light subsided, everyone stood in stunned silence. There was no trace of the fat pig left, only a deep trench carved into the earth. Gohan, your strength is incredible. Thank goodness you came with us to Namek, or we would have been doomed. Krillin grinned through gritted teeth, still feeling the lingering pain from Dodoria's earlier blow. Alas, my power remains too feeble. Uncle Krillin, allow me to heal you, Dondi exclaimed. Noticing Krillin clutching his stomach, his face contorting in pain, he extended his palm towards Krillin, channeling a gentle energy that surged into his body. This feels wonderful. The pain has truly subsided. Klin, with an expression of sheer delight, remarked as he felt a gentle energy permeating his injured area. Under the soothing influence of this energy, it was akin to luxuriating in a hot spring, and he felt a wave of comfort enveloping his entire being. Bulma, her curiosity piqued, gazed at Dondi, questioning whether such a method could indeed heal injuries. Witnessing Krillin's evident enjoyment, she found the capabilities of the Namekian utterly astonishing. Ding, a healing attribute has fallen ahead. Would you like to collect it? Absolutely. Son Gohan instinctively recited, and suddenly, a healing function appeared within his personal attribute panel. His spirits soared, as his objective in bringing Doria over was precisely to acquire Dandy's healing attributes. Uncle Krillin, you're all right now, Dondi declared with a joyful expression as he withdrew his hands. Observing the improvement in Krillin's condition filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Thank you. Dondi, your healing prowess is truly remarkable. No injections or medications required, and my body is completely restored, akin to the senzu beans we have on Earth. Krillin clenched his fists and bounced with glee, feeling wholly revitalized. Are all Namekian children this extraordinary? Such skill at such a young age. We are all eggs spawned from the Grand Elder's mouth. The Namekians are categorized into several types: wise, healing, and combat. We do not distinguish between male and female. Dondi elucidated the origins and classifications of the Namekians to Krillin and the others. Bulma was taken aback to learn that the inhabitants of this planet lacked gender distinctions. They are all children of the Grand Elder, much like the Earth's Demon King, capable of producing eggs from their mouths. That on hearing this, Dondi beseeched Son Gohan, Brother Gohan, can you take us to meet the Grand Elder? I must inform him and Brother Nail to leave this place quickly. Many villains have arrived on this planet. Certainly, we shall go at once, Son Gohan nodded, as visiting the Grand Elder was also among his objectives. The group set off towards the Grand Elder's location, on North Kai's planet. After their demise, under the guidance of the Supreme Kai, they traversed Snake Way for a month to reach North Kai's planet to train. Yamcha, Than, and Kaiatsu praised Piccolo's keen insight for being able to perceive the immense power latent within Son Gohan. Furthermore, he could draw forth that power, which was truly remarkable. Piccolo felt a sense of pride for Son Gohan's impressive achievements. His mindset had completely transformed, gradually assimilating into this circle. Lord Kai, may we express our gratitude to Son Goku. 10. Aware of their journey to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls, wish to convey their appreciation. Of course, simply place your hands on my back, and you will be able to communicate with Goku. Allow me to make contact. North Kai responded with a smile, noting the lively atmosphere on Kai's planet. Now enriched by their training in the vast cosmos, a spaceship sped towards Namek. 888, 920, 1000, 1200, 1500. Inside the spacecraft, Son Goku was vigorously performing push-ups, acclimating to the 30-fold gravity. He understood that a being stronger than Vegeta had emerged on Namek and needed to utilize these 6 days to adapt to the increased gravity. Though he recognized Gohan as formidable strength, he was still young and lacked combat experience. That it was imperative for him to grow stronger swiftly to confront the powerful beings on Namek. Goku, can you hear me? I have many guests here, all of whom you know at that moment. North Kai established communication with Son Goku through the antennas on his head, relaying the news of Tien and the others training on North Kai's planet. Yamcha and the others briefly exchanged words with Son Goku through North Kai. They were all aware that Gohan and the others had traveled to Namek to search for the Dragon Balls to resurrect them. Now, Son Goku was also en route to that very planet, expressing his gratitude. Finally, North Kai advised Son Goku not to provoke the galactic tyrant Frieza, as that fiend was utterly ruthless and would obliterate planets on a whim. Chapter 19, Namek, the Grand Elder on Namek, at the residence of the Grand Elder. Thank you for saving my child. Dandi and Daja brought Son Gohan and the others to the Grand Elder's abode and recounted how they had rescued their child. The Grand Elder addressed the three with solemnity. Bulma and the others finally beheld the Grand Elder of the Namekians as described by Dandi. His stature exceeded that of ordinary Namekians, his face lined with wrinkles. Eyes closed as he reclined upon his throne. There is no need for thanks. It is but our duty. In truth, our purpose for coming to Earth was to seek the Dragon Balls to resurrect our fellow Namekians. Krillin succinctly articulated their mission, outlining the entire sequence of events. The Saiyans invaded Earth, and the Dragon Balls vanished. Piccolo is a Namekian, he divulged all at once. Earthling, come here and let me touch your head. I shall discern what transpired. The Grand Elder, perplexed, inquired how there could be Namekians on Earth. As he delved into Krillin's memories, he swiftly grasped the entire narrative. Is it truly that remarkable? Krillin approached hesitantly as the Grand Elder's large hand rested upon his head. Instantly, Krillin's memories played like a film in the Elder's mind. The Grand Elder witnessed the birth of the Supreme Kai, the separation of King Piccolo, and his demise. Ding, a memory reading attribute has fallen ahead. Would you like to collect it? The notification echoed in Son Gohan's mind. Earthling, I now comprehend the full scope of events. I shall awaken the potential slumbering within you, in hopes that you can assist us in overcoming this crisis. Having gleaned from Krillin's memories that his combat power was exceedingly low and that he had narrowly escaped death, the Grand Elder unleashed a surge of white energy from his palm, enveloping Krillin entirely. How incredible! I feel as though I've been reborn, Krillin exclaimed, sensing a powerful force awakening within him, invigorating him like never before. Ding, a potential enhancement attribute has fallen ahead. Would you like to collect it? Collect all of it, Son Gohan instinctively responded, marveling at the extraordinary method of enhancing potential. The memory and potential attributes merged seamlessly within him. Gohan, hurry over. Let the Grand Elder awaken your latent abilities. After Krillin's potential was amplified, he thanked the Grand Elder and quickly led Son Gohan to him. Grand Elder, I must trouble you, Son Gohan said with a beaming smile, eager to discover the extent of his body's hidden capabilities. He recalled from the anime that the Grand Elder had once helped him unlock his potential, just as the old Kai had done for Son Goku in the past. Both instances had resulted in significant leaps in their abilities. No need for formality. You are all good children that I hope you can aid our planet Namek in overcoming this crisis. The Grand Elder placed his large hand upon Son Gohan's head. A white aura erupted from his palm, enveloping Gohan instantaneously. Within Son Gohan, a formidable power began to stir. He struggled to contain this violent combat force, lest the entire room be obliterated in an instant. What terrifying potential! I cannot fully unleash it. Are you a Saiyan? The Grand Elder was taken aback by this overwhelming power, his previously closed eyes snapping open in an instant. He perceived that within the child lay the awakening of a primal beast, akin to a mighty gorilla. Indeed, I possess the bloodline of a Saiyan. Yet I was born on Earth. Son Gohan, brimming with excitement, clenched his fists. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. His astonishment. This body still harbored untapped potential. It appears the depictions in anime were not mistaken. It would be prudent to summon the old Kai to unlock this latent power. Open the attribute screen. Host, Son Gohan race. Saiyan system space. 100 cubic special abilities. Healing. Memory reading, potential unleashing skills. Flight technique, key sensing and manipulation. Magic flash. Energy wave, Kaioken. Big Bang attack, Kamehameha. Key sphere, / transformation. Super Saiyan 1 combat power. 4,310,000 goodness. The combat power surged by a staggering 1 million. It seems this body conceals immense capabilities. Even Son Gohan found this remarkable. With a combat power of over 4.3 million, utilizing the 10-fold Kaioken would yield over 40 million if I were to employ the 20-fold Kaioken. Wouldn't that amount to 80 million combat power? Of course, the Kaioken ISNT something 1 can simply activate to any degree. With a physical strength surpassing 4 million, 10 times should be manageable, while 20 times would be pushing it to the extreme. Transforming into a Super Saiyan would elevate my combat power to 50 times. Wouldn't that exceed 200 million? Children, take the Dragon Balls with you. I entrust the fate of Namek to you. Seek out Dandy for assistance in your quest for the Dragon Balls. Instruct him as needed. My time is running short. So please, find the Dragon Balls and make your wish swiftly. The Grand Elder's face radiated with a smile as he gently closed his eyes. A miracle had finally occurred. It seemed the key to overcoming this crisis lay in their hands. He saw hope in Son Gohan. Yes, Grand Elder, I understand. Dandy's eyes brimmed with tears. He had inquired of Nalu, and learned that the Grand Elder remained because, in his advanced age, he had grown indifferent to life and death. Moreover, his life was nearing its end, with only a few days left to live. The group bid farewell to the Grand Elder and set forth to search for the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, the Namekians obliterated all of Frieza's army's detectors. Frieza returned to his spaceship with 5 Dragon Balls in hand, while Zarbin continued the quest for the remaining Dragon Balls. Lacking detectors and unable to sense energy signatures, the group had no choice but to split up in their search. In another Namekian tribe, Vegeta was engaged in a frenzied slaughter. He eradicated all inhabitants, seizing 1 Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball was too cumbersome to carry, so he discarded it into a fish pond. Suddenly, the detector indicated an approaching presence with a combat power exceeding 20,000. He surmised it must be Zarbin at last. He awaited the moment when they would be isolated, a smirk curling at the corners of Vegeta's mouth as he soared towards the energy signature. Intent on eliminating them one by one. Soon, the two met in the air. Vegeta, hand over your detector, Zarbin exclaimed, noticing the device still attached to Vegeta's ear, his eyes blazing with intensity, now that the entire army was devoid of detectors. Locating the Dragon Balls had become inconvenient. Chapter 20, Vegeta versus Zarbin. Zarbin, you desire the detector. You shall not have it, Vegeta arrogantly declared as he removed the device from his ear. With a powerful grip, he crushed the detector, rendering it useless. Having mastered energy control on Earth, such a device was redundant. Vegeta, you will pay for this, Zarbin seethed, his eyes aflame with fury. White energy erupted from his body as he charged at Vegeta, completely oblivious to the fact that it was Vegeta's combat power that had destroyed his detector. Zarbin, come forth. I am eager to demonstrate my true strength now that you are alone. White energy also enveloped Vegeta as the two stood face to face. With Zarbin's combat power at 20,000 and Vegeta's at 24,000, the difference was substantial. The initial exchanges were evenly matched, but as Vegeta unleashed his full power, he delivered a punch that sent Zarbin soaring into the air. Swiftly pursuing him, bang, 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 Vegeta unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Zarbin, playing with him as one would a soccer ball. Ultimately, he raised both hands high and delivered a devastating blow to Zarbin's body. With a resounding crash, Zarbin's form plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, creating a deep crater upon impact. Vegeta glanced towards the sky, sensing two formidable energies approaching. Who could they be? Why did they feel so familiar? On the battlefield, bang! Vegeta, you have thoroughly enraged me. Appearances no longer matter. Behold the transformation of a demon. Zarbin erupted in a surge of white energy, launching himself into the air with a ferocious visage as he glared at Vegeta. Now, transformation was his only option to subdue Vegeta. In the face of mortality, image was inconsequential. Continue. Do not mind me. Within mere moments, Son Gohan and the others arrived, guided by the Dragon Ball radar, and upon witnessing the tension-filled scene, they chose to observe from a nearby mountain. Watching the duel while absorbing combat power attributes was exhilarating. Vegeta glared, astonished to encounter this scoundrel so soon. Transforming into a gorilla on Earth had not been sufficient. What should he do now? A tail, a Saiyan. You hail from Earth? That Namekian brat led you here. How did I not conceive of such a simple strategy? Huh. Once I dispatch Vegeta, I shall deal with you. Zarbin scrutinized Son Gohan and the others, quickly recognizing the brown tail of Gohan, linking him to the Saiyans of Earth. Assuming these were mere children, he thought their combat power would be weak. Furthermore, with that Namekian child guiding them, finding the remaining Dragon Balls would be a trivial task. With that, he clenched his fists, a powerful aura erupting from within him, his visage morphing into a grotesque countenance. How is this possible? Vegeta was taken aback by Zarbin's newfound power. After their time together, he had never known Zarbin could transform. Gohan, why are they fighting? Krillin inquired, though he was aware that Vegeta had arrived on this planet. The two had yet to meet. Now, bolstered by the Grand Elder's assistance, his own combat power had risen, and he felt less intimidated. How could you be so dense? They are clearly fighting over the Dragon Balls. Bulma rolled her eyes at Krillin, her expression one of disdain. Right, my head. Krillin scratched his bald head, feeling sheepish that he wasn't foolish. Bulma's explanation had swiftly enlightened him. Let them fight. It would be splendid if they both perished, saving us the trouble. That scoundrel killed so many of our kin. Gohan, you must avenge our fallen brothers. Dandy recognized Zarbin as the very one who had ravaged their village. His teeth gritted as he spoke to Son Gohan. Had he been a combat-capable Namekian, he would have charged forth to rend Zarbin asunder. Rest assured, I will help you seek vengeance. Sun Wufan gently patted Dandy's shoulder and remarked. There were still some words left unspoken. Specifically that they should first harvest their combat power. Dandy nodded vigorously, fully aware of Sun Wufan's formidable strength, convinced that he would indeed fulfill his promise. So, Vegeta, weren't you enjoying the fight just now? Keep it going. After completing his transformation, Sabo, feeling the terrifying power coursing through him, spoke with an air of arrogance. His current combat power had reached 27,000, while Vegeta's was merely 23,000. He couldn't resist the urge to rub the opponent's face into the ground. With that, he lunged towards Vegeta, delivering a punch, only for the latter to evade with an uncanny agility. Vegeta sensed that Sabo was now a serious threat, compelling him to engage with utmost effort. Fight! 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 Seeing his initial strike miss, Sabo accelerated his movements, unleashing a flurry of punches like a tempest. Ding! The combat power attribute dropped by 100. The incessant sound of the system's notifications echoed in Sun Wufan's ears. And soon he noticed the ground littered with combat power attributes that a subtle smile crept onto his lips. This was exhilarating. Keep it up. Hit harder. How is this possible? Your power has increased so dramatically after your transformation. Vegeta found himself increasingly strained as Sabo's speed escalated. He felt overwhelmed, a sharp pain radiating through his arms. Vegeta, awaken! Seizing the opportunity, Sabo delivered a punch to Vegeta's abdomen, the tremendous force propelling him into a mountain peak. Boom! The entire mountain crumbled, burying Vegeta within its rubble. Suddenly, beams of light pierced through the debris, transforming the earth into ash. Sabo, you shall not escape justice. Vegeta's eyes blazed crimson as he concentrated energy spheres in his hands, hurling them at Sabo in a manner reminiscent of a machine gun barrage. Floating in mid-air, Sabo advanced rather than retreating, deftly weaving through the energy spheres and diving downwards at incredible speed. Following his transformation, not only had his strength surged, but his speed had also augmented. Ding! The combat power attribute dropped by 100. Under Vegeta's relentless assault, the ground's combat power attributes plummeted. The notification from the system reverberated in Sun Wufan's mind. Collect them all, he urged inwardly, realizing that Vegeta was the easiest source of combat power to harvest, as he reaped dozens of attributes from him. The combat power attributes surged into his body, causing the combat power in his system's attribute bar to skyrocket. How delightful. This battle is truly exhilarating. Sabo evaded the energy sphere attacks with superhuman speed, then arrived before Vegeta, delivering a sweeping kick aimed at his head. Chapter 21. The heavily injured Vegeta bang. Vegeta was once again sent flying by Sabo's kick, embedding himself into a large rock, blood spilling from his lips. This was the second time he had sustained such grave injuries. The first being during the battle with Kakarot and his father on Earth. Damn it, I'm the mightiest warrior. I will not be defeated. I must take you down. Vegeta erupted with a fierce aura, unleashing a white energy blast towards Sabo, only for it to be casually swatted away. Vegeta, are you truly resorting to desperate measures? Unfortunately, you are still no match for me. Sabo began to gather energy blasts in his hands, preparing to unleash a barrage in a princely fashion towards Vegeta. The ground erupted in explosions as Vegeta dodged left and right, but the onslaught of energy blasts was relentless, and soon he found himself struck. Boom! An increasing number of energy blasts hammered down upon him, creating thick clouds of smoke. After unleashing hundreds of energy blasts, Sabo finally ceased his assault. Bang! As the smoke cleared, Vegeta's battle suit lay tattered, his body riddled with wounds. Gasping for breath, blood streaking his lips, he then collapsed heavily onto the ground, evidently devoid of combat power. Had Sabo continued with another 100 or so energy blasts, he surely would have perished here. Collect! Son Gohan gathered the combat power attributes from the ground. Witnessing his own power surge to 4.4 million, that elation filled his heart, a delightful smile gracing his lips. This was truly exhilarating. Incredible. This monster's power surpasses even Vegeta's. What shall we do? Krillin watched the clash in awe, his mouth agape. Although the Elder had enhanced his combat power, it still fell short of Vegeta's. What can we do? For the Dragon Balls, let's take him down. Bulma shouted at Krillin, her eyes struggling to keep up with the rapid movements of the fighters. It was as if gods and demons were locked in combat. Entire mountains vanished, and the ground occasionally bore deep impressions. The sounds of their power colliding echoed from the sky, reminiscent of a missile attack. Had it not been for Son Gohan and the others' presence, she would have been on the brink of madness. Gohan, my combat power has increased significantly. Let me have a go, Krillin exclaimed, eager to test his newfound strength after his enhancement. Go ahead. I will watch over you. Son Gohan welcomed the opportunity, knowing he could harvest more combat power. He had just glanced at the attribute panel, noting the substantial gains from the battle between Vegeta and Sabo. You monster! Allow me to test your strength. With Son Gohan's encouragement, Krillin unleashed a white aura, soaring towards Sabo. After all, if he couldn't manage, he still had a powerful ally behind him. Arrogant. You are blissfully ignorant. I shall teach you a lesson. Earthling, Sabo, emboldened by the immense power within him post-transformation, relished the opportunity to engage. In an instant, his figure vanished, reappearing before Krillin. The two exchanged blows in a flurry, neither gaining the upper hand. Drawing upon his extensive combat experience, Krillin held his own against Sabo. Not bad. I underestimated you. Let me show you this punch. Sabo's strength and speed surged, and as he unleashed a punch, Krillin barely managed to raise his arms for defense. Bang! The overwhelming force sent him hurtling backward, a wave of soreness flooding his arms. Haim! Ha! Krillin executed a 360-degree spin to dissipate the shockwave, channeling energy for the Kamehameha wave. You wish to compare strength with me? I'll oblige. As Sabo held the advantage in melee, he prepared to counter with an energy attack. Without hesitation, he gathered a white energy sphere in his palm. The two immediately thrust their gathered energy outward. Bang! Two colossal beams of light collided, neither yielding ground. Witnessing the standoff, Krillin's confidence surged. He was astonished at how the Elder had managed to unlock such formidable potential within him. Haha, little bald head, is this truly your full strength? Die. Just as Krillin basked in his triumph, Sabo's words doused his elation like cold water. The moment Sabo's voice faded, his energy surged uncontrollably, the energy beam skyrocketing, forcing the Kamehameha wave to retreat at an alarming pace. I thought my strength had surpassed Vegeta's, but it seems this guy has merely been toying with me, never revealing his true power. Krillin's thoughts raced as he watched the Kamehameha wave falter. His strength was still insufficient. Now, allow me to show you mine. Haim! Son Gohan suddenly vanished, reappearing before Krillin, and unleashed his own Kamehameha wave at Sabo. Showcasing the Earthling's ultimate technique, the immense energy wave engulfed Sabo in an instant, who did not utter a single cry as he was consumed. That was a close call. Klin let out a sigh of relief upon witnessing Sabo being obliterated to dust by the Kamehameha wave. This individual had concealed himself too adeptly, nearly falling prey to his grasp. Gohan, you truly are remarkable. Bulma gazed at Son Gohan, who was capable of dispatching the opponent with a single move, her eyes brimming with admiration and respect. As long as he was by her side, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. Collect. Gohan smiled and nodded, watching as the combat power attributes on the ground surged into his body. The system's combat power attributes were continuously escalating, marking yet another enhancement in his prowess. This Saiyan is not dead yet. What should we do? Klin approached Vegeta, noticing he was still breathing, and inquired of Gohan, Bulma, and Dandy. He secretly admired this fellow's tenacity. Having endured such relentless assaults, he was still alive. I will kill him to avenge my brothers, Dandy declared fiercely, glaring at the fallen Vegeta, although he had not witnessed the destruction of his kin. The attire was unmistakably similar. It seems they are not allies. They'll wake him up and discuss further. Gohan pondered, recalling that in the anime, Vegeta ultimately turned good. It appeared that his nature had not entirely succumbed to darkness. In the Majin Buu saga, he had perished in a bid to protect Earth from Majin Buu. Moreover, keeping him alive would facilitate the acquisition of combat power attributes in the future. Gohan crouched beside Vegeta, spreading his hands as a white aura slowly flowed into his body. What? Dandy gazed in shock at Gohan's actions, recognizing it as his own healing technique. How could Gohan also wield this skill? Did he learn it merely by observing me once? Klin discerned the peculiarity. This was rather extraordinary. Dandy had only used the healing technique on me once, and Gohan had already mastered it. His jaw dropped in disbelief as he stared at Gohan. However, Klin soon broke into a joyful grin. The more powerful Gohan became, the safer they all felt. Chapter 22. The arrival of the Jinyu Force. Bulma, upon witnessing the familiar gesture, immediately recalled how Dandy had healed Klin in the same manner. To her astonishment, Gohan had also learned the healing technique. Goku, you truly have an exceptional son. Learn? How? Is that possible? I merely collected the attributes. Gohan surmised the thoughts of his companions by their expressions. You saved me. What about Sabo? In a matter of breaths, Vegeta's injuries were healing at an observable rate. Feeling his wounds mend, a surge of formidable power coursed through him, filling him with elation. Vegeta sprang to his feet, bewildered, and regarded Gohan and the others with suspicion, questioning their intentions. The monster you mentioned has been slain by Gohan, Klin declared with pride. Although he had not delivered the final blow, they were certainly allies. With Gohan by his side, he felt no fear of Vegeta's potential tricks. Vegeta, you may leave, Gohan stated coldly. The dragon radar indicated the presence of a Dragon Ball nearby, likely hidden by this individual. He had no inclination to concern himself with Vegeta's next move. For the time being, locating the Dragon Ball took precedence. You truly mean to let me go? Vegeta questioned incredulously. He suspected ulterior motives, unable to believe they would release him. What purpose would it serve to keep you around? This fellow is utterly devoid of humanity, even slaying his own comrades. Had Goku not insisted on your release, I would have disposed of you already, Klin thought. Considering that this individual had no qualms about eliminating his own allies, he was wary of the possibility of a treacherous strike from behind, which could lead to dire consequences. You wretched earthlings, mark my words, there will come a day when I shall eliminate you all. Vegeta seethed, angered by the mere mention of Earth. If not for them, he would not be in such dire straits. He longed to hang Gohan and the others up for punishment, yet his strength would not permit it. After uttering his threats, a white light enveloped Vegeta as he soared into the sky. Let us hasten. The Dragon Ball lies 20 kilometers in that direction, Bulma stated, consulting the Dragon radar, which pointed northward. They had already secured one Dragon Ball from the Grand Elder, and with another in sight. Only 5 remained to be gathered. The group flew in the direction indicated by the radar, soon arriving at a village where all the Namekians lay dead. Damn it, those 2 scoundrels must have slaughtered everyone in this village. Dandy roared in fury at the grim sight. Every man, woman, and child in the village had perished, not a soul left alive. It must have been that bastard Vegeta. We should never have saved him. That heartless fiend, Klin echoed, his face shadowed with rage, the scene reminiscent of the devastation inflicted upon Earth's allies by the Saiyans. There is no need for sorrow. According to the radar, the Dragon Ball is within the fish pond. Once we locate all 7 Dragon Balls, we can resurrect them, Bulma stated calmly, reiterating their purpose was to find the Dragon Balls to restore the fallen. Once Earth's Piccolo was revived, the Shenron could also resurrect the Namekians. Suddenly, Gohan and Krillin sensed several formidable presences descending rapidly upon Namek. Namek! Boom! 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 5 spherical spaceships crashed violently onto Namek's surface, creating 5 deep craters, from which wisps of black smoke emerged, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred earth. The hatch slowly opened, revealing 5 legendary figures, the Ginyu Force, the first mercenary squadron under Frieza, notorious throughout the universe. They were the vanguard of Frieza's army, colloquially known as the Henchmen, Captain, Ginyu, Vice Captain, Geese, team members, Berta, Guldo, and Rikum. They had received Frieza's orders to assist in the search for the Dragon Balls and deliver the scanner while executing nearby missions that we are the Ginyu Force, the 5, just as in the anime, emerged from their spaceship, striking flamboyant poses as they shouted in unison. You all go ahead and search for the Dragon Balls. I will report to Lord Frieza and deliver the scanner. Ginyu, true to his role as captain, remained composed and immediately focused on his duties. After the others acknowledged with a resounding yes, they dispersed to carry out their tasks. There's a power level exceeding 500,000. That must be Lord Frieza. There are 4 others here, 2 of whom sport power levels over 3,000. There's one with a power level of 12,000. That should be Vegeta. And over there are several others, one boasting a power level exceeding 20,000. Let us first pay a visit to our beloved Prince Vegeta, who dares to betray Lord Frieza. He shall be our first target. Indeed, we shall capture Vegeta and present him to Lord Frieza as a greeting gift. The 5 instinctively activated their scouters to locate the Dragon Balls on this planet. The readings indicated that the planet was nearly devoid of life signs. Engaging in spirited discussion, the group unanimously agreed to pursue Vegeta first. Whoosh! Ginyu flew towards Frieza's direction, while the others set off towards Vegeta's location. Oh no! I never anticipated the Ginyu Force would arrive on Namek so swiftly, and it seems they are heading in my direction. I cannot remain idle. I must seek assistance, or I am doomed. Vegeta possesses the ability to sense energy signatures, and upon the arrival of the Ginyu Force on planet Namek, he immediately detected their presence. He did not anticipate that they would seek him out as soon as they landed. Vegeta was well aware of the formidable strength of the Ginyu Force. Taking them on alone would be nothing short of folly. His only recourse now was to seek allies. Gohan presented himself as the optimal choice, and without hesitation, he soared toward the direction he had previously flown. In the vastness of the cosmos, he was astonished to realize that 6 days had elapsed. He pondered the well-being of Gohan and the others. They must hold on. I will soon land on planet Namek. Goku, having ceased his training, indulged in a hearty meal before donning a fresh martial arts uniform, preparing himself for the impending confrontation. Through relentless training over the past few days, he had mastered the ability to withstand a gravity of 100 times Earth's, and he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Should he engage Vegeta in battle, victory would undoubtedly be his. Goku's heart raced with excitement at the prospect of facing an opponent even stronger than Vegeta, as described by Bulma. The thought of clashing with a master fighter sent exhilarating tremors through him. Not of fear, but of anticipation. Chapter 23. Krillin vs. Guldo. As Gohan and his companions sensed the approach of the Ginyu Force, they had already secured Bulma and denned in a cave, fearing the perils that lurked outside. Gohan, several powerful energy signatures are heading our way, including that of Vegeta. What could be happening? Krillin asked, his expression one of confusion. Why had another group of extraterrestrials appeared on planet Namek, and were they allies of the Saiyans? They must be here to deliver a device for Frieza, and Vegeta's approach suggests he seeks refuge. He currently lacks the strength to confront 4 adversaries. A slight smile crept across Gohan's lips. So, Guldo, you are finally making your entrance? I eagerly await the opportunity to utilize the time stop technique. His heart brimmed with joy at the thought of engaging in battle with time manipulation. Envisioning the perfect moment to unleash a ki blast while time stood still, in mere moments, Vegeta and several members of the Ginyu Force arrived above Gohan. Why, dear Prince Vegeta, I thought you might flee. But it appears you are in search of assistance. One of them jeered. Look, that little brat is a Saiyan, sporting a tail. They laughed, recognizing Gohan as one of Earth's Saiyans. It seems Vegeta isn't as foolish as I thought. He knows he cannot take us on alone. Regardless of their numbers, Kulilin, can eliminate them all single-handedly. Kulilin, you mustn't be so selfish. This time we will draw lots to determine our opponents, another chimed in. The Ginyu Force dismissed Gohan and the others, preoccupied with deciding who would strike first. Gohan regarded them with a mixture of disdain and curiosity, particularly watching Guldo, whose demeanor mirrored that of their animated counterparts. Fools, do you think I've perished? You Frieza lackeys have gone too far, Vegeta seethed, his teeth clenched in fury. As the Prince of the Saiyans and a prodigious warrior, he had never endured such indignity. He launched a ki blast toward the four adversaries. Calm down, my dear Vegeta. We will attend to you once we finalize our strategy. Kulilin retorted, casually deflecting Vegeta's energy blast with a grin. The sight of this infuriated Vegeta further. He sensed their overwhelming power, realizing that he could not afford to underestimate them. With Gohan at his side, Krillin felt reassured, choosing to remain silent as he observed the unfolding scenario. Ultimately, Guldo won the right to choose opponents through a game of rock, paper, scissors. Selecting the two young fighters, his four eyes scanned Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan with intent. His targets were settled on Gohan and Krillin, given their power levels of merely over 3,000, easy pickings for him. Vegeta, let me explain the rules. During the fight, you cannot intervene, or else we shall show no mercy. Kulilin warned with a playful yet menacing tone. For them, this skirmish was merely a game. The three of them flew toward another mountain to watch the bout unfold. Watch yourselves, this guy possesses an impressive superpower, the ability to pause time, Vegeta remarked, arms crossed, feigning indifference. Yet inside, he reveled in the thought that they dared to challenge Kakarot's son. Such audacity could only lead to ruin. Gohan, I will take the lead this time. Wait for the right moment to strike, Krillin urged, disregarding Vegeta's warning, ready to face the challenge. He had recently received a power boost from the great elder of Namek. And now he was eager to hone his skills, knowing that the battles ahead would only grow more intense. Gohan nodded, pleased with this outcome, as it aligned perfectly with his desire to harness the time-stop technique. How Navi! Guldo scoffed as he witnessed Krillin's bravado, mistaking it for a threat. You think you can challenge me? I am the heart of the Ginyu Force. My time-stop ability is formidable. Without further ado, Krillin struck first, vanishing from his position and reappearing above Guldo, launching an energy wave attack. He sensed the formidable presence of the three onlookers and aimed to conclude the fight swiftly, hoping to dispatch the four-eyed creature in an instant. What? Time stop, Guldo exclaimed, panicking as Krillin's energy wave approached. Was this truly someone with only over 3,000 power? Desperately, he held his breath and raised his hands to activate his time stop. What he beheld was shocking. Krillin's energy wave was already upon him. Barely managing to evade the blast, Guldo fled the scene, exhaling heavily as time resumed its flow. The ground erupted in a massive crater from the impact of Krillin's energy wave. Guldo, sweating profusely, thanked his swift reflexes. Had he been struck, he would not have survived unscathed. Gohan watched the exchange with astonishment, puzzled as to why the time-stop attribute had not manifested. It was clear that Guldo had indeed employed this powerful technique. Vegeta's keen eyes darted back and forth, realizing that Guldo had utilized the time-stop ability. Otherwise, he could not have kept pace with his speed. Guldo's time-stop was exceedingly potent, and Gohan knew he must seize the opportunity to eliminate the threat before they could unite their forces. Damn it, is your speed truly that remarkable? I refuse to believe it. Once the time stop was lifted, Krillin found himself bewildered, for Guldo had vanished. Assuming it was merely a matter of speed, he failed to comprehend that Guldo had employed his superpower to freeze time, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts in rapid succession. Watch out! Time stop! Guldo shouted as he saw a massive energy blast hurtling toward him, knowing he could not afford to gamble with his life. He quickly activated the time stop once more, fleeing the area until he felt secure enough to exhale. Boom! As the ground where Goku once stood erupted in a violent explosion, the earth itself sank beneath him, and thick smoke billowed skyward. Something is amiss. Why should I hide? I could simply eliminate my opponent. Ah, how foolish of me. He slapped his own head, a look of sudden enlightenment dawning upon his face. Chapter 24. The Acquisition of Time Pause Technique. Ding. A notification echoed in his mind. A time pause attribute and 100 combat power attributes have fallen ahead. Would you like to collect them? The moment the time pause technique failed, a deafening explosion reverberated, and Son Wukong's mind was flooded with the system's alert. Elated, he turned his gaze towards Goku, where indeed the opportunity to seize the time pause attribute lay at his feet. Collect all! Son Wukong thought quickly, his heart racing. Suddenly, the special ability section of his attribute panel was graced with the time pause attribute. He had not anticipated that the opponent would have to use the technique twice before it dropped. Luck was certainly on his side. Goodness! Krillin exclaimed as he observed Goku's figure distance from his original position. Unable to suppress a curse, he recalled Vegeta's words, realizing that this foe possessed the ability to pause time. What a troublesome alien! If he were to pause time and launch a surprise attack on himself, it would be a dire situation indeed. The thought alone sent shivers down his spine. Wukong, you must keep an eye on me. Krillin shook his head, dismissing his fears, and focused on confronting this formidable adversary. With a burst of white energy, the ground beneath him shattered like a spider's web as he exerted his strength. On the battlefield, Goku, what is the meaning of this? Have you been inactive for too long that your brain has rusted? Has your mind grown weeds? You are merely a human from Earth. How can you find yourself in such a pathetic state? Your combat power barely exceeds 3,000. Was it truly necessary to use the time pause technique twice? Yes, take him down. Do not disgrace our Jinyu Force. The members of the Jinyu Force, mere onlookers, could not help but feel their pride wounded by Goku's performance, which they deemed excessively cowardly. To be chased and beaten by a small bald-headed earthling was a shameful blow to their reputation. Such powers were not meant to be wielded in this manner. Unforgivable. You've cost me my dignity. Binding technique. Hearing the taunts of his teammates and feeling Krillin's relentless approach, Goku finally resolved to fight back. He had certainly been caught off guard by his opponent earlier, but with his abilities, he could surely turn the tide. Oh no, my body won't move. Krillin sensed an invisible force binding him, rendering him immobile. This power was reminiscent of the Earthling's abilities. He struggled in the air, but the force holding him captive was unyielding. Object control technique. Goku watched as the small bald-headed fighter struggled in vain. His heart swelling with joy, he unleashed a relentless barrage of sand and stones upon the immobilized Krillin. The deafening cries of Krillin filled the air as the sand and dirt relentlessly assaulted his trapped form. He had never anticipated that this four-eyed monster's abilities were so formidable. He was utterly powerless, unable to fight back. Ding! A binding technique and object control attribute have fallen ahead. Would you like to collect them? At that moment, another notification resonated in Son Wukong's mind that a smile graced his lips as he realized this individual possessed 3 powers. Now, they would all be his. Collect, he silently commanded, and the 2 combat power attributes surged towards him, merging seamlessly into his being. The special ability section of his personal attribute panel now displayed these newfound powers. Although the object control technique had limited utility in combat, it was quite impressive for showmanship. Small bald-headed one, were you not quite arrogant just moments ago? Prepare to meet your end. Goku, wielding the object control technique, sharpened a large tree into a deadly spear and hurled it at the screaming Krillin, intent on skewering him and reclaiming his lost dignity. Witnessing this scene, Vegeta sprang into action, vanishing from sight only to reappear behind Goku. He sought to convey his intent to ally with Son Wukong, hoping that Kakarot-san would be persuaded to aid him. Boom! In an instant, Goku's head was severed from his body, his life signs extinguished, and blood splattered across the ground. He could scarcely fathom that he would meet his end in such a manner. Vegeta concentrated energy into his hand, obliterating Goku's skull in an instant. His gaze instinctively shifted towards Son Wukong. who did not appear repulsed but merely glanced back at him. Had the opportunity to seize the ability not been lost prior, Son Wukong would have undoubtedly intervened to save Goku. Vegeta had resolved that even if he had to capture the alien to extract the time pause ability, he would do so. However, now, with Goku's value diminished, even without Vegeta's intervention, he would have acted. What? This fool Goku has perished at Vegeta's hand. How dare he disregard the rules of the game? With Goku's demise, the Ginyu Force was left one member short, and their perfect poses would now be compromised. Vegeta, you have some nerve to disrupt our affairs. The Ginyu Force seethed with anger at Vegeta's breach of their unwritten rules. Their concern over Goku's death was minimal. They were more preoccupied with the loss of a member, which would hinder their signature poses. Tisich, did I ever say I wouldn't act? Those are your rules, not mine. Vegeta retorted defiantly. He had made his stance clear. If Kakarot's son refused to assist him, he would bear the consequences alone. Vegeta, since you refuse to abide by the rules, I shall take action against you. Krillin snarled, his teeth clenched as he positioned himself opposite Vegeta. This fool had dared to dismiss his warnings, violating the game's rules and tarnishing his own reputation. The tension on the battlefield was palpable as Vegeta and Krillin faced each other, ready for combat. The moment Goku fell, Krillin found the binding technique's hold on him dissipate, and he was finally able to move. He had not expected Vegeta to intervene. It seemed he was attempting to win their favor. Krillin remained airborne, observing the confrontation between Vegeta and the pineapple-headed Krillin, while Son Wukong watched with keen interest. In a place where combat ensued, battle power attributes would surely drop. Why should he intervene? Waiting to collect those attributes seemed far more advantageous. Krillin was a glory hound, always eager to steal the spotlight. It was truly exasperating. Bart could not help but express his frustration to Vice Captain Jisoo. There's nothing we can do. Krillin is simply too concerned with appearances. Vegeta dared to disregard his warnings and disrupt the rules of the game. If he is prevented from acting, he will become furious. The battlefield was charged with anticipation. Both fighters vanished in an instant, and the clash was imminent. Chapter 25. The misfortunate Vegeta. Prepare to meet your doom. Krillin vanished, reappearing before Vegeta, unleashing a powerful punch. Vegeta, employing an uncanny agility, evaded the attack and swiftly retaliated. Bang! 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 In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of hundreds of rounds, and Kaleem seized the opportunity to land a powerful punch, sending Vegeta crashing into a mountain. Ding! A notification of 50 battle power attributes dropped ahead. The system's alert resonated in Son Gohan's ears, and as he gazed upon the scattered battle power attributes, his heart swelled with joy. Meanwhile, Krillin sought to assist but found no suitable opportunity, for the enemy of his enemy was his friend, despite having the formidable strength of Son Gohan as a support. There was no need for Vegeta's aid, yet the latter still chose to intervene, signaling their unity as a teamed Vegeta, in a fit of rage, obliterated the mountain in an instant and charged at Kaleem, unleashing a tempest of attacks. Oh my, our Prince Vegeta is truly desperate now. I am so frightened. Kaleem taunted while deftly evading Vegeta's strikes. I relish the sight of you being infuriated yet unable to vanquish me. How dare you underestimate me? I am a Saiyan warrior of unparalleled genius. I cannot possibly lose to a scoundrel like you. Vegeta's pride ignited by Kaleem's disdainful words. His aura surged forth as his movements quickened. He could not afford to lose this battle. He was determined to decapitate his foe and use the head as a ball to kick. With a resounding thud, Kaleem was sent soaring into the air by a powerful kick. And Vegeta followed suit, treating Kaleem as if he were a soccer ball that he relentlessly battered Kaleem's body before raising both hands high to deliver a devastating punch. With a colossal bang, Kaleem's body exploded upon impact, creating a deep crater in the ground. Suspended in the air, Vegeta pressed his advantage, employing the princely technique to unleash a barrage of energy blasts at Kaleem, who lay in the pit. Ding! A notification of 100 battle power attributes dropped ahead. As Vegeta continued to fire energy blasts, the system incessantly chimed in Son Gohan's mind. Boom! The energy blasts detonated within the crater, sending billowing clouds of smoke into the air. After firing hundreds, if not thousands, of energy blasts, Vegeta panted lightly, observing the swirling dust. Kaleem, that guy simply loves to toy with his opponents, he then declared. Collect. The battle power attributes on the ground surged towards Son Gohan, merging into his being. The battle power numbers on his personal attribute screen fluctuated wildly, stabilizing only after several breaths. Son Gohan was astonished to find his battle power had increased by over 30,000. The system was truly remarkable. Merely being a bystander allowed him to gather battle power attributes. And why, beloved Prince Vegeta, you almost took my life just now. The thrill of defeating others must be exhilarating, right? Now it's my turn to attack. As the smoke dissipated, Kaleem emerged from the crater, his clothing tattered and appearing somewhat disheveled. He stood before Vegeta, a sinister grin plastered across his face. This is impossible. How can this scoundrel be so strong? Vegeta felt a surge of fear at the sight of the seemingly unscathed Kaleem. His feet involuntarily retreated a few steps. He had already exerted all his strength, with a fierce aura unleashed. Kaleem prepared to fight with all his might. Small stones on the ground began to levitate, a potent energy emanating from his body. There was no longer any need for games, with fists the size of sandbags. He struck the ground. Boom! Energy waves erupted from beneath the surface, and Vegeta was instantly struck. Hurtling into the air, Kaleem did not grant him a moment's respite. His speed surged as he pursued Vegeta, raining down punches like a torrential storm. Vegeta's anguished cries echoed through the sky. With a mighty blow, Kaleem sent Vegeta crashing to the ground. Bang! Vegeta's body impacted like a missile, creating a deep crater. He lay in the center of the pit, gasping for breath and occasionally spitting out blood. That moment, he was utterly beleaguered, completely overwhelmed by Kaleem's relentless assault. Ha! The little brat from Earth has arrived. Kaleem turned to regard Son Gohan and Krillin with a playful expression. His confidence soared. If he could incapacitate Vegeta, defeating these two small fry would be a mere formality. Ignorance breeds courage. Allow me to demonstrate my binding technique. Son Gohan, eager to test his newly acquired skill, felt he had achieved his objective on Namek. The healing abilities of Dandy and the temporal powers of Gudo were now within his grasp. My body. I cannot move. Kaleem's face contorted with fear as he gazed at Son Gohan, trembling as if he had seen a ghost. His body felt as though it were shackled. Utterly immobile, he was all too familiar with this sensation. Binding technique. No way. Earthlings can use binding techniques too? Kaleem was in deep trouble. GIs and Bat, members of the Ginyu Force, stared at Son Gohan in astonishment. How could this little brat possess Gudo's powers? Could he have just learned them? If that were the case, it would be utterly terrifying. Incredible. Gohan. You are simply amazing. Krillin, standing nearby, was equally dumbfounded, never expecting Gohan to master such technique. Having just experienced its might, he knew all too well the feeling of being immobilized. Enjoy this moment. Son Gohan invoked the telekinesis technique once more. Stones from the ground levitated and rained down upon Kaleem like a barrage of bullets. Kaleem screamed in agony as he was bombarded, completely unable to muster any strength. His body rendered immobile. He was battered into a state of disarray within mere breaths. The vice captain. GIs quickly recognized the dire situation. There was no need to adhere to any rules of engagement. Seeing Kaleem utterly incapacitated, it was only a matter of time before this little brat would finish him off. He exchanged a knowing glance with Bat, who understood the unspoken message after years of collaboration. In an instant, they vanished from their spot, reappearing before Son Gohan. GIs and Bat launched a kick aimed directly at Son Gohan's head. If those kicks landed, he would surely explode like a gourd. They were confident in their ability to rescue Kaleem, as their speed was the fastest in the universe. However, their calculations were flawed. The events that followed would completely shatter their understanding. Chapter 26. Son Goku arrives on the battlefield of Namek. A circular spaceship slowly descended to the ground. The hatch opened, and Son Goku emerged, beginning to sense the energy signatures on this planet. What on earth is happening here? Why are there so many powerful auras? And several of them are quite sinister. Wait, Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin are all gathered together. What on earth could have transpired? From the energy signature, Vegeta appears to be severely injured. And no matter, as long as he located Gohan and the others, he would uncover the truth. Son Goku heightened his energy and swiftly flew toward the direction of Son Gohan and Krillin. Frieza's spaceship, what? The battle power has reached 90,000. Jinyu remarked, puzzled, as Son Goku landed on Namek. Both Frieza and Jinyu were mildly surprised to see the reading of 90,000 displayed on their scouters. Frieza had been attentively monitoring the movements of this formidable energy signature. The moment the entity landed on Namek, it surged rapidly toward the other members of the Jinyu force. Interesting. Jinyu, go investigate what is happening. Frieza's lips curled into a malevolent smile. At a combat power of 90,000 was hardly worth his personal intervention. Jinyu could easily handle it. He was now intent on continuing his search for the Dragon Balls. Utilizing his scouter, he pinpointed the location of the Grand Elder on Namek. Frieza assumed the last Dragon Balls were in the possession of these two Namekians. Yes, I shall proceed at once. Jinyu swiftly soared towards Goku's direction, while Frieza traveled in his BB vehicle towards the Grand Elder and nailed on the battlefield. Gohan observed Frieza's energy shifting. It seemed he believed the final two Dragon Balls were in the hands of the Namekians. With Frieza's energy now moving, he was heading towards the remaining Grand Elder and the prodigious fighter, Nail. Gohan. Krillin felt a flicker of movement before him, followed by the sudden appearance of two extraterrestrials. So fast, he gasped in horror, instinctively warning Gohan. However, the opponent's strength was overwhelmingly superior. Welcome, Gohan declared with a triumphant grin. He struck with lightning speed, instantly seizing the legs of Jaice and Buddha as they attacked. What? No, it can't be. Jaice and Buddha were utterly shocked. Their teamwork had never failed before. Especially Buddha, who had always believed he possessed the fastest speed in the universe. The two unleashed their full combat power in an attempt to break free from Gohan's grip. Krillin was immediately blown away by the sheer force of energy. The ground caved in under the pressure. Yet, Gohan remained unyielding, gripping the two like a vice. Escaping won't be that easy. With a powerful swing, he hurled their legs towards each other. Boom! The two were instantly disoriented from the impact. Gohan then flung them towards the direction where Kulim was confined. Masenko! Gohan raised his hands above his head, unleashing a colossal beam of energy towards the trio. Buddha, Jaice, and Kulim, still recovering from their stupor, let out heart-wrenching cries. However, their bodies were immobilized, leaving them with no means of escape. The immense energy beam swiftly engulfed the three. From that moment forth, the Jinyu force was left with but a single commander. Krillin was utterly awestruck by Gohan's display of power, having taken down three formidable foes in one fell swoop. What a gratifying spectacle. Boom! Captain Jinyu's scouter exploded as he rushed to the battlefield, startling him. Damn it, you wretched brat from Earth. I will make you suffer 1,000 deaths, he snarled, veins bulging on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. He accelerated to his utmost speed. Simultaneously, Frieza's scouter also detonated. He paused momentarily to glance in Gohan's direction before continuing his flight towards the Grand Elder. Jinyu was on his way there. He would take care of it. My primary objective now is to locate the Dragon Balls and make a wish. This is Goku's energy. It's so powerful, Krillin exclaimed, gazing upwards with elation. His spirits soared as he realized Goku had finally arrived. In a matter of breaths, the small stones on the ground began to levitate. A fierce wind swept through, stirring up clouds of dust, causing Krillin to struggle to maintain his balance. Gohan, Krillin, are you all right? As the dust settled, Goku's figure emerged. Seeing that both were unharmed, his mood lightened. Dad, you made it. Gohan and Krillin quickly approached Goku, their faces alight with joy. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Krillin animatedly recounted their adventures on Namek. A powerful energy is approaching from that direction. We should rescue Vegeta first, Goku remarked, casting a glance towards the deep pit where Vegeta lay. He believed the Saiyan had not yet reached his darkest point, especially since he had just fought alongside Krillin. This time, Krillin had nothing to say about Goku's decision to aid Vegeta. With both father and son present, and their energies so formidable, there was little to fear. Dad, the Grand Elder's life is nearing its end. I want to find the Dragon Balls and make a wish first. The incoming energy isn't as strong as yours, but the individual possesses a unique ability to swap bodies. Be cautious. Gohan warned Goku. Just then, he spotted a large earthworm on the ground. picked it up, and stunned it before handing it to Goku. An alien can swap bodies. I'll be careful. You go find the Dragon Balls. Goku replied, astonished by the revelation of a new foe's abilities. I'll accompany you in searching for the Dragon Balls. I can't be of much help here, Krillin said, startled by Gohan's description of the four-eyed individual's strange powers. All right, let's go. Gohan nodded at Krillin, and they set off towards Dandy and Bulma. The Namekian dragon required the Namekian language to grant wishes. Soon, the two vanished from Goku's sight. Goku placed the earthworm in his pocket. Leaping down into the pit to confront Vegeta. Kakarot, you bastard, I will kill you. Vegeta glared at Goku, filled with rage as memories of his experiences on Earth flooded back. Lying in the pit, he ground his teeth in frustration at Goku's overwhelming energy. I am the genius warrior of the Saiyans. How can your power have skyrocketed so dramatically in just a month? Calm down, Vegeta, Goku said with a grin, offering him a senzu bean. Eat this to restore your strength. A formidable opponent is closing in. Vegeta, who had witnessed the bean's effects during his invasion of Earth, wasted no time in chewing it and swallowing. Suddenly revitalized, he rose to his feet, astonished at his own body. Not only had his wounds healed completely, but his power had surged significantly. Why does my battle power increase so drastically every time I recover? Is it due to the Saiyan physiology, or can it be enhanced through combat? I must find an opportunity to verify this. Here they come. Goku looked up to see an alien dressed similarly to Vegeta, hovering above them, gazing down with disdain. Chapter 27, Shenron, prone on the battlefield. Ha! Jinyu, your speed is utterly pathetic. With your arrival, the Jinyu force is left with you as its sole commander. Vegeta taunted, fully revived, and seizing the moment to mock Jinyu that he had felt utterly constrained while being pummeled by Coolim earlier. Vegeta, it's a pleasure to see you. Where have those little brats from Earth gone? Jinyu, upon hearing the words of his opponent, remained unperturbed. Observing the battlefield in disarray, he noted that only Son Wukong and Vegeta were present. With the two little devils from Earth nowhere to be seen, it seemed that the recent reading of 90,000 on the scanner pertained to this individual. He scrutinized Son Wukong with a curious gaze. You mean Gohan and Krillin? They've gone in search of the Dragon Balls. That he chuckled. The energy emanating from you is remarkably powerful. You must be a formidable adversary. Son Wukong, sensing the immense power radiating from Jinyu, felt an overwhelming excitement coursing through him, as if his very blood were boiling. What? The Dragon Balls? Jinyu exclaimed in shock upon hearing Son Wukong's words. This was dire. Frieza had already set out to locate the remaining Dragon Balls. The spaceship was left without leadership, and there were still 5 Dragon Balls unaccounted for, that if those two little devils from Earth were to reach them, the consequences would be unthinkable. However, Vegeta remained calm, for he had concealed the last Dragon Ball at the bottom of a fish pond. Even if those two little devils were to find the other Dragon Balls, they would never be able to make a wish. Yet, Vegeta was oblivious to the fact that the Dragon Ball he had hidden had been located by Bulma using the Dragon Ball radar. He had been feeling quite pleased with himself for having hidden one Dragon Ball away. With a swift decision, Jinyu unleashed a surge of white energy and soared toward the spaceship. He had no time to engage in battle. He needed to return to safeguard the Dragon Balls. Trying to escape? It wouldn't be that easy. Son Wukong understood that this alien was intent on thwarting Gohan and the others from collecting the Dragon Balls. He activated his Kaioken at 3 times its normal strength, propelling himself to the utmost limits of speed, swiftly blocking Jinyu's path. Jinyu, disinterested in combat, veered off in another direction, and the two engaged in a fierce aerial chase. Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's spaceship, alarms blared. Danger! Enemy attack! It turned out that Gohan and Krillin had located Bulma and Dandy, who had pinpointed their location through the Dragon Ball radar. A sudden influx of small warriors came charging from the depths of space, each possessing a combat power of around 2,000 to 3,000. Within mere minutes, Gohan and Krillin dispatched them with ease, as if slicing through vegetables. The four soon found the 5 Dragon Balls with the aid of the radar. Gohan retrieved 2 Dragon Balls from the system space, bringing their total to 7. Come forth, Shenron, Dandy exclaimed in the Namekian tongue, akin to summoning the Dragon Balls of Earth. In an instant, the sky grew dark and thunder rumbled ominously. Bulma, filled with trepidation, hid behind Gohan. The 7 Dragon Balls emitted a blinding radiance that shot skyward. Suddenly, a colossal dragon, resembling a toad, appeared in the heavens. Purunga, those who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wishes, and I shall grant them. However, you are permitted only 3 wishes. That Purunga's crimson eyes surveyed the gathered crowd, his majestic voice resounding, "At last, the 7 Dragon Balls have been gathered." A faint smile appeared in the wrinkled face of the Grand Elder, seated upon his throne. "We entrust the fate of Namek to you." As Frieza's ship approached, he gazed upward, perplexed. What is happening? A monstrous golden figure materialized in the direction of his spaceship. Could this be the dragon? Furious, he unleashed his full firepower and sped toward the dragon. "Which fool dares to seize my Dragon Balls? The Emperor Frieza's?" He seethed, gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes ablaze with fury. The once-cooked duck had flown away, and one could only imagine the depth of his rage. Simultaneously, Jinyu and Vegeta wore expressions of disbelief. Why has the sky darkened? They beheld a distant, gigantic creature glowing with a golden light, starkly visible against the night. Could this be the dragon? No, it cannot be. I have hidden 1 Dragon Ball away. How could those 2 little devils from Earth possibly gather all 7? Vegeta declared vehemently, "I will not allow you to succeed." With a fierce aura, he surged toward the resplendent dragon. Jinyu, equally astonished by Vegeta's words, was taken aback by how swiftly the 2 little devils from Earth had managed to gather the 7 Dragon Balls. He too flew toward the dragon, hoping to arrive in time. Meanwhile, Son Wukong watched the unfolding scene with a smile, making his way toward the dragon as well. "Dandy, for the first wish, let the dragon revive a being named Piccolo from Earth. For the second wish, I desire the skill of instant transmission. For the third wish, allow me to survive in the vastness of space." Unlike the characters in the anime who often dawdled, Gohan swiftly articulated his 3 wishes to Dandy. In the anime, before the 3 wishes were realized, the Grand Elder would pass away, causing Shenron to vanish and the opportunity for wishes to be squandered. The skill of instant transmission was an extraordinary ability within the realm of the Dragon Balls. Son Wukong had accomplished many incredible feats using this skill, such as rescuing the self-destructing Cell during the Cell Saga and saving Vegeta and Mr. Satan during the destruction of Earth by Majin Buu. Instant transmission allowed for traversing the universe, facilitating rescues and self-preservation. That Gohan's third wish was born from a desire for safety. If he could survive in space, then even if a planet were obliterated, he could endure until he could use the Dragon Balls to resurrect it. "Gohan, I understand," Dandy responded, pointing at Gohan with a finger, and began chanting a series of words in Namekian directed at Shenron. The Grand Elder had once instructed him to assist Gohan in making wishes, regardless of what those wishes might entail. Krillin and Bulma had no objections to Gohan's wishes. The two, unable to comprehend the Namekian language, felt as if they were listening to an ancient tome. "These 3 wishes are quite simple. They shall be granted immediately." Shenron's crimson eyes shimmered. Far away on North Kai's planet, Piccolo felt the halo around his head vanish in an instant. On Earth, the Supreme Kai appeared in the Supreme Kai's temple. Upon seeing this, Bubbles was filled with joy, like a child, wiping tears of excitement from his eyes. The first wish had been fulfilled, and now it was time to grant the second. Shenron's eyes sparkled once more with enchanting light. A white energy enveloped Gohan, filling his mind with clarity and a delightful sensation. The skill of instant transmission integrated into his consciousness. The second wish has been accomplished. "Now I shall grant your third wish." Shenron's voice echoed once more. His eyes glimmering that a beam of white light entered Gohan's body again. He could feel every pore of his body as if it were breathing. Is this the skill to survive in space? With the 3 wishes fulfilled, Shenron bid farewell. In an instant, Purunga transformed into stone, and the sky brightened once more. Bang! 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 7 stones plummeted from the sky. Chapter 28. Son Wukong attempts a new skill. Finally, I can rest easy. After the dragon's disappearance, a smile graced the face of the Grand Elder. He had been holding his breath, waiting for a miracle to unfold. Now that he had fulfilled his mission, he no longer needed to cling to life in desperation. His voice dwindled, eventually fading as if he had succumbed to slumber. The Grand Elder, Neru and Dan, with red-rimmed eyes, knelt before him. Now, only they and Dandy remained on Namek. How infuriating! I shall not forgive you. Frieza, still en route, witnessed the sudden illumination in the sky. The dragon had vanished, signaling that his wish had evaporated. He had journeyed across vast distances to seek the Dragon Balls, only to end up sewing garments for another. His teeth clenched in anger, feeling as though he had ingested a dead fly. When had the Cosmic Emperor Frieza ever endured such indignity? He must make the culprit suffer until their demise to quell the resentment within him. Simultaneously, upon seeing the sky ablaze, the dragon's disappearance incited Frieza's fury. How dare those earthlings challenge me? I will ensure your destruction. Vegeta, halted on his path, was filled with rage, his eyes bloodshot. He had not anticipated the failure of his own wish. He knew that such a commotion would surely draw Frieza's attention. There was no longer a need to press on. You dare to steal what belonged to Lord Frieza? Prepare to face his wrath. Jinyu observed the brilliance in the sky. The dragon had vanished, confirming that Frieza's wish was unattainable. Witnessing Vegeta's halt, he felt a sense of schadenfreude. It seems the wish has been thwarted. Let us settle this once and for all. Son Wukong, noticing both had stopped, exclaimed with excitement. He had not been unable to catch up to them. Rather, he merely wished to reach Sun Wufan's side. However, with a wish now fulfilled, further pursuit was unnecessary. Krillin, take Bulma and Dan to a safe place. Sun Wufan instructed Krillin, subsequently placing Frieza's spaceship into the system space. The vessel appeared quite luxurious and spacious. It might prove useful in the future. Understood. I will protect them both. Wufan, be cautious. Krillin, Bulma, and Dan cautioned Sun Wufan before departing. Krillin knew his limitations. He could be of little assistance here and preferred to safeguard Bulma and Dan. Not long after they left, Sun Wufan decided to test his new skill. He surged with energy and soared into the sky, swiftly breaking through Namek's atmosphere and entering the cosmos. This skill is truly marvelous that I in the vastness of space. He felt no discomfort. Observing the pitch-black void, he quietly sensed the essence of each planet. How infuriating! Who could it be? Frieza returned first, having not long missed Sun Wufan. Upon seeing the ground littered with the corpses of his legion and the spaceship vanished, his fury boiled forth, his triangular eyes flaring with rage. This was utterly intolerable. Should he discover who was responsible, they would suffer a torturous fate. Indeed, the one with a battle power of 90,000 must be you. I know Vegeta's strength all too well. Jinyu had long harbored disdain for Sun Wukong. Had he not been preoccupied with preventing the Earthlings from making wishes, he would have dispatched this fool long ago. With the dragon now gone, there were no more reservations. After eliminating these two, he would hunt down the Earthling brats. This scoundrel, how dare he underestimate others? Vegeta's pent-up rage found no outlet. Hearing Jinyu's words ignited his fury. In an instant, he unleashed a formidable energy blast. Jinyu vanished, evading the attack. Boom! The energy blast obliterated a mountain, sending a colossal mushroom cloud into the sky. What is happening? Are they engaged in battle? Is it the one who stole the Dragon Balls? Frieza, gritting his teeth, witnessed the mushroom cloud rising in the distance and propelled himself toward the explosion's origin, full throttle. Vegeta, how dare you resort to trickery? He is my opponent. Sun Wukong observed Vegeta's premature assault. Unwilling to be outdone, he charged at Jinyu. Scoundrel! When did he become your opponent? Vegeta's anger surged. He craved a vigorous battle to release the pent-up fury within him. You two wild monkeys, even united, I fear you not. Jinyu, seeing both charge in, refused to back down and surged toward Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Bang! 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 The three clashed in an instant. Has it finally begun? In the cosmos, Sun Wufan sensed the battle on Namek. A smile involuntarily crept across his lips as he detected Sun Wukong's energy. Whoosh! Sun Wufan vanished from a spot, reappearing directly on the battlefield, in the Dragon Ball anime. Instant transmission has two variations. The instant transmission of the Ardrations requires sensing energy, making it convenient for locating others. Meanwhile, The instant transmission of King Kai's attendant, Kibito, can only traverse the cosmos, not relying on energy for movement. Sun Wufan felt that the instant transmission bestowed by the dragon was flawless, akin to a fusion of the Yardration technique and Kibito's. His arrival was entirely at his discretion, not merely appearing beside Sun Wukong, in the anime. Sun Wukong often used instant transmission to materialize beside others. He recalled an instance when he nearly decapitated Sun Wufan while wielding the King Kai sword. Ding! A battle power attribute of 300 has dropped ahead. Sun Wufan's sudden appearance on the battlefield went unnoticed. As soon as he materialized, the system's notifications echoed in his mind, in the sky. The clash between Vegeta, Jinyu, and Sun Wukong caused battle power attributes to rain down like a deluge. All collected, observing the scattered battle power attributes. Sun Wufan beamed with joy. The ground was awash with battle power attributes, flowing into his limbs like a river. In the personal attribute screen, his battle power meter spun wildly, akin to a money printer. Suddenly, all the stones on the battlefield levitated, a formidable aura surged onto the scene. The three ceased their combat, eyes wide as they beheld the newcomer. Chapter 29. The Cosmic Emperor Frieza arrives on the battlefield. Ho ho ho! I did not expect this place to be so lively. Vegeta, it seems your wings have grown strong. Frieza, consumed by rage, let out a chilling laugh, causing the air around to drop several degrees. His slanted eyes scanned the battlefield, ultimately resting on Vegeta. Upon seeing Goku, a sense of familiarity washed over him. It felt as though he had encountered this individual before, but the memory eluded him. Gohan, being merely a child, was disregarded entirely. He had already devised a plan to torment those who dare to steal his Dragon Balls, ensuring that they would suffer beyond comprehension. Vegeta felt a twinge of trepidation at the sight of Frieza's arrival. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Lord Frieza, you have finally arrived, Jinyu declared with utmost respect, his spirits lifted by Frieza's presence. Had the moment of confrontation finally arrived? Gohan too felt a surge of exhilaration at Frieza's appearance. The greater the strength of one's opponent, the more formidable the battle attributes that could be claimed. Jinyu and his comrades had just exhibited a staggering drop in battle attributes, reaching as high as 300. Are you the cosmic overlord, Frieza? May I engage you in combat? Goku inquired, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Frieza, stirring a restless excitement within him. Haha, how audaciously ignorant you are, you wretched monkey! Who granted you the audacity to challenge me? Frieza's face twisted into a sinister grin. Those who had spoken to him in such a manner before had been reduced to cosmic dust. Lord Frieza, I shall dispose of them immediately, Jinyu proclaimed, eagerly preparing to showcase his prowess. Very well. I shall savor the torment I inflict upon them, allowing them to taste the depths of despair, Frieza replied, biding his time to witness the unfolding drama. A Saiyan with a battle power of 90,000. This individual seems increasingly familiar. I recall now, before the destruction of Planet Vegeta, there was one who bore a striking resemblance to him, attempting to thwart my energy blast. It appears that the Saiyan from Earth is undoubtedly the offspring of that very individual. How delightful it would be to slay his father and then him, along with his progeny. Haha, what a thrilling prospect. Understood, Jinyu declared, his aura surging with ferocity as he resolved to reveal his full strength, enveloped in a shroud of white energy. The ground began to tremble, debris swirling in the air as waves of energy radiated outward. The very planet Namek quaked beneath the intensity. The Dragon Ball battles depend solely on the ferocity of one's roar. Goku grounded himself, unleashing his own energy, which coalesced into a tempestuous whirlwind, causing the earth to tremble beneath him. Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone, also summoned his full power, cloaked in a white aura, his animosity towards Frieza palpable. Today, it would be either his demise or that of his adversary, standing shoulder to shoulder with Kakarot. They intended to eliminate Jinyu before confronting Frieza, thus grasping a fleeting chance of survival. Shall we commence? What an impressive aura. I can perceive it even from this distance, Krillin remarked, observing the unfolding chaos from a distant peak alongside Bulma and Dondi. His task was to ensure their safety, shielding them from the battlefield's tumult. What is happening to this planet? Is it an earthquake? Bulma lamented, her gaze fixated on the quaking Namek. No, it is merely Goku and the others beginning their battle. The planet trembles under the influence of their immense power, Krillin clarified, directing his attention toward the source of the energy. Prepare to meet your demise. Wild Monkey. Jinyu initiated the assault, swiftly appearing before Goku and delivering a punch. In response, Goku threw a punch of his own, seeking to gauge his opponent's strength, a hallmark of his fighting style. The sound of their collision echoed, yet Jinyu remained unyielding, while Goku was sent flying several meters back by the tremendous force. Kakarot, that scoundrel is still concealing his true power, Vegeta exclaimed, joining the fray with a relentless barrage of strikes aimed at Jinyu. His approach was one of desperation, contrasting sharply with Goku's method. Jinyu effortlessly evaded Vegeta's attacks, no matter how swift they were. Incredible! Goku quickly rejoined the fight, teaming up with Vegeta against Jinyu. The three engaged in a fierce battle, clashing hundreds of times, while Gohan watched in sheer delight as he observed the plummeting battle attributes akin to a torrential downpour. Goku aimed a punch at Jinyu, only to strike an illusion, then sidestepped to deliver another blow, but was met with a swift counter. Goku was soon sent hurtling towards the ground, akin to a kite severed from its string. Executing a somersault to dissipate the impact, his feet carved deep furrows into the earth upon landing. Kakarot, cease your games and dispatch this scoundrel swiftly. We must contend with Frieza, Vegeta shouted in exasperation. Frustrated by Goku's reluctance to unleash his full potential, "Is this truly your strength?" Jinyu questioned, towering over Goku with a look of incredulity, with Jinyu's battle power at 110,000 and Goku's base power only at 90,000. The disparity was stark, placing Goku at a distinct disadvantage from the onset. Vegeta, step aside. Jinyu unleashed a barrage of punches, akin to a machine gun, overwhelming Vegeta. Struck in the abdomen, he doubled over, pain coursing through him as bile surged forth. Jinyu interlocked his fingers and delivered a devastating blow that sent Vegeta crashing into the earth, creating a deep crater. Having faced Jinyu, Goku felt a persistent ache in his hands that he realized that teaming up with Vegeta against Jinyu was unnecessary. He could easily crush Jinyu using the Kaioken technique. However, he wished to engage Jinyu in a fair fight, but Vegeta's earlier reminder made him aware of the true threat. Frieza, double Kaioken, though Goku may have been slow to grasp other matters. His understanding of combat was crystal clear. With a roar, his white aura transformed into a fierce red, acknowledging Frieza's superior strength and the necessity to conserve his own power that he joined the fray, instantly turning the tide of battle. With the Kaioken, Goku's battle power surged to 180,000, leaving Jinyu unable to withstand the onslaught. In no time, Jinyu was being tossed around like a soccer ball at Goku's mercy. Ding! Battle attribute 300 acquired. Gohan's mind was flooded with notifications from his system as the battle commenced, eagerly absorbing the influx of power that surged through him, delighting in the experience. Frieza, observing the confrontation, was taken aback by the sudden surge in the Saiyan strength. How could they have grown so formidable in such a short span, particularly as the Earth encounters the Saiyans? Chapter 30. Jinyu's ambition on the battlefield. Vegeta, your combat power is still too weak. Allow me to assist you, said Son Gohan, who had swiftly arrived at the deep pit. Observing the battered Vegeta, he had hoped for the other to contribute significantly to his combat attributes. Gohan extended his palm towards Vegeta, and a gentle force emanated from it, visibly healing the injuries on Vegeta's body at an astonishing rate. Instantly revitalized, Vegeta rose, exhilarated, his fists clenched as he felt the surge of power within him. It seemed undeniable. Each time he recovered from injury, his combat power increased. Vegeta, do you wish to enhance your strength further? Gohan inquired with a smile. Gazing at him, make the horse run fast. One must feed it more grass. Initially, he refrained from using the Elder's method to help Goku unlock his potential, intending to rely on Jinyu to severely injure Goku. For Saiyans, each recovery from injury resulted in a significant boost in power. However, Frieza's sudden appearance had utterly disrupted those plans. You have a solution. Help me. Vegeta instinctively exclaimed, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. This little brat had surprised him time and again. He had always pursued greater power. All right, just relax, Gohan said as he levitated beside Vegeta, placing a hand upon his head. Vegeta wore a bewildered expression. Could this truly enhance his combat power? He felt no concern that Gohan might suddenly strike him down. For Gohan had saved him multiple times before. The white aura enveloping Gohan's hand surged wildly into Vegeta's body. Boom! A powerful energy erupted from Vegeta, expanding the pit exponentially, cracking the ground like a spider's web. Gohan lowered his hand. This aura, Vegeta. Goku instantly sensed a formidable energy. He couldn't help but glance at Vegeta repeatedly. Was this commotion the result of Gohan's doing? How many secrets did he still hold? Is this truly my power? How magnificent! Vegeta felt the overwhelming energy within him, his heart soaring, as he realized this force surpassed even Frieza's. If a scouter could detect it, his power level would have reached 500,000. No wonder he felt his combat power had outstripped Frieza's. Vegeta truly was a genius warrior, his potential immeasurable. What is happening? Is this the work of that little brat? Frieza had been closely monitoring the battle between Jinyu and Goku, completely oblivious to the developments concerning Vegeta. Now, witnessing such a significant disturbance, he was utterly perplexed. Splendid! Jinyu, being ruthlessly battered by Goku in the air, experienced a blend of pain and pleasure. His screams intermingled with hearty laughter. Were one to observe him, they might think him mad. He had not anticipated the Saiyans' power to be so formidable. Leaving him with no means to retaliate, he had set his sights on this body, merely waiting for the moment when Goku would mercilessly thrash him, as that would make the body exchange all the more thrilling. Jinyu has completely relinquished his resistance to is he truly planning to employ that move? Frieza said with an excited grin, I wonder what expression he will wear once they exchange bodies. Just the thought is exhilarating. Vegeta, seek vengeance while you can, delay, and you may lose your chance, Gohan said to Vegeta with a smile before turning his gaze towards the clash between Jinyu and Goku. He then soared out of the pit to continue observing the battle. Upon hearing Jinyu's words, he understood the latter's intentions. You wish to swap bodies? You are sorely mistaken. Jinyu, prepare to meet your demise. Vegeta exerted his legs, causing the ground to collapse beneath him. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing before Jinyu, delivering a powerful punch to the latter's abdomen. You sought to enjoy yourself earlier, did you not? Now, let us see how it feels to be on the receiving end. Gag! Jinyu's belly twisted painfully, and he doubled over, retching uncontrollably. Vegeta followed up with another heavy punch to Jinyu's back. The fluidity of his movements left Jinyu no time to react, sending him hurtling towards the ground like a cannonball. Vegeta was determined to reclaim the dignity lost when Jinyu had previously dispatched him. Witnessing Vegeta's sudden transformation into such a formidable fighter, Goku was equally astonished. He had been completely unaware of what had transpired. The disparity between the two was now insurmountable, akin to an adult battling a child. Boom! The ground was instantly cratered. Cough, cough. Jinyu lay in the pit, coughing a few times, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed up at Vegeta. Akin to a man beholding a stunning beauty, drool spilling from his mouth. This body was utterly perfect. With just a few punches, he had been rendered incapacitated. His combat power of 110,000 seemed like that of a mere child before Vegeta. This is the body I have longed for, Vegeta. Your body shall be mine. An energy burst forth from Jinyu's form, instantly ensnaring Vegeta. A beam of white light shot from his mouth toward Vegeta. What? My body cannot move. Vegeta struggled with all his might, veins bulging on his forehead, yet he could not muster any strength. Oh no, could this be the superpower Gohan spoke of? The white light emitted by Jinyu must have been his soul. Goku hurriedly tossed a worm towards Vegeta. Frieza, save me! Jinyu shouted frantically at Frieza upon seeing the worm Goku had thrown. How could this fool carry such a thing with him? Do the Saiyans know of my body-swapping abilities? How audacious! Frieza's finger unleashed a red energy wave directed at the worm. Jinyu was the only subordinate he had left. He could not allow his sole underling to be defeated before him. Not on my watch. Gohan had anticipated Frieza's attack, swiftly blocking the energy wave and sending it flying. Boom! The energy wave pierced through a mountain. Frieza was slightly taken aback, contemplating another strike, but it was too late. He had not expected this little brat to block his energy wave, and oh. The worm successfully shielded Vegeta, and in that instant, Jinyu's soul exchanged with the worm. He let out a heart-wrenching scream. Jinyu, vanish! Once Vegeta regained his mobility, he retaliated in anger, unleashing an energy wave that obliterated the worm and Jinyu's body on the ground. Though he had been unable to move moments before, he had witnessed everything clearly. Had it not been for Goku and his son's timely intervention, his soul might have indeed swapped with Jinyu's. All of it, gather. Gohan collected the scattered combat attributes. The combat power in his personal attribute screen surged dramatically. Ha! I have underestimated you all. Frieza gazed upon the three with a malevolent expression, his eyes sharpening with intensity. Chapter 31. Vegeta versus Frieza. Frieza, cease your arrogant bluster. I have long found you disagreeable. Vegeta felt his own energy surpassing that of Frieza, having long desired to grind his opponent into the ground. Ah, my dear Vegeta, I never imagined that upon your arrival on Earth, you would undergo such a transformation. It has been a while since I last stretched my muscles. Today, I shall teach you a lesson in humility. Frieza descended from his BB vehicle, stretching his limbs. Now reduced to a solitary figure, he had no choice but to act on his own. Vegeta erupted with a formidable aura, waves of energy radiating outward, scattering the clouds above. The ocean relentlessly battered the shores, and the ground trembled violently. Impressive, but I wonder just how far your strength has truly progressed. Frieza observed Vegeta with quiet contemplation, yet his heart surged with tumultuous waves. Since his return from Earth, Vegeta seemed to have undergone a complete metamorphosis. Frieza, prepare to meet your demise. Vegeta unleashed all his battle power, charging toward Frieza with impatience. Come at me. I shall demonstrate the chasm that separates our strengths. Frieza, unwilling to cower, retaliated with his own charge. Bam! Their fists collided, unleashing a shockwave that rippled through the I in their initial clash. Frieza found himself at a disadvantage, involuntarily staggering backward several paces. Ding! A notification echoed in Son Gohan's mind as battle power attributes of 300 dropped nearby. As the battle commenced, he wore a beaming smile, reveling in the spectacle. Frieza, have you become a soft-shell shrimp from lack of exercise? Vegeta pressed his advantage, rushing at Frieza. Frieza steadied himself and retaliated with a punch aimed at the oncoming Vegeta. However, it merely pierced through a mere afterimage. Vegeta had executed a feint, reappearing behind Frieza to deliver a powerful blow. Thud! Frieza, without turning, countered with an elbow strike against Vegeta's incoming fist, the force of their clash sending them both reeling. They engaged in a furious melee, trading blows with flesh against flesh, a contest of sheer physical prowess. Not become overconfident. You fooled as Frieza and Vegeta fought. Two beams of crimson light suddenly shot from Frieza's eyes, catching Vegeta off guard. Not good. Vegeta sensed the fluctuations in energy and performed a roll to narrowly evade the attack. Had he not learned the skill on Earth, he would have been in grave danger. Ding! A notification appeared. Beam attributes dropped. Will you collect? Where do you think you're going? Multi-death beam. Frieza unleashed a barrage of red and white energy beams toward Vegeta, reminiscent of a prince's devastating technique. Vegeta scrambled to evade the onslaught of beams. The ground trembled as though bombarded by artillery, chaos erupting around them. Ding! Death beam dropped. Damn it! How can Frieza's battle power be so formidable? Our speed and strength seem comparable. Vegeta grew increasingly alarmed, desperately dodging the beams. Incredible! How can Vegeta's strength be so formidable? Son Goku observed the escalating battle with a mix of envy and admiration. Father, allow me to help you unlock your potential. It appeared that Vegeta was unable to defeat Frieza alone. Recognizing his father's eager expression, Son Gohan sensed his father's impatience that if Goku joined the fray, they could collectively reap the battle power attributes. What? Gohan, you enhanced Vegeta's power? Hurry, lend me your strength. I can hardly contain my eagerness to fight. Goku paced back and forth, brimming with excitement, astonished by Gohan's ability. Gohan nodded with a smile, placing his hand atop Goku's head. Channeling the same power-enhancing method he had used on Vegeta, boom, a formidable aura surged from Goku, sending shockwaves outward. He felt the overwhelming power coursing through him, elated beyond measure. "How do you find my strength? Are you satisfied?" Frieza taunted, relishing in Vegeta's distress, his heart swelling with pride as he prepared to crush this seemingly invincible foe. "Frieza, do not revel too soon." With his newfound strength, Goku promptly joined the battle, darting forward to land a punch on Frieza. Bam! Frieza, unaware of the shifting energy around him, was struck squarely, his body propelled like a missile into a mountain. Vegeta's peril was averted. "Fight! Fight! Fight!" He unleashed a torrent of energy blasts toward Frieza's fallen form. The mountain shattered under the relentless assault, a massive mushroom cloud ascending into the sky. Vegeta ceased his barrage, panting heavily, all attributes collected. The moment to harvest has arrived. Gohan watched as the attributes flooded into his being like a tide, enhancing his personal abilities with new skills, I-Beam and Multi-Death Beam. His battle power surged exponentially. I-Beam, a skill that allows one's gaze to unleash beams of energy, rendering opponents defenseless. Death Beam, one of Frieza's signature energy attacks, condensing energy into a fingertip and unleashing rapid red lasers capable of piercing foes in his golden form. This technique is even more potent, having swiftly eliminated numerous assassins from Universe 9. Double Death Beam, a technique utilizing 2 fingers, significantly faster than the standard Death Beam. Frieza once intended to use this against Gohan, only to be thwarted by Vegeta. A Multi-Death Beam, a rapid-fire version of the Death Beam, firing a sequence of purple energy waves at an opponent. Frenzied Death Beam, a technique employed by Frieza's third form against Piccolo. While less powerful, its speed is blinding, designed to torment the adversary. Death Beam Net, unleashing countless death beams to ensnare and restrict the opponent's movements, causing injury upon contact. This technique is extremely energy-intensive. Ha ha ha, Frieza, this technique is exceedingly useful. Gohan laughed triumphantly. With this ability, launching energy waves would no longer be a hassle. "Ah, how delightful. You are truly fortunate. Allow me to unveil my second form. Experience the terror of true power." As the dust settled, Frieza stood unscathed, having activated his protective shield. "Frieza, cease your empty boasts. Today marks your demise." Vegeta suspected Frieza was merely bluffing due to his apparent inability to win. Having been by Frieza's side for years, he had never heard of second form. Second form? Goku looked at Frieza, perplexed. Is this not his true strength? Let the battle continue, so I may reap your battle power. Son Wukong smiled faintly. In truth, since Frieza ascended to the throne of the universe, he had seldom engaged in combat with others. It was understandable that Vegeta was unaware of his ability to transform. A formidable and domineering aura surged forth from Frieza. A white flame enveloped his body in an instant. Both Vegeta and Son Wukong were taken aback by this overwhelming presence. Is he a monster? This fierce and terrifying energy was continuously escalating. Chapter 32. Frieza's Second Form. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Frieza, having completed his transformation into the second form, grinned indulgently. He reveled in the astonishment he had witnessed in Son Wukong and Vegeta's eyes just moments ago. In this second form, his stature increased, his physique becoming robust, reminiscent of his father, King Cold's usual appearance. "I didn't expect your power to have grown stronger. Truly a terrifying opponent," Son Wukong remarked, surveying Frieza's transformed state with admiration. His intentions were simple. He merely wished to battle a formidable foe. Enough chit-chat. Vegeta, known for his fiery temper, was the first to charge, throwing a punch with unparalleled speed, fully aware that Frieza's energy surpassed his own. He aimed to achieve victory through sheer velocity, but his aspirations proved overly optimistic against the harsh reality. Bang! Frieza effortlessly caught Vegeta's punch with an open palm. Ding! The battle power attribute dropped by 400. As the fight commenced, Son Wukong's mind was inundated with alert sounds from his cerebral system. "What? How is this possible?" Vegeta exclaimed, shocked, as he attempted to break free from Frieza's grip. Yet Frieza's hand was as unyielding as an iron claw. Did you think my second form merely enhanced my strength? Vegeta, you're still far too inexperienced to contend with me. Frieza declared arrogantly, don't look down on me. I'm the strongest Saiyan, Vegeta retorted, his eyes bloodshot. His aura erupting as he unleashed an enraged punch. Arrogant. Frieza seized the initiative, striking Vegeta in the abdomen, his gaze filled with amusement and disdain. Ugh! Vegeta was struck by a devastating blow, nearly losing consciousness. The pain in his abdomen was unbearable, as if his insides were knotted, a mouthful of blood spewed onto Frieza's face. "Huh, you filthy wild monkey. Your blood reeks," Frieza remarked disdainfully, licking the hot blood from his face. Vegeta's body bent over, his energy waning. Son Wukong observed the scene with a stoic expression. This truly became a tragedy for Vegeta, rendered powerless by a single punch. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable, akin to a battle between an adult and a child. Currently, Frieza's second form boasted a combat power of 1,600,000, whereas Vegeta's was merely 500,000. How could he possibly compete? Had Frieza not sought to humiliate Vegeta, that punch could have easily claimed his life. Triple Kaioken. Son Wukong, witnessing Vegeta being overwhelmed, decisively unleashed the Triple Kaioken, his body enveloped in a crimson aura. Like lightning, he charged towards Frieza, delivering a punch. Do you think this technique will work on me? Frieza had become adept at recognizing Son Wukong's movements, having learned from past experiences. Releasing Vegeta, he raised his hands high and delivered a crushing blow to his back. Boom! Vegeta's body was sent hurtling like a cannonball, creating a deep crater upon impact. He had completely lost the ability to fight. Frieza, Son Wukong, with a heart of compassion, felt a surge of speed as he witnessed Vegeta's brutal treatment. He instantly closed the distance, throwing a punch, but Frieza retaliated with equal ferocity. Bang! 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 The two exchanged blows rapidly, their strengths evenly matched. Frieza was slightly astonished. He had not anticipated the Earth Saiyans to be so powerful, capable of keeping pace with his speed and strength. If every Saiyan possessed such terrifying power, the universe would have long been under their dominion. It seemed that his decision to annihilate planet Vegeta and eradicate all Saiyans had been a prudent one. Ding! The combat power attribute increased by 400. As the battle intensified, the attributes dropped more significantly. Son Wukong, witnessing the substantial attribute drop, remained unfazed. Frieza executed a sweeping kick aimed at Son Wukong's head, but the latter raised a hand to block the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Son Wukong retaliated with a kick aimed at Frieza's abdomen, but Frieza's peculiar movements allowed him to evade the strike. Haha, delightful. It's been ages since I've encountered a true opponent. Frieza was exhilarated, relishing the long-lost thrill of battle. If I weren't using the Triple Kaioken, I would have been defeated long ago to be the most formidable adversary I've ever faced, Son Wukong said. Grinning with pride, he relished the prospect of battling strong opponents. Is that so? Then let us indulge in a little fun. Sphere of imprisonment. A wicked smile crept across Frieza's lips as he conceived a new tactic, but a sphere of light enveloped Son Wukong, rendering him immobile. What? Why can't I move? Son Wukong exclaimed, taken aback, as he found himself ensnared within a luminous fog. This technique was akin to a dumpling's superpower, binding his body. He had not anticipated Frieza to possess such abilities. Ha ha, let's play soccer. Frieza, filled with mischief, sought to trample the Saiyan beneath his foot. Toying with him at will, he leaped forward, delivering a kick that sent Son Wukong flying, then swiftly repositioned himself to kick him back. As if he were playing a game of soccer, thoroughly enjoying himself, Son Wukong, now stripped of his ability to act, felt dizzy from Frieza's relentless kicks, nausea threatening to overwhelm him. How infuriating! How could Frieza's combat power be so overwhelmingly strong? I cannot afford to lose. Vegeta, trapped in a crater, pounded the ground in fury. That I refuse to be resigned to this fate. Forever trampled by Frieza, I must grow stronger. Vegeta, is this all you can muster? What good is sulking in a pit? If you are a man, rise and seek out Frieza for battle. Wait, when I make my move, you will have no chance to play, Son Gohan remarked, hoping to harvest another wave of Vegeta's combat power attributes. He approached and healed Vegeta. Once restored, Vegeta felt a significant surge in power. Rising, he clenched his fists in exhilaration. "You wretched little brat. So is you orchestrating this?" Frieza observed as Son Wukong healed Vegeta. He had deliberately inflicted severe damage upon his opponent, for he could never comprehend how, despite being utterly defeated by Jinyu, Vegeta had miraculously recovered and even strengthened. At this moment, he finally discerned the source of this anomaly: the young boy. If he did not eliminate this child first, the troubles would be unending. It was at this juncture that Frieza's heart turned to thoughts of murder. Chapter 33. The Fear of King Kai. Once Vegeta was fully revived, his first action was to rejoin the fray. He propelled himself towards Frieza, conjuring an energy sphere which he hurled at his adversary. "How bothersome!" Frieza scoffed, beginning to gather an energy ball of his own, aimed at the confinement sphere encasing Son Wukong. Upon witnessing Vegeta's return, he resolved to eliminate one foe before proceeding. In an instant, Son Wukong unleashed his psychic powers, restraining Frieza's movements. He noted the murderous intent flickering in Frieza's eyes. "What? My body won't move." This was Goku's binding technique. Suddenly, Frieza realized he could not budge. The energy he had been gathering dissipated. He was taken aback. Was this the ancient power of Goku? He had not anticipated that the Saiyan child possessed such abilities. He needed to be dealt with swiftly, for he was a harbinger of chaos. Boom! The energy blast unleashed by Vegeta struck the ensnared Frieza, the explosion echoing deafeningly. Frieza turned, shock etched on his face as he regarded Son Wukong. Astonished that this boy could wield such powers, he retaliated by forming an energy orb, directing a frenzied assault towards Frieza. That was a close call. Son Wukong wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Still haunted by the sight of Frieza's energy ball moments, as Frieza was immobilized by Son Wukong's psychic abilities, he regained the freedom of movement. Amidst the billowing smoke, he began conjuring energy blasts as though they were free, launching them with wild abandon. Ding! Power attribute drop 500. Ding! Power attribute drop 500. The system's notifications echoed incessantly in Son Wukong's mind. Observing Vegeta's relentless onslaught, the power attributes fell like a torrential downpour, witnessing the ground littered with power attributes. A smile crept across Son Wukong's face, vindicating his efforts to heal Vegeta. Rumbling, Vegeta unleashed hundreds, even thousands of energy blasts, the explosion's radius expanding exponentially. Satisfied with his handiwork, he paused, catching his breath. "You pesky wild monkeys shall witness the overwhelming might of true power." After a considerable time, the smoke dissipated, revealing Frieza. He wiped the blood from his mouth as an overwhelming aura surged forth from his body, enveloped in a white flame with tendrils of electricity flickering around it. His form began to mutate, horns sprouting from his back. How is this possible? Can Frieza transform further? What manner monster is this? Feeling the overwhelming aura, Vegeta's cold sweat flowed freely. He realized Frieza had concealed his true strength. What is happening? Is this his genuine power? Son Wukong gazed at Frieza's formidable, domineering presence. Utterly astounded, he had not anticipated that his perceptions would be shattered repeatedly. "Collect all," Son Wukong murmured to himself. Disregarding Frieza's transformation, the mightier the opponent, the greater the power attributes dropped in battle. He watched as the power attributes swirled chaotically into his body, his expression brightening. The power attribute bar fluctuated wildly. On King Kai's planet, he was taken aback by Frieza's ability to transform. "This is troublesome," he thought, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he trembled. The sheer force was terrifying. He had long warned Son Wukong not to provoke the cosmic sovereign Frieza. "What do we do now?" King Kai's gaze involuntarily shifted towards Son Wukong, noting that he appeared unfazed by Frieza's terrifying aura. Almost smug. Could Son Wukong's power surpass Frieza's? Seeing Son Wukong's calm demeanor ignited a flicker of hope within King Kai. It was this very boy who had turned the tide during Earth's last crisis. Could a miracle manifest once more? "King Kai, what is wrong with you?" Yamcha inquired, noticing King Kai's stupor and trembling form. Tien Shinhan and others ceased their training, their attention converging on him. Now, Frieza and the father-son duo faced off. King Kai explained to the others, to ascend to the throne of a cosmic emperor, one must possess formidable abilities that I can sense the overwhelming aura emanating from Frieza. Yes, that's so. With King Kai's technique, Sun Wukong and his son will undoubtedly prevail against Frieza. Alas, we are unable to witness their battle employing the Kaioken. Tien Shinhan lamented. He longed to see the situation on Namek. King Kai, you must have a way for us to see it, right? Yamcha chimed in excitedly. He felt stifled from the events on Earth. Piccolo, too, perked up, eager to glimpse his homeland, though he struggled with communication. You underestimate me. I am the king of the North Galaxy. Witnessing the situation on Namek is no challenge. Simply place your hands on my back. King Kai declared, his spirits lifted, pride radiating from him as he faced Tien Shinhan and the others. As they placed their hands on King Kai's back, the circumstances on Namek unfolded vividly in their minds. Akin to watching a film, on Namek, fierce winds howled, lightning crackled ominously in the sky, as if the apocalypse were nigh. Waves crashed incessantly against the shore, the ground quaking as if an earthquake had struck. Krillin, what is happening to this planet? Bulma exclaimed, nearly losing her mind. Namek often felt like it was on the brink of destruction, filled with terrifying sounds and seismic tremors. Bulma, this planet cannot withstand Frieza's power. That is why these phenomena are occurring. Klin, Dondi, and Bulma stood at a distance, observing the fierce battle unfold. The confrontation between Frieza, Son Goku, and Vegeta repeatedly shattered their understanding of power. They bore witness to a historic clash of titans. As their gaze returned to the battlefield, Frieza finally completed his third transformation, his fists clenched tightly, brimming with formidable strength. Vegeta, upon witnessing Frieza in this form, instinctively took several steps back, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of his opponent's aura. Compared to his previous forms, the third transformation exhibited a more striking visual impact. Frieza's muscles bulged further, his physique expanding laterally. His visage took on a grotesque, sinister appearance, reminiscent of the alien creatures featured in renowned science fiction films. Ha ha ha! To let you experience the terror beyond hell, I have decided to skip this form and transform into my ultimate state to battle you, Frieza declared, his triangular eyes sweeping over Vegeta and Son Goku. A playful glint dancing in his gaze, his body emanated an unrelenting, powerful aura. Is this not Frieza's full power? Can he transform again? This is terrifying. Vegeta and Son Goku were left in shock, gazing at Frieza as if he were a monster. They never anticipated that their understanding would be challenged time and again by this foe. A wave of energy, akin to an ocean, surged from Frieza's being, sending shockwaves in all directions and forcing Son Goku and Vegeta to retreat. Chapter 34, Overwhelming Power North Kai's Planet. How? Is this possible? Does Frieza have no limits? This power is simply too immense that Frieza a monster. This strength continues to escalate. Could he genuinely transform further? I wonder if Goku and his son can contend with the transformed Frieza. The aura emanating from Frieza had become utterly terrifying, far surpassing their comprehension. Yamcha and the others watched in horror as events unfolded on planet Namek through the North Kai's perspective, utterly stunned by Frieza's terrifying combat prowess. Cold sweat streamed down their foreheads, leaving them trembling in fear. They had never before encountered such a formidable presence. It was beyond their wildest dreams that such a powerful monster could exist in the universe. Their attention involuntarily shifted to Son Gohan. Hoping this young boy could once again work miracles, Gohan appeared composed, seemingly unperturbed by Frieza's presence, which offered a glimmer of reassurance to the others. The North Kai found himself in a state of bewilderment, devoid of any strategy. Even deities have their limitations. He could only resign himself to the unfolding events. Frieza, are you finally prepared to unleash your full strength? It is time for me to demonstrate my true power, Gohan declared as he observed Frieza's body beginning to transform. The miniature version of Frieza taking shape. A tremendous wave of energy swept across the battlefield, with thunder rumbling in the sky. The sea relentlessly crashed against the shore. While the ground erupted with unfathomable fissures, the entire planet Namek began to tremble as if an earthquake were occurring. Klin sensed this overwhelming power, feeling as though he had just emerged from water. His body drenched in sweat. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your patience. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, the ground ceased its trembling. Frieza had reached his final form. His original visage, now diminutive, had a combat power elevated to 60 million, amplified by 20 times the Kaioken. Son Goku, recognizing Frieza's formidable aura, escalated his Kaioken to 20 times, placing his own combat power an astonishing 1/1,000,000th. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Whoosh! Frieza's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Son Goku to W. Goku sensed Frieza's presence behind him, yet he had no time to react. With a resounding crash, an intense pain surged through his back, propelling his body toward the ground like a missile. Rumble! Son Goku executed a full 360-degree rotation to dissipate the force of the impact, then charged once more at Frieza, if not for Frieza's intent to humiliate him. That punch would have been lethal. Otherwise, Goku would have already been defeated. Vegeta lunged at Frieza, unleashing a barrage of attacks, but Frieza effortlessly evaded every strike. At this moment, Son Goku joined the fray, yet both of their assaults were effortlessly neutralized by Frieza. Damn it, you wild monkeys! Do you think my transformations merely alter my appearance? With each transformation, my speed and strength multiply exponentially. I am merely toying with you, Frieza taunted, dodging Vegeta's attacks while mocking them. His current power and speed left Vegeta and Son Goku utterly outmatched. Frieza, you underestimate us, Vegeta retorted, a more potent aura erupting from him as his fury fueled yet another surge in his combat power. Son Goku's eyes sparkled with a fierce desire for battle, indifferent to the strength of his opponent. As long as there was a fight to be had, he felt exhilarated. The Saiyan constitution thrives on challenge, continuously enhancing their abilities through combat. You should take a break. Now it is my turn to attack, Frieza proclaimed with a smug grin. Suddenly, his figure vanished from sight. Right here, Son Goku spun around and threw a punch at the space behind him, only for his fist to pass through Frieza's afterimage. When Frieza reappeared, he had already positioned himself behind Vegeta, delivering a punch with tremendous force. Vegeta sensed Frieza's aura lurking behind him. Without looking back, he executed an elbow strike. Boom! A shockwave radiated in all directions, sending Vegeta soaring from the impact. Multiple death beams. After trading blows with Vegeta, Frieza remained steadfast, as if anchored to the ground. His triangular eyes glared at Vegeta as he unleashed a barrage of deadly energy beams. Cursed be it, I cannot possibly lose, Vegeta's voice echoed with rage, launching another energy blast from his hands. Boom! The multiple death beams and energy blasts erupted in midair, resembling fireworks, with thick smoke billowing forth. The explosions expanded in scope, forcing Vegeta to retreat continuously. Now taste my new technique, Supernova. Frieza gathered a dark red energy at his fingertip, which rapidly expanded to colossal proportions in the blink of an eye. The energy sphere grew to the size of a mountain. He deftly slid his finger downward, sending the massive energy sphere hurtling towards Vegeta. Supernova, an evolved version of the Death Ball, possessed even greater destructive power. Mechanical Frieza had utilized this technique against Trunks, though he had narrowly evaded it. Raging Cannon, Vegeta, taken aback by the enormous energy, instinctively stepped back, but he steadied himself, casting aside his fear, and summoned all his strength to channel his most potent technique, the Raging Cannon, to counter the approaching dark red energy sphere. Yet, even with all his might, Vegeta found it daunting to withstand the energy blast imbued with such formidable destructive capability. Boom! Two waves of energy collided instantaneously, with Frieza's dark red energy sphere ruthlessly overpowering Vegeta's Big Bang attack. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta furiously directed his energy toward the beam. This is bad. Vegeta cannot withstand this energy blast. Upon witnessing Frieza's colossal dark red energy sphere, Son Goku broke into a cold sweat. In a flash, he appeared beside Vegeta, unleashing a Kamehameha enhanced by 20 times the Kaioken. Boom! In that moment, Goku's Kamehameha and Vegeta's Big Bang attack simultaneously pushed Frieza's dark red energy blast back. Do you think having more people gives you an advantage? In the face of absolute power, you're nothing more than insignificant ants, Frieza proclaimed arrogantly, his hands releasing a torrent of energy, causing the dark red sphere to swell several times larger. The enormous energy sphere once again advanced toward them. Hold your ground. Now, Goku was being forced backward by the overwhelming dark red energy sphere, yet he clenched his teeth and struggled to maintain his stance. Damn it! How can Frieza's battle power be so formidable? Vegeta cursed through gritted teeth, his face a mask of fury as he exerted every ounce of strength he had left. However, he could see no effect. The dark red energy sphere continued its relentless advance, forcing him back with every step. This is bad. I can't hold on much longer. Goku poured every bit of energy he had into the Kamehameha, its beam surging dramatically. Ding! Battle Power Attribute 1000 dropped ahead. Ding! Battle Power Attribute 1000 dropped ahead. Chapter 35. The Universe's Strongest Warrior, Super Saiyan. All attributes collected. With a thought, Son Gohan summoned the battle power attributes that surged into his body. For several minutes, the battle power gauge continued to rise before finally stabilizing. Upon seeing the display of 10 million battle power, he gasped in astonishment. Arriving on Namek had indeed proven to be a fruitful endeavor. Thanks to the system's attribute collection, his battle power had increased by several million. He also acquired Din's healing abilities, the Elder's potential unlocking attributes, and the ability to read others' memories, as well as Guru's super abilities. Binding techniques, telekinesis, and time manipulation. Frieza's skills included the Death Beam and Eye lasers. Returning to the battlefield, Goku's Kamehameha, bolstered by the 20 times Kaioken, surged with energy. The two forces reached an equilibrium. Humph, wild monkeys, is this truly all the power you possess? Allow me to let you in on a little secret. This is far from my full strength. Frieza's power surged once more, now exceeding 60 million in battle power. Vegeta and Goku found themselves utterly incapable of halting this overwhelming force. The massive dark red energy sphere momentarily halted its advance before once again driving both Vegeta and Goku backward. Damn it! Is this how I meet my end? Vegeta roared in rage, venting his frustration and unwillingness to succumb. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, his strength waned, and it became evident that he could barely sustain himself. How formidable, we are utterly powerless to resist. Gohan, step in. I can't hold on any longer. Goku, having exhausted his strength, was unable to fend off the dark red energy sphere's assault. He could only implore Gohan for assistance. Frieza's battle power was now insurmountably powerful. Goku had no choice but to call upon his son. Ever since the latent power within Gohan had been awakened, his battle power had become unfathomable. Although he had managed to suppress it, an undercurrent of danger still emanated from him. Humph, wild monkeys, are you truly so foolish as to call upon a mere child to face me? No one shall leave this planet today. The Saiyans shall be exterminated. Frieza cackled maniacally. Empowered by his immense strength, he felt invincible, perceiving everyone before him as nothing more than ants, especially considering Gohan was merely a child. A low growl escaped Gohan's lips as he settled into a stance, fists clenched, an energy beam shooting skyward. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The ground beneath them trembled as stones began to levitate. Disintegrating into dust at a certain height, a shockwave emanated from Gohan, sweeping outward like a typhoon, sending debris flying in every direction. His energy surged with a ferocious, domineering intensity. The ground could not withstand such overwhelming power. Beginning to crack under the strain, the sea crashed against the shore as if heralding the end of the world. As Gohan's energy escalated, the entirety of Namek began to quake violently. Landslides occurred in the mountains, and the seas began to flood. Is it possible that this brat is a Super Saiyan? Frieza pondered, disbelief washing over him. And oh, it can't be. The universe's strongest warrior, the Super Saiyan, appears only once every 1,000 years. Surely I, Prince Vegeta, am destined to become the Super Saiyan. Vegeta felt the overwhelming and tyrannical energy and could not help but murmur to himself. This terrifying aura surpassed even Frieza's previous display. Hakati suddenly reminded him of an ancient legend about the Super Saiyan. How could the Saiyans possess such formidable battle power? Today, no matter what, I must annihilate every last Saiyan on this planet. Although Frieza could not sense the strength of the aura, he noticed the tremors of Namek and the change in weather. A faint sense of danger crept over him. Super Saiyan? You mean Gohan is a Super Saiyan? What do you mean by one appearing every 1,000 years? Goku exclaimed in bewilderment, having never heard of a Super Saiyan until now. Boom! An even more terrifying aura swept across the battlefield as Gohan's energy peaked. A golden blaze erupted from him, his hair and eyebrows transforming to yellow in an instant. His pupils turned blue. His gaze sharp and piercing, radiating a chilling aura. Gohan's fierce eyes scanned Goku, Vegeta, and Frieza before finally landing on Frieza, devoid of any emotion, as though regarding a lifeless corpse. The transformed Super Saiyan possessed icy blue eyes, filled with ruthless intent. Saiyans can actually transform? That gaze is terrifying. I can't even bear to look him in the eye, Frieza thought, feeling as though he were being scrutinized by a primordial beast. His heart was filled with dread. A Saiyan with yellow hair, Frieza muttered, gazing at the golden-haired Gohan. Suddenly, the words of his ancestor from the frozen demon clan echoed in his mind. From this day forth, should you encounter a Saiyan with yellow hair, do not provoke them. Super Saiyan. Vegeta gazed at Gohan, who radiated a formidable aura enveloped in a golden, fiery glow. His hair transformed into a brilliant yellow dye in a fit of rage. He bellowed that he had always believed that he was the most likely candidate to become a Super Saiyan, being the prince of the Saiyan race, possessing a pure and noble royal bloodline, and a prodigious warrior. To his astonishment, a lowly warrior's child born of a human had ascended to the status of a Super Saiyan. How incredibly powerful. He never anticipated that Gohan could achieve such a transformation. Is this what Vegeta referred to as a Super Saiyan? This aura was as vast as the cosmos itself. Goku, filled with excitement and envy, could hardly believe the immense strength of his own son. It was indeed true what Vegeta claimed, that a Super Saiyan appeared only once in a millennium. I am Frieza, the Emperor of the universe, its sovereign. Damn it, a Saiyan with yellow hair should not be trifled with. Who would believe such nonsense? My race, the Frost Demons, is the mightiest in this universe. Saiyans, today I shall annihilate you all on this very planet. Frieza suppressed the fear swelling within him and ignited his fury. He unleashed a torrent of energy from his hands, realizing that there was no longer any need for games. Chapter 36. Frieza's Full Power King Kai's Planet. WH. Gohan can transform like Frieza. Is this truly Gohan's aura? It's terrifying. Frieza is undoubtedly no match for Gohan now. It is hard to believe that Gohan could also transform, and with such formidable power afterward. The Saiyans truly are monsters. Who could have imagined such a small body could harbor such immense combat power? Gohan's potential is truly extraordinary. It was Piccolo who successfully drew out this hidden strength in Gohan. Yamcha, Tatsu, Piccolo, and King Kai were all left in shock. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that aside from transforming into a gigantic ape, Gohan could assume this form as well. Cursed wild monkey vanish. At this moment, Frieza was stunned, having just encountered the transformed Super Son Gohan's gaze. He unleashed all his 60 million combat power, and the dark red energy sphere in his hands surged violently. The red energy sphere blotted out the sky, swelling exponentially. Frieza intended to obliterate both this planet and the Saiyans. From the moment Gohan transformed, he sensed a looming danger approaching. This was the instinct of a seasoned warrior. Ding! Combat power attribute dropped. 10,000. Ding. Combat power increased by 10,000. At this juncture, the system's voice echoed in Gohan's mind incessantly. Upon witnessing a drop of 10,000 in combat power attributes, his heart soared with joy. He had never seen such a high drop in combat power. Frieza, you must contribute more to this combat power. Puffed. Vegeta spat out another mouthful of blood, He had no remaining strength to sustain the descent of the massive dark red energy sphere. Goku wasn't faring much better, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He had given his all. Alas, the disparity in combat power was simply too vast. Haim. Gohan unleashed the Kamehameha wave, a more potent energy beam instantly propelling Frieza's dark red energy sphere away from the Namekian planet. Vegeta collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Once Goku retracted the 20 times Kaioken, the backlash hit him like a tidal wave. He staggered back a few steps before collapsing onto the ground. Breathing heavily, no, impossible. How could your combat power be so formidable? I'm the mightiest warrior in the universe. After witnessing his dark red energy sphere being effortlessly repelled by Gohan, Frieza felt as though he had been struck. His mind spiraling into madness as he charged at Gohan, fists and feet flying. Gohan skillfully evaded Frieza's onslaught, soaring into the air, yet Frieza was relentless, matching his every move. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in a flurry of blows, exchanging hundreds of strikes in mere moments. Goku and Vegeta could barely follow the movements of Frieza and Super Saiyan Gohan, only hearing the deep, resonant sounds of their clashes echoing through the air. The ground trembled with each impact, creating craters and collapses. Flame Splitter. Frieza unleashed a powerful energy attack from his palm. The distance between them was too small, and the energy consumed Super Saiyan Gohan in an instant. Gohan. Suddenly, Goku witnessed his son being engulfed by the energy unleashed by Frieza, causing him to cry out in alarm. He had never felt such anxiety in battle before. Frieza. That was a decent move. But it won't work on me. Gohan surged forth, breaking free from the energy and landing a punch squarely on Frieza's head. Frieza screamed in agony, his body propelled like a cannonball towards the ocean. Boom! The sea erupted, sending waves soaring 100 meters high. In the anime, Frieza had used this very technique against Super Saiyan Goku, only for Goku to emerge unscathed. Now, however, Gohan, transformed into a Super Saiyan, possessed even greater combat power than Goku did in the anime. Collect all! As Gohan observed the vast amounts of combat power attributes falling, his heart ignited with fervor that, in an instant, the combat power attributes streamed into his body. Within mere breaths, the combat power figures ceased to rise. He glanced at the numbers, realizing he had gained 1,000,000 in combat power. Damn, is this the power of a Super Saiyan? Can even a freak like Frieza be dispatched with a single punch? How infuriating! I am utterly unable to witness their battle. Is this truly the chasm of power between Frieza and the Super Saiyans? Vegeta, witnessing Super Saiyan Gohan's ability to eliminate Frieza with a single blow, clenched his teeth and roared in fury. This honor belongs to me. I'm the Prince of the Saiyans, the undeniable candidate to become a Super Saiyan. Why has fate betrayed me? His resentment and anger poured forth. That was terrifying. I never imagined Gohan's strength would be so immense. Effortlessly disregarding Frieza's attacks, Goku gradually relaxed as well that, in a duel of masters, a single move could determine the victor. He retrieved a cloth bag from his belt, containing the last 2 remaining senzu beans. Goku tossed one to Vegeta, who said nothing, swallowing the bean without hesitation. In an instant, both their injuries healed completely. A powerful aura surging from their bodies, Goku and Vegeta felt their combat power significantly enhanced. Suddenly, the sea began to churn and bubble, akin to boiling water. Frieza shot forth from the depths, emanating an even more powerful aura. His triangular eyes were bloodshot, his visage twisted in rage. Frieza, this battle is utterly pointless. Hurry and unleash your full power. Gohan scoffed, eager to harvest more of Frieza's combat power attributes. True powerhouses drop vast amounts of combat power attributes. Damn it, you forced my hand. Don't regret it. Frieza gritted his teeth and spoke, his current battle power rendering him utterly outmatched by his opponent. Although unleashing his full strength would leave him weakened for a time, he felt little concern for that now. How could this be possible? Was this not Frieza's true prowess? Was he still concealing his genuine strength? Vegeta, overhearing their exchange, was utterly bewildered, his understanding of the situation shattered. He could hardly fathom that his adversary was capable of further enhancement, that a more formidable aura surged from within Frieza, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. His power soared at an astonishing rate. Chapter 37. Fierce Battle on North Kai's Planet. The Kai's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This was not Frieza's true strength. Goodness that Frieza's battle power could still escalate. What manner of race was this, capable of transforming repeatedly while their combat abilities continue to rise? Did his power truly have no limits? Gohan's foolishness was astounding. He should have dispatched Frieza at once. Piccolo and the others, sensing the cataclysmic clash, were filled with trepidation. The intensity of the fight between Super Saiyan Gohan and Frieza was such that they could barely perceive their movements. On planet Namek, ha ha ha, this is my full battle power. Are you surprised? Are you shocked? Are you ready to meet your demise? Once Frieza elevated his power to its zenith, he became insufferably boastful. His body brimming with explosive muscle. His combat strength had now reached a staggering 12 million. Tch, is that all? You're already getting cocky. Gohan retorted disdainfully. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, his power had increased 50-fold. In other words, Gohan's current strength was over 56 million. You little brat. Do not underestimate me. I am the mighty Emperor Frieza. Frieza, filled with rage, charged at Gohan, intent on tormenting him to death for the repeated humiliation he had suffered. Bang! Their fists collided, releasing a terrifying shockwave that radiated outward. The hillside crumbled instantly, and the sea churned violently. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, exchanging blows. Ding! Battle power attribute of 500,000 dropped ahead. Ding! Battle power attribute of 500,000 dropped ahead. Gohan's mind was inundated with the system's notifications. A pleasing smile graced his lips. His plan was finally coming to fruition. Battle power of 500,000. Frieza, are you prepared to meet your end? Gohan's movements did not falter. Suddenly, two beams of energy erupted from his eyes. Bastard! How could you use that technique? Frieza, caught off guard, felt the brunt of the attack. The energy wave sent him hurtling backward. Fortunately, his durable physique spared him from harm. That Frieza's face was a mask of astonishment. He recognized that this technique was one of his own, the Death Ray. What is this? Now witness my own technique. The Death Beam. Gohan unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward Frieza, familiarizing himself with the combat skills he had acquired from the system. The Death Beam? How could this be? Frieza, ever the expert, merely paused momentarily before regaining his composure. He unleashed his own Death Beam in response. Boom! The two beams clashed in the air, producing a dazzling explosion. Incredible! This is Frieza's technique. Yet, Gohan has mastered it as well. Goku exclaimed, brimming with pride at his son's prowess. He was not surprised that Gohan could utilize his opponent's signature move. Back on Earth, he had taken half a year of training with the Kai to learn the Kaioken. But Gohan had grasped it with a mere glance. Damn it, I never imagined that Brat would possess such talent, capable of perfectly replicating Frieza's techniques. I could see that moment. Vegeta was consumed by envy and resentment. He was a genius warrior among the Saiyans. Why did he lack such gifts? Yet this brat was merely the offspring of a lowly soldier. Boom! The explosions grew more extensive, and both combatants ceased their death beams. As the smoke dissipated, they appeared unscathed. Wild monkey, aren't you supposed to be formidable? Do you dare to receive my next move? Frieza's fingers coalesced into a thin layer of purple energy. He gazed at Gohan with smug satisfaction. I can do this too. Energy Disc, Gohan declared, executing Krillin's signature move. His fingers began to gather a thin veil of energy. The energy disc, akin to Krillin's technique, formed a disc-shaped projectile capable of slashing and redirecting. In the anime, Frieza had used this technique against Super Saiyan Goku, but he could not keep up with Goku's speed, ultimately leading to his own demise. Ding! Energy disc attribute dropped ahead. No, it cannot be. You shall perish, Frieza exclaimed incredulously, staring at the disc in Gohan's hand. He felt as though this little rascal was mimicking his techniques. In a fit of rage, he hurled the energy disc at Gohan. What is impossible? Gohan retaliated, launching his own energy disc in response. The two techniques collided with a resounding crash, their energies annihilating each other. All collected, Gohan mentally noted. Battle power and energy disc attributes surged into his body, augmenting his personal attributes by over 1,000,000. Damn you. Wild monkey. Frieza howled in fury. He continued to conjure energy discs, hurling them at Gohan in an attempt to shred him to pieces. He refused to believe that Gohan could be so monstrous, capable of replicating techniques after witnessing them just twice. Heh, I could do it too, Gohan proclaimed, utilizing the energy disc he had just acquired from the system to counter Frieza's attacks. That he hurled several discs to collide with Frieza's. Boom! The two sides' energy discs detonated. You insufferable brat, Frieza seethed, never having encountered such an anomaly. The audacity of using his own techniques against him was unfathomable. This time, he learned his lesson and refrained from using any skills. Instead, he charged at Gohan, eager to engage in a contest of raw power and physical prowess. Frieza launched a barrage of punches. Gohan extended his hand to intercept Frieza's blows, their fingers intertwining as they began to grapple with each other's strength. Frieza rooted himself, gritting his teeth as he unleashed a torrent of power. Gohan, expressionless, summoned his own strength. Stones on the ground began to levitate. The very planet of Namek trembled under the weight of their combined might. As their hands remained locked, Gohan leaned back, and Frieza felt an overwhelming force pulling him upward. Bang! In a fierce display of power, the Super Saiyan Son Gohan delivered a swift kick to the abdomen of the suspended Frieza, causing the latter to gasp in pain and inadvertently loosen his grip. Frieza's body soared into the air, akin to a kite severed from its string. In a blink, Son Gohan vanished from his previous position, reappearing mid-air, poised to confront Frieza. With hands clasped together, he unleashed a heavy punch that struck the villain squarely in the back. A pained gasp escaped Frieza's lips as he coughed up bile, emitting a heart-wrenching scream before plummeting toward the ground with a resounding crash, creating a vast crater upon impact. Chapter 38. Frieza's nightmare. Incredible to think that the transformed Gohan possessed such immense strength. Even the cosmic tyrant Frieza was being overwhelmed. Krillin, watching the battle from a distance, could hardly believe his eyes, instinctively rubbing them in disbelief. Yes, it appeared that Gohan was on the verge of victory. The Grand Elder's words rang true. Gohan had finally vanquished those malevolent foes, Bulma and Dend. Upon hearing Krillin's exclamation, were filled with elation, confident that Son Gohan would not disappoint them on the battlefield. Frieza seethed with fury, declaring that the despicable Saiyan would never be forgiven. He unleashed a staggering aura, causing the crater beneath him to expand exponentially. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he launched himself at Son Gohan like a cannonball. The ground trembled under the sheer force of his assault, cracking under the pressure. Speak boldly if you possess the strength, Gohan retorted disdainfully, assuming a combat stance and preparing for the impending clash. Boom, boom, boom. Frieza poured every ounce of his power into the fray. The two warriors engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, their speed reaching unparalleled heights. Neither Goku nor Vegeta could discern their movements, only hearing the cacophony of their strikes echoing through the air. The ground bore the scars of their battle, deep craters appearing as mountains crumbled under the strain. They shook their heads helplessly, acknowledging their own inadequacy. Had they been in Gohan's place, they would have been unable to withstand even a single punch from Frieza. Frieza's fist pierced through Gohan's form. Yet, contrary to expectation, blood did not spill forth. Gohan's body gradually faded, revealing it to be merely an afterimage. Frieza, taken aback, began to scan his surroundings warily, but it was too late. Gohan materialized behind him and delivered a powerful blow to his back. Frieza spewed forth a mouthful of blood as Gohan executed a sweeping kick, sending him crashing into a mountain. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom as Frieza's form was engulfed by the mountain's interior, the rocks quickly burying him. A terrifying surge of energy erupted skyward, obliterating the mountain into dust. This planet no longer deserves to exist. You shall perish alongside it. Frieza, battered and bruised, appeared utterly disheveled. The glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he soared into the sky, conjuring a colossal energy sphere that swelled ominously. Frieza's hatred for Gohan and this planet reached its zenith. Neither energy attacks nor physical confrontations could rival Gohan's prowess. He resolved to annihilate this planet and its inhabitants to erase the memory of his defeat at the hands of a mere Saiyan. Oh no, Frieza intends to destroy this planet. The ice race, capable of surviving in the cosmos, felt trepidation as Vegeta beheld the ominous energy sphere in Frieza's grasp. Yet Goku remained confident, believing in his son's ability to avert this crisis. Frieza, if you wish for your demise, I shall oblige you. Haim. Gohan declared coldly, channeling the Kamehameha wave, a terrifying and dominating energy sphere rapidly expanding in his palms. The energy radiated a blinding light, making it difficult to behold. Die, wild monkey! Planet destruction ball. Frieza hurled the massive energy sphere towards the ground, reveling in the sight of others struggling before him. With resolute determination, Gohan thrust forth the Kamehameha wave, unleashing a colossal energy beam that collided with Frieza's destructive orb. The impact unleashed a cataclysmic shockwave that reverberated outward. Vegeta and Goku braced themselves, fists clenched, their stances rooted to the ground, yet still being pushed back several meters by the overwhelming force. The earth beneath them was carved into deep furrows. No, this cannot be. You dare to withstand my energy attack? Unleash everything. Disappear. Frieza's eyes blazed with fury as he directed his energy towards the sphere. The energy surged, visibly multiplying in potency. Trivial techniques, Gohan retorted, amplifying his own energy output. The Kamehameha beam swelling in response. The beam pushed back Frieza's formidable energy wave, and oh, this is impossible, Frieza bellowed, his voice laced with despair as the Kamehameha beam engulfed him, his body slowly disintegrating into nothingness, leaving not a single cell behind. Thus a once mighty cosmic emperor fell from grace that on North Kai's planet. Jubilation erupted. Yes, we won. Gohan, you have truly surpassed my expectations that I never imagined your strength could be so formidable. The others rejoiced, celebrating their victory over Frieza, reveling in the thought of having a powerful protector on Earth, in the distant Namek. Vegeta gazed at Son Gohan, bewildered and confused. He had not anticipated Frieza's defeat. This brat had become a force beyond comprehension. Well done, Gohan. I never knew such terrifying power lay dormant within you. Goku flew to Gohan's side, patting his shoulder in excitement. Dad, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, my power increased tenfold. If you were to transform as well, your strength would be fearsome. Gohan smiled, aware that Goku had not yet reached the pinnacle of Saiyan power on Namek. Is that true? I could also become a Super Saiyan. Son Wukong's feet were in constant motion, bouncing back and forth. He felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, never expecting that he too would have the chance to transform into a Super Saiyan. If his fighting power were to surge to 50 after the transformation, that would indeed be a staggering figure. What? Every Saiyan can become a Super Saiyan. Wasn't it said that a Super Saiyan only appears once every 1,000 years? Upon overhearing the conversation between Son Wukong and his son, Vegeta's face was a canvas of shock and excitement. He had long doubted the ancient legend of the Super Saiyan, convinced it could not be true that lower-class warriors could transform into one, while genius warriors were unable to do so. Now, Vegeta finally realized that he too had the potential to become a Super Saiyan. How could this revelation not leave him astounded and thrilled? All at once, Son Gohan reverted from his Super Saiyan form, the golden aura dissipating, and his hair returning to black. As he gazed upon the battlefield littered with combat power attributes, a pleasing smile graced his lips. The combat power attributes surged into his body like a wild river. In mere moments, his fighting power escalated to 30 million. Chapter 39. The Fury of King Cold in the Vast Expanse of the Universe. On planet number 67, King Cold, Frieza's father, felt as though he had lost something profound. A solitary tear rolled down his cheek. What is happening to me? Why does my heart feel so heavy? Just as King Cold was lost in confusion, a voice pulled him back to reality, wiping away the tear from the corner of his eye. Report, King Cold. We had just detected the life signs of Lord Frieza have vanished. Seems he was engaged in battle with someone powerful. And then the detector exploded, an alien resembling a toad hurriedly approached King Cold's throne, bowing respectfully. My son Frieza's life signs have disappeared. King Cold was engulfed in rage upon hearing such dreadful news. However, he quickly reassured himself, knowing that his son, a member of the Frost demon race, possessed a tenacious vitality that would not easily lead to death. Even if he found Frieza's cells, he could resurrect him. He continually calmed his restless heart. We shall set out immediately to the last place Frieza was seen, alive or dead. I demand to know. King Cold roared to his subordinates. I must uncover the identity of the one who dared to harm my son. They shall pay dearly. Yet, he was oblivious to the fact that Frieza's cells had already been melted away by the energy of the Kamehameha wave. Yes, my lord, I will see to it at once. The toad-like alien fled in trepidation, having never witnessed King Cold's anger before. In truth, Frieza had not disclosed to his father his journey to Namek to seek the Dragon Balls, but he wished to attain immortality for himself, to rule the universe for an eternity. Had his father known, he would have undoubtedly attempted to seize the opportunity to wish upon the Dragon Balls for himself. On Namek, King Kai, can you hear my voice? Son Wukong shouted to the sky. Now, Krillin, Bulma, Dandy, and others had gathered together. After much deliberation, they agreed to first revive all the Namekians and then use the Namekian dragon to resurrect those from Earth. Yes, Wukong, I can hear you. Gohan has vanquished Frieza. This is indeed a cause for celebration. You have rendered a great service to the universe, the North Kai said joyfully. In the past, Frieza had wreaked havoc across the cosmos, forming alliances like a malignant tumor, and now that tumor had finally been excised. King Kai, I would like you to inform the God of Earth to use the Dragon Balls to revive the Namekians. And then we can use the Namekian Dragon Balls to restore all the people of Earth. Son Wukong succinctly outlined their plan. Excellent. That is a splendid idea. Both sides will be revived. Upon hearing Son Wukong's proposal, King Kai found it quite agreeable. He promptly contacted the God of Earth, relaying the events that transpired on Namek. The God of Earth, upon receiving the news, immediately began to search for the Dragon Balls to make the necessary wishes. Meanwhile, on Namek, ding, combat attribute dropped. 10,000. Ding. Combat power attribute 10,000. The system's notifications echoed in Son Gohan's mind. A smile crept onto his face as he watched the two combatants in the sky with keen interest. Bang, bang. The sounds of their clash reverberated through the air. Indeed, the combatants were none other than Son Wukong and Vegeta, two fervent warriors. Saiyans are inherently combative, and both were giving their all in battle for the sake of their promise to Earth. They understood that Gohan and Dandy's healing techniques were remarkable, and as long as there was breath within them, they could be saved. Thus, they fought with no mercy. Both were reckless, delivering blows as if the other were their sworn enemy. The anguished cries of the two echoed through the sky. Goodness, Saiyans are truly monstrous. Krillin winced at their cries, feeling a pang of sympathy. The sight of their fierce battle left him on edge. Were it not for Gohan's presence, he would have sought refuge far away. The ground shook violently as they fought, leaving it marred and pockmarked, a sight of utter devastation. Son Wukong refrained from using the Kaioken, or else Vegeta would surely be on the receiving end of a brutal thrashing. Both warriors poured every ounce of strength into their efforts, striving to bring the other down. Vegeta, with a swift movement, appeared behind Son Wukong to launch an attack, but just as he was about to strike, he abruptly changed direction to the right. Yet it was too late. Son Wukong's knee slammed into Vegeta's back. Ugh! Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood as they collided with a mountain. Gohan, are they really going to be all right fighting like this? Bulma inquired, her eyes wide as she witnessed the heart-stopping spectacle. Grasping Gohan's arm instinctively for a sense of security, she felt overwhelmed by the intensity of their battle. It was as if celestial beings were clashing above them. If this continued, the very planet might be laid to waste. They'll be fine. They know their limits. Besides, I am here, so rest assured and watch the battle, Gohan replied confidently. Even if the Namekian planet were to explode, he would utilize instant transmission to escape. Moreover, he would not allow such a fate to befall them. Damn it, Kakarot! I'll go all out against you, Vegeta roared in frustration. Unleashing a formidable aura that enveloped him in brilliant white flames, he soared into the sky to confront Son Wukong, arms outstretched as he released an overwhelming surge of energy. Came, Haim, Son Wukong, recognizing the situation, resolutely summoned his ultimate technique, the Kamehameha wave. Dazzling brilliance erupted between his palms, causing debris from the ground to levitate. Boom! The two colossal beams of energy collided in an explosive clash, sending shockwaves that engulfed the entire battlefield. The ground trembled, and dust whirled as if a powerful typhoon had stirred. Observing this, Gohan had already conjured a protective barrier to shield everyone from the impending chaos. Remarkable! Truly remarkable! Klin beheld the colossal clash of energies at close range, unable to suppress a few involuntary swallows. Were it not for the protective shield cast by Son Wukong, they might have been swept away by the shockwave. Kakarot, I shall not concede to you. A mere low-level warrior, I am the prince of the Saiyans, a prodigious fighter. Vegeta unleashed a frenzied barrage, squeezing every last ounce of his combat power. Having suffered defeat on Earth once, he was determined to reclaim the dignity of his princely title at all costs. Vegeta, you are merely daydreaming. Break free. Son Wukong, too, summoned all his energy. Even without the enhancement of the Kaioken, he was resolute in his intention to overcome Vegeta. He had not forgotten his promise to Klin made on Earth. When Vegeta invaded Earth, he had been rendered helpless by Son Wukong. Yet, Son Wukong, in his obstinacy, had let him go, vowing to Klin that he would defeat Vegeta upon their next encounter. The energy of the Kamehameha wave pushed back against the energy of the flash cannon. However, a thunderous explosion erupted as Vegeta was struck by the Kamehameha, engulfed in a cloud of smoke. Gather all, Son Wukong silently urged within himself. The surge of combat power flooded into his being, elevating his personal combat attribute to 32 million. He had not anticipated that the two would contribute 2 million in combat power. As the wind blew and the smoke dissipated, Vegeta's figure emerged, his battle attire tattered and torn, resembling a beggar in disarray. Both fighters panted heavily in the air, yet Vegeta ultimately faltered, losing this battle. Chapter 40. The method to transform into a Super Saiyan. On Namek. WF. The method to transform into a Super Saiyan is to concentrate all 1S energy in the back. Son Wukong and Vegeta, having been healed by Son Wukong, were rejuvenated and their combat power significantly enhanced. Due to the unique constitution of the Saiyans, their strength surged remarkably post-revival, upon learning the technique to transform into a Super Saiyan from Son Wukong. Both Vegeta and Son Wukong were struck with shock and excitement. They had not realized that the transformation involved technique. Son Wukong observed their childlike glee that, in fact, by the time of the Majin Buu saga, the Super Saiyan transformation had become commonplace. Even Son Wutien and Trunks, so young, could transform into Super Saiyans. So this is the crux of becoming a Super Saiyan. This time, I will definitely achieve it. Vegeta exclaimed with fervor, having long pursued immense power. Witnessing Son Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan had ignited envy and jealousy within him. He had never anticipated that he, too, could become a Super Saiyan. Two roars resonated as Son Wukong and Vegeta summoned all their energy, impatient to transform into Super Saiyans, concentrating their power at their backs. Crackling sounds echoed as they attempted to manifest any sign of transformation. But to no avail. After several attempts, the results remained unchanged. They were left exhausted and still unable to transform. What is happening? Is our power insufficient? Son Wukong gasped, confusion etched upon his face. Could it be that my method is flawed? That can't be right. Damn it, I still cannot transform. Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. A genius warrior. Why was he still unable to become a Super Saiyan? Your current power is simply too low. Your physical bodies cannot withstand such formidable energy. There is no need to rush. Once your bodies are sufficiently prepared, the transformation will come naturally. Son Wukong explained to the two that what? Our power is too low. Our bodies cannot bear the overwhelming strength of a Super Saiyan. Vegeta and Son Wukong exchanged incredulous glances, realizing they had overestimated their capabilities. Their bodies were still unprepared to endure the terrifying might of the Saiyans. Time flew by. 3 days had passed. The Earth's Guardian utilized the Dragon Balls to resurrect the Namekians. Since the Grand Elder had passed away, the Second Elder ascended to the position. Dandy had relayed the events that transpired on Namek and the resurrection of everyone by the Earth's Dragon to his kin. The Namekians were immensely grateful and cherished peace. They pooled their collective strength and, after half a month of effort, successfully created new Dragon Balls. With the birth of these new Dragon Balls, the Namekians had elevated the dragon to a new level. Now, like the Earth's Dragon Balls, they could resurrect multiple individuals at once and grant 3 wishes. Son Wukong made a wish to resurrect Vegeta and the individuals slain by Nappa on Earth. Son Wufan made the 2nd and 3rd wishes, wishing for the eternal youth of his mother Chi-Chi and Bulma as a small form of compensation. After making their wishes to the Namekian dragon, a white aura enveloped Bulma and Chi-Chi, slowly altering their physiques. That woman, who disliked the notion of eternal youth, found herself elated by the turn of events. In truth, Chi-Chi and Bulma were the most unfortunate women in the Dragon Ball series, as they had married Saiyans. Saiyans were singularly focused on training and fighting, neglecting family life. Vegeta was somewhat better off, having married a wealthy woman, ensuring he would never worry about sustenance. Bulma came from a prosperous background and did not toil over daily meals. However, Chi-Chi was the most unfortunate. Since her marriage to Son Wukong, she had devoted herself entirely to the family, often in silence. Throughout the anime, Son Wukong spent most of his time training, fighting, or dying when Raditz invaded Earth. Son Wukong had perished for a year, and during the Cell Saga, he had been dead for 7 years. Now that I have traversed in his son Wufan's body, I shall bear the burdens of the future. I will not allow this family to fall apart. North Kai's planet. Hooray, we have been resurrected. Wukong and his companions finally succeeded. Wonderful, I am alive once more. The halos above 10 and the others vanished in an instant. While the Namekian dragon also aided Kairatsu in restoring his physical form. They leapt in joy. The North Kai looked on with approval, surprised that a dragon had been created on Namek as well. Namek, after discussions, Son Wukong and his companions prepared to return to Earth to train in the gravity room. They bid farewell to the Namekians. Vegeta, why not join us on Earth? We can ask Bulma to construct a gravity room for our training. Son Wukong extended an invitation to Vegeta. Such a formidable opponent was hard to come by. And besides, he had nowhere else to go. I have no intention of living on that wretched planet. Vegeta replied with a haughty demeanor. In truth, he was now homeless and uncertain of his next destination. Perhaps training on Earth would be beneficial, providing an opportunity to defeat Kakarot later, a genius warrior and prince of the Saiyans. How could he possibly be bested by a lowly warrior? Yet, due to his intense pride, Vegeta could not lower his noble head. Vegeta, are you afraid of losing to me, that you dare not come to Earth? If you are still a man, prove it and join me on Earth. We shall have our chance to battle again. Son Wukong grinned widely and taunted Vegeta. He intended to employ a strategy of provocation to lead his opponent to Earth. Envisioning a future filled with frequent battles between the two, afraid, I, Prince Vegeta, have never known fear. Kakarot, one day, I shall personally eliminate you. Vegeta seethed through clenched teeth. He had not anticipated such childishness from his adversary. Resorting to provocation. Very well, it is settled then. You shall accompany me to Earth. Son Wukong remarked with a mischievous grin, pleased that Vegeta had acquiesced so readily. I have learned a new skill. If you all hold hands, I shall now take you back to Earth. Son Gohan addressed the group. He wished to avoid the cumbersome journey of a spaceship, opting instead to test his instant transmission ability to show off. Is that so? The others looked on in disbelief, unable to comprehend Son Gohan's claim. Can we truly return just by holding hands? Do you think we are children? Yet they complied, grasping each other's hands that in an instant, they vanished from their location. Chapter 41. Instant transmission Earth? Goodness, what is this Earth? Why do I sense the aura of Master Rashi? Earth, someone tell me this isn't a dream. I can also feel the presence of Master Mateto. My heavens, this is instant transmission. It would normally take 6 days to return from Namek, and yet we are here in the blink of an eye. Gohan, how did you manage this? Son Gohan and the others suddenly found themselves on Earth. This astonishing feat left everyone in a W.my word. Even the gods would not possess such a remarkable skill. Indeed, this is Earth. A satisfied smile graced Son Gohan's lips. The exhilaration of using instant transmission for the first time was delightful. From now on, there would be no need for spaceships to travel anywhere. What a convenient and effortless method. Gohan, how did you achieve this? Let us try it again. Son Wukong exclaimed excitedly, thoroughly impressed by this incredible technique. If he could master such a skill, traveling anywhere would become a breeze. All right, let us head to Master Roshi's place. Gohan was eager to further test his instant transmission ability. He began to sense Master Roshi's energy. Found it, you all hold hands. Now, Gohan's power had reached the pinnacle on Earth, and aura could evade his perception. Soon, he detected Master Roshi's presence. In an instant, they vanished once more from their original spot. Came house. This is just perfect. Master Roshi was engrossed in a magazine, saliva dripping from his mouth. Grandpa. Master Mateto. Suddenly, Master Roshi heard what sounded like Son Wukong and Krillin. He paused for a moment, then lowered the magazine, blocking his view, only to see Son Wukong and the others materialize before him. Goodness, Wukong, you all. Master Roshi rubbed his eyes in disbelief. It was as if they had appeared out of thin air. Could it be that I am hallucinating? How could the Saiyans be here with Wukong? You old pervert. Have you developed amnesia in just a little over a month? Bulma teased, seeing Master Roshi's bewildered expression. This old lecher spends all day with those indecent magazines. Ahem, so it really is you. I thought I was seeing things. I'm so glad to see you all back safely. That moment. Master Roshi finally confirmed that Son Wukong and the others had indeed returned from Namek. This is a new skill Gohan acquired. Instant transmission. We just teleported from Namek. Son Wukong declared proudly, as if wanting everyone to know of his son's remarkable achievement. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi regarded Son Gohan as if he were a monster. After everyone exchanged greetings, they recounted all that had transpired on Namek. Now, Gohan finally understood the instant transmission skill granted by the dragon on Namek. It was a fusion of the instant transmission techniques of the Yardertons and the Kaioshin attendant. Kibito in the Dragon Ball anime. Instant transmission has two variations. The Yarderton's instant transmission relies solely on sensing energy. Without it, the technique cannot be executed. In contrast, Kibito's instant transmission does not require sensing energy, allowing travel to any location on the lower realms and planets. Bowsy Mountain. Oh, my Gohan, it has been nearly 2 months since I last saw you. Did I wonder if you've been washing your hair and keeping up with your studies? Chi-Chi sat at home, lost in thought, her lips incessantly murmuring. Ever since Wukong and Gohan had departed, she often found herself in such a state. Mama, we're back. Chi-Chi, how have you been? Son Gohan once again utilized instant transmission to return home. After bidding farewell to Master Roshi, they had dropped Bulma off in West City. Krillin remained at Kame House. Vegeta was training in Bulma's gravity chamber. Son Gohan sold the 3 spaceships belonging to the Ginyu Force to Bulma's Capsule Corporation, reaping a substantial profit. My Gohan, you've returned. Upon hearing her son's voice, Chi-Chi felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at Wukong and Gohan. Confirming that her eyes did not deceive her, she leaped forward, embracing Son Gohan and showering him with concern. Son Gohan handed over the considerable sum he earned from selling the spaceships to Chi-Chi. Explaining its origins, Chi-Chi beamed with joy, praising her son for growing up and contributing to the family. Thus, the family began a new chapter in their lives. Son Wukong also commenced his training in the gravity chamber. Utilizing the spaceship he had originally taken to Namek, which he had stored in his dimensional space, that spaceship, equipped with a weight mechanism, was finally put to good use in the blink of an eye. Half a month had passed. Son Gohan calculated that King Cold would soon arrive on Namek in search of Frieza. He had devised a plan to gather everyone and consolidate their combat prowess. After all, even the tiniest morsel is still nourishment. They could match their opponents with equal strength. Son Wukong and Gohan used instant transmission to locate Vegeta and Krillin, inviting them to join the fray. The two eagerly followed suit. North Kai's planet. Suddenly, a few guests appeared out of thin air. They were none other than Son Wukong and his companions, who had arrived via instant transmission WH. How did you just appear out of nowhere? Incredible! I didn't T-sense your energy at all. This technique is truly astonishing. If you were to hit us with a punch right now, Tin, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, and Piccolo were all left astounded. This display was nothing short of breathtaking. Uncle Piccolo, perhaps influenced by the original memories, Son Gohan joyfully embraced Piccolo's waist, tears of joy streaming down his face. Images of Piccolo protecting him with his life flashed in his mind. Back then, Piccolo had tearfully said, "Gohan, you're the only one who truly converses with me. Gohan, well done, you're my pride." The eyes of Piccolo glistened with moisture. He had always harbored great expectations for Son Gohan, who had not disappointed him, successfully saving both Earth and his home planet, Namek. Son Wukong explained that their purpose for coming this time was to engage in battle, and everyone was eager to participate. Son Gohan utilized the Elder's extraordinary abilities to enhance the latent potentials of all present. The battle powers of Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Chaozu surged to just over 10,000. Chapter 42, The Gathering of Dragon Ball Warriors in the Vastness of the Universe. A luminous orb streaked across the sky like a shooting star. As the view drew closer, it revealed a spaceship identical to Frieza's. It turned out that King Cold and his forces had assembled hastily and were en route. Report to the king. We will land on Namek in 20 minutes. Frieza's vital signs have vanished from this location. An alien from the intelligence department addressed King Cold with utmost respect. The aura emanating from King Cold was overwhelmingly powerful, causing cold sweat to bead on the forehead of the alien. Despite our proximity to Namek, we have yet to detect Frieza. It seems he's in grave peril. I shall ensure that all of Namek's inhabitants pay the price. King Cold declared, gazing at the verdant Namek with anguish, his voice laden with wrath. Deep down, he had sensed the death of his son long before. He had merely clung to a glimmer of hope in search of Frieza's cells. As they drew closer to Namek, a heavy weight settled in his heart, accompanied by a gnawing pain that he could not accept that Frieza had perished. Namek, this is dire. An immensely powerful and malevolent aura approaches our planet, along with many other beings even stronger than us. What shall we do? These scoundrels must be here to seize the Dragon Balls. This presence is several times more formidable than Frieza's from a month ago, and their numbers are considerable. Oh heavens, are we truly destined for annihilation? The Namekians sensed the formidable evil closing in on their world, and fear gripped them as memories of Frieza's tyranny resurfaced. If only Brother Gohan were here, he could surely defeat these villains once more, Dandy suddenly exclaimed. All eyes turned to him, filled with hope. Indeed, only a Super Saiyan could vanquish these malevolent invaders. How could they possibly communicate this urgency to them? Time ticked away, and the Namekians were in a frenzy, utterly helpless to avert this impending disaster. Boom! A colossal spaceship soared overhead, casting a dark shadow over the planet. An aura of evil enveloped Namek, causing the inhabitants to tremble in terror. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm them, a sudden flash appeared in the sky. It was Son Gohan, employing his instant transmission to bring everyone to safety. They slowly descended before the Namekians, who were overwhelmed with relief. Brother Gohan, you're here, Dandy exclaimed, rushing to embrace him as if grasping a lifeline. The Namekians, once filled with dread, now felt a surge of hope, akin to receiving a calming balm. Son Gohan sensed a formidable presence. King Cold had arrived at my homeland. Namek, I have returned, Piccolo remarked, gazing at his kin and homeland with profound affection that he inhaled deeply, releasing the breath slowly to quell his emotions. At that moment, Piccolo felt as if he had returned to a foreign land, having never seen his people until now. The sight of his identical kin overwhelmed him, rendering him speechless. Greetings, welcome back, the Namekians responded. Drawn to Piccolo's words, they finally beheld their kin from Earth, and greetings were exchanged as they flew towards the descending spaceship. The Namekians lacking combat abilities, and the Elder refrained from the battlefield. Should the Elder perish, the Dragon Balls would vanish with him, leaving them powerless to revive their fallen. The massive hatch of the spaceship opened slowly as King Cold emerged, flanked by a throng of minions. This time, King Cold had come intentionally seeking vengeance, bringing his forces with him. Upon seeing King Cold, the onlookers suddenly understood. He was Frieza's family, bearing an uncanny resemblance. Vegeta, so you are here. It seems Frieza's demise is linked to you. King Cold's blood-red eyes blazed like an enraged lion. Suppressing his fury, he roared at Vegeta and the others. His form resembled Frieza's second transformation. Tall and imposing, I lack the strength to eliminate Frieza before. But taking you down will suffice. Vegeta smirked, a mischievous glint in his eye as he addressed King Cold. The sight of Frieza's father ignited a desire for vengeance within him. Why waste words? Let us just fight. Son Gohan felt an overwhelming surge of power upon seeing King Cold. This battle would undoubtedly yield significant gains. Saiyans truly are ungrateful beasts. It appears Frieza was justified in eradicating your planet. Vegeta, King Cold taunted with a smug grin. Noticing Gohan's brown-tailed his surprise. Another Saiyan existed besides Vegeta. Damn you all. Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury, resembling an enraged tiger. Saiyans? What of it? You are merely a fledgling. King Cold sneered, dismissing Gohan as a mere child lacking strength. His sharp gaze swept over the group, disdain evident in his expression. The strongest among you barely exceeds 10,000. Son Wukong, since that King Cold's power surpassed even Frieza's. Kill them, King Cold commanded. Gesturing to his minions, he then ascended into the air to observe the battle. Kill. Eliminate them. Avenge our Lord Frieza. Charge. The horde of minions surged forward like a swarm of flies. A formidable force numbering in the hundreds. Not fear. Strike with all your might. Even in death, we can use the Dragon Balls to revive, they shouted. Kill. The first master of the Namekian battle type. Naru roared with fervor. Today, it is either your demise or mine. With the arrival of Son Gohan and his companions, they were undaunted. Worst, they could use the Dragon Balls to resurrect after death. Chapter 43. The Great Chaos on Planet Namek. Ding! A combat power attribute of 100 has dropped ahead. Ding! Combat power attribute 100. As the battle commenced, Son Gohan's mind was inundated with the system's notifications. Fight to your heart's content. The more intense the battle, the faster the combat power attributes will fall. He beamed with delight at the sight of the grand melee, relishing the prospect of immense gains. The scene resembled that of Dragon Ball Super when Frieza, resurrected and accompanied by his legion, descended upon Earth seeking vengeance. Pure chaos. King Cold did not engage. He hovered in the air, observing the fray. Son Goku and his son, along with Vegeta, also refrained from attacking for the moment. Choosing instead to spectate from above, they understood that with their current combat power, if they were to strike first, those with lesser power would be utterly obliterated by their energy waves. Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, Katsu, Krillin, and the others were akin to wolves among sheep. The genius warrior Naru was mercilessly harvesting the lives of the invaders as if he were chopping vegetables, thanks to Son Gohan's ability to unlock potential. Piccolo and the others saw their combat power soar above 10,000, making this their battlefield. If they waited for Son Gohan and his companions to take the field, their chance to strike would vanish. The Frieza Force members were merely a crowd, their combat powers hovering around the 2,000 to 3,000 mark. The last remnants of Frieza's elite had perished on planet Namek. The Ginyu Force had boasted respectable combat power, but had been annihilated. The likes of Zarbin and Dodoria had only just surpassed 20,000, making them Frieza's favored lackeys. It was evident that Frieza's army was merely a disorganized rabble. Without a doubt, the battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. King Cold watched the conflict with an expressionless face, showing no remorse for the fallen Lolo. Ding! The Namekian bloodline attribute has dropped. What? The Namekian bloodline? Could even this be acquired? This system is truly remarkable. He instinctively began to collect everything. The combat power and Namekian bloodline attributes merged seamlessly into his being. This is simply magnificent. Does this mean I can possess the bloodlines of multiple beings like Cell? As long as my head remains intact, I can resurrect infinitely. The battle raged for an hour, and the Frieza force was utterly vanquished. The Namekians suffered heavy casualties, with only 5 or 6 remaining. Had it not been for the assistance of Naru and Piccolo, the Namekians would likely have been decimated. Krillin and the others bore their own wounds. Despite their high combat power, they could not withstand the sheer numbers of the enemy. Son Gohan gathered all the combat power attributes, bringing his personal combat power panel to 35 million, signifying a haul of 5 million from this battle. Worthless. All of you are worthless, King Cold bellowed in frustration. A vast army, and not a single useful subordinate in sight. King Cold, the show is over. It is now our turn to strike, Vegeta said, his impatience palpable. For the past half-month, he had trained in the gravity chamber and felt a marked increase in strength. Vegeta, I shall make you wish you were never born, King Cold replied with a sinister grin. Wait until you see my true power. Let's see if you remain so arrogant. We shall change our battleground. Son Goku called out to King Cold, unleashing a powerful aura as he flew away. There were too many injured here. Fighting in this place would certainly endanger their lives. IT matters not where we fight. Today, I will eradicate every last one of you Saiyans, King Cold declared, pursuing Son Goku as they moved to a safer location, intent on exterminating both the Saiyans and the inhabitants of this planet. Kakarot, you bastard! How dare you steal my opponent? Vegeta roared, chasing after King Cold, taken aback by Goku's sudden maneuver. The three did not fly far before halting. Allow me to tend to your wounds, Son Gohan said as he descended to address Piccolo and the others. Since the healing Namekians had not reached the battlefield, timely treatment was crucial to prevent fatalities. Gohan, thank you. You are our savior here on Namek, Naru said sincerely, acknowledging that without Gohan's protection, they might have perished. Piccolo and the others were puzzled. Did Gohan possess senzu beans? The Earth warriors exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what Gohan was about to do. Do not be alarmed. Gohan has learned healing techniques, Krillin explained. Observing the eager expressions on Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and Piccolo, healing techniques. When did Gohan become so formidable? Did he learn this upon arriving on Namek? Piccolo and the others watched intently as Gohan's hand emitted a white glow. Beginning to mend the injuries, the wounds of the Namekians visibly healed at an astonishing rate. In an instant, a dying individual was revitalized, brimming with life. Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Kairatsu were left agape, unable to believe such a terrifying healing technique existed. This technique rivaled the senzu beans of Earth. In a matter of moments, all the injured Namekians were fully revitalized. Gohan, this healing technique is incredible. It is nothing short of divine. You have a boundless future ahead of you. Piccolo and the others extolled. Having personally experienced its effects, they had endured a fierce battle and were left with minimal combat power, not to mention various injuries. After Gohan's treatment, not only were their wounds healed, but their combat power was also restored to peak condition. Once recovered, everyone flew toward King Cold, Son Goku, and Vegeta. Son Gohan effortlessly stowed away the luxurious spaceship that King Cold had piloted into his system space. Upon returning to Earth, he could sell it. Now he possessed 2 spaceships, with Frieza's still in his system space. Perhaps it was due to Gohan's past as an orphan or his desire to spare his mother. Chi-Chi from financial worries. After securing the spaceship, Gohan found a place to comfortably observe the battle, ready to collect combat power attributes. A deep voice resonated as Son Goku assumed a martial stance, a surge of energy erupting skyward. He unleashed all his power, enveloped in a sphere of white energy, excitedly gazing at King Cold. Saiyan, your courage is commendable, but you have chosen the wrong opponent. King Cold scoffed at the sight of Goku, surrounded by white energy, his own powerful aura flaring in response. The battlefield was thick with the scent of gunpowder, and Tien Shinhan and the others awaited the inevitable clash with eager anticipation. Chapter 44. The struggle between 2 great races. On the battlefield, King Cold proclaimed, "Prepare to meet your end." At this moment, Vegeta also arrived at this location, delivering a punch directly to King Cold. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight, malevolent smile. Suddenly, Vegeta's figure vanished from sight. "Vegeta, you are exceedingly cunning," Goku observed as his prey was snatched away. He charged towards King Cold, a trivial skill. "I see you," King Cold exclaimed, his expression turning vigilant as he threw a punch forward. Neither party hesitated to engage in a direct confrontation. Although in the anime, King Cold met his demise at the hands of future Trunks, his combat prowess was not to be underestimated. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a resounding thud. An overwhelming shockwave surged forth. Yet King Cold remained steadfast, as if roots had anchored him to the ground. In contrast, Vegeta staggered back several paces. With a thunderous crash, Goku joined the fray, landing a punch on King Cold's 8-pack abs. However, his opponent remained unscathed, while Goku felt as though he had struck a steel plate. Strike, strike, strike! He unleashed the Wolf Fang fist, relentlessly pounding King Cold's abdomen. Ding! A notification echoed in Gohan's mind. Combat power attribute dropped. 1,000. Ding! Combat power increased. 10,000. As the battle commenced, Gohan watched with keen interest. Is this truly your might? It feels as though you are merely scratching an itch, King Cold remarked, a playful glint in his eyes as he seized Goku's hand, twisting it at 130 degrees, and hurled him towards the incoming Vegeta. Vegeta skillfully evaded the oncoming assault from Goku. Revealing his true power, a fierce aura erupted from his being, enveloping him in a cocoon of white flames. Vegeta aimed to crush King Cold into the ground, eager to showcase his strength. Was the disparity in power truly so vast? Goku, realizing his attacks had minimal effect, decisively unleashed 20 times the Kaioken. Enveloped in crimson flames, his speed and combat power surged dramatically as he charged once more. Bang, bang, bang. The three engaged in battle, exchanging hundreds of blows in mere moments. Seizing an opportunity, King Cold launched a punch at Goku's abdomen, but before contact was made, he redirected his attack, aiming for Goku's back. It was a feint. Goku had maneuvered swiftly behind him. Yet King Cold, seasoned in battle, instinctively retaliated with a punch aimed at Goku's rear. Bang! Goku was sent flying once again. King Cold's eyes suddenly emitted two beams of light. Vegeta, utilizing his ability to sense energy, leaned back and delivered a kick to King Cold's chin, narrowly evading the ambush. Following the successful strike, Vegeta pressed the advantage, swiftly ascending above King Cold. He brought both hands down upon his opponent's head in a powerful blow. Boom! King Cold's body plummeted into the sea like a cannonball. Goku and Vegeta unleashed a barrage of energy blasts into the water. Boom! The energy detonated beneath the surface, sending waves soaring dozens of meters high. Witnessing the battle from such proximity was utterly breathtaking. Their combat prowess was overwhelming, rendering their movements nearly imperceptible to the eye. Incredible, how awe-inspiring. The spectators, including the Namekians and Earth Warriors, were drenched in cold sweat from fear. Had Goku and Vegeta been present, Namek would have likely been obliterated long ago. The seawater bubbled and steamed, resembling boiling liquid, but a pillar of water surged skyward, with King Cold standing atop it. How is this possible? Goku marveled, astonished that King Cold remained unharmed after such a ferocious onslaught. The disparity in our battle prowess is insurmountable, he thought. Vegeta, incensed at King Cold's resilience, seethed with anger that I didn't expect our attacks to be utterly ineffective. Science, the warm-up is over. Prepare to face my wrath. King Cold looked down upon Goku and Vegeta, his gaze reminiscent of a predator toying with its prey. His energy surged forth, an overwhelming force at W. His energy is still escalating. King Cold referred to this as a warm-up. Yet Goku had already activated the Kaioken times 20. Damn it, I am utterly powerless to assist. Piccolo and the others gritted their teeth in frustration, lamenting their inadequate strength. They had not anticipated that Goku had already unleashed his true combat power while their opponent was merely warming up. My apologies for the wait, King Cold chuckled, reveling in the immense power coursing through him. That accursed laughter makes me want to retch. Vegeta seethed. Unable to contain his fury, he charged first, dashing toward King Cold and throwing a punch aimed at his head. Bang! King Cold stood unfazed, allowing their fists to collide intimately. Yet he remained as unyielding as the Eiffel Tower, showing no signs of damage. W. How is this possible? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he realized his fist was still pressed against King Cold's face. His opponent's head having completely absorbed the blow, King Cold regarded him as one mighty simpleton. Nothing is impossible. The game is over now. Lie down, Vegeta. King Cold's giant fist crashed into Vegeta's abdomen. A wave of agony surged through him, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, doubling over in pain. What the hell? Instant kill. Vegeta had never imagined the gap in their strength to be so vast. He couldn't withstand even a single punch from King Cold. The onlookers were left in shock, wondering how the battle could possibly continue. The clash between the two resembled that of an adult versus a child. Does it hurt? It should. I intend to make you suffer beyond comprehension. King Cold snarled with a savage expression. He unleashed a barrage of death beams, striking Vegeta repeatedly. The anguished cries echoed, sending chills down the spine of anyone who heard. Chapter 45. The Fear of King Cold Vegeta. The events unfolded in the blink of an eye, and one had anticipated the terrifying strength of King Cold, who swiftly overwhelmed Vegeta. Goku roared, launching an energy blast toward King Cold. Hee, are all you Saiyans this impulsive? Do not fret. Your turn will come soon, King Cold taunted, effortlessly deflecting Goku's energy blast with a casual flick of his hand. A smirk danced on his lips, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. Vegeta, once I deal with your companions, we shall have our fun. King Cold suddenly appeared above Vegeta, delivering a crushing blow that sent him crashing to the ground. Boom! The ground was shattered, creating a vast and deep pit. Vegeta lay feebly within it, his eyes expressing an overwhelming sense of reluctance and helplessness. Pain. It was then that Goku realized his energy blast had proven ineffective against King Cold. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Kamehameha wave, amplified by 20 times the Kaioken. A colossal beam of light surged towards his opponent. Inferior Saiyan, meet your demise. With a mere flick of his finger, King Cold conjured a massive energy sphere. Obscuring the sky, he swiftly directed this immense force towards Goku's Kamehameha wave. Boom! The two titanic energies collided, causing the very planet Namek to tremble, as mountains crumbled and seas surged. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, crackling with lightning. The atmosphere itself shifted in response to the clash of these formidable forces. Ding! Battle power attribute dropped. 20,000. Ding! Battle power attribute increased by 200,000. Incredible. Goku, you must hold on. If that enormous energy sphere strikes Namek, the entire planet could be obliterated. The onlookers, gripped by anxiety, clenched their fists, their expressions taut with tension as they watched the fierce confrontation. Prepare to perish. King Cold noted that his opponent's energy beam was able to withstand his assault. What had been a hastily gathered energy sphere now surged with amplified might. The Kamehameha wave was forced back, retreating under the relentless pressure. Goku gritted his teeth, pouring every ounce of his energy into the struggle. The Kamehameha wave's beams surged, yet it seemed futile. The opposing energy sphere continued its advance with a crushing force. Tremble before me, Saiyan. We, the Frost Demons, are the true masters of this universe. King Cold laughed triumphantly at the unfolding situation. Gohan, it's time for you to step in. Your father is nearing his limit, Krillin urged, his face etched with concern. Not receiving a response, he turned to Gohan, but found only the shadow of their foe. Suddenly, Gohan appeared at Goku's side, enveloped in a fiery aura, amplified by 5 times the Kaioken. His own Kamehameha wave formed instantaneously, launching towards King Cold's energy sphere. Boom! The two Kamehameha waves collided, pushing back King Cold's energy blast. Well, I didn't expect your strength to be so formidable. The critical moment. King Cold evaded the returning attack of the energy sphere, his heart racing with disbelief at the power exhibited by these two Saiyans. Gohan, the next phase of the battle is in your capable hands. It is my time to withdraw, Goku declared, releasing the Kaioken and regaining his composure. He patted Gohan's shoulder with pride and then flew away from the battlefield, joining Krillin and others as an observer. Goku understood that his presence would only hinder the fight, especially since King Cold had yet to reveal his true power. if the opponent decided to get serious. He would find himself in a position akin to Vegeta's. All attributes collected, Gohan silently affirmed. The battle power attributes scattered across the ground surged into his body like a raging river. His power skyrocketed, stabilizing at an astounding 40 million. A smile crept across his lips as his battle power surged by an additional 500,000. What is this? You truly underestimate me. You dare to send a mere child to face me. King Cold scoffed, his disbelief palpable. Science, I commend your audacity and ignorance. You will regret this when I snap this little brat's neck. With Goku's departure, King Cold was taken aback, staring disdainfully at the child left to confront him. Even if this child has been training since birth, how formidable could he possibly be? King Cold, you are too arrogant, and my power exceeds mere limits. Prepare to experience the sheer terror of my overwhelming strength. With that, Gohan released the Kaioken, an immense energy erupting forth. The ground beneath him buckled as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his gaze sharp and piercing as he glared at King Cold. What? A yellow-haired Saiyan. Frieza, did you fall at his hands? King Cold staggered back, his confidence shaken by Gohan's formidable presence. Indeed, I am the one who ended Frieza's life, Gohan replied, his eyes devoid of emotion, chilling the very air around them. Such power, it's utterly terrifying. Being in such proximity to Gohan's aura made it difficult for the onlookers to breathe, as they were overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of his strength. Is this truly Gohan's true power? It's beyond frightening. The spectators were left trembling, having never experienced such a force up close. Arrogant child, today I will tear you to shreds. King Cold unleashed his full power, his battle strength eclipsing even Frieza's. To the observers, he appeared as a demon risen from the depths of hell, revealing the hidden depths of his might. Prepare to die, Saiyan. King Cold initiated the assault, launching a massive energy blast at Gohan. Boom! Gohan effortlessly swatted the energy blast aside. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing with a colossal energy sphere that he hurled at King Cold's back. King Cold cried out in agony as he was sent hurtling backward. Gohan swiftly closed the distance, delivering a knee strike that sent King Cold crashing into a mountain. With a thunderous roar, the impact shattered the rock, causing King Cold to spew forth blood. Chapter 46. Cooler. Frieza's brother the Frost Demon Clan, and the strongest race in this universe. King Cold roared in fury, gathering energy in his eyes as he prepared to unleash a beam attack. He had underestimated his opponent, allowing a mere child to exploit his moment of carelessness. I can do that too, Gohan declared, gathering his own energy as King Cold readied his attack. Boom! The two energy beams collided with a resounding force, propelling King Cold into the mountains, with Gohan following closely behind. Incredible. I never imagined that the fearsome King Cold could be so thoroughly dominated by Gohan. His power is truly terrifying. The spectators struggled to comprehend the rapid turn of events. 10. Can your three eyes discern their movements? The crowd wore expressions of utter bewilderment, having yet to comprehend how the opponent had struck. Son Wukong's fighting prowess had entirely surpassed their understanding. Little did they expect that in merely 2 months apart, he would undergo such a dramatic transformation. His combat power had left them trailing far behind. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Son Wukong sported broad smiles, their gaze returning to the battlefield. Boom! 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 The entire mountain was instantly reduced to rubble. The two combatants soared into the sky from the ruins, unleashing a barrage of death beams. King Cold, battered and enraged, retaliated with frenzied death beams, attempting to utilize his energy to attack, a mere parlor trick. Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, his battle power soaring to a staggering 2 billion AKT this moment. He dismissed all energy attacks with contempt. Boom! 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 Son Gohan allowed the relentless energy blasts to rain upon him. Yet they had no effect whatsoever. King Cold, drenched in sweat and desperation, found himself powerless as Son Gohan charged through the energy blasts, delivering a punch straight to King Cold's head. Bang! King Cold's body was sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string. Son Gohan offered him no respite, swiftly moving before him to deliver another kick. Instantly, It became a game of aerial soccer, the air filled with King Cold's anguished cries. The onlookers could only hear the cacophony of screams, unable to discern the actions of the two fighters. Vegeta, trapped in a deep pit, gritted his teeth, seemingly forgotten by everyone. This was intolerable. This planet no longer deserved to exist. King Cold, in his rage, unleashed an energy blast aimed at the ground, intending to reduce planet Namek to dust, causing its inhabitants to be cast into the void of space, where they would lack the means to survive. Ultimately facing certain death. Oh no. Gohan, it's going to be too late. Are we all to perish? King Cold, you scoundrel, you intend to take us all down with you. The crowd was drenched in cold sweat, understanding that if this energy struck planet Namek, the entire planet would be obliterated in an instant, resulting in their demise. King Cold, your intentions may not be misguided, but you have chosen the wrong target. Time stop. Son Gohan activated his superpower. Holding his breath, suddenly, everything on planet Namek came to a halt, as if the television had been paused. Only Son Gohan remained able to move, with a swift motion. He positioned himself where the energy blast was set to descend. While gathering energy for the Kamehameha wave, he silently calculated how long he could maintain the time freeze. King Cold, blinded by fury, could not be allowed to survive. As the 5-second mark approached, he felt an overwhelming discomfort. Exhaling, the time stop ceased, and everything returned to its original state. Son Gohan unleashed the Kamehameha wave, a colossal beam of light instantly engulfing King Cold's descending energy blast. The wave surged forward with relentless momentum. How? Is this possible? How can you be so fast? No. The immense energy beam swiftly consumed King Cold, leaving behind only a cry of despair. Collecting everything, Son Gohan silently affirmed, as the battlefield's energy attributes flowed into his very being. His personal attribute panel now registered a combat power of 45 million. Yes, victory. I was terrified just moments ago that I knew Gohan would not disappoint us. You still have the audacity to say that, when your face was ashen with fear just now. Tin and the others were momentarily stunned before erupting into excited chatter. This battle had completely reshaped their understanding of power, igniting a fervent desire to train and surpass Son Gohan. Gohan, thank you. You have once again saved our planet. The Namekians leapt in jubilation, expressing their overwhelming joy. After defeating King Cold, they utilized the Dragon Balls to resurrect their fallen kin. Son Gohan made a wish for Son Wukong to be free from illness and impervious to poison, aware that during the Cell Saga, Son Wukong would succumb to chronic heart disease. Had it not been for future Trunks delivering medicine, the consequences would have been dire. Time flew by. A year passed in the blink of an eye. After vanquishing King Cold, Son Gohan used instant transmission to bring everyone back to Earth. The group embarked on their respective training regimens when suddenly, a colossal spaceship breached Earth's atmosphere. A wave of terror and malevolence enveloped the planet. Oh no, Earth is in danger. The Supreme Kai sensed this formidable and sinister presence, his face paling in fear, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. The aura was overwhelmingly powerful. He gazed toward the direction of Bun Mountain, murmuring, Gohan, the fate of Earth rests in your hand. This malevolent energy Frieza's? That shouldn't be. Could it be? As this dark aura approached Earth, Son Gohan sensed it immediately. It seemed that by eliminating King Cold and Frieza, he had altered the course of events. Now, Frieza's brother, Cooler, had come to Earth seeking vengeance. Cooler, the ruler of a certain region of the universe, made his first appearance in Dragon Ball Z, the movie 5, the strongest versus the strongest. While Frieza annihilated the Saiyans, Cooler had watched from the sidelines. Sparing the young Goku, Kakarot, who had been sent to Earth, he had mocked Frieza's negligence. 24 years later, Frieza was defeated by the Super Saiyan Goku. In the movie, Cooler and his minions launched an assault on Earth to defeat Goku. Little did they know he would arrive on Earth so swiftly. Soon, Dragon Ball Z warriors, Piccolo, Yamcha, Ten, Kaiatsu, and Krillin, sensed this foreboding and malevolent energy invading their planet. They swiftly took to the skies, heading toward the source of the dark aura. Chapter 47. Future Trunks. As the crowd rushed toward the source of the malevolent energy, a time machine suddenly materialized on Earth. gently descending to the ground. "Mom, we did it." The time machine's hatch slowly opened, and a young boy, wielding a sword, leaped out. Clad in a trench coat bearing the Capsule Corporation insignia, he sported light blue hair and appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old. He gazed at this familiar place, excitement dancing in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Huh, what is happening? Have I arrived in the wrong timeline? Why are there 3 Saiyan presences? Is that powerful aura Son Gohan sensei? How could it resemble him so closely? The other 2 Saiyan auras must belong to Uncle Goku and Dad." Indeed, he had arrived in this timeline as future Trunks, his expression filled with confusion. Logically, Uncle Goku should not have returned to Earth yet. Moreover, why was there only one malevolent presence? Shouldn't King Cold have resurrected Frieza, and both come to Earth seeking revenge? He shook his head, dismissing his thoughts. No matter. I must go see what is happening. Whoosh! Future Trunks stored the time machine back into his Capsule Corporation capsule and unleashed a surge of white energy, propelling himself toward the source of the dark aura. What is this power? Trunks, Son Wufan, sensed a powerful Saiyan aura that a young boy, bearing a long sword on his back, suddenly materialized in his mind. To his astonishment, the future Trunks also appeared. This aura unmistakably belonged to Saiyan. What on earth was happening? Vegeta also detected a familiar Saiyan presence. With so few Saiyans remaining, who could it be? It was as if the opponent had appeared out of thin air, without having the chance to ponder further. Vegeta flew toward the direction of the malevolent energy, as that formidable Saiyan aura also gravitated toward that location. Wufan. What is this terrifying aura? It resembles Frieza's. Son Wukong looked at Son Wufan, bewildered. How could 2 immensely powerful presences suddenly emerge on Earth? Let us go and see. The answer will reveal itself, Son Wufan replied, grasping Son Wukong's hand and utilizing instant transmission to transport them there. Boom! A massive spaceship landed on Earth in an instant. Is this Earth? What a splendid planet. No wonder the Saiyans chose to settle here. He mused as the hatch slowly opened and Gula stepped out of the vessel. The gravity of this planet felt remarkably light to him, prompting a sigh of admiration. Following Gula, his subordinates emerged in succession. Shavija, calm and judicious with a combat power of 170,000. Dre, powerful with a combat power of 185,000. And Nez, possessing a combat power of 163,000. Together, they formed Gula's vanguard, reminiscent of Frieza's Ginyu Force. Whoosh! Son Wukong and his son arrived first via instant transmission, followed closely by future Trunks. What is going on? Who is this Frieza-like individual? Why is Uncle Son Wukong here? Have I truly arrived in the wrong timeline? Gula stood tall and robust, nearly the same height as Son Wukong. His normal stance was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person, occasionally crossing his arms. With blood-red eyes and purplish-black lips, his face bore 2 lines resembling blood tears beneath his eyes, and his purple shell gleamed. 1 foot had 3 toes, each step producing a crunching sound. His entire body was covered in a protective shell, effectively immunizing him against all ordinary physical attacks, serving to guard his joints and bones against friction and impact. I never expected you to come knocking at my door. Science, allow me to introduce myself. I am Gula, Frieza's brother. I have come to Earth to annihilate every last one of you Saiyans. The universe's strongest warriors are solely from our Frieza race, Gula proclaimed, addressing Son Wukong and his son. Alongside future Trunks, his quest for vengeance on Earth stemmed from the disgrace brought upon his family by Frieza and King Cold, compelling him to eradicate the Saiyans to reclaim his honor. What? Frieza's brother. What does this mean? Have I genuinely arrived at the wrong time? Shouldn't it be King Cold and Mechanical Frieza seeking revenge on Earth? Where did Frieza's brother come from? Hello, Trunks, Son Wufan said. Disregarding Gula's words, he approached Trunks and whispered in a tone only the 2 could hear. In truth, he felt a deep sympathy for future Trunks, who fought alone in a desolate timeline. Future Trunks was a resolute Saiyan. What is happening? Wufan Sensei actually knows me. Future Trunks exclaimed in shock, unable to fathom that this Wufan from his timeline recognized him. I once traversed timelines like you, and thus I am aware of your origins. Son Wufan casually responded. Before Trunks could further inquire, a sharp voice interrupted their conversation. You wretches, how dare you conversate while I speak? You uncouth wild monkeys, I shall eliminate you. Gula's eyes turned cold as he pointed a finger at Son Wufan and Trunks. Two beams of lethal energy shot towards them. Son Wufan retaliated with two beams of his own, while Trunks launched an energy blast that Gula's death beams clashed with Son Wufan's, canceling each other out. While Trunks' energy struck swiftly, Gula raised his hand and deflected the energy effortlessly. Who are you, you bastard? How can your hair be light blue? Vegeta questioned future Trunks upon his arrival. He had never encountered a Saiyan with such light purple hair. Mr. Vegeta, it's natural, future Trunks stammered, lowering his head, unable to meet Vegeta's gaze, tears of excitement welling in his eyes. I finally see my father. How do you feel? Are you disappointed? Son Wufan patted future Trunks on the shoulder. I feel elated, just as my mother described, future Trunks replied, his face brimming with excitement. His childhood wish was to meet the powerful father his mother spoke of, for in his timeline, Vegeta had been killed by the androids when Trunks was very young. Whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, Piccolo and the others had all arrived on the battlefield. Before they could ascertain the situation, they saw the Frieza-like figure command, kill them all. Leave no one behind. At Gula's order, the armored troops behind him surged forward like a swarm of locusts, filling the sky as they rushed toward Vegeta and the others. Son Wufan soared into the air. These foes were hardly worth his effort. Future Trunks followed suit, eager to understand the unfolding events. Yet it was evident that now was not the time for questions. The two ascended away from the battlefield to observe the conflict, but Gula noticed their departure and flew after them. Kill them. Leave no Saiyan alive. Xavi Jadre and Nez engaged in battle with Vegeta and Son Wukong. As the scouter indicated, these two possessed the highest combat powers. Piccolo and the others joined the fray. After a year of training, their combat abilities had notably improved, providing an opportunity to test their progress. The air erupted in flames, coupled with anguish cries. As the battle commenced, the sound of the system's notifications flooded Son Wufan's mind. Ding. Combat power attribute of 1000 dropped ahead. Combat power attribute 100, Chapter 48. Gula versus future Trunks on the battlefield. Gula declared, "You two little brats, so you are hiding here. Today, you shall all perish. Prepare to experience a terror akin to hell itself." Gula had been searching for Son Wufan and future Trunks. Incensed by their audacity to ignore his presence while he spoke, they had dared to attack him. They truly did not know the gravity of their situation. Boom! Gula's physique erupted with a terrifying and malevolent aura, instantly enveloping the entirety of Earth. They could not tread the same path as Frieza and King Cold, immediately revealing his true power, in his final form. His body expanded significantly, becoming even more robust. From his head, for horns extended backward, while his mouth was shielded by a mask, though it could also remain uncovered. His eyes transformed into crimson orbs, devoid of pupils, and his shoulders jutted out like breastplates, with two additional horns sprouting from his back. His arms grew into blade-like protrusions, further enhancing his strength. What was happening? How could Gula's aura be so formidable? Was he capable of transforming once more? Future Trunks instantaneously morphed into a Super Saiyan. He was certainly the most unrestrained of the Saiyans, swiftly unveiling his true power. Clang. The sword at his back was drawn in an instant. A chilling aura swept across the battlefield. What? This scoundrel could also become a Super Saiyan. At that moment, Vegeta witnessed future Trunks' transformation into a Super Saiyan. Gritting his teeth, he seethed with rage. These reckless youngsters could all transform into the Super Saiyans, while he, the Prince of the Saiyans, and a prodigious warrior, could not achieve the same feat fueled by fury akin to a tiger. Vegeta unleashed his wrath upon his adversaries. His power surged, fully unleashed. In an instant, he decimated Gula's three formidable generals. Their combat power barely exceeded 100,000, while his had surpassed 1,000,000. He too soared away from the battlefield, taking a position to observe Piccolo and others. Akin to a tiger among wolves, relentlessly reaped the lives of their foes. They all sought a swift resolution, eager to witness the grand battle that lay ahead. Incredible. I never anticipated this young man could also become a Super Saiyan. Goku, stirred by the fire of battle within him, unleashed a tremendous aura, sending a swarm of lesser foes flying. His face was etched with envy and resentment. He had not imagined that the youth of today could be so formidable. Gula was indeed capable of transforming once more, and his aura seemed even greater than that of the young warrior. Goku, like Vegeta, moved to another location to spectate. What? That young man is also a Saiyan. Why had he not heard Vegeta or Goku mention this before? Could he be a friend of Gohan? The warriors of Earth felt the weight of these two terrifying powers. However, with Gohan present, Earth stood as a bastion of strength. They felt no fear. Super Saiyan, my Ice Demon clan is the true strongest in the universe. Gula was not the slightest bit surprised to see the Saiyans transform. Over the course of a year, he had learned that Saiyans possessed this ability. Gula had thoroughly prepared himself. Undergoing grueling training throughout the year, his combat power stood at 470 million arrogantly. He proclaimed, "Today, I shall ensure you have no chance of return." Future Trunks, wielding his sword, aimed to strike at Gula's head. With a resounding clang, Gula merely extended a finger to block the oncoming sword attack. In the anime, Goku had previously employed a similar tactic, condensing energy into his finger to effortlessly deflect Future Trunks' sword. Now, Gula, enveloped in his aura, completely disregarded Future Trunks' weapon. Future Trunks unleashed a series of sword techniques, but they proved futile, even if he were struck. Gula's body, like bronze and iron, remained impervious to harm. Damn it, watch this. Future Trunks sheathed his sword, preparing to unleash energy waves and physical strikes against Gula. Clang, a notification indicated a drop in combat power by 1 million. Clang, combat power increased by 1 million. Damn it, how can this scoundrel possess such overwhelming strength? Future Trunks felt a growing sense of dread. This foe's power had surpassed that of the androids. This the extent of your strength. Now, it is my turn to attack. Seizing the opportunity, Gula launched a devastating punch at Future Trunks. The latter evaded with a deft maneuver, countering with an energy blast. Boom! The energy blast struck Gula, enveloping him in a cloud of smoke. Yet he emerged unscathed from the haze, delivering a powerful blow to Future Trunks' abdomen. Future Trunks coughed up blood, his body curling in pain like a shrimp. You wretched Saiyan, do you now comprehend our disparity? I have yet to unleash my full strength. Brace yourself for the terror of death. Gula vanished and reappeared behind Future Trunks, delivering a crushing blow to his back. Future Trunks plummeted towards the ground with tremendous speed, creating a massive crater upon impact. Only the mighty can traverse the river of dragons. Gula's combat prowess was indeed formidable. Clearly, he was confident in his abilities. He had come to Earth to eliminate the Saiyans and reclaim glory for his family. Incredible, what a terrifying foe. I never expected even the Super Saiyans would be unable to withstand Gula's assault. I wonder if Gohan's power can defeat him. Goku watched as Future Trunks crashed into the earth. Concern etched on his face that I absolutely cannot lose, that I must not allow this Earth to suffer the same fate as our future timeline. I will eliminate you. With a flash, Future Trunks soared from the pit. His eyes blazing with fury, he raised his hands high, gathering immense energy into a colossal beam aimed at Gula. He feared that if he were to lose, the entire Earth would fall under Gula's control, plunging this timeline into the same endless despair and helplessness that plagued the future. Humanity would be forced to scurry like rats, barely clinging to life. Come, let me show you what overwhelming power truly is. Gula, witnessing Future Trunks' energy attack, refused to back down, determined to surpass him in every aspect, to prove that his Ice Demon clan was the strongest race in the universe. Gula's fingers swiftly coalesced into an energy sphere, hurling it towards the incoming energy beam. What? Magic flash. How can this fool employ my technique? Was it taught by Gohan? Piccolo, observing Future Trunks' attack, was momentarily stunned before speculating whether it was indeed Gohan's teaching. Boom! The two energy forces collided, unleashing a chaotic shockwave that surged outward. Chapter 49. The shock of Future Trunks disappear. Saiyan. Gula unleashed his energy, swelling the energy sphere to the size of a basketball court. Intent on obliterating the Earth along with it, that I will not be defeated. Trunks gritted his teeth, fervently restraining the energy within him. His own energy beam surged forth, pushing back Gula's colossal energy sphere into the cosmos. Unbeknownst to Gula, he had vanished above. Suddenly, he reappeared behind future Trunks, delivering a punch. What? How is this possible? Future Trunks sensed Gula's presence behind him and executed a spinning kick, aimed at his rear. Yet he was too slow. Bang! With a sudden jolt, I felt a sharp pain in my back, and my entire being was propelled into the air, crashing directly against the wall of the deep pit. Gula's form shadowed me, unleashing a relentless barrage upon future Trunks. Both combatants were now locked in a fierce exchange of injuries, each trading blows to see who could endure until the very end. However, the disparity in their combat prowess was glaringly apparent. Bang! 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 The two clashed violently within the pit, carving a deep chasm into the ground. Future Trunks was sent soaring into the air by a vicious uppercut from Gula. The frenzied onslaught of death beams erupted from Gula's hands, firing an array of violet energy pillars at Future Trunks that a chorus of gut-wrenching screams filled the air as the relentless energy beams struck their mark, eliciting anguished cries from Future Trunks. Ding! Combat Power Attribute 1, 000, Ding. Combat Power Attribute 1,000,000, Saiyan. The more you scream, the more exhilarated I become. Gula cackled maniacally. He relished in the torment of the Saiyan, eager to demonstrate who truly reigned supreme in this universe. After unleashing hundreds of energy waves, Future Trunks returned to his normal state, his voice dwindling to a whisper. Gula ceased his assault, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, choosing not to finish off his opponent immediately for the sake of amusement, wishing instead to instill fear before delivering the final blow. Gasping for breath, Future Trunks found his clothes tattered and torn. How could this be? I have lost. This foe's power is insurmountable. What am I to do? Confusion gripped him. Collect it all. Son Gohan silently urged himself. The combat power attributes on the ground surged into his body. Within mere moments, his power had reached 50 million. Gula, do not grow too arrogant. Today, you shall witness the terror of the Saiyans. With a thunderous roar, Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing an even more formidable aura that spread outward. Future Trunks stood in awe, momentarily forgetting his injuries. Isn't it Uncle Son Wukong who transforms into a Super Saiyan? How can Master Gohan achieve this transformation? His aura is several times more terrifying than mine. At that moment, Future Trunks was engulfed in confusion. What is happening? It seems Master Gohan's power has increased yet again. There's truly no limit to his strength. The Saiyan physique is simply extraordinary. Tianjin Han and the others effortlessly dealt with a group of minor foes. Among them, only 3 aliens posed any real threat, all of whom were swiftly dispatched by Vegeta. The remaining adversaries were mere weaklings, easily managed by the group. Vegeta, witnessing Son Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan once more, was filled with envy and resentment. One day, I shall trample both of you beneath my feet. Haha, you Saiyans love to put on a show. That Super Saiyan was so easily toyed with by me. After all, no matter how many Super Saiyans come, the outcome will remain unchanged. We, the Frost Demons, are still the mightiest warriors in this universe, Gula declared boastfully. Having defeated Future Trunks, his confidence surged, leading him to underestimate the Super Saiyan. Had he been able to sense the aura, he might have trembled in fear, for the power of Super Saiyan Son Gohan was on an entirely different level than that of Future Trunks. Suddenly, Son Gohan vanished, reappearing right before Gula and delivering a powerful punch. What? How can your speed be so astonishing? Gula thought that Super Saiyan Son Gohan's strength paled in comparison to that of Future Trunks, dismissing him as merely a child. Even if his power is great, can it surpass that of an adult? However, Gula's calculations were flawed. Bang! As Son Gohan's fist made contact with Gula, the latter immediately regretted underestimating him. Feeling a numbing sensation radiate through his arm as he was sent flying by an overwhelming force. Ding! Combat Attribute 1, 000, what? He knocked Gula away with a single punch. Future Trunks was left in disbelief. This version of Master Gohan not only could transform into a Super Saiyan, but also possessed terrifying combat prowess. Gula, a foe he could hardly contend with, was effortlessly sent flying by Gohan's strike. Confusion enveloped him as he tried to grasp the situation. All right, let us deal with him. How dare he cause havoc on Earth? Son Gohan's impressive transformation caught everyone off guard. Tien Han and the others had already dispatched the minor foes and were now cheering for Son Gohan. The audacity of these extraterrestrials to invade Earth without considering their own strength was akin to courting death. How is this possible? This child possesses such formidable power. It seems my wretched brother perished at your hands without reason. Gula thought. Regaining his composure and eyeing Son Gohan warily, he had never encountered an opponent of this caliber before and realized he must tread carefully. There is nothing impossible. King Cold and Frieza met their end at my hands. Show me your full power, or you shall have no opportunity left, Son Gohan declared dismissively, his gaze sharp and devoid of emotion, as if gazing at a corpse. How dare you underestimate me? Allow me to demonstrate my full power. Gula roared in frustration. A terrifying aura erupted from him, sending powerful gusts of wind spiraling outward, causing the very earth to tremble. The sky darkened, filled with ominous clouds and flashes of lightning. Help. Is this an earthquake? We must hide. I do not wish to die. The people of Earth mistook the chaos for an earthquake, resulting in traffic jams and falling debris as they sought refuge from the calamity. Chapter 50. Gula's Full Power. What do you think? This is my full power. You should feel honored. No one has ever compelled me to unleash such terrifying strength in battle. You're the first and the last. Gula, having tapped into his full potential, wore a smug expression, eager to see fear and despair reflected in Son Gohan's eyes. However, Gula miscalculated. There was not a trace of emotion in Gohan's gaze. This power is far too weak. Son Gohan remarked coldly, intent on forcing Gula to reveal his true strength and curious whether the system would grant him even greater combat power attributes. Arrogance, pure arrogance. You wretched child, I shall tear you to shreds. Gula gritted his teeth, utterly unprepared for the fact that he had underestimated his opponent. In a fit of rage, he charged at Son Gohan, delivering a powerful left hook. However, it did not unfold as he had envisioned. Rather than sending the boy flying, Gohan's form gradually began to dissipate. Reacting swiftly, Gula unleashed an elbow strike behind him. Bang! The two collided once more, the ground unable to withstand the force, shattering beneath them. Instantly, they were entangled in a fierce struggle, exchanging blows with relentless ferocity, the air filled with resounding roars of impact. Each collision sent shock waves rippling through the atmosphere. Ding! A notification echoed, indicating a drop of 1 million in battle power. Ding! Another alert chimed, battle power decreased by 1 million. The incessant beeping of the system resonated in Gohan's mind. It appeared that a battle power drop of 1 million was the threshold. Suddenly, Gohan's eyes emitted 2 beams of light. Before Gula could react, he was blasted away with a cry of agony. The pain elicited an involuntary shout. Damn it! Gula clenched his teeth, completely taken aback by the boy's unexpected ambush. Fortunately, his armor absorbed a portion of the energy attack. Could this truly be just a mere child? His battle power was formidable, his movements agile, and his combat experience remarkably vast. Incredible. That attack was executed with such finesse, it left one defenseless that Gohan's strength had surpassed expectations. Clearly, this alien was no match for him. Tien Han and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them, joy lighting up their faces. They had just witnessed future Trunks transform into a Super Saiyan. Yet he could not prevail against this alien. Concern lingered over whether Gohan could truly conquer him. It seemed they had underestimated Gohan after all. Way to go, Gohan. Piccolo, watching from the sidelines, felt a flash of pride. Gohan had even mastered his special beam cannon, and his battle power was astonishingly strong. Haha, Piccolo, thank you, Gohan expressed sincerely. Having a mentor like Piccolo was indeed a blessing. Goku turned to Piccolo with heartfelt gratitude, recognizing that his son's prowess was greatly attributed to him. Cut that out, Goku, that I will certainly defeat you one day, Piccolo retorted, his annoyance palpable. This guy was infuriating. One day, he would surely bring this brat down to the ground. Yet, witnessing Gohan's performance, Piccolo felt a sense of satisfaction. Vegeta clenched his teeth, determined to train diligently. He aimed to transform into a Super Saiyan at the earliest opportunity. This was his rightful glory that it was unbearably frustrating to watch others fight from a distance. But it was not over yet. After sending Gula flying, Gohan conjured Frieza's signature cutting discs in his hands, launching 5 of them in rapid succession. The cutting discs resembled Krillin's technique, the Kienzan. They formed circular blades capable of slicing, and they could change direction and track their target. What? Upon witnessing this technique, Gula turned tail and fled. He was all too aware of its devastating power. This was his brother Frieza's ultimate move. He never expected this Saiyan to wield it as well, that if struck by such an attack, he would undoubtedly be torn to shreds. He swiftly distanced himself in the attack range. Gohan skillfully controlled the 5 cutting discs, relentlessly pursuing Gula. What a marvel! I never imagined this technique could be employed in such a manner. Krillin mistakenly believed this was his own Kienzan. The Kienzan could indeed be used similarly to Yamcha as Spirit Ball. It seemed he had an epiphany at that moment. Once this crisis was averted, he would certainly give it a try. This technique won work on me. Gula too unleashed his cutting discs, and in an instant, their discs collided and neutralized each other. He had merely lacked an opportunity to execute his own technique. Now that he had created some distance, he was ready to unleash the same move. Is that so? Gohan's voice suddenly emerged from behind Gula, sending a chill down his spine. This boy was truly elusive. Gula swiftly spun around, gathering an enormous energy wave to hurl at Gohan. Boom! Gohan was instantly engulfed by the energy wave. Ha ha! This time, UNT escaped. Gula's heart soared with delight at the sight. Surely, this little brat would be reduced to ashes. This fool was laughing as if he were invincible. Indeed, he couldn't even discern where his opponent was. It was hardly surprising. After all, the alien lacked the ability to sense energy movements. They could only rely on sight and instinct to gauge the enemy's position. The onlookers below understood that Gohan had narrowly evaded the energy attack's range at the last moment. Yet Gula remained blissfully unaware, believing he had obliterated the Super Saiyan Gohan. You dare come to Earth seeking vengeance without even knowing your opponent's strength. Truly, I admire your audacity, Gohan remarked, unable to suppress his disdain as he observed Gula's foolish grin. Damn it, the Ice Demon Clan is the strongest race in the universe. I will annihilate all of you, Gula bellowed in fury upon hearing Gohan's taunts. He swiftly turned around, only to find Gohan had appeared right behind him. Run, you overestimate yourself. Now, let me show you the gap between us. Gohan scoffed, his energy steadily rising. He had already determined that the maximum drop in battle power from the system was 1 million. It was time to showcase his true skills. Gohan's power is truly unfathomable. Krillin sensed Gohan's energy surging. He could not help but swallow hard. You little brat, you are far too arrogant, Gula roared as he lunged toward Gohan, intent on snapping his neck. This little punk was insufferably arrogant. Bang! Gula came charging in, only to be sent flying back by a single kick from Gohan. Chapter 51. The Fall of Gula. No. This cannot be. As Gula was sent hurtling backward, disbelief flooded his mind. How could this young Saiyan be so powerful? This was my full strength. I must have been too careless to fall victim to a Saiyon's attack. Yes, that must be it. There's nothing impossible. Tomorrow marks your doom. Once you arrive, you leave that moment. Gula once again heard Gohan's voice. Boom! The realization hit him that Gohan had already caught up to his flying body, delivering a heavy punch that sent Gula spiraling once more. Ugh! A mouthful of blood spewed forth as his body was propelled outward again. The Super Saiyan Gohan shadowed him relentlessly, pummeling him like a soccer ball in midair. Ah! The air was filled with Gula's anguish cries. He had never imagined that he would travel across galaxies seeking vengeance, only to become a mere plaything. How astonishing! To think such a formidable foe as Gula would be treated as a ball by Gohan. Indeed, Gohan was extraordinarily formidable. With his presence firmly established on Earth, the fear of demonic creatures invading our realm has dissipated. You also mentioned that if we do not diligently cultivate our skills, we shall be relegated to mere bystanders in the future. Your words ring true. We must exert ourselves in our training to keep pace with Gohan. The brilliance reflected in the eyes of the crowd is truly inspiring. Everyone engages in lively conversation, sharing their excitement. However, due to the limitations of human constitution, the notion of matching Goku's prowess is nothing but a fanciful dream. Magic flash. Gohan propelled Gula's body upwards with a swift kick. With both hands clasped above his head, he began to gather energy. What? I refuse to be defeated. I shall obliterate everything in this place. Supernova! Gula felt a chill run down his spine as he witnessed Gohan amassing a tremendous wave of energy. Faced with the specter of death, even Gula was seized with fear. He summoned every ounce of strength to break free from the onslaught and began to concentrate his own energy with a single finger. He focused his chi into a colossal energy sphere potent enough to annihilate a planet. Gula yearned to reduce this planet and its inhabitants to cosmic dust. The Saiyans, whom he once deemed insignificant, now had the power to crush him. How could Gula bear such humiliation? He resolved to destroy everything in sight. The game is over. Gohan unleashed a massive beam of energy towards Gula, feeling that further combat was unnecessary. It is time to let everything disintegrate into the dust of the universe. Gula hurled his vast, energy-laden sphere at Gohan, intent on turning this place of his humiliation to ashes. Boom! The two titanic forces collided, sending debris flying and raising clouds of dust. The ground cracked deeply, and the entire planet trembled. Gula's immense energy was gradually pushed back by Gohan's magic flash. Gohan, you must hold on. The fate of our Earth rests upon you. Go for it! The onlookers clenched their fists in anticipation, aware of the terrifying magnitude of these forces. The ground nearby crumbled, sending them soaring into the air to witness the spectacle. Future Trunks, witnessing the clash, was taken aback, but he never anticipated that Gohan from this timeline could be so formidable. The adversaries he could not contend with seemed to be mere playthings in Gohan's hands. Piccolo, observing Gohan's powerful magic flash, felt a surge of joy. He had not expected his ultimate technique to be wielded with such might by Gohan. Goku, brimming with confidence, watched his son clash with Gula, unable to resist glancing at Piccolo. His eyes filled with gratitude. Vegeta, seething with anger, thought, "Damn that little brat. I never imagined your battle power would rise so swiftly. Just wait. One day I shall surpass you." Gula's forehead bulged with veins, his eyes bloodshot. He frantically poured energy into his sphere, which instantly doubled in size. The cacophony of energy erupted as Gohan unleashed his full power, a blinding light that was nearly unbearable to behold. The immense energy beam transformed into a blue-white flame, devouring Gula's energy sphere with unstoppable force. Gula let out a chilling scream as his body was consumed by the energy beam. The fates of the three warriors converged, reduced to mere particles of dust in the cosmos. Thus, the once mighty Emperor Gula met his demise. In the anime, Gula had come to Earth seeking vengeance against Goku and launched the Kamehameha wave at the sun. Upon being thrust into the sun, he did not perish, but remained alive with only half of his head intact. He utilized advanced technology from the Namekian graveyard to repair his body, integrating numerous mechanical components, which enhanced his power to a staggering 10 billion, transforming him into mechanical Gula. His body was enveloped in countless mechanical chips, significantly increasing his size. His right side remained as it was, while the left was entirely replaced with machinery. However, now Gula's original body and cells were entirely gone. Resurrection would have to wait for another lifetime. Gohan reverted from his Super Saiyan form, silently contemplating as a torrent of battle energy surged through his limbs. The data on his personal attributes fluctuated wildly. After a few breaths, he sensed the numbers gradually stabilizing. His battle power soared to 80 million, indicating that through this battle, he had amassed a staggering 30 million in power. Yes, we have finally triumphed. Gohan is indeed reliable. I knew victory was ours. Cheers erupted among the crowd, their spirits soaring. With Gohan safeguarding Earth, they felt unafraid of any malevolent forces that might arise. In the heavenly realm, the Wizen Kai wiped the cold sweat from his brow, astonished by the sudden emergence of a Saiyan on Earth, a sight that left him slightly shaken. However, he was further taken aback to discover that this Saiyan had come to aid Earth in its crisis, as future Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan and struggled against the invaders. The Kai was drenched in cold sweat, realizing the terrifying battle power of the aliens. Fortunately, the Super Saiyan Gohan had come to their rescue, or Earth would have faced dire peril. He nodded in satisfaction, marveling at the immense energy concealed within such a seemingly small frame. The Saiyan constitution was indeed extraordinary. This was his first time witnessing Gohan's true strength. Chapter 52, Journey to the Future Timeline. What? This fellow is actually future Trunks, who has traveled back in time. He is the child of Vegeta and Bulma, and in 3 years, formidable androids will emerge. Goku, afflicted by a chronic heart condition, would be unable to join the battle, while others would fall one by one in their quest to protect Earth, leaving the future world under the dominion of androids. The people of Earth lived in abject misery, akin to rats scurrying for survival. The Namekians possess a unique physiology, endowing them with extraordinary hearing. When Piccolo overheard the conversation between Gohan and future Trunks, it struck him like a bolt of lightning, leaving him utterly stunned by the bombshell revelation. It was beyond comprehension. Upon hearing future Trunks' words, Gohan remained unfazed, for he understood that the androids from the main timeline were vastly different from those in the future. In the primary timeline, androids 17 and 18 did not view humans as mere insects, deriving pleasure from destruction. They were created solely to eliminate Goku, who had decimated the Red Ribbon Army during his youth, under the orders of Dr. Gero, the mastermind behind the androids. Gohan, I hope you can keep my identity a secret for now, as my parents in this timeline have yet to unite, future Trunks expressed, fearing that revealing his identity might alter history and jeopardize his own existence. You need not worry. We shall keep it confidential, Gohan assured him. His gaze instinctively drifted towards Piccolo, aware of the Namekian's exceptional hearing, capable of perceiving conversations from afar. Now that he had merged with the Namekian bloodline, he could hear the discussions of Tien and the others. Gohan, your power is incredible. I implore you to come to the future and help us eliminate the androids in the future. Trunks spoke with utmost sincerity. He wished for his mother from the future timeline and the people of Earth to no longer suffer under the threat of the androids. No problem, Gohan readily agreed. He had taken a keen interest in the boundless energy attributes of androids 17 and 18, as they had once been ordinary humans before being captured and transformed by Dr. Gero. Gohan-sensei, let us depart at once, future Trunks declared, retrieving a universal capsule for his convenience box and tossing it aside. With a resounding boom, a time machine materialized before them. He opened the door and stepped inside, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards Vegeta. Father, farewell. I am delighted to have seen you this time. Hello, Father and Uncle Piccolo. This friend has come to request my assistance, and I shall accompany him for a while. I will return once I have completed my tasks. Gohan swiftly approached the group to offer his greetings. He handed the special medicine to Piccolo, saying, Uncle Piccolo, please explain the situation to them. In an instant, Gohan and future Trunks vanished aboard the time machine. What? That kid is a time traveler, exclaimed the others. On May 12, 767, Android 19 appeared in South City. That was merely 3 years away. The group, upon hearing Piccolo's words, could scarcely believe their ears. It was simply too unfathomable. Piccolo refrained from revealing Trunks' identity. Such a formidable enemy. Should we not seek to eliminate it? Krillin cautiously suggested. The unknown adversary was the most terrifying of all, and he was unwilling to take that risk. Indeed, that is a prudent course of action. We can nip the danger in the bud. Yamcha concurred wholeheartedly, feeling it unnecessary to take risks, especially considering he had already perished once. Whoever dares to act in such a manner, I shall slay. Vegeta growled menacingly. Scions grow stronger when faced with adversity, and the quickest way to gain strength is through battle. The group turned their gazes toward Goku, eager for his opinion. I too wish to battle a formidable opponent, Goku replied with excitement. The prospect of a powerful challenge stirred his spirit. Ahem, I have yet to finish speaking, he continued. Goku would succumb to a chronic heart virus 3 years hence, and he would not participate in this battle. This young man has brought the medicine for the heart ailment. Piccolo revealed another shocking piece of news. He then handed the special medicine to Goku. The group was left in stunned silence. The mighty Saiyan Goku was to perish from illness. It seemed almost ironic to consider that a warrior who does not die on the battlefield, but rather succumbs to affliction. Oh my, you nearly scared me to death. I had no idea there was a special medicine, Goku said, patting his chest in shock. He did not ponder deeply. The existence of a medicine was sufficient. We must take our leave now, that we must intensify our training to prepare for the battle in 3 years, Ten and Katsu said, then soared into the sky, vanishing from view. Vegeta also flew towards West City, declaring, next time, I shall become a Super Saiyan. The group bid farewell and returned to their respective places to train. In a future timeline, capital city, Caw-Caw, a few crows circled in the sky, occasionally squawking. This place resembled a dead city, akin to a hell on earth. Ruins lay scattered everywhere. Buildings had collapsed, and debris was strewn about as if a great battle had just transpired. The ground was pockmarked, as though it had been subjected to relentless bombardment. With wisps of black smoke rising, the air was thick with the scent of gunpowder. Corpses lay sprawled amidst pools of blood, and severed limbs were visible in abundance. Suddenly, a time machine appeared in the sky, slowly descending. Damn it, I never anticipated that West City had also fallen, Future Trunks said, his face contorted with rage as he surveyed the desolate ruins. It has barely been a moment since we left, and the androids have commenced their destruction once more. Trunks, please take heart. All will improve in time, Gohan said, his expression growing cold upon witnessing the scene. The androids of this timeline reveled in slaughter, deriving pleasure from killing and destruction. Gohan-sensei, we must seek out the androids immediately. They must be wreaking havoc in West City. I can feel it, Trunks said through gritted teeth. He had dealt with the androids for so long that he could sense their energy fluctuations through certain channels. Future Trunks converted the time machine back into a universal capsule and stored it away. A fierce aura emanated from him as he prepared to fly toward West City. Is flying truly necessary? It is far too slow, Gohan remarked, grabbing hold of the soon-to-launch Future Trunks. Upon arriving in the future timeline, his heightened perception had locked onto the energy signature of the planet. He knew precisely where androids 17 and 18 were located. In a flash, Gohan and Future Trunks vanished from their spot. Chapter 53. Androids in the Future Timeline West City. Boom! Waves of energy blasts slammed into buildings, the explosions deafening that it was as though the city was under missile attack. With flames erupting all around, skyscrapers crumbled in an instant, clouds of dust billowing into the air, accompanied by screams and wails that sent chills down one's spine. Only half an hour prior, the androids had launched a sudden assault here. Android 17, adorned with a red scarf around his neck, and the golden-haired android 18 unleashed energy waves that relentlessly targeted the structures and the populace, as they beheld the destruction of buildings and the anguished cries of the inhabitants. Their hearts swelled with delight and satisfaction. Little mice, let's play a game. You must run for your lives. In 10 minutes, we shall make our move that if you can escape within that time, congratulations, you may live. The two androids hovered in the air, gleefully announcing their cruel game to the terrified crowd. The masses exchanged wide-eyed glances, utterly paralyzed by these two demons. I end the current chaos. The notion of escaping within 10 minutes was sheer folly. Yet, with a sliver of hope, they had no choice but to try. The citizens of West City bolted in all directions, instantly plunging the area into pandemonium. 10 minutes swiftly passed. Time's up. Prepare to meet your doom. Hee, weak humans. This isn't about me withholding opportunities. Rather, it is your failure to cherish them that seals your fate. The androids cackled with devilish glee as they delivered their final ultimatum to the crowd. You two demons intend to annihilate us completely. I do not wish to die. Trunks, please save us, cried a voice among the crowd. Mother, farewell. We shall meet again in our next life, another lamented. Trunks, hurry, echoed the pleas of men, women, and children alike, their voices filled with despair. That moment, the crowd was faced with the specter of death, left only with silent prayers, hoping for the Earth's great hero, Trunks, to come to their rescue. Ha, Trunks, that little mouse is barely able to save itself, let alone come to your rescue. You might as well resign yourselves to your fate. The androids 17 and 18 wore sinister smiles at the corners of their mouths as they began to coalesce energy spheres in their hands. They hurled the energy orbs down towards the crowd below. Upon witnessing this, despair washed over the gathered individuals. Some closed their eyes, seemingly resigned to their fate. Once these spheres descended, the entire city would vanish in an instant. Suddenly, the air shimmered, and the two figures appeared before the crowd. They raised their hands and swatted the energy blasts away. Boom! The two energy orbs detonated in the distance, sending mushroom clouds spiraling into the sky. Their power akin to that of missiles, the thunderous explosion jolted everyone back to reality. Lord Trunks, you truly have come to save us? Am I dreaming? Dreaming? I see it too. This is simply wonderful. It seems my prayers have not gone unheard. We shall not perish today. Indeed, Son Gohan had utilized his instant transmission skill to arrive just in the nick of time, deflecting the falling energy blasts. Trunks, you have finally made it. I thought you would remain a coward. But I see you have finally been lured out. That the conspiratorial smile spread across 17's face, revealing that this entire scheme was designed to draw out Trunks. The duo had been wreaking havoc moments before to set their trap. Now that they had caught their prey, how could they not revel in their success? Androids, your time has come. Trunks seethed, teeth gritted in fury. He then turned to Son Gohan, saying, Gohan, I entrust this to you. Trunks, so you sought reinforcements. What did you call him, Mr. Gohan? No wonder he looks so familiar. It's the young Son Gohan for days gone by. I suppose your last retreat involved traveling back in time. Trunks, have you truly brought the childhood version of Son Gohan? Have you lost your senses? How powerful could he possibly be at that age? Are you trying to make us laugh? They mocked, their banter echoing as they contemplated their victory. With a single energy sphere, they could wipe out an entire area. Once Trunks was dealt with, they would hop through time to explore other realms. You two are insufferably arrogant, Son Gohan remarked, observing the androids with keen interest. 18, the quintessential goddess of the Dragon Ball universe, with her chic golden bob and curvaceous figure, possessed a stunning visage. Yet it was a pity that these androids were beyond redemption. They were born for destruction and slaughter. Devoid of humanity. Arrogant? Not at all, Son Gohan. Today, I shall show you the true meaning of arrogance. With a flirtatious smile, 18 charged at Son Gohan. He, however, veered away, mindful of the uncounted innocent lives behind him. Should a battle ensue here, many would suffer. What is this? Afraid of facing my sister. 18 mocked as she pursued him, believing him to be cowering in fear, for after all, he was merely a child. 17. Let us find a suitable place to settle the score. Trunks declared with a face full of fury. He began to levitate. Pursuing Son Gohan. 17 flashed a devilish grin and followed suit. That was terrifying. Thank goodness Lord Trunks arrived, or we would all have perished. The crowd sighed in relief as the androids, Trunks, and Son Gohan flew away. The sensation of escaping death was exhilarating. They silently prayed for Trunks and the young boy to vanquish these two demons. Liberating the people of Earth from their dire circumstances, hoping for a peaceful existence ahead. Son Gohan. There's no escape. 18 taunted as she relentlessly pursued him, growing impatient and casually launching an energy blast in his direction. Chapter 54. The Wrath of the Androids in a Future Timeline. Atop a towering mountain, a man and woman hovered in the air. Are you in such a hurry to meet your end? 18. Son Gohan questioned as he deflected the incoming energy blast with a wave of his hand, pausing to address her. I do enjoy your fiery spirit. I hope you can maintain that bravado. 18 replied, unfazed and amused, finding the fear of the onlookers around her utterly uninteresting. I'm always resolute. Allow me to show you the taste of death, Son Gohan roared, a powerful aura emanating from him, causing the very planet to tremble at this moment. Trunks and 17 arrived at the scene, choosing to observe rather than intervene. Watching as Son Gohan faced off against 18, you Saiyans do love your flashy transformations. I'll take down each one of you as you transform into a Super Saiyan, 18 said excitedly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation at the prospect of a worthy opponent. Is that so? Let us wait and see. Son Gohan replied confidently before suddenly vanishing from sight, reappearing directly in front of 18 with a swift left hook. What? How could he move so quickly? 18 exclaimed, caught off guard as his fist connected with her face, sending her hurtling away like a kite with its string cut. But wait, you wanted to play, didn't you? Let us have some fun, Son Gohan declared, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts at 18 as she flew back. He showed no mercy, his strikes unrelenting. Boom! 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 Ah! 18 cried out in anguish, her body pelted by the relentless assault. Enough! 17 shouted, witnessing his sister's torment from above, feeling a surge of panic as he prepared to intervene. Forget it, your opponent is me, Trunks declared, instantly transforming into his Super Saiyan form. Spreading his arms wide to block 17's approach, he had not anticipated Gohan's overwhelming strength in subduing 18 so swiftly. Stand back! On the 17th, in a fit of rage, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, aiming to overpower Trunks and rescue Android 18. Trunks, agile and evasive, skillfully dodged the onslaught of energy projectiles, aware that their combat powers were nearly equal. There was no need for him to absorb such attacks directly. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Combat power attribute dropped. 100,000. Followed by another. Ding! Infinite energy attribute dropped. The system's alerts resonated in Gohan's consciousness. Heralding the arrival of boundless energy attributes, he eagerly collected them. Feeling the torrents of infinite energy and combat power surge through him, as he had surmised, both Android 17 and 18 were indeed modifications. Their bodies merely housed miniature bombs, while the rest remained intact. Hence, the possibility of acquiring infinite energy was plausible that he too could now claim to possess limitless energy, free from the frailty that came with prolonged battles. In the Dragon Ball saga, Goku often fell victim to exhaustion, leading to dire consequences. During the Cell saga, after his battle with Cell, he was overwhelmed by fatigue, resulting in a brutal defeat at the hands of Junior Cell. Similarly, in the Majin Buu saga, Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan 3 was thwarted by a lack of energy to sustain that form, ultimately leading to his defeat against Majin Buu. Even when attempting to obliterate Majin Buu with the Spirit Bomb, he nearly succumbed to the strain, requiring Shinran's intervention to restore his strength before vanquishing Buu. Android 17's intentions lay beyond mere combat. Seizing the opportunity while Trunks was distracted, he redirected his energy blasts towards Gohan, revealing his true objective. Not good. Trunks realized he had fallen into a trap. 17's target was Gohan, his mentor. Come on, Super Saiyan Gohan retaliated, directing his energy towards Android 17, confident in his own infinite energy. He had no fear of engaging in a battle of attrition. The air crackled as their energy waves collided, erupting in a series of explosive bursts, shrouding the arena in thick smoke. That moment. Android 18 spat out a mouthful of blood, her body battered and bruised, resembling a beggar in disarray, her hair disheveled and clothes tattered. How dare you, Son Gohan? You've reduced me to this state. I will have your head. Her beautiful eyes, now veined with blood, radiated fury as she wiped the blood from her lips. Since Dr. Gero had transformed them, they had never experienced such humiliation. They had never encountered a true adversary. Having once toyed with the Saiyans at will, now, being brought to such a lowly state was unbearable for her. Clenching her fists tightly, her nails dug into her flesh, blood dripping from her fingertips. In this moment, Android 18 had lost all rationality, charging at Gohan like a rampaging bull. Android 18, your opponent is me. Trunks, taken aback by 17's cunning, swiftly positioned himself before 18, that had he earlier intervened to shield Gohan from 17. She might have met her end at Gohan's hands. Get away. Android 18 lashed out in fury, launching a relentless assault on Trunks. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, energy attributes dropping alongside their violent exchanges. With a sweeping kick, 18 aimed for Trunks' head. Bang! Trunks raised his arm to block, retaliating with a punch aimed at her abdomen. A cry of anguish escaped 18 as the blow connected, sending her reeling backward. Trunks, relentless, pursued her, refusing to grant her a moment's respite. In a flash, he appeared before her, delivering a powerful kick that sent her soaring into the air, followed by a flurry of strikes, as if he were playing soccer with her. The skies echoed with Android 18's cries of despair. In her current state, she was utterly disoriented, her anger clouding her judgment, compounded by her injuries, rendering her vulnerable to Trunks' onslaught. Come on, Android 18. Trunks unleashed his pent-up frustration, drawing his sword from behind and roaring with ferocity. Chapter 55. The Nightmare of Future Androids. How is this possible? My power is boundless. How can you still be standing after all this energy exchange? Android 17 questioned in disbelief, intent on using his infinite energy to deplete Gohan's reserves. Yet he was astonished to find that Gohan showed no signs of fatigue. Nothing is impossible. Did you think you alone possessed infinite stamina and energy? Gohan replied with a gleeful expression that he had come to this future timeline in pursuit of infinite energy, and experiencing it firsthand was nothing short of euphoric. After their recent intense exchanges, he felt no depletion. It was as if he had an endless fountain at his disposal. What? Do you also possess infinite energy? 17's shock was palpable upon hearing Gohan's revelation. He had not anticipated that this alternate timeline's Gohan would be so formidable. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Here, as a reward for you, a fist. In an instant, Super Saiyan Gohan appeared behind 17, delivering a devastating punch to his back. Wow. Pain surged through 17 as he was propelled forward by the force of the impact. Enjoy the taste of death. Gohan's voice lingered as he vanished, only to reappear ahead of 17 once more. Bang! Another powerful blow struck 17's abdomen. Pooh! 17 coughed up blood, the searing pain forcing him to double over, clutching his stomach like a curled shrimp. Their combat prowess was simply not on the same level. The future androids, devoid of humanity, did not deserve to exist in this world. Gohan showed no mercy, landing a punch that incapacitated 17. This. How is this possible? No, I can't believe it. Coughing violently, 17 was enveloped in a sense of impending doom. He had never envisioned such a day. The Super Saiyans from this timeline could easily toy with him. Yet this childhood version of Gohan from another timeline was astonishingly powerful. That it was beyond belief. Nothing is impossible. That I have yet to unleash my true strength. The gap between us is insurmountable. That I lack even the desire to strike you. Son Gohan seized the head of Android 17 and hurled it towards Trunks. The current Android 17 had completely lost his combat capabilities, rendered powerless and at the mercy of others. Trunks had been closely monitoring the battle involving his mentor, Son Gohan. Upon witnessing the enemy tossing Android 17 in his direction, he decisively abandoned his attack on Android 18. It was over. The wretched Android 17 let out a shriek as he flew towards Trunks. A chill coursing down his spine, that a wave of deathly terror swept through him, as if he'd been doused in icy water from head to toe. Was this what it felt like to face death? It was utterly terrifying. Die, Android 17, Trunks exclaimed, brandishing his sword and unleashing a flurry of strikes at the approaching foe. Slash, slash, slash. The pitiful Android 17 was instantly reduced to countless pieces. Trunks followed up with an energy wave, obliterating the remnants into dust. Android 17. Android 18 witnessed her brother's demise unfold before her eyes. Overcome with anguish, she cried out for him, her heart shattering. It was Trunks' abandonment of his assault on her that had afforded her the opportunity to escape. How laughable! Trunks scoffed in rage-laden irony. Android 18. Do you possess emotions after all? You have slain countless lives, yet do you not understand the bonds of kinship? At long last, Trunks could avenge his deceased father and the people of Earth by vanquishing these two fiends. I will fight you, Android 18. She finally steadied herself, launching an energy attack at Trunks before swiftly darting away. The immediate priority was survival. She needed to regain her strength before seeking revenge. Where do you think you're going? Android 18, Trunks shouted, sensing her intent to flee. That a tremendous aura erupted from him as he pursued her. Binding technique. Super Saiyan Son Gohan flashed into position before Android 18, casting a powerful ability to immobilize her. Should she escape, it would be nearly impossible to track her down again, given the absence of any detectable energy signature from the androids. How is this possible? I cannot move, Android 18 exclaimed in panic. Feeling her body utterly paralyzed, she had never encountered such a predicament before. Facing death, she too felt fear. Perish, Trunks disregarded whether Android 18 could move or not, darting before her to unleash a barrage of strikes. Slash, slash, slash. In an instant, she was reduced to countless fragments. Trunks then unleashed another energy wave, turning her remains to dust. Never in her wildest dreams did Android 18 anticipate that the reinforcements Trunks had summoned would prove so formidable. Before the two siblings, Son Gohan and Trunks, she was utterly powerless. It was over. Everything had come to an end. Father, Teacher Gohan, people of Earth, I have finally avenged you, Trunks cried out, his heart wrenched. The long-suppressed wish had finally been fulfilled. He could finally lay down the burdens he had carried for so long. The years had been replete with hardship in the struggle for survival. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Son Gohan retracted his Super Saiyan form. Trunks, now unburdened, released the pent-up resentment accumulated over the years, collected all. The battle power attributes on the ground flowed into him like a river. His power level had surpassed 100 million. The people of Earth, the android menace, had been eradicated. From now on, there would be no need to live in constant fear. Those hidden in basements could finally emerge to embrace a new life. After a moment of cathartic release, Trunks roared to the heavens that he wanted to transmit this good news to everyone without delay. Still in his Super Saiyan state, his voice resonated like a broadcast, echoing for miles. This is the voice of Lord Trunks. He declares that the androids have been defeated. Yes, we have finally triumphed over the androids. Trunks' voice reverberated through the air. Lord Trunks, you are our hero. Oh my, Earth is finally safe. The people, upon hearing Trunks' words, wept tears of joy. Some shouted in exuberance, while others danced with glee. They were profoundly moved by the news. The people were finally free, and no longer would they need to hide and live in fear. Chapter 56. The Future Timeline. Poor Chi-Chi in the Future Timeline. What? The time machine lacks energy. It will take a year to recharge. Son Gohan gazed at Trunks in bewilderment, astonished that recharging the machine would require such an extensive duration. I apologize, Teacher Gohan. Due to the androids wreaking havoc everywhere, energy has become scarce. We have no choice but to impose upon you to reside here for a time, Trunks replied, a sheepish expression on his face. He had not anticipated this issue when inviting Son Gohan to us no trouble. I shall consider it a vacation here. Son Gohan reassured him, patting Trunks on the shoulder. When one cannot change a situation, acceptance is the only course. Let me take you to meet my mother. She will surely be delighted to see you, Trunks exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. He was eager to share the good news with her as they soared towards West City. West City was a desolate wasteland now. There is no longer a need for the citizens to live in hiding. The androids have been vanquished. You can finally begin anew with peace of mind. Trunks proclaimed from above West City, determined to relay the message to every EAR.is that, Lord Trunks' voice, this is incredible. The androids have truly been defeated. We will no longer have to live in hiding. Thank you, Lord Trunks. As Trunks concluded his announcement, he noticed people slowly emerging from the ground below. Men and women, clad in tattered clothing, yet their faces radiated with smiles and a yearning for life. They were filled with joy, their tears mingling with laughter. For years, they had lived in constant fear, like mice scurrying from predators, terrified of being discovered by the androids. Where do you even reside in this ruin? Son Gohan observed the ground, pockmarked and littered with bones. Not a single building stood intact. All were in disrepair. Teacher Gohan, just follow me. Trunks beckoned, leading him through the debris. They eventually arrived at a basement, which was brightly lit. Trunks navigated through twists and turns until they reached a laboratory. Currently, Bulma was the only scientist left on Earth, her fingers flying across the keyboard as she appeared engrossed in some research. Mother, I'm back. We successfully returned to the past and even encountered our father. Furthermore, we brought Master Son Wukong along with us. Together, we vanquished the androids. From now on, we shall no longer live in the basement with a sense of trepidation. Trunks hurriedly approached Bulma, his face radiating joy. He was so exhilarated that he yearned to boast when he saw his mother. In that moment, he was as carefree as a child. Yet Trunks was merely 16 or 17 years old. The burdens he bore made him appear more mature and responsible than his peers. Why, child? You have suffered so much over the years, Bulma said, pausing her work to gently stroke Trunks' head. She looked at her son with a heart full of empathy. It had been a long time since she had seen Trunks smile. Hello, Aunt Bulma. Son Wukong greeted the Bulma from the future timeline with a beaming smile. The Bulma from the future had lost her youth. Crow's feet adorned her eyes, lending her an air of mature elegance. Perhaps the harsh living conditions of this timeline had taken their toll, as she had not been able to care for herself, resulting in a more aged appearance. Thank you, Wukong, that I never expected to see you again. It is truly wonderful that you could come to this timeline to help us eliminate the androids. Bulma sincerely expressed her gratitude to Son Wukong. Were it not for his arrival to assist Trunks, who knows how long they would have to endure this life. Aunt Bulma, you are too kind, Son Wukong replied. May I inquire whether my mother in this timeline is still alive? He was eager to know if Chi-Chi from the future timeline was still among the living. Your mother is still here. I once urged her to move in with me, so we could look after each other, but she declined my invitation. Chi-Chi said that Bowsy Mountain was filled with too many precious memories. That is her true home, that if she were to see you, she would surely be overjoyed, Bulma said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation at the thought of the reunion between Chi-Chi and Son Wukong, a mother. The prospect of seeing her son once more was a source of immense happiness. You two carry on with your conversation. I shall go check on my mother in the future timeline, Son Wukong said, contemplating his mother, Chi-Chi. She must be the most unfortunate woman in this timeline. Having lost Goku to illness in her youth, and then witnessing the demise of her son, future Son Wukong, at the hands of the androids that it is a case of white-haired individuals mourning the black-haired ones. With a sudden flash, Son Wukong's form vanished from the basement. Bowsy Mountain, Goku, Wukong, how could you both be so cruel as to leave me here all alone? I miss you both so terribly, Chi-Chi lamented, her sorrow evident as tears streamed down her cheeks, creating a heart-wrenching scene. Now, she often found herself reminiscing and speaking to the father-son duo. Bulma had also urged her to move in with her, but Chi-Chi had refused, for Bowsy Mountain was her home, filled with cherished memories of their family. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the entrance. It was Son Wukong, who had utilized his instant transmission technique to return to his home on Bowsy Mountain. Chi-Chi seemed to sense his presence, slowly turning her head towards the door. Wukong, it seems I have missed you so much that I am imagining you as a child, she mused to herself, rising gradually and walking towards Son Wukong. She feared that if she moved too quickly, this dream would shatter, and he would vanish. Mother, Son Wukong called, his heart swelling at the sight of this pitiful woman. Tears welled up in his eyes, a reflection of her anguish. Wukong, I miss you so dearly. I never imagined that even in dreams, it could feel so real, Chi-Chi said as she approached Son Wukong, gently caressing his face. Mother, I miss you too. I am truly your son, Wukong, he replied, embracing her tightly. This version of his mother was indeed so pitiable. I know you are my son, that I hope this dream never ends. For then I could be with Wukong forever, Chi-Chi said, her face aglow with happiness. She felt incredibly fortunate, as if the heavens had favored her. Mother, you are not dreaming. Feel me. I have a heartbeat. It is Bulma Annie who invented the time machine. I traveled to the future timeline with Trunks, he explained, and after a heartfelt embrace, Chi-Chi's emotions began to settle. Son Wukong recounted the entire story to Chi-Chi. Chapter 57. The True Power of Son Wukong. Time flew by. And in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Now that the androids had been eradicated, it was finally time to rest. Trunks lay on a large boulder atop Bowsy Mountain. The entire Earth was in the midst of rebuilding, for the androids had been completely destroyed and the planet's infrastructure lay in ruins. Seizing a moment of respite, Trunks ventured to Bowsy Mountain to visit his mentor, Son Wukong, who was now residing there with his future mother. Chi-Chi, Trunks, you are now the sole warrior in this timeline. You must not neglect your training. The Earth will still require your protection in the future, Son Wukong warned, recalling the emergence of the malevolent Kaishin Zamasu and the sinister Black Goku. Zamasu had originally been the Kaishin of Universe 10, selected as a candidate for Kaishin due to his extraordinary power. However, his distorted sense of morality led him to despise any perceived evil, harboring prejudice against humanity, whom he believed would only misuse violence and incite war. This ideological rift with his mentor, Gaosu, culminated in the terrifying Zero Mortals plan, which would affect multiple parallel universes. Black Goku was. In fact, Zamasu from another timeline in that alternate reality, the apprentice Zamasu had assassinated his master, stolen the Patera earrings and time rings to become the Kaioshin of Universe 10, and switch bodies with Goku from a year later using the Super Dragon Balls. Black Goku annihilated all the Kaioshins across the universe, and, after Zamasu wished for immortality, destroyed the Super Dragon Balls, the god of destruction, and the Kaioshin were symbiotic. The death of the Kaioshin would also result in the demise of the god of destruction, leaving only two Zamasus in existence. The Black Goku from another timeline and the original Zamasu present in the future timeline. Master Wukong, do you know something? Trunks inquired, his expression one of curiosity as he sensed that his mentor held knowledge of certain matters. Trunks, some truths would be of no benefit to you. Focus on your training and ensure the safety of your Earth. Son Wukong replied earnestly. He hoped that the people of the future timeline would live well. Along with Trunks and the others that I understand, Master Wukong, that I hope you can train me once again, Trunks said. Trunks spoke with utmost sincerity. He reminisced fondly about the time spent training alongside his mentor. Gohan, very well. Let us engage in some sparring, he proposed. Gohan, realizing there was no turning back, decided it would be best to concentrate on his training here. Moreover, he had the advantage of a formidable training partner in the form of the Super Saiyan Trunks. Even the system's collection of combat power attributes promised substantial rewards. Master Gohan, might I witness the true extent of your prowess? Trunks inquired earnestly, executing a graceful roll and leaping from the rocks. He was eager to uncover the true strength of his teacher. You impudent child, prepare to behold my genuine might, Gohan declared. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from within him. Boom! Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, enveloped in a brilliant golden flame. This was Super Saiyan 1 at full power, a state capable of sustaining itself for prolonged periods, representing the ideal Super Saiyan form. The advantage of full power lay in its ability to counteract the rapid depletion of energy that typically afflicted Super Saiyans during battle, thereby maximizing the latent combat potential of Super Saiyan 1, while also preventing the energy loss associated with ordinary Super Saiyan forms, even in the absence of combat. This was the essence of Super Saiyan 1 at full power. Maintaining this form for extended durations due to its minimal energy consumption. My current base power stands at 100 million, Gohan explained. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, it increases 50-fold, resulting in a combat power of 5 billion. Remarkable, Trunks exclaimed, nodding in astonishment as he felt overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of Gohan's presence. It was as vast as the cosmos itself. Yet, this was not the end. As Trunks watched in awe, Gohan continued to escalate his power. What? How is this possible? Trunks was utterly flabbergasted, his mouth agape in disbelief. Boom! A surge of energy shot skyward, darkening the sky with ominous clouds and crackling with lightning. The ground fissured, revealing deep chasms, and the entire planet began to tremble. Gohan's body radiated a blinding light, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon him. The spot where he stood instantly sank into the earth, clouds of dust swirling around him. 1 minute later, the sky returned to normal, and the earth ceased its quaking as the dust settled. A figure emerged at Gohan's golden aura, transformed into a jet-like form rather than a flame, his hair standing even more erect, surrounded by crackling energy. Crackle, crackle. The lightning continued to crackle, adding to the atmosphere. This form was far more intimidating than Super Saiyan, full power. With a piercing gaze that could cut through steel, Trunks stood in stunned silence, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair at the sheer magnitude of this power, which defied description. This was Super Saiyan 2, with combat power amplified 100-fold from the original, but Gohan's sharp gaze locked onto Trunks. This power is truly extraordinary, he stated. Thus, my current combat power is 100 billion. Super Saiyan 2. Trunks, upon encountering Gohan's gaze, involuntarily took 2 steps back. There exists a second transformation for Super Saiyans. I had always believed that becoming a Super Saiyan was the ultimate form. It seems my perspective was rather limited, but there was more to come. Kaioken, Gohan's body was enveloped in a terrifying crimson aura. The earth shook violently, and thunder rumbled ominously. Master Gohan, please cease, The planet can barely withstand this level of power." Trunks shouted urgently, witnessing the chaos unfolding, that if this power continued to rise, the very Earth itself might be obliterated. The depth of Gohan's strength was unfathomable, as even the planet struggled to endure such a terrifying aura. "I understand," Gohan replied slowly, tempering his power and reverting from the Super Saiyan form. Chapter 58, Future Time. Trunks, allow me to take you to a certain location, Gohan said, having transformed into Super Saiyan 2. His sense of perception had exponentially heightened. He detected a faint aura, sporadic and elusive. Given that all martial artists on Earth had been eradicated by the androids, no other auras remained. Thus, the only possibility was that of a lurking creature beneath the surface. Cell, the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero, possessed the cells of numerous powerful fighters, with the aim of absorbing Android 17 and Android 18 to achieve his perfect form. In the anime, Cell killed another Trunks from a different timeline. Due to his large size, he could not utilize the time machine, so he transformed into a larval state. Traversing to the main timeline, he lay dormant underground for several years, waiting for Android 17 and Android 18 to emerge before revealing himself. He forcefully absorbed Android 17, becoming semi-perfect. Later, he was given the opportunity by Vegeta to absorb Android 18, achieving his perfect form, but he subsequently defeated Vegeta and Trunks and matched Goku in combat, after Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2 due to the death of Android 16. He was overwhelmed and humiliated by Cell. Following Cell's failed self-destruction, he resurrected with significantly enhanced power due to his Saiyan cells. He utilized instant transmission to return to Earth, swiftly eliminating Trunks in a fit of rage after witnessing his son's demise. The proud Saiyan prince, Vegeta, unleashed his fury upon Cell, but alas, he was nearly vanquished. Protect Vegeta. Gohan sustained an injury to his left arm at the hands of Cell. Ultimately, during a beam struggle with Cell's Kamehameha, Gohan initially held the advantage. However, he ultimately triumphed only with the encouragement of Goku and the collective efforts of Earth's warriors, unleashing his full power and leading to Cell's demise. If Gohan had not transformed into Super Saiyan 2, he would never have sensed this faint aura. "Master Gohan, have you uncovered something?" Trunks inquired, his expression one of confusion. He recognized that his teacher not only possessed immense strength, but also demonstrated remarkable maturity and composure, far beyond that of a mere 6 or 7-year-old. "You will understand once we arrive. Let us depart," Gohan replied with a smile, utilizing instant transmission to whisk them away from the mountain. In a flash, Gohan and Trunks materialized within a dilapidated cave. The remnants of destruction were evident, with instruments deliberately vandalized and the cave partially collapsed. This location appeared exceedingly hidden, cloaked in cobwebs and dust, suggesting it had been abandoned for some time. Without proper attention, one might easily overlook this place. Where are we?" Trunks asked. "This is Dr. Gero's android research laboratory," Gohan explained. Trunks surveyed the wreckage with keen interest, soon recognizing the equipment and experimental blueprints scattered about. "It is evident that this is where the androids were developed," he concluded. "Let us wait quietly. Perhaps a surprise will soon reveal itself," Gohan suggested. With a beaming smile, Son Wukong remarked, "The faint aura we sensed moments ago must belong to Cell, who is about to emerge. If this little insect discovers that we are anticipating his arrival, might he not be terrified? A delightful surprise. Could there be more androids present here?" Trunks' heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he surveyed the surroundings with heightened vigilance, slowly attuning himself to the changing atmosphere. Abruptly, Trunks gazed at Son Wukong in astonishment that a very faint energy, fluctuating intermittently, seemed to be surging from beneath the ground. Had it not been for Son Wukong's reminder, Trunks would have remained oblivious to this subtle presence. Nodding in agreement, the two fell into a contemplative silence as they awaited the impending event. After approximately half an hour, the cavern began to tremble. A gaping chasm split the ground, and a tremendous energy surged forth. What is happening?" Trunks gasped, feeling an unsettling shift. The aura fluctuated wildly, embodying the energies of his uncle Son Wukong and his father, along with the malevolent essence of the cosmic tyrant Frieza, as well as the energies of Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and others. Nearly every formidable warrior on Earth seemed to be represented. What manner of monstrosity had Dr. Gero created? Having returned to the past, Trunks recognized their energies all too well in that moment. He was utterly taken aback. In the minds of those in the future, Dr. Gero was considered a timeless villain. Had it not been for this old scoundrel's creation of the androids, Earth would not be facing an unprecedented crisis. His existence had led to the androids' domination of Earth, forcing its inhabitants to endure humiliation and live in fear for their lives. With a thunderous roar, a mottled green creature floated into view. Cell, the ultimate android, have finally emerged. Heaven and earth bow before me. Dr. Gero, I shall absorb androids 17 and 18 to attain my final form, fulfilling your wishes and one day ruling the entire universe. Cell's exuberance echoed through the cavern as he reveled in his newfound existence. Cell, the ultimate android, absorbing androids 17 and 18 to achieve maturity? Who do you think you are to claim dominion over the universe? You must be dreaming. Trunks bellowed furiously upon hearing Cell's boast. He could hardly believe that Dr. Gero had forged the ultimate android. Had it not been for Master Wukong's guidance to this location, he would have remained oblivious to this creature's emergence. He vowed that Earth would not repeat its past mistakes, living in hiding and fear. He was determined to eradicate this monster at its inception. Trunks, Son Wukong, what are you two doing here? Cell exclaimed, astonished at their presence. He had been so consumed by his own excitement that he had failed to notice them. Wait, why does Son Wukong appear as a child? Shouldn't he be older than Trunks? Cell's gaze fixated on Son Wukong. You pest, have you finally shown yourself? We have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Son Wukong replied with a smile, finding the creature's grotesque appearance somewhat nauseating. How do you know us, and why do you possess the auras of so many powerful beings? Trunks pondered aloud, astonished that Cell recognized their names upon his emergence. Moreover, how could an android possess such a myriad of energies? Wasn't it true that androids were devoid of energy signatures? What could this possibly mean? With a sudden burst of white energy, Cell's eyes darted between Son Wukong and Trunks, and he resolved to escape. His foremost concern was self-preservation. He had no desire to engage in a reckless confrontation. He needed to flee and absorb androids 17 and 18 to achieve maturity. Within the cavern, Trunks swiftly blocked Cell's escape. Trying to run? Not so easily, he declared, having anticipated this move. Every action of Cell's was under his control. He would not allow the monster created by Dr. Gero to endanger Earth once more. Cell glared at them in fury. Suppressing his anger, his dismay, he found himself cornered moments after his emergence. His combat power had yet to reach its peak, and he needed to absorb some humans outside to grow stronger before seeking out androids 17 and 18 for fusion into his matured form. This was not the time for a life-or-death struggle. He needed a plan to escape. In truth, I possess the cells of all the powerful beings, Cell explained succinctly. In the past, Dr. Gero utilized advanced technology to collect your cells during your battles. All of those collected cells were integrated into my embryo. And now I have been birthed. Cell hoped to deceive them with this explanation. What do you mean by absorbing androids 17 and 18 to evolve into a mature form? Can you truly evolve? Is Dr. Gero's ultimate plan to conquer the universe? His ambitions are indeed grand. Trunks mused, astonished as he scrutinized the creature before him, recalling the words Cell had spoken upon his emergence. Did I truly say that? Perhaps my mind was still hazy upon being born, causing me to speak nonsense. Why not let me leave for now? We can discuss matters later, Cell urged, eager to escape without further banter. But deception matters not. Today, you shall remain entombed in this place forever, Trunks retorted, his gaze turning icy as the temperature in the cavern plummeted. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing directly before Cell and delivering a powerful punch. Trunks, you are far too arrogant. This is not your domain, Cell countered, retaliating with a punch of his own. Having anticipated the attack, the ensuing clash unleashed a fierce shockwave, causing the cavern to collapse in Trunks' eyes. Dr. Gero had already been sentenced to death. All his creations must be eradicated to prevent Earth from descending into chaos once more. The mountain crumbled into dust, revealing three figures amidst the debris. Ding! Combat power of 100,000 detected. From their first collision, Cell realized Trunks' true strength. Even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, his combat prowess was formidable. This is not the time for mutual destruction, Trunks. I have not committed any wrongdoing. On what grounds do you seek to end my life? Cell protested. Bewildered by the intensity of his opponent, he had not anticipated facing such a powerful adversary upon his emergence. Reluctantly, he conceded, seeking a means of escape. You claim innocence. When you commit your misdeeds, it will be too late, Trunks replied ominously. Trunks once again charged toward Cell. He resolutely decided that he could not allow this monster to escape from this place. Upon hearing Trunks' words, 1,000 thoughts raced through Cell's mind. There's such logic. Damn it, this truly is a talent, leaving me utterly speechless. Bang! 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 The two immediately engaged in a fierce struggle. Ding! Combat power attribute dropped by 100. Ding! Combat power attribute increased by 100,000. As the battle commenced, the system's notification echoed incessantly in Gohan's mind. It was truly exhilarating to simply enjoy the spectacle as a bystander and reap the rewards of combat power. Trunks, you are pushing your luck. Witness my Four Wills fist. Cell leapt back with great force. Creating distance between himself and Trunks, he assumed a horse stance and unleashed Tien's ultimate technique, the Four Wills fist. Cell's body split into 2, then 4, and soon 4 identical cells materialized. Moreover, their energy signatures were indistinguishable from the original. Unlike Tien, who divided his energy among 4 clones, Cell executed the Four Wills fist to perfection, effectively becoming 4 identical cells. Ding! Four Wills fist attribute dropped ahead. Trunks also unleashed his true power. A majestic and terrifying aura surged forth from him. Not a colossal shockwave rushed towards them. The 4 cells were pushed back several steps by the force of the energy. Boom! The ground trembled with flying sand and stones. Trunks was enveloped in golden flames. His hair and brows transformed into a golden hue. Super Saiyan, I shall fight you with all my might. The 4 cells instantly surrounded the Super Saiyan Trunks. They raised their hands and unleashed energy blasts without the need for charging. Everything flowed seamlessly. 4 energy blasts surged towards Super Saiyan Trunks. Boom! Just before the energy blast detonated, Trunks propelled himself skyward. Demon Destruction Beam. The 4 cells simultaneously condensed 4 spiraling energy waves aimed at the ascending Trunks. Ding! Demon Destruction Beam attribute dropped ahead. Now Cell was employing King Piccolo's technique. When Piccolo used this ultimate move, it required a considerable amount of energy to charge. However, Cell executed it instantaneously without any need for energy buildup. It could be said that the techniques of these formidable warriors were executed perfectly through Cell. Fool! Such long-range attacks are utterly useless against me. Trunks swiftly dodged the 4 energy beams with a deft maneuver. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, his combat power surged immensely. Evading such attacks was a trivial task. Given the vast disparity between their strengths, that's so. Then brace yourself for my technique. Energy discs. The 4 cells once again employed Frieza's technique. Launching energy discs towards Trunks, Cell sought to pulverize his opponent's body. He continuously controlled the discs from below, pursuing Trunks. However, the opponent's speed was simply too swift. The 4 energy discs surrounded him, but could not keep pace. At a mere trick. It is time for you to lie down. Trunks, growing increasingly impatient with Cell's relentless assaults, furiously charged at him. He intended to bring this nuisance before him, and then swiftly evade. You bastard! Cell exclaimed in anger upon seeing Trunks hurtling towards him. He never anticipated that the energy discs would be brought along. Puffed! One cell, caught off guard, was instantly sliced into several pieces. Super Saiyan Trunks then dashed toward the remaining 3 cells. And no, it can't be. How can his speed be so incredible? Cell watched as Trunks' body flickered, closing in on him, causing his own body to tremble with fear. This is it. What should I do? He could not discern his opponent's movements at all. Trunks, with a series of quick flashes, landed a punch, a kick, and an elbow strike, swiftly incapacitating the 3 bewildered cells. Chapter 60. Future Cell, annihilated, collecting all. Gohan silently recited. The attributes on the ground, like tadpole characters, rushed into his body. His combat power soared continuously. The combat skill bar added Demon Destruction Beam and Four Wills Fist. If it were to employ the Four Wills Fist in battle, the system's collection of combat power attributes would be flawless. Gulp! Gohan couldn't help but swallow hardpoint 4 identical Super Saiyans. Just imagining it felt extraordinary. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A sound erupted, and the cell that had been sliced into pieces miraculously revived. The 4 cells fused back together. This is Piccolo's cells, as Piccolo's lineage possesses regenerative abilities. Trunks, witnessing the resurrected cell, was slightly taken aback but quickly understood. This was indeed Piccolo's cells. Trunks, such a battle is utterly unfair. Why not let me go? And once I have achieved my perfect form, we can engage in a proper contest. Cell stood up from the ground. His eyes darted as he quickly conceived a clever plan. Within his being lay Saiyon's cells. He intended to exploit the Saiyon's combative and arrogant nature to persuade Trunks to let him go. After absorbing androids at 17 and 18 and achieving his perfect form, he would return to reclaim his dignity. Let you go? Do you really think I'm a fool? You think I'll allow you to evolve into your perfect form? Don't harbor such delusions. You will never realize that wish in this lifetime. Haha, I'll let you in on a secret. Androids 17 and 18 have already been destroyed by me. They have become mere specks of dust in the universe. Trunks hovered in the air, looking down at Cell, as if he were an imbecile. Do you truly believe I am as foolish as you? Letting you go to wreak havoc on Earth. Upon hearing Trunks' words, Cell felt as though he had been struck by lightning, that he never imagined that androids 17 and 18 had been obliterated by his opponent. Impossible. The androids possess infinite energy, and their combat power is formidable. Trunks must be trying to intimidate him. It must be so. It must be. If the androids were truly destroyed, then his aspiration to evolve into a perfect form would be nothing but a farce. Trunks, is that true? You really destroyed androids 17 and 18. However, as Cell calmed down and pondered, something fell amiss. Why are Gohan and Trunks present in this cave? Never mind that for now. I must escape this wretched place. Cell's eyes inadvertently glanced at Gohan, who was silently observing. An idea sparked within him. Why not capture this little brat? Then threaten Trunks to let him go. It seems fate has spared me. If I can capture Gohan, I will have a glimmer of hope. If Trunks were to know of Cell's thoughts, he would surely be in stitches, for Gohan's combat power is terrifying. Even he would not stand a chance. Not to mention you, Cell, are merely my defeated foe. Trunks, I shall fight you. Cell continuously gathered energy orbs in his hands, bombarding Trunks with a flurry of attacks. Boom! 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 Trunks deftly evaded the barrage of energy blasts in midair. Ha! You've fallen for it. Cell ceased his energy assault and surged toward Gohan at incredible speed. Just a mere child, this victory is within my grasp. He could already envision the light of triumph shining before him. You filthy insect, are you courting death? Gohan's gaze turned icy, and a surge of overwhelming power erupted within him. Boom! A tremendous energy burst shot into the sky as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. A fierce shockwave surged towards Cell. What this kid can also become a Super Saiyan. Cell landed on his heels, using his legs to halt his momentum, carving 2 deep furrows in the ground. The sight of a Super Saiyan left him utterly bewildered. You come here, Gohan, expressionless, extended a finger as if addressing a scene from a film, loudly commanding Cell. Oh, how terrifying. Cell found himself unnerved by Gohan's piercing gaze and the overwhelming aura emanating from him. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and a chill of impending doom coursed from his head to his toes. Cell retreated step by step, feeling as if Gohan were a primordial beast fixated on its prey. Gohan, please, calm your fury. Leave this scoundrel to me. At that moment, Trunks flashed beside Gohan, wearing a smile. Gohan nodded. Relinquishing his Super Saiyan form, he had no interest in an opponent of this caliber. It was far more comfortable to await the conclusion of the battle. Trunks, must you pursue total annihilation? We have no grievances. Is it truly necessary to fight to the death? Witnessing the situation, Cell could only lower his head in submission that a direct confrontation was futile. Survival took precedence. And he had to compromise for his own safety. Total annihilation. If you seek someone to blame Dr. Gero. The androids he created have brought catastrophic devastation to Earth. I shall not allow any more destruction from the androids. Trunks' eyes gleamed with murderous intent. His mindset was that he would rather wrongfully eliminate 100 than let one slip away. Every creation of Dr. Gero must perish. The people of Earth could no longer endure the torment inflicted by the androids. Ha ha ha. Fine, if you refuse to let me live, then let us perish together. Cell's fury turned into a twisted smile, recalling the cells of Frieza within him. He contemplated obliterating the Earth, ensuring they would all meet their end together. With that, Cell prepared to unleash an energy attack toward the ground. You ugly creature, you think you can take us down with you? You're still too green. Trunks swiftly appeared before Cell, seizing his energy-concentrating hand. Crack! The sound of a bone snapping echoed as Cell's arm contorted grotesquely, the energy sphere vanishing in an instant. The disparity in their battle power was insurmountable. The fight between Cell and Trunks in Super Saiyan form resembled a child grappling with an adult. They were not on the same level at all. My hand! Trunks, you bastard! Cell howled in agony as his arm warped into an unrecognizable shape. If you wish to escape so desperately, I shall see you off. Masenko! Trunks hurled Cell into the air, unleashing colossal beams of energy toward him, and Cell was instantly engulfed by the energy columns, emitting heart-wrenching screams. His body was completely dissolved, leaving no trace of flesh behind. To revive, he would have to wait for reincarnation. Trunks, I shall take you to another place. Gohan retracted all his battle attributes. Another place? Goodness, Dr. Gero wouldn't have another laboratory, would he? Trunks looked at Gohan with curiosity. In an instant, the two vanished from their location. Chapter 61. Gohan's instruction to future Trunks: the sacred world of the Kais. This is the dwelling place of Earth's deities throughout history. Now, it lay in desolation, a mere shadow of its former self, as if no one had inhabited it for many years. Even the deity's attendant, Mr. Popo, had vanished without a trace, likely fallen victim to the androids, number 17 and number 18. Suddenly, two figures materialized in the plaza of the sacred world. It was none other than Gohan and future Trunks, having arrived via instant transmission. Where is this place? Trunks inquired, a look of confusion on his face as he surveyed his surroundings. He had never been here before and was unaware that such a location existed on Earth. When the androids emerged in the future, Goku had succumbed to illness. Shortly thereafter, Vegeta and others were also killed by the androids. Young Gohan had no choice but to live in hiding with Trunks. Thus Trunks was entirely oblivious to this place's existence. This is the Kirin Tower, the residence of the Earth's deities, the sacred world. Gohan briefly explained. He recalled spending 7 or 8 days with Mr. Popo in the main timeline, sharing his thoughts. Gohan, is there something extraordinary about this place? Trunks asked, still puzzled about Gohan's intentions in bringing him here. This is an excellent training ground that I hope it hasn't been ruined by the androids, Gohan replied, familiar with the area. As he walked toward the room of spirit and time, he elaborated, it should be in good condition. Trunks, filled with excitement, chimed in, where is this wonderful place you speak of? I can't wait. The two navigated through twisting paths and finally halted before an ancient door. Thankfully, it remained intact. That you're quite lucky, Gohan remarked. Gazing at the unscathed entrance to the room of spirit and time with a triumphant smile, in the future timeline, Trunks was the only warrior left. Gohan hoped for his rapid power enhancement to better protect the future timeline. Gohan, what makes this place so special? Trunks asked, his face a mask of confusion that Gohan's words hinted at a sacred training ground, the room of spirit and time. Opening this door would lead to another dimensional space where time flowed differently. 1 year inside equated to 1 day outside, and the gravity was 10 times heavier. It was an exceptionally suitable sanctuary for training. Gohan explained the principles of the room of spirit and time. Leaving Trunks astounded, he had never imagined that Earth harbored such a training sanctuary. Boom! With a sudden muffled sound, Son Wukong swiftly struck, delivering a powerful blow to Trunks' abdomen. Taken by surprise, Trunks felt the full force of the punch. Disbelief etched on his face as he stared at Son Wukong, utterly unprepared for such an assault. Gagging, Trunks expelled a few mouthfuls of bile, his intestines twisting painfully, leaving him in excruciating discomfort. He doubled over, clutching his stomach, resembling a shrimpy figure. Trunks, Remember this pain. It will propel you to become stronger. Son Wukong urged with a grave tone. In this timeline, you stand as the sole warrior. The foes of the future will only grow stronger. Should you falter, the Earth will once again descend into chaos akin to that wrought by the androids, with the populace suffering in despair, clinging to a life devoid of hope. Is this truly what you desire? Son Wukong patted Trunks on the shoulder. Emphasizing the seriousness of his words, he couldn't shake the thought of the formidable foes from the future, Zamasu and Black Goku. After a brief respite, Trunks finally felt some relief in his abdomen. He resolved to train diligently, determined to protect his homeland and ensure that Earth would not face another catastrophe, that I will not allow the Earth to fall into ruin once more, Trunks declared resolutely. During their last encounter at the Baozi Mountain, his teacher had warned of powerful adversaries on the horizon. Yet when he inquired with Wukong, the teacher remained evasive, insisting that ignorance served him better. This was the second warning he had received from himself. Clearly, the enemies were formidable enough that his teacher feared for his confidence in survival. Well then, the future world will rely on your guardianship. Should you encounter any difficulties, remember to seek our assistance in that timeline. Son Wukong reassured Trunks. Teacher, do you know something? Please, I must know. I can handle it, Trunks implored earnestly, eager to uncover the nature of the foes that lay ahead. Very well, but prepare yourself mentally. In the future timeline, the Kaioshin Zamasu will emerge, along with another Zamasu from an alternate timeline, who has exchanged bodies with Black Goku using the Super Dragon Balls. Both are Kaioshin Zamasu, merely hailing from different timelines. They believe all Kaioshin are unworthy of existence, perceiving humanity as a source of violence and strife, thus intending to enact the Zero Human Plan. In the future timeline, they aim to eradicate all of humanity on Earth. Under Trunks' pressing insistence, Son Wukong divulged the identities of the impending adversaries. Kaioshin Zamasu, immortal beings capable of recovering from any injury. They intend to annihilate all of humanity? Such madness! They are utterly unworthy of being called gods. I will not allow you to succeed, Trunks vowed, fists clenched tightly, his face a mask of fury. He had complete faith in Son Wukong's words. For he himself had traversed time to seek out his teacher. Do not burden yourself with such pressure. I share this knowledge only to encourage you to train earnestly, to prepare for the future. When Zamasu appears, we will come to your aid. Son Wukong consoled Trunks with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Thank you, Wukong-sensei. I will train diligently, ensuring the protection of the future timeline, Trunks affirmed with unwavering determination. His character had been forged through years of resilience. With that, the two pushed open the ancient doors and stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber. Chapter 62. The Marvels of the Four-Body Technique within the future hyperbolic time chamber. A chime echoed, signaling the emergence of battle power attributes totaling 1 million. Battle power attributes, 1 million. Battle power attributes, 1 million. Bang! The air reverberated with the sounds of clashing forces as waves of energy radiated outward. Son Wukong had utilized the four-body technique to conjure four manifestations of himself, engaging in combat as four Super Saiyans simultaneously. To the naked eye, their movements were imperceptible, only the sounds of their fierce clashes resonating through the air. The ground was strewn with fallen battle power attributes, a testament to Son Wukong's intent to gather strength. Meanwhile, Trunks kept his battle power at a minimum, adjusting to the gravity of the time chamber through a rigorous regimen of basic exercises, including push-ups and one-handed push-ups. After approximately 10 days of relentless training, Trunks had fully adapted to the chamber's gravity. Their daily lives revolved around training and combat. Bang! The chamber resonated with the intensity of their brawl. The two Super Saiyans darted through the air, each collision producing a fearsome shockwave. Wukong-sensei, witness my magic flash, Trunks exclaimed, creating distance before unleashing a formidable energy beam towards Son Wukong. Think you can match my energy? I shall oblige, Son Wukong retorted, equally determined as he fired a comparable beam, understanding that challenging a member of the Sun family in a beam struggle was a grave miscalculation. Boom! The two beams collided with explosive force, sending ripples of energy throughout the space, shaking the hyperbolic time chamber. Wukong-sensei, be careful, Trunks warned, pouring every ounce of power into his attack. The intensity of his energy beam surged exponentially. "You little rascal, unleash your full potential," Son Wukong chided playfully, amplifying his own energy output. The overwhelming force of his beam began to push Trunks back, gradually engulfing the Super Saiyan in its might. Boom! The tremendous energy beam erupted, a mushroom cloud ascending into the sky. Smoke billowed from the explosion, a terrifying shockwave dispersing in all directions. Moments later, as the dust settled, Trunks reappeared, his attire tattered, body trembling, and gasping for breath, his form battered yet resilient. With a loud thud, he collapsed to the ground, his body succumbing to exhaustion. "Trunks, are you all right?" Son Wukong, having returned to normal, rushed to Trunks' side, kneeling beside him. Gently placing his hands on Trunks, a soothing energy flowed in him. "I'm fine," Trunks managed to utter weakly, the pain coursing through his body overwhelming. Suddenly, he felt a wave of comforting energy from Son Wukong's touch, prompting involuntary groans of relief as his injuries began to heal at a remarkable pace. My wounds are completely healed, and my battle power has surged," Trunks exclaimed, astonished. "Wukong-sensei, your ability is incredible. It's like a portable senzu bean." Rejuvenated, he rose from the ground, exhilaration lighting up his face as he assessed his newfound strength. You, in your exaggerations, it's not as grand as you make it sound," Son Wukong chuckled, amusement dancing in his eyes. "This is merely the ability to heal," Son Wukong remarked with a chuckle. "This ruse is quite enjoyable. Let us gather everything." Son Wukong silently contemplated. The combat power attribute from the ground surged wildly into his limbs and bones. Trunks and Son Wukong had devoted themselves to training and battling. Time passed without notice. Seasons changed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had elapsed. Now, Son Wukong was 10 years old, standing at approximately 1.5 meters tall. His facial features were more pronounced, adorned by a sharp fringe of hair. When he unleashed his aura, a torrent of intense silver energy emanated from his body. The last time he visited Master Roshi on Kame House with Son Wukong, he was merely 4 years old. He had trained for a total of 4 years in the hyperbolic time chamber across both the main timeline and the future timeline, followed by another year under Piccolo's tutelage. After defeating Frieza, he spent yet another year back on Earth. Bang, 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 the sounds of combat echoed relentlessly through the sky. "Teacher Wukong, I never imagined that in just 2 years I would be unable to surpass your base form," Trunks exclaimed, astonished. Under Son Wukong's guidance, he had successfully transcended to Super Saiyan 2. Yet, even in this form, Trunks found himself unable to defeat Son Wukong in his normal state. My good fortune and diligent training have yielded remarkable results," Son Wukong declared with pride. Over the past 2 years, aside from battling with Trunks, he had honed his skills using the 4 bodies technique, creating 4 identical Super Saiyans to fight alongside him. The combat power he accumulated during this year was beyond measure. Son Wukong was now capable of matching Trunks Super Saiyan 2 without even transforming himself. He had also successfully transcended to Super Saiyan 3 based on his combat prowess. Breaking through to Super Saiyan 4 would pose no challenge. However, ascending to this form would require him to transform into a great ape, a state he feared would lead to uncontrollable rage, potentially resulting in harm to Trunks and devastation to this place. Thus, Son Wukong had refrained from attempting this transformation like a tea present. No one knew the extent of Son Wukong's combat power. Unbelievable. "Witness my might," Trunks shouted in anger, launching a fierce assault. Waves of energy blasts surged towards Son Wukong as if they were free of cost. Such tactics are futile against me," Son Wukong said, deftly maneuvering his body, dodging left and right. He flickered into existence behind Trunks and delivered a powerful punch. Here, without turning around, Trunks retaliated with an elbow strike. Boom! A shockwave erupted as their energies clashed. "Trunks, your reflexes are commendable," Son Wukong praised without reservation. Both had made remarkable progress during their 2 years of relentless training, and their battle was too close to declare victor. They had grown familiar with each other's techniques over the course of these 2 years. Let us step outside for a moment, that we must understand the importance of balancing work and rest. Moreover, the hyperbolic time chamber has a drawback. Each individual can only train for 2 years. Once that time elapses, the door closes forever, trapping one inside. However, if one possesses sufficient strength, they can shatter the dimensional barrier and escape. Son Wukong explained as he opened the chamber's door. This was reminiscent of the anime, when Gotenks attempted to trap Majin Buu within the hyperbolic time chamber, but Buu's roar shattered the dimensional barrier, allowing him to escape. Balancing work and rest? I understand now that if one is powerful enough, they can break free from the hyperbolic time chamber's dimensional barrier. How wonderful! Trunks responded eagerly, excitement radiating from him. Trunks, once we exit this place, tell your mother to construct a time machine for me, Son Wukong added, revealing another audacious idea. Chapter 63. Chi-Chi's thoughts at Mount Payaz. Wukong, it's been 2 days since we last met, and you seem to have grown significantly taller. You look even more handsome, Chi-Chi exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Son Wukong. It turned out that he and Trunks had returned home separately after their time in the hyperbolic time chamber. Really? I feel much the same, Son Wukong replied nonchalantly, not wanting to cause Chi-Chi undue worry. Perhaps it is because I have missed you so much these past 2 days, she said with a blissful smile, overjoyed to see her son once more. The absence of Son Wukong left a void in her heart, a sense of uncertainty that if he were to return to his timeline, she would be left alone. Suddenly, a bold idea emerged in her mind, to accompany Son Wukong back to his timeline, ensuring they could remain together forever. Wukong. Actually, Chi-Chi hesitated, glancing at her son with a shy expression. Mother, do you have something on your mind? Son Wukong inquired, noting her discomfort. Wukong, I've given it much thought these past 2 days. When you return to your timeline, could you take me with you? This timeline is too sorrowful for me. I often pondered if I should simply join you and Goku in death, so I would not have to endure this lonely existence. However, seeing you here from the past reignited my hope for life, that I long to live with you both and start anew, Chi-Chi finally confessed, her heart racing as she awaited her son's response that of course, that is not an issue as long as it pleases you. We shall return together, Son Wukong replied, taken aback by Chi-Chi's desire to travel to the past. However, it made sense. After all, she had finally reunited with her son who had returned from the dead, albeit from an earlier timeline. Every mother yearns to be with her child, and considering that he could not frequently be with her, bringing Chi-Chi from the future timeline to the main timeline would be beneficial. The two mothers could look out for each other, much like in the anime, where the kings of all from both timelines could coexist harmoniously. Really? That's wonderful. But my youth has faded. Will Goku resent me? Chi-Chi exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face as she never expected Son Wukong's quick agreement. There's no chance of that. Besides, if I bring back another wife, he may very well wake up with a smile in the morning. Son Wukong chuckled. As for age, that is hardly a concern. Mother, have you forgotten that our timeline has the Dragon Balls? Son Wufan casually remarked. Now the two timelines have become independent entities, completely unaffected by one another. Even if Chi-Chi travels back, she will not alter history. My father, Son Wukong, surely has no objections, right? If we were to find him another mother, he could enjoy the company of 2 women. That would truly be a blessing indeed. You all should consider retiring and enjoy the comforts of home. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? Chi-Chi's mood brightened instantly. She eagerly anticipated returning to the past to live alongside Wukong and his son. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Chi-Chi packed her belongings, and with Son Wufan, they instantaneously teleported to Bulma's residence. What? Chi-Chi, are you planning to return to Wufan's timeline with him? Bulma expressed her surprise upon hearing the news. She admired Chi-Chi's boldness and open-mindedness. If it were her, she might not have been able to live so freely, doing as she pleased. Yet considering Chi-Chi had no ties left in this timeline, her husband and son both gone, she remained remarkably resilient. Now, she had finally found her way out. Yes, I've thought this through very clearly that in this timeline, I've lost everything. Now that I finally have a chance to start anew, I do not wish to let it slip away. That a spark of determination shone in Chi-Chi's eyes. Filled with a yearning for life. Bulma, why don't we return together? Son Wufan teased, observing Bulma's amused expression. You cheeky boy, I am not as daring as your mother. Bulma playfully reprimanded. She still had Trunks as her emotional anchor. Unlike Chi-Chi, who had no attachments, this is your time machine's universal capsule and Dragon Ball radar. Come visit whenever you have time. Bulma handed the two items to Sun Wukong, recognizing that the Dragon Ball radar was no longer of use in this timeline, but could prove beneficial for Chi-Chi in the other. Sun Wukong accepted the items with a smile and tossed one of the universal capsules. With a resounding bang, a time machine materialized before them. Together, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi boarded the time machine. Teacher Wukong, allow me to teach you how to operate it, Future Trunks said as he flew next to Sun Wukong, explaining the functions and operations of the time machine. Soon, Sun Wukong grasped all the intricacies involved. Now that the time is set, simply press this button, and the time machine will traverse through time, returning to the previous timeline. Future Trunks instructed, having covered all the machine's features. Bulma, Trunks, take care that we are heading back. If you encounter any difficulties, just reach out to me, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi said in unison. The time machine gradually ascended. Take care. Teacher Wukong, I will miss you both. Bulma and Trunks waved goodbye to the two as they vanished into the future timeline. In the main timeline, a time machine suddenly appeared in the sky, slowly descending. The hatch opened and two figures jumped out. Mom, we've arrived, Sun Wukong exclaimed, holding Chi-Chi's hand as they stepped from the time machine. Feeling a familiar aura envelop them. This aura belongs to Sun Wukong. After a year apart, his presence has become so formidable. The Dragon Ball warriors on Earth sense Sun Wukong's energy, with Piccolo, Krillin, and others turning their gazes toward the same direction. This aura, Wukong has returned, they realized, astonished by his newfound strength. Sun Wukong beamed with pride. That's my son. Wukong, let's seek the Dragon Balls first. I would prefer not to let Wukong see me in such a state. Chi-Chi expressed a mix of anticipation and concern, wanting to maintain a good impression. All right, let me find the Dragon Balls, Sun Wukong replied as he stored away the time machine and pulled out the Dragon Ball radar. Mom, I found them. Let me carry you as we set off, he said, bending down as he knew Chi-Chi couldn't perform instant transmission. With the aid of the Dragon Ball radar, they swiftly located the Dragon Balls. The two gathered the 7 Dragon Balls together and summoned Shenron to make a wish. May future Chi-Chi remain eternally youthful. Chapter 64. The Request of King Kai at Baozi Mountain. Sun Wukong and the rejuvenated future Chi-Chi utilized instant transmission to return home. When the main timeline's Chi-Chi saw both Sun Wukong and future Chi-Chi, they stared at each other for several seconds. Ahem, allow me to explain. Sun Wukong quickly recounted the entire situation to the main timeline's Chi-Chi and Sun Wukong. Upon hearing the tale, the main timeline Chi-Chi felt immense sympathy for her future counterpart. Ultimately, they all decided to live together. Sun Wukong, ever carefree, expressed indifference, simply eager to train and prepare for the battle against the androids. Wukong, your return is truly wonderful. Let us fight. Sun Wukong exclaimed, exhilarated at the prospect of facing someone stronger than himself. No problem. As long as you are happy, Sun Wukong replied with a smile, fully aware of his father's love for combat. The two soared into the sky, heading in a different direction, knowing full well that battles should be fought away from home to avoid any unintended destruction. Future Chi-Chi and the main timeline Chi-Chi exchanged happy glances as they watched the two depart before entering the house to converse. The main timeline Chi-Chi was curious about what events could have led to her future self living in such solitude. On a desolate mountain, Sun Wukong began to emanate an overwhelming aura. A terrifying energy radiated outward, enveloping the surroundings. Golden flames erupted from his body. His hair and eyebrows turned golden, and his cerulean eyes sharpened. Wukong, how about it? I can also transform into a Super Saiyan now, Sun Wukong declared with a proud grin, clearly seeking praise. Super Saiyan, quite impressive, Sun Wukong responded, unfazed by his father's transformation, had it not been for his own arrival. Sun Wukong could have transformed on Namek, that he still needed a solid 2 years to attain the Super Saiyan form. Dad, come witness my strength as well, Sun Wukong said, a pleasing smile gracing his face as his aura surged, rapidly surpassing that of Super Saiyan Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's current state was akin to when old Kaishin had awakened his potential. He no longer needed to transform. He could contend with Trunks in his Super Saiyan 2 form effortlessly. This power was a culmination of both Son Wukong and his son. How terrifying. Even Wukong can transform into a Super Saiyan. The warriors of Earth, including Krillin, sense these two formidable presences and turn their gazes toward a specific location. Incredible! Gohan, is it not terrifying enough that you don't even need to transform into a Super Saiyan? Son Wukong was filled with excitement as he observed his son, whose aura alone was formidable enough without a transformation. Gohan, I'm coming. The Super Saiyan Son Wukong surged with fighting spirit, and in a heartbeat, he vanished from his spot. Dad, bring it on. Let me see just how much you've improved over these 2 years. Gohan declared with confidence, adopting a battle-ready stance while remaining acutely aware of his surroundings that I am here. Son Wukong's voice resonated as he suddenly appeared to Gohan's left, launching a powerful punch. Boom! The two exchanged blows. Gohan stood his ground, as if his feet were rooted to the earth while Son Wukong was sent flying back by the immense force. Ding! Battle power attribute decreased by 1 million. Dad, you seem a bit weak. Gohan remarked with a teasing smile as he watched his father being knocked back several dozen meters. I didn't expect this little rascal to have improved his battle power so rapidly in just a year. Son Wukong said, not at all displeased, showering his son with praise before charging at him once more. Fight, fight, fight! In a flash, Son Wukong appeared before Gohan, unleashing a flurry of punches. Dad, put in some effort. Your speed is rather slow. Gohan quipped, effortlessly dodging his father's attacks while maintaining a playful demeanor. Impossible. I've transformed into a Super Saiyan. There's no way I can't hit you. Son Wukong accelerated to his utmost, yet seemed to have no effect. There's nothing impossible. Are you the only one who can improve? Now it's my turn to attack. Gohan, now in his regular state, found even Super Saiyan 2 to be manageable. Him. Super Saiyan 1 Son Wukong was child's play. As soon as his words fell, a resounding thud echoed, and an excruciating pain shot through Son Wukong's abdomen. Ugh! He spat out a mouthful of bile, clutching his belly, his body curling in agony till he reverted to his normal state. Dad, are you all right? Let me heal you. Gohan rushed to his father's side to provide treatment. In an instant, he accidentally exerted too much force, and moments later, after the healing, Son Wukong was fully revived, his injuries completely healed. Gohan, I never anticipated your battle power to be this formidable. I couldn't withstand even a single punch from you. I must double my training efforts. Son Wukong expressed, determination gleaming in his eyes. He was solely focused on training. Son Wukong had believed that by breaking through to Super Saiyan, he would be able to battle alongside Gohan, never realizing that Gohan's battle power was also escalating so swiftly. After this bout, the two returned to Baozi Mountain, where the family lived joyfully together. In the future, Chi-Chi had conveyed all the events that transpired in the future timeline to the Chi-Chi of the main timeline. Because she had forced future Gohan to study and prohibited him from training, it resulted in her son having his arms severed by an android, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of the enemy. This regret led future Chi-Chi to lament her past actions of preventing Gohan from training. Otherwise, the future timeline would not have fallen into the hands of the androids. Now, Chi-Chi had no further demands of Gohan and no longer pressured him to study. Time flew by, and a year passed. Gohan and his family enjoyed a year of happiness and joy. Gohan, greetings! I am King Kai of the North. I am now communicating with you telepathically. Suddenly, Gohan, far away on Earth, heard the voice of King Kai. King Kai could directly converse with anyone telepathically, regardless of their location. Moreover, during the Majin Buu saga, when Son Wukong sought to gather energy to obliterate Majin Buu, King Kai had the ability to address the entire population of Earth telepathically, ensuring that everyone heard his words. King Kai, what brings you to contact me? Gohan asked, somewhat surprised that King Kai would call him. Currently, in the South Galaxy, Super Saiyans are wreaking havoc across planets. Ding! Telepathic communication attribute acquired in the near future. This will pose a threat to our North Galaxy that I would like to ask you to resolve this issue. The worried King Kai stated from the North Kai planet, knowing Gohan's strength would surely allow him to handle the situation. Just as King Kai spoke, a notification echoed in Gohan's mind. Chapter 65, The Transmission of the Super Saiyan. Broly.Earth, no problem. I will set off immediately to investigate. Gohan affirmed that in the anime, there's a scene where Son Wukong is forced by Chi-Chi to dress in a suit for an interview. During the interview, he receives a call from King Kai about the danger in the universe, prompting him to use instant transmission to vanish, causing Chi-Chi to erupt in frustration. Then, I thank you on behalf of the universe, King Kai said before hanging up the call. Gohan felt elated, having unexpectedly gained something from King Kai's call. Utilizing the newly acquired telepathic communication from the system, Gohan informed his family that he intended to go out for a walk. He then took off into the cosmos, beginning to sense the energies of other planets, as if searching for something. Whoosh! Gohan's figure suddenly vanished from the universe. On an unknown planet, lush greenery thrived, and life abounded. It was a planet highly suitable for habitation. With a flash, Gohan's body appeared on this planet. He sensed the energy around him and discovered there were no human presences, only some animals, indicating that this place had not been developed by civilization. Indeed, this was a remarkable planet. Gohan nodded with a smile before disappearing once more from this planet, as if he were plotting something. On another planet, a young man was seen in anguish, clutching his head while an overwhelming and tyrannical aura surged from his body. Not good. Broly is losing control of his power again. Paragus heard Broly's cries. He swiftly rushed over and pressed the remote control in his hand. Crackle! The golden collar around Broly's neck emitted a powerful electric current. Under the force of the immense electricity, he felt somewhat weakened, and the strength within him began to dissipate slowly. He gradually rose to his feet. In his normal state, Broly appeared with a dull gaze. Frail and delicate. Likely due to being under Paragus's control, he was compelled to follow the path his father had set for him. Any hint of disobedience would result in a jolt from the remote. Broly had become a mere tool for Paragus's revenge. Though not particularly muscular, he stood over 2 meters tall with long limbs. His upper body was bare, adorned with golden bracers and a necklace, custom-made by scientists at Paragus's request. Paragus sought to harness the terrifying power within Broly for his own ends. He yearned for vengeance. Even though King Vegeta was dead, his son, Vegeta, still lived. For years, he had been searching for Vegeta with Broly in tow. When Prince Vegeta was born, his battle power was merely over 1,000, while Broly's power at birth exceeded 10,000. Goku was born alongside Broly. With a battle power of just 2, their proximity frightened Goku so much that he cried due to Broly's overwhelming aura. It was this very annoyance that led to Broly's rage whenever he heard Goku's voice, as their childhood encounter had left a lasting impression on him. Fearing for his throne, King Vegeta secretly ordered the demise of Broly and his father. Paragus, however, when Frieza suddenly attacked, King Vegeta hastily discarded their bodies in a refuse heap, never expecting that both father and son had not perished completely. When the tyrant Frieza decimated planet Vegeta, Broly narrowly escaped death. Fleeing with Paragus. Although Saiyans could potentially transform into Super Saiyans through training, Broly was a once-in-a-millennium Super Saiyan, possessing innate power that required no cultivation. As he matured, his battle strength naturally increased, leading him to evolve into a Super Saiyan. Yet, lacking training, he was unable to control the ferocious power within him, often succumbing to irrationality and becoming a destructive force. When Broly went berserk, entire planets would suffer. Paragus intended to exploit this power to dominate the universe, commissioning scientists to create a device to control Broly. Should Broly defy him, Paragus would simply press the remote to inflict punishment. Suddenly, Gohan's figure appeared on the planet. "Who are you?" Paragus exclaimed, astonished at Gohan's unexpected arrival. Broly, still weakened, was equally bewildered by this sudden presence. He felt a faint familiarity with Gohan, though he was certain they had never met. "Come with me," Gohan said, swiftly seizing the feeble Broly and vanishing from sight. No, the event transpired in an instant. Paragus had yet to react when Broly was taken away, and he could only shout in fury at the sky, though it was in vain. Losing Broly meant that his dreams would be shattered. On another planet, the very one Gohan had just surveyed, which remained undiscovered and ideal for combat, 2 figures suddenly materialized, Gohan and Broly, having utilized instantaneous movement. "Who are you? Have we met before?" Broly inquired, breaking free from Gohan's grasp. His demeanor cautious. "Hello, Broly." Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gohan, the son of Kakarot. Gohan observed Broly with keen interest, pondering whether this was indeed the legendary Super Saiyan. In the anime, Broly transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. And even the combined might of Super Saiyan Goku, Vegeta, Future Trunks, Gohan, and Piccolo could not overcome him, underscoring the terror of a Super Saiyan that appeared only once in a millennium. The name Kakarot echoed in Broly's mind like a child's wail. His aura intensifying, he repeatedly muttered Kakarot's name. Just as in the anime, Broly would go berserk upon hearing Kakarot. Gohan was unfazed, relishing the effect he was eliciting that Broly's existence was akin to a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Kakarot, Broly roared. Now free from Paragus' controlling device, he unleashed his fury. The terrifying, chaotic power surged forth. The device around his neck erupted. Broly's muscles swelled, transforming him into a formidable figure. Debris from the ground began to levitate, eventually disintegrating into dust as the earth could no longer withstand his overwhelming strength. Cracks spread across the surface, plunging into unfathomable depths. The sky darkened, filled with ominous clouds and flashes of lightning. The entire planet trembled. Broly radiated a verdant energy, his black hair shifting to a vibrant green. Kakarot, Broly had become the legendary Super Saiyan, an aura of terror reaching for the heavens. Now in a state of rage, he had completely lost all reason. Chapter 66. The inheritance of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Boom. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Broly caused the ground to sink beneath him as he charged at Gohan. Bring it on, Gohan responded defiantly, releasing a fierce aura of his own. The ground beneath him also concaved, showcasing the terrifying power of both combatants. Crash! They collided, unleashing a shockwave that rippled outward, creating a vast crater beneath them. Instantly, the two engaged in fierce combat. Bang! A notification echoed in Gohan's mind. Battle Power Attribute 1,000,000. Battle Power Attribute 1,000,000. As they fought, Gohan was constantly reminded of the legendary Super Saiyan's prowess. Gohan, in his normal state, could contend evenly with Future Trunks in his Super Saiyan 2 form. Yet Broly was managing to hold his ground against him. The two exchanged blows, ascending from the ground to the sky, the air resonating with the sound of their clashes. Broly landed a punch that pierced through Gohan's body, yet there was no blood. Rather, Gohan's form began to fade away. It was merely an afterimage. Boom! Gohan suddenly appeared behind Broly, executing a sweeping kick that sent him flying. Crash! Broly was hurled into a mountain. Kakarot! Broly bellowed in rage. A tremendous shockwave erupted, obliterating the mountain into nothingness. In this berserk state, he had become an unstoppable fighting machine. Boom! Broly now resembles a maddened bull. Utterly consumed by fury that in his hands, he incessantly conjures emerald-hued energy blasts, unleashing them chaotically towards Gohan. Yah! Gohan instantly transforms into Super Saiyan 1 and charges at Broly, deftly deflecting the oncoming energy blasts with precise strikes. Boom! The ground reverberates with explosive sounds. Gohan reaches Broly and delivers a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, his fist connects with Broly's body. Ding! A combat power attribute of 1,000,000 drops. Combat power attribute 1,000,000. Broly's physique is sent hurtling away like a kite severed from its string. Gohan teleports ahead to await him. Boom! Another kick sends Broly soaring into the air. The frenzied death ray net emerges as Gohan employs Frieza's ultimate technique. With both hands, he releases countless death beams, weaving them into a net that restrains his opponent's movements. Any contact inflicts injury. This technique is immensely draining on energy, yet Gohan, during his time in the future timeline, acquired the attribute of infinite energy from the androids with the system's aid. Thus, he is unfazed by energy consumption. The air is filled with Broly's heart-wrenching screams, akin to a wild beast ensnared in a trap, thrashing desperately. However, each time his body grazes the net, he suffers wounds. Kakarot! Broly's futile struggles leave him battered and bruised. His aura surges once more, indicating that the power he has suppressed beneath the collar of his gear for so long is ready to break free. The entire planet trembles violently. Dark clouds loom ominously in the sky, swirling relentlessly. The sea surges as if the apocalypse has arrived, while the ground fractures deeply. Ding! The system announces a drop of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Gohan's mind fills with the system's notification, and his heart leaps with joy that I shall collect it all. Instinctively, Gohan declares, the attributes of combat power and the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline flood into his being. The legendary Super Saiyan is indeed terrifying. The legendary Super Saiyan is entirely incomparable to an ordinary Super Saiyan. There's a scene in the anime where, after transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly stands with his arms crossed, enduring a barrage from Super Saiyan Goku and Piccolo, as if they were merely scratching him, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Ultimately, Broly effortlessly pins them to the ground, rubbing their faces into the dirt. Prince Vegeta, who prides himself on his superiority, trembles in fear upon witnessing Broly's transformation into the legendary Saiyan, completely abandoning resistance and succumbing to despair. It is only Piccolo's harsh reprimands and physical reminders that pull Vegeta back from his despondency. Broly in his Super Saiyan form can easily overpower Goku, Vegeta, future Trunks, Gohan, and even the Namekian Piccolo. The legendary Broly decisively dominates them all. This illustrates just how fearsome the legendary Super Saiyan truly is. Upon merging the newly acquired legendary bloodline with his own, Gohan senses a gradual transformation within his physique. The long-rumored legendary Super Saiyan, a phenomenon occurring once in a millennium. Boom! Gohan eagerly channels this newfound power. He abandons the Death Rain Net strategy against Broly, settling into a firm stance. Fists clenched, the torrent of terrifying energy surges from Gohan's body as golden flames gradually morph into an emerald green blaze. His hair, brows, and even his irises shift to a vivid green. This the power of the legendary Super Saiyan. No wonder it can rival 3 or 4 ordinary Super Saiyans. This power is indeed overwhelming. He feels no loss of rationality despite this immense strength. Gohan, as a time traveler, remains composed, not succumbing to a frenzy of violence. His transformation into the legendary form feels as natural as breathing. Perhaps his ordinary physique now possesses the potential to evolve into Super Saiyan 3, thus rendering him incredibly formidable. His body can withstand the terrifying power bestowed by the legendary bloodline. Gohan presses onward, striving to break through to the second tier of the legendary transformation. He yearns to discover the limits of his abilities. The emerald flames morph into a mist-like form, and his aura swells several-fold. Gohan transitions seamlessly into the legendary Super Saiyan 2 form. The emerald flames take on a misty quality, occasionally crackling with lightning. The thunderous sounds of crackling electricity fill the air. The power of this legendary Super Saiyan 2 form is utterly terrifying. This form should only be countered by an ordinary Super Saiyan 3. It appears that the legendary Super Saiyan forms are capable of surpassing the standard Super Saiyan levels, that he feels the surging strength within him. On King Kai's planet, North Kai observes Gohan's transformation into the legendary form, secretly astonished. This truly Gohan's full strength. This young man surprises everyone he meets time and again. What are his limits? With Gohan around, the entire universe is assured safety. North Kai never anticipated the emergence of such a formidable human under his jurisdiction that he nods with pride. On the battlefield, oh, Kakarot, Broly bellows, finally transforming into Super Saiyan 2. His combat power has doubled. The emerald flames now resemble mist, crackling with electricity, and his aura has become overwhelmingly potent that Broly's wounds appear to have healed significantly. He glares menacingly at Gohan. Chapter 67. The Fall of Broly. On the battlefield, Broly now resembles a frenzied machine, intent solely on destruction. Crackle. His aura intermittently emits electric sounds. Broly unleashes a barrage of energy blasts, delivering a comprehensive and intense assault. Countless emerald energy blasts materialize in the sky. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he sends the energy blasts hurtling toward Gohan. Child's play. Gohan observes the deluge of energy blasts approaching. Instantly, his protective shield expands. Boom! The relentless rain of energy blasts is entirely repelled by the energy barrier. Gohan's shield stands firm, akin to a fortress wall, impervious to the onslaught of hundreds, even thousands, of energy blasts. Instead, the explosions merely generate plumes of thick smoke. Broly, having lost all sense of reason, gazes at the billowing smoke with a wicked grin. Now Gohan, in his legendary Super Saiyan 2 form, disregards the energy blasts entirely. Now it is my turn to attack. Yes, the smoke dissipates. Gohan's figure emerges unscathed, and his protective shield fades away. Gohan smiles at Broly, then vanishes from sight. Kakarot, Broly, now a ferocious beast, perceives Gohan as his prey. With the loss of his quarry, Broly's aura erupts with ferocity. Bang! Suddenly, Son Wukong's body materialized before Broly, delivering a powerful punch that sent Broly soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string. Perhaps I applied too much force that it seems I must gradually acclimate to this formidable power, mused Son Wukong as he pursued Broly with remarkable speed. Broly, with a forceful adjustment of his stance, steadied himself mid-flight. Facing the oncoming Son Wukong, he charged forward without hesitation. Bang! 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 Both warriors, each embodying the legendary Super Saiyan transformation, exhibited an awe-inspiring level of combat prowess. Ding! Combat power 1 million. Combat power attribute 1 million. The notifications from the system echoed incessantly in Son Wukong's mind. He regarded Broly as merely a training partner, an opportunity to familiarize himself with the violent might of the Super Saiyan transformation. Broly's colossal fists rained down upon him. Son Wukong clenched his fists tightly, crossing them defensively before his chest. Boom! The tremendous impact propelled him backward. One must admit, the power of the Super Saiyan transformation is indeed terrifying. Broly seized the moment, pursuing Son Wukong with relentless determination. Not playing anymore. Are we? Son Wukong executed a swift 360-degree spin, dissipating the force from the blows. His eyes emitted twin beams of light aimed directly at the approaching Broly. Yet, Broly dodged with an uncanny agility, maintaining his speed. It appears that the learning capacity of the Super Saiyan transformation is rather extraordinary. Son Wukong found it curious that Broly could evade his beams of energy. If the opponent were unable to sense ki, evading such an attack would be impossible. Behold my devastating death rays. Son Wukong extended his fingers towards the charging Broly, unleashing a barrage of energy beams. Boom! 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 Soon, thick clouds of smoke enveloped the area. After unleashing over 1,000 death rays, Son Wukong ceased his assault. He sensed that Broly's energy had not diminished in the slightest. The smoke cleared. Broly's figure emerged, revealing that he had activated a protective barrier, rendering Son Wukong's energy attacks utterly ineffective. To his surprise, Broly's capacity to learn was commendable. Even a protective shield was within his grasp. With furious eyes fixed on Son Wukong, Broly prepared to charge. This one is indeed troublesome. I have become quite familiar with my strength now, and your role has been fulfilled. Son Wukong had no intention of prolonging the encounter any further. He surged toward Broly. Boom! Their fists collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that radiated outward, uprooting the ground as if it had been plowed. Broly was sent reeling backward. Not finished yet. Prepare to meet your end. Son Wukong, now well acquainted with the formidable ki, showed no mercy. He swiftly positioned himself above Broly and stomped down to Broly's body was driven into the ground, creating a massive crater. Boom! The ground fractured as Broly erupted with renewed vigor. Cracks radiating across the surface, he ascended into the air, launching himself at Son Wukong. Cough, cough, Broly, you're like an unyielding cockroach. Demon Flash. Son Wukong unleashed an energy attack at the oncoming Broly. At this point, Broly had completely lost his sanity, unable to control the raging power within him due to his lack of training. He had become a mere puppet of his strength, akin to a feral beast. Kakarot, Broly bellowed as he saw the massive beam of light hurtling towards him. He retaliated with a colossal energy beam of his own. Boom! The two tremendous beams clashed, creating a shockwave that fractured the ground beneath them. Leaving deep, bottomless crevices, the very planet trembled. Die, Broly. Son Wukong's energy beam surged exponentially. Broly gritted his teeth, his expression twisted in rage. He unleashed his full might, but it was futile. The overwhelming energy beam engulfed Broly entirely. Kakarot, his formidable form was gradually dissolved by the energy, leaving only a furious cry. From that moment on, the Super Saiyan Broly would vanish forever from this universe. Son Wukong then retracted his transformation. Hooray! Victory! The legendary Saiyan form proved its might. Far away on North Kai's planet, North Kai watched the battle unfold with a face full of dread. Fortunately, we have someone as formidable as Son Wukong in the North Galaxy. Otherwise, the entire universe would be in peril. Broly resembled a ticking time bomb. Had he not been vanquished, the North Galaxy would have inevitably faced destruction at his hands. North Kai nodded in satisfaction at Son Wukong, even communicating telepathically to express his gratitude. Collect everything. Son Wukong silently intoned as his combat power attributes surged into his body. The data on his personal attribute panel skyrocketed, now reflecting calculations in the millions. Chapter 68. The Emergence of Androids Earth. After defeating Broly, Son Wukong returned to Earth to live joyfully with his family. He had not inherited the Saiyan penchant for rivalry. However, the blissful days were fleeting. A year passed in the blink of an eye in a small town in the southern region, atop a nearby mountain. It was now 8 o'clock. Why have the androids not yet appeared? Wukong, could there be an error in the information? Indeed, my fists are itching for action. All the Dragon Ball warriors, except Vegeta, had gathered together. Yamcha, Kaiatsu, Krillin, Piccolo, and Goku were all eagerly preparing for battle, their eyes fixed on Son Wukong. Today would reveal the fruits of 3 years of rigorous training. They were martial artists, eager to test their limits. Among them, only Son Wukong had ventured into the future, and he alone possessed the greatest strength, drawing everyone's gaze. The information is accurate. The androids are robots, and thus emit no ki. We should split up to search, but if we encounter an android, do not engage in prolonged combat. That I will utilize instant transmission to assist immediately. Son Wukong knew that the androids in question were Android 19 and 20. Robots, no wonder they're undetectable. Let us heed Wukong's advice. Search and avoid lingering in battle, awaiting support. Upon hearing Son Wukong's explanation, everyone realized the truth. The androids were indeed robots. Whoosh, the group soared toward the town. Quickly dispersing to locate the androids, Son Wukong remained vigilant, monitoring the energy fluctuations of his companions. Should anything unusual occur, he would use instant transmission to respond. Half an hour later, Yamcha's energy began to plummet. A faint smile crept across Son Wukong's lips as he vanished from his location. Whoosh! The figure of Son Wufan materialized suddenly before the androids and Yamcha. Wailing in despair, Yamcha's eyes were filled with a desperate will to survive. Convinced that his demise was imminent, to his astonishment, Son Wufan truly sensed the rapid decline of his life energy. It turned out that an elderly android had ensnared Yamcha from behind. One of the old man's hands covered Yamcha's mouth, stifling his cries for help, while the other was siphoning away his energy. The elder's attire bore the insignia of the Red Ribbon Army. Dr. Gero, remove your filthy hands. With a flicker, Son Wufan appeared beside them. Seizing the android's wrist and yanking it forcefully, bang! The entire mechanical arm of the android was torn off by Son Wufan's might. Once a human, Dr. Gero had sought eternal life and a formidable body. He crafted a mechanical shell and extracted his consciousness from his corporeal form, infusing it into the machine to attain immortality. Damn you, little brat, Dr. Gero snarled, his expression twisted with malice as oil seeped from his severed arm. Being a robot, he felt no pain. Seizing the opportunity, Yamcha delivered a powerful elbow strike to the android's chest. Crash! The android's body was sent hurtling several meters before it came to a halt. Thank you, Wufan, Yamcha exclaimed, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. Had it not been for Son Wufan's timely intervention, he might have met his end. Curse humans, I will not let you escape. Dr. Gero seethed with rage, infuriated at having one of his arms broken upon their first encounter. The more he pondered, the more his anger and frustration grew. Damn it! It seems that without awakening the dormant androids 17 and 18, I cannot defeat this group. However, those two were failures, utterly unmanageable, He wondered if he could successfully modify them this time. Reluctantly, he resolved never to release those disobedient creations. Dr. Gero's mind raced as he descended to the ground. Swiftly concealing himself, Wufan, shall we not pursue them? Yamcha asked anxiously, noticing the android had vanished from sight. And no worries, he cannot escape. This is merely an appetizer. The main event lies ahead, Son Wufan replied, his words laden with significance. No sooner had he spoken than his form vanished from the spot. Yes, there more to come. Could there be even stronger androids? Yamcha pondered, bewildered by Son Wufan's cryptic remarks, struggling to keep pace with his companion's speed. He soared towards the direction of Sun Wukong, sensing fluctuations in his energy. When the androids appeared, future Trunks had refrained from entering the main timeline, knowing full well that Sun Wufan's strength could handle the androids. Who are you? Why did you ambush me? Are you one of the androids? Meanwhile, as Sun Wukong sought the androids, he was confronted by a rotund figure resembling a pig, drawing upon his extensive combat experience. He swiftly evaded the attack. The opponent emitted no energy, akin to a lifeless entity. That I'm Android 19, that you must be Sun Wukong? Am I correct? The plump figure chuckled, gazing at Sun Wukong. Dr. Gero had already implanted data about everyone into their minds, and their primary mission now was to eliminate Sun Wukong. Wow, an android? Then there's no mistake. There are too many people here. Let's find a place to battle, Sun Wukong exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he quickly ascended from the town. If they fought here, the entire town would likely be obliterated. The plump figure said nothing and took to the skies in pursuit. Do not be deceived by his girth. His movements were surprisingly agile. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. That energy signature is Sun Wukong. It seems he has discovered the androids. Piccolo and the others sense the intense energy erupting from Sun Wukong as they move toward his location. Let's fight here, Sun Wukong declared. Landing in a desolate area, he turned to face the rotund android. It matters not where we fight. You shall simply submit to your demise, Android 19 replied with a sinister grin. Designed solely for the purpose of eliminating his opponent. You seem quite confident. Let us commence our battle, Sun Wukong declared eagerly, charging at Android 19. Bang. Their colossal fists collided instantaneously, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Impressive. I did not expect your strength to be this formidable, Sun Wukong remarked, feeling a surge of pain in his arm from the impact. He was subsequently blasted away. With his extensive combat experience, Sun Wukong executed a 360-degree roll, dissipating the force of the blow. So, Sun Wukong, it seems you are merely a paper tiger, Android 19 taunted, reveling in his apparent superiority as he sent Sun Wukong flying. Piccolo and the others arrived at the scene, observing the standoff between Sun Wukong and the portly android from a distance. It appeared that without transforming into a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong would struggle to contend in this battle. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, an overwhelming energy surging forth from him. Dust and debris swirled around as waves of energy cascaded outward, leaving everyone astonished. Chapter 69. Dr. Gero reaps his own consequences on a desolate and secluded mountain. Dr. Gero, missing an arm, retreated to his laboratory in frustration. Sun Wufan, I did not anticipate your combat prowess to be so formidable. Once I awaken androids 17 and 18, you shall meet your doomed. In his lab, he began tinkering with a replacement arm, utilizing readily available components and his familiarity with the process. Before long, he affixed the new arm to his body. Approaching the two dormant pods housing his modified human creations, androids 17 and 18, he pressed a button on a remote control. The pods slowly opened. Hello, Dr. Gero, greeted a handsome young man with a red scarf around his neck, his eyes fluttering open. Taking in his surroundings, he approached Dr. Gero respectfully. Greetings, Dr. Gero. A stunning young woman with golden hair and exquisite features followed suit. Also greeting him with deference. 17, 18, splendid. It appears your bodies have been fully restored. Gero rejoiced inwardly upon witnessing their respectful demeanor. It seemed both had been successfully modified this time. Otherwise, their attitudes would not have shifted so dramatically. We are both fully operational now, but we shall undoubtedly follow your orders. Gero. On the 17th and 18th, two individuals, originally siblings, were transformed into artificial beings by Dr. Gero. Post-transformation, their bodies exhibited significant enhancements, rendering them nearly perfect in every aspect. However, both 17 and 18 displayed a notable defiance towards commands. Aware that Dr. Gero had created a remote control to subjugate them, they understood that any insubordination would lead to a forced hibernation at the press of a button. Splendid. Join me in vanquishing Son Wukong and his companions. Dr. Gero exclaimed joyfully, now bolstered by the addition of two formidable warriors, feeling emboldened against Gohan and his allies. This wretched man had torn his own arm off, unable to suppress his rage, plotting to torment the insolent child in return. Ensuring he would experience the agony of a severed limb. Go ahead. Make your move, 17 declared, and with lightning speed, he struck Dr. Gero's neck with a knife hand. How dare you? Dr. Gero gasped in disbelief, attempting to retrieve the remote to impose a hibernation state on 17 and 18. Yet his body betrayed him, and his head slowly detached from his body, a fate he could scarcely fathom, slain by his own creations. With a resounding thud, Dr. Gero's head fell to the ground. Well done, 17, 18 remarked with a triumphant grin. The old fool had a hidden trick up his sleeve with that remote, that he got what he deserved. She had long harbored disdain for the old man, that Dr. Gero. Didn't you possess a remote control? I suppose it poses no threat to us now, 17 replied, reveling in their newfound freedom. They had awaited this moment for far too long, and at last they could break free from Dr. Gero's grasp. You two scoundrels dare to treat me this way. Your fate will be no better than mine. I created you to serve as fodder for others, Dr. Gero declared arrogantly, envisioning the emergence of his ultimate creation. By absorbing 17 and 18, he would achieve his perfect form. Are you attempting to intimidate us? Do you wish for us to live in fear? You overestimate yourself. Prepare to meet your end. Both 17 and 18 dismissed his threats. With a swift kick, they crushed Dr. Gero's head. Let us activate this behemoth, 18 suggested, noticing the hibernation pod labeled 16. It housed a towering figure, over 2 meters tall and remarkably robust. No problem, 17 asserted, moving to press the button beside the pod. It opened slowly, revealing the hulking figure, who awakened without uttering a word and began to survey his surroundings. I hope 16 isn't a failure. Why isn't he speaking? 17 wondered, feeling slighted by the lack of gratitude from the one he had rescued. How many artificial beings has Dr. Gero actually created? 18 mused, her expression one of regret. That moment. A young man entered the It was Gohan, who had stealthily followed Dr. Gero into the base. He had already collected all the valuable equipment and instruments, safely storing them in his system space. What a handsome young man, 18 exclaimed, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Gohan, surprised he had infiltrated the base without their notice. Gohan, I didn't expect you here, 17 remarked nonchalantly, dismissing him as merely a child with limited combat prowess. Your fighting ability is formidable, 16 noted, recognizing Gohan's strength. Big guy, I thought you couldn't speak, both 17 and 18 said simultaneously, having assumed him to be a failure. Yet, to their astonishment, he spoke upon seeing Gohan. Seems you know who I am. So, I need not introduce myself. If you wish to kill Son Wukong, you'll have to get through me first. Gohan stated resolutely. In this timeline, the versions of 16, 17, and 18 had never engaged in wanton violence. They were engineered solely to eliminate Son Wukong. You are truly devoted to your family. I admire your courage. 18 teased, leaning in to plant a playful kiss on Gohan's cheek. He touched his flushed face, surprised by the unexpected affection he had not anticipated being flirted with, reminiscent of how 18 had once playfully teased Krillin, leading him to fall deeply in love with her. It dangerous. If you dare come at me, 18 challenged, relishing Gohan's embarrassment. In Dr. Gero's laboratory, 17 urged, 18 enough of the games. Let us defeat Gohan first, then seek out Son Wukong. With a laugh, 17 rushed towards Gohan, who remained unflinching, preparing to counter with a punch. The ensuing clash unleashed a powerful shockwave, obliterating everything in its wake and flattening the mountain. No, this cannot be. How can your fighting power be so immense? On the 17th, Son Wukong stood utterly still, As if his feet had taken root in the ground, he was acutely aware of the immense power behind the punch he had just thrown. Yet, astonishingly, Sun Wufan had effortlessly absorbed the blow without so much as shifting his stance. 18. Observing the clash of fists between Sun Wufan and 17, felt an incredulous shock at the formidable strength of this insufferable brat. 16, meanwhile, watched the two with an inscrutable expression. Ding, power level drops to 1,000,000.17. Is this truly your strength? It seems utterly ineffective against me, Sun Wufan remarked, a smug smile gracing his lips. He had yet to unleash his full force. Otherwise, his opponent might have been obliterated. Sun Wufan, I will not show you mercy, 17 declared as he launched a fierce assault. However, each of his attacks was deftly neutralized by Sun Wufan. I had thought your strength was formidable. If you wish to slay Sun Wukong, you must first get past me, Sun Wufan retorted, remaining on the defensive. The two combatants ascended from the ground into the air. How is this possible? Sun Wufan's power cannot be this overwhelming, 17 exclaimed in frustration as he unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes. Yet, no matter how agile or swift his attacks were, they failed to land on Sun Wufan. 16. I did not anticipate your words to be true. Sun Wufan's power is indeed extraordinary, 17 realized, unable to even graze Sun Wufan's clothing. 18. Witnessing the aerial battle, felt a surge of trepidation. Sun Wufan's power had far surpassed anything they had previously comprehended. Feel free to unleash any secret techniques you possess. Otherwise, when I take action, you shall have no chance, Sun Wufan taunted 17, who was relentlessly pursuing him. Were it not for the fact that the androids of this timeline had not committed any heinous acts, he would have already dispatched them. 18. I will assist you, she declared, realizing that 17 was utterly incapable of matching Sun Wufan alone. She soared into the air, charging toward the two fighters. You are all the same, Sun Wufan remarked, regarding 18 as she approached. His base form already surpassed that of Super Saiyan 2. To dealing with androids was akin to child's play for him. The two launched their assaults like a tempest. Yet all were thwarted by Sun Wufan. That you've struck for long enough. It is now my turn to retaliate, he stated, having grown weary of their antics. And no sooner had the words left his mouth than his figure vanished from their sight. What? He disappeared. 18 and 17 gasped, their expressions shifting to one of alarm as they warily scanned their surroundings, unable to sense his energy. I am right here, Sun Wufan's voice echoed from behind 17. 17, watch out, 18 called, but it was too late. Sun Wufan's speed was simply too great. Bang! 17's body flew away like a kite severed from its string. Sun Wufan, take this. 18 unleashed a torrent of energy blasts toward him. Hoping to exhaust him with her boundless energy, the energy blasts rained down as if costless. Ding! Power level drops to 1,000,000. Ding! Power level attribute 1,000,000. A cacophony of explosions ensued, and soon Sun Wufan was engulfed in a thick cloud of smoke. All right, let's wear him down, 17 shouted as he witnessed 18's relentless barrage. The two unleashed thousands upon thousands of energy blasts, finally pausing to admire their handiwork. Despite the ferocity of their attacks, they could not escape the principle of inflicting damage through smoke. After a lengthy interval, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing a blurred figure. Have you exhausted your energy already? Standing here, you could not even harm me. Sun Wufan's voice resounded, his lips curling into a triumphant smirk. No, this cannot be. How can your power remain so strong? 17 and 18 gazed at him in disbelief, akin to encountering a demon. They had just unleashed a merciless assault, yet he appeared completely unscathed. Not even a thread of his clothing toward. It turned out that Sun Wufan had activated a protective shield prior to their attack. Now that you've finished, it is time for you to receive my judgment. In a flash, Sun Wufan appeared before 18. Boom. A punch landed squarely in her abdomen. Ugh. 18 coughed up bile, a surge of pain radiating through her midsection, causing her to double over like a shrimp. 18. 17 exclaimed. Witnessing her in agony, he charged towards Sun Wufan in a fit of rage. You're like a clay idol crossing a river, unable to save yourself, yet you still dared to shout. 17's approach was swift. But his retreat was swifter still. Sun Wufan had delivered him a punch as well. Boom! His body rocketed away like a cannonball, collapsing a nearby mountain in the process. Point 16. Will you not lend your assistance? Sun Wufan called out to 16, who had remained a mere observer. Chapter 71. Sun Wukong's Bold Plan. Sun Wufan, I am no match for you. 16 stated flatly. He possessed the ability to calculate an opponent's power level. Yet Sun Wufan's strength was far beyond his calculations, exceeding the limits of his capabilities. Wise for those who recognize the times are indeed the wise, Sun Wufan remarked with a smile. He began to absorb the power level attributes scattered across the ground. His strength soared as these attributes merged into his being. The apparatus and results of Dr. Gero's modifications had already been collected by his system, destined to be handed over to Bulma for further study. Boom! An energy wave surged skyward, instantly reducing an entire mountain to dust. Sun Wufan, I will fight you with all I have, 17 roared, consumed by rage. Since their creation, they had never encountered a true opponent. This reality was unbearable for them. 17 and 18 had always believed themselves to be the mightiest beings in existence. Yet now they found themselves humiliated by Sun Wufan. 18, having rested for a moment, found her abdominal pain subsiding and charged at Sun Wufan once more. Come at me. Allow me to show you the true disparity in our strengths. A faint smile graced Sun Wufan's face as he stood his ground. 17 and 18 unleashed a frenzy of blows upon him. Ding, power level attribute drops by 1 million. Power level attribute 1 million. Have you forgotten to eat? Put some effort into your strikes, with his arms crossed over his chest and a smug smile gracing his face. Sun Wukong proclaimed, even standing here, I can still reap the benefits of combat power attributes. The battle prowess of the three before him was simply not on the same level. To him, Android 17 and 18 appeared as mere children. Regardless of how they fought, they were unable to inflict any damage upon him. How infuriating! Sun Wukong, how can you be this strong? It's impossible. We are the strongest. The two androids unleashed their full might, landing heavy blows on Sun Wukong as if they were merely giving him a massage. Allow me to demonstrate where our disparities lie, he smirked, addressing them with a grin. Suddenly, a blast of white energy erupted from his body, sending a terrifying shockwave that hurled androids 17 and 18 away. No, this can't be real. Android 17 shouted in disbelief as he gazed at Sun Wukong. He had never experienced such a blow before. They had been engineered to defeat Sun Wukong, yet now they could not even contend with his Sun. 17. 18, cease your attacks, Android 16 called out, observing the overwhelming strength of Sun Wukong. The attention of the onlookers shifted to Android 16. Realizing his words held truth, reluctantly, Android 17 and 18 halted their assault. Think wisely. If you wish to confront Sun Wukong, first defeat me. Sun Wukong's aura gradually diminished. 16, 17, and 18, they remarked. You would let us go? Android 18's eyes sparkled with surprise, unable to believe her ears. Sun Wukong was actually permitting their departure. Should you seek revenge, come find me at Baozi Mountain, he stated, foregoing further dialogue with the androids as he vanished into thin air. Let us go. The androids exchanged glances before taking flight away from the scene. When Sun Wukong reappeared, he found himself in the underground laboratory of Dr. Gero, staring at the still embryonic creature. Cell, you wretched little insect. Did you ever expect to perish before even being born? Sun Wukong collected all the research and blueprints in the vicinity into his system space before raising his hand to unleash an energy wave that obliterated the hideous creature. Meanwhile, Son Goku and Android 19 were engaged in a fierce battle. Though Android 19 was somewhat rotund, his agility was remarkable. Initially, he was no match for Son Goku, but equipped with energy absorption technology. He began to absorb energy while fighting, gradually growing stronger and matching Son Goku blow for blow. Something feels off. This fatso was clearly outmatched earlier, yet now he is becoming more formidable, Piccolo observed in astonishment. Having kept a close watch on the skirmish, I remember now, an android attacked me earlier. His hands can absorb energy. If not for Wukong's timely intervention, I might not have returned, Yamcha recalled, suddenly recollecting the attack that drained his energy. So that is how it works? The androids truly are abominations. Enlightenment dawned upon Piccolo and the others, realizing the androids possessed such a skill. If this continues, we could be in serious trouble. Point 19. I never imagined you would grow stronger in battle. I truly admire that, Son Goku remarked, preparing to unleash a series of energy blasts. Boom! 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 Android 19 astonishingly caught each energy blast barehanded, making them vanish as if absorbed, while Son Goku might appear simple-minded in other aspects. His combat intellect was unparalleled, that he quickly discerned the android's tactics and silently admired Dr. Gero's ingenuity, realizing how adeptly he had crafted the ability to assimilate others' energy to enhance one's own strength. Son Goku seized his energy barrage. Previously, when Gohan was on Namek, he had wished to the eternal dragon Purunga for Son Goku to be free of ailments. Additionally, future Trunks had brought the antidote for his chronic heart disease, ensuring Son Goku's health remained intact. Thank you for your energy blasts. Android 19 grinned wickedly, feeling his strength surge rapidly from the battle. Point 19. I had no idea you possessed such a skill. Today, I shall let you absorb to your heart's content. Haim! Son Goku initiated the Kamehameha wave, gathering energy in his palms. Son Goku, unleash your might. Android 19's eyes gleamed with excitement as he watched the energy wave form in Son Goku's hands. Realizing his ability to absorb energy to enhance his strength, he mused that he had underestimated Son Goku's intellect. Oh no, has Goku not realized that the androids can absorb his energy? Piccolo pondered, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The saying holds true. Sometimes, the one who knows you best is not a friend, but an enemy. Would Son Goku's plan succeed? Chapter 72. Super Saiyan Vegeta, Kamehameha. Son Goku bellowed, propelling the concentrated energy beam forward. Son Goku, I shall gladly accept your energy. Android 19 laughed heartily as he prepared to absorb the powerful energy wave hurtling towards him. Boom! Android 19 fervently absorbed the energy with outstretched hands, while the onlookers watched in trepidation, fully aware that Son Goku had only recently transformed into a Super Saiyan. None had witnessed his true potential yet. Simultaneously, in the skies above, a figure was approaching the battlefield with great urgency. It was none other than our proud prince, Vegeta. In an unexpected twist of fate, Android 16, 17, and 18 encountered Vegeta mid-air. You scoundrels, you are androids? Vegeta roared, unable to sense their energy. Brimming with confidence, he believed he could take on all three simultaneously. What in the world is happening? Have we appeared too benevolent? Even the most trivial of beings wish to challenge us. On the 17th, a fist hurtled towards Vegeta with tremendous force. Moments earlier, they had been thoroughly vexed by Son Gohan. Just as they were grappling with their frustration, a mad dog appeared, obstructing their path. What? Such incredible speed! Vegeta had anticipated an attack, yet he never imagined the opponent would be so swift. All he could do was clench his fists tightly. Attempting to shield himself from the oncoming blow, bang, Vegeta's body was propelled backward like an arrow shot from a bow. He executed a perfect 360-degree roll, dissipating the force of the impact. Number 17, you managed to get ahead of me this time. That my temper has long since reached its limit with this fool chattering away. Number 18, witnessing Vegeta being flung away, remarked triumphantly. Just moments ago, she and number 17 had been battered by Son Gohan, but now they had finally found an outlet for their pent-up rage. How foolish! With such a meager fighting power, they dared to block our way? Number 17 spat disdainfully at Vegeta, his mood evidently less oppressive now. But how infuriating! Vegeta bellowed in anger. He had not anticipated the androids would possess such formidable strength. One punch had sent him flying. His pride, that of the Saiyan prince, had been severely wounded. How could he, a warrior of the Saiyan race, be defeated by a mere earthling? A powerful aura erupted from Vegeta's being, golden energy enveloping him in an instant. He transformed into a Super Saiyan. It was our Vegeta, now transformed into a Super Saiyan, that he felt invigorated once more. This power belonged to Vegeta. Had he indeed encountered androids? How many of them could there possibly be? As Vegeta unleashed his intense and overwhelming Super Saiyan aura, everyone sensed his presence. Moments ago, Son Gohan had also exuded an impressive force, but they had not been concerned. Now, however, they feared that Vegeta, like Son Goku, had encountered a formidable foe. After all, they had only recently transformed into Super Saiyans. Oh ho, it seems our Vegeta is about to erupt. Are you frightened? Number 17 and number 18 charged toward Vegeta, both brimming with pent-up fury. Number 16, observing the imminent clash, sought a vantage point. Apart from Son Goku, he had no desire to engage in battle unless absolutely necessary. You all shall perish. Vegeta concentrated energy into multiple blasts, hurling them towards the advancing number 17 and number 18, the mere trifles. We fear no one. Number 17, number 18 declared with confidence, their energy seemingly boundless. Even if they could not win, they intended to wear down their adversaries. Yet moments ago, they had been disregarded by Son Gohan. Now, another adversary was foolishly choosing to contest them with energy. Boom! 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 The trio unleashed a barrage of energy, their blasts colliding in the air, creating an ear-splitting cacophony of explosions. Thick smoke billowed, shock waves surged towards the ground, leaving devastation in their wake. Now let us shift our focus back to the battlefield of Son Goku. Haha, such immense energy, Son Goku. I shall express my gratitude shortly. Number 19 chuckled gleefully, continuously absorbing the energy from the Kamehameha wave. His power escalated with each passing moment. This is bad. I may have overstepped my bounds. Son Goku could clearly feel his stamina waning. The energy of the Kamehameha wave was gradually diminishing. The emergence of Son Gohan had altered Son Goku's timeline of transformation into a Super Saiyan. Now he had only transformed 2 years prior, significantly less than in the anime, resulting in reduced power. What? The android managed to absorb all of Son Goku's Kamehameha wave. This is disastrous. Gohan seems more reliable. Krillin and the others watched as the energy beam from the Kamehameha grew weaker. Concern etched on their faces. Son Goku had been reckless, fully aware that the androids could absorb energy to grow stronger, yet he continued to unleash energy attacks. Was this not akin to inviting disaster upon oneself? It seemed he had truly overplayed his hand. Son Goku, I am immensely grateful. Number 19 finally absorbed all the energy from Son Goku's Kamehameha wave at that moment. He felt an overwhelming surge of power within him. It seems I may have gone too far. Son Goku, witnessing the spirited number 19, wore an awkward smile. He had initially intended to overwhelm the android, but it appeared his plans had backfired. Oh no. The android had been evenly matched with Son Goku moments ago, and now he had absorbed such tremendous energy. How could they possibly stand a chance? Everyone watched the clash with bated breath, unaware that Son Goku's strategy had failed. Their hopes now rested solely on Son Gohan. Son Goku, in gratitude for the energy you've provided, I shall ensure your well-being. Number 19 flashed a sinister smile at Son Goku before vanishing from sight. How swift! Son Goku warily scanned his surroundings. The previous use of the Kamehameha wave had drained much of his energy. I'm right here. The figure of Android 17 materialized behind Son Goku, delivering a punch towards him. Drawing upon years of combat experience, Son Goku swiftly countered with an elbow strike without looking back. Bam! A tremendous force sent Son Goku's body hurtling away. Then, number 19, moving at incredible speed, caught up to Son Goku's airborne form and kicked him into the sky. Son Goku let out a pained cry as he struggled to regain control after being sent flying. Just then, number 19 landed a kick squarely on his rear, causing him to grimace in agony. But it wasn't over yet. Number 19 flickered, his bulky form appearing in the air above. With fingers interlaced and arms raised high, he awaited Son Goku's approach. Bam! Son Goku's abdomen was struck once more by a powerful punch from number 19. He cried out in anguish, spewing blood as his body plummeted towards the ground like a cannonball. Boom! The earth was instantly transformed, a massive crater left in the wake of Son Goku's impact. Incredible! Gohan, hurry! Krillin watched in horror as beads of sweat streamed down his forehead. His body trembled with fear. After absorbing Son Goku's energy, the disparity in their powers was staggering. Gohan, where are you? Hurry! Chapter 73. the might of Android 19. On a desolate, uninhabited mountain, Vegeta found himself overwhelmed by the combined might of androids 17 and 18. Ultimately, the strength of one individual is limited, and in this clash, Vegeta had overestimated his own capabilities. As the saying goes, two fists cannot compete with four hands. The energy waves he unleashed were far outmatched by those of the androids. Rumble. On the 17th and 18th, the energy blast from the two combatants instantaneously shattered Vegeta's energy. Unperturbed by the skirmish, Vegeta observed the disparity in a number of energy blasts between himself and his adversaries. Resolutely, he relinquished the confrontation of energy and, with a swift movement, appeared behind the androids. Unleashing a sweeping kick aimed at the head of number 17. Thud. Number 17 raised his arm to block Vegeta's incoming leg. What? You dare to thwart my attack? Vegeta was taken aback, as the reality before him starkly contrasted with his expectations. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, he had anticipated a significant augmentation in his combat prowess. Believing he could single-handedly overpower the three androids, to his astonishment, the androids were capable of countering his assault. Vegeta, you audacious fool! With such feeble strength, you dare to ambush us? Unfortunately, you are sorely mistaken, number 17 taunted. With his other hand, he gathered an energy blast and hurled it towards Vegeta. You scoundrel, you underestimate me far too much. Vegeta evaded number 17's energy attack with an agile maneuver, his aura erupting once more with a formidable and terrifying presence. 3 years of grueling training had been dedicated to proving that he was the mightiest Saiyan. I refuse to remain a mere spectator. Prince Vegeta shall be the protagonist. Vegeta, do refrain from your theatrics. The true spectacle is just beginning, number 18 remarked, amusement dancing in her eyes, and no sooner had she spoken than her form flickered, appearing directly in front of Vegeta, launching a powerful punch. Androids, today marks your demise, Vegeta retorted, retaliating with a punch of his own. He could not fathom that, despite his transformation into a Super Saiyan, his strength would still be inferior to that of his opponents. A resounding crash echoed as their fists collided, sending Vegeta's body hurtling through the air as if severed from its tether. But the moment of impact, Vegeta realized the naivety of his assumptions. The android's strength surpassed as OWNS number 17 observed Vegeta's form soaring towards him. He raised his leg and sent Vegeta crashing back. Vegeta barely had time to emit a cry before hurtling towards number 18 once more. Ha ha ha! Number 18. Shall we play a game of soccer? Number 17 exclaimed with glee. Absolutely, I'm on board. Number 18 readily agreed, entirely forgetting the humiliation suffered at the hands of Gohan moments earlier. She delivered a swift kick to the incoming Vegeta. And the androids reveled in their playful banter, kicking Vegeta back and forth like a mere ball. Vegeta's anguished screams echoed through the air, having finally attained the form of a Super Saiyan. He had now been reduced to a plaything of the androids. Meanwhile, let us turn our gaze to the battle between Goku and number 19 Gohan. Where on earth are you? Goku is nearing his breaking point. Krillin shouted anxiously as he watched Goku being mercilessly subdued by number 19. The crowd clenched their fists in rage, realizing the futility of their strength against the androids. Goku, prepare to experience my ultimate technique. Number 19 grew more emboldened with each strike, that he suspended himself in mid-air, bending down to embrace his legs. In an instant, he transformed into a round, buoyant sphere and charged towards Goku. Bang! Goku retaliated with a punch directed at number 19's form. The tremendous force instantly sent him reeling. The android, now resembling a ball, lunged towards Goku once more. Having learned from his previous encounter, Goku opted to evade rather than confront the attack head-on. Bang! 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 The ground was pockmarked with craters from the impacts. Good heavens! The android can engage in such antics. Yamcha marveled, astonished as he witnessed Goku's evasive maneuvers against the rotund android. The adversary's strength was undeniably formidable. After utilizing the Kamehameha wave, Goku's own combat power had plummeted significantly. Compounded by the fact that the android had absorbed some of his energy, the disparity in their combat prowess was glaringly evident. Goku unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards number 19. Yet the android merely repelled them as though they were nothing more than mere trifles. This android is utterly absurd. What shall we do? The onlookers were filled with trepidation. The android had experienced a rapid surge in power after absorbing Goku's Kamehameha wave. Rendering Goku a mere plaything, Goku's body was struck by number 19's formidable form, blood spewing forth as he was slammed into the ground. This is dire. Goku gasped for breath, each powerful move draining a substantial portion of his strength. Goku, I believe I've had my fill of this game. Prepare to meet your end. Number 19's form rejuvenated, and he began to coalesce a massive energy sphere in his hands. What are we to do? Why hasn't Gohan arrived yet? This is truly exasperating. The spectators felt a sense of helplessness, yearning to assist but acutely aware of their own limitations, just as despair threatened to engulf them. Gohan's figure suddenly materialized before Goku. He had sensed the depletion of his father's energy and teleported in haste. Cough, cough, cough. Gohan, you're here. Goku exclaimed between coughs, acknowledging his son. Had it not been for his earlier miscalculations, he would not have found himself in such a precarious situation, overly confident in his abilities to overwhelm number 19, only to have become a pawn in the process. Father, are you all right? Gohan ignored number 19 entirely, bending down to tend to Goku's wounds. With Gohan's healing touch, Goku's energy surged back to life. Damn it! You insolent brat dare to disrupt my plans. Number 19 was taken aback by Gohan's sudden appearance before Goku, but his shock quickly morphed into fury as he realized Gohan's blatant disregard for his presence. You little brat, how dare you ignore me? You shall all perish. Number 19 snarled, his visage twisted with rage as he unleashed a torrent of energy blasts, the sheer magnitude of which blotted out the sun, hurtling towards Goku and his son. Chapter 74, Vegeta's unyielding fury on the battlefield. The magic flash. Gohan countered number 19's energy blast with a powerful magic flash. A colossal beam of light meeting the oncoming energy, stalling its descent. Ding! Combat power attribute reduced by 1 million. Combat power attribute increased by 1 million. The two forces collided violently, the system's notifications echoing in Gohan's mind. Hee, you shall all meet your demise. On the 19th, a colossal energy sphere was observed, yet it did not descend as anticipated. Instead, it was repelled by the energy beam unleashed by Son Wukong. Once again, he exerted every ounce of his strength, fiercely launching an assault on the energy orb, striving to suppress its might. Boom! A brilliant white aura erupted from Son Wukong's form, a formidable and domineering presence surging forth from his being. Even Son Wukong, standing nearby, was swept away by the sheer force of this overwhelming energy wave. How incredible! It was utterly astonishing that Wukong had not transformed, yet his power was already so terrifying. Could it be that Wukong's base form surpassed that of the Super Saiyan Son Wukong? The onlookers gazed at Son Wukong in disbelief, taken aback by his rapid advancement, where his untransformed state could rival that of the Super Saiyan Son Wukong. One could only speculate how formidable his strength would be should he transform into a Super Saiyan. The mere thought was unfathomable. Son Wukong's energy beam surged dramatically, effortlessly pushing back the energy sphere of the 19th. Yet, how infuriating! The 19th gazed in disbelief at the retreating energy sphere. He swiftly reacted, distancing himself from the blast radius. 19th, were you not so boastful just moments ago? Why do you cower now? Son Wukong taunted him with scorn. He felt no surprise at Son Wukong's defeat to the android, for it was due to his own circumstances that Son Wukong had delayed his transformation into a Super Saiyan by a full 2 years. Thus, it was entirely reasonable that he found himself outmatched by the diminutive android. Son Wukong, do not be overly arrogant. I merely allowed you to win this time. The 19th retorted, feigning composure, though internally he was quite alarmed, having narrowly evaded the energy wave moments prior. What audacity! The crowd erupted in laughter at the absurd bravado of the rotund android. It was surprising to see that even an android could possess such vanity. Had he not fled swiftly, the energy orb would have surely reduced him to nothingness. Enough of this noise, Son Wukong declared, raising his hand to point at the 19th. In an instant, a surge of purple energy coalesced, hurtling towards the android. This was Frieza's death beam. Come on. The 19th, witnessing the energy in Son Wukong's hand, could not help but smirk that it was truly unexpected that both father and son were devoid of intellect. Another opportunity to absorb energy had presented itself. With the absorption of this energy, he would elevate his strength, rendering all opponents powerless against him. Elated, the 19th raised his hand, intent on siphoning Son Wukong's energy. However, fate had other plans.